In her past life, she was drained and met a tragic end, her younger brother brutally murdered, and her parents died filled with resentment. It turns out it was all a conspiracy. In this life, when encountering the scoundrel again, she demands a villa. Smack. With a swift motion, she sends him flying. The sound of her mind exploding heralds the arrival of the strongest cheat in the apocalypse. Versatile space-loaded, devouring resources to expand space. Space devouring, subverting cognition. Awakening her space-devouring ability, she transforms into a voracious entity of the apocalypse. The villa coveted by the scoundrel's family? She swallows the entire building, expanding her space. The antique jewelry hoarded by her enemies? She cleans out the cabinets in one sweep. Arsenals, granaries, gas stations? Wherever she goes, the ground is left barren. Power surging, crushing the apocalypse. With spiritual springs to refine her body and spatial assistance, she initiates her multi-power rampage mode. Her AI butler digs up the scoundrel's dark secrets online, dissecting his reputation mercilessly. She cultivates vast fields of crops with her spiritual energy, gaining control over the city's water and electricity. Wearing future combat armor, she slaughters foes and overlooks the apocalypse from her fortress. The moment of revenge, a storm of blood and gore. Enemies encircling her? Reduced to ashes. A devil's base? Flattened. The organization behind the scenes? Ground to dust. Core satisfaction, igniting the apocalypse. Starting off by devouring a villa, her space expands exponentially. With resources worth billions at her disposal, she strides confidently through the apocalypse. A construction fanatic, she forges a utopia amidst the ruins. The vengeful goddess, slapping the scoundrel's face with madness. In this lifetime, she devours villas and explodes her space, hoarding resources. *** Chapter 1. Rebirth and the Arrival of Space. ***. Ugh. A ragged cloth soaked in oil chokes her throat. The rusty taste of blood explodes in her mouth as she struggles and gasps, her cries crushed into bloody foam. Her fiancé, Fan Qingqi, remains expressionless, raising the blade once more. Sizzle. The cold steel glides over her broken body, sending forth a spray of warm blood. Excruciating pain shatters her senses, leaving only the bone-chilling cold seeping into her marrow. Brother Qingqi, look, her wounds are festering. Li Weishi pouts, pinching her nose in disgust, her manicured hand fanning the air. My black princess would find it dirty. We should have acted sooner. Now this half of her leg is rotting. A green-eyed black cat meows nearby, its black collar gleaming coldly. Even dogs wouldn't touch that rotten meat. Isn't it your fault, you little rascal? Fan Qingqi glances indulgently at Li Weishi. He carelessly flicks the bloodied blade into a waste bin. Must we wait until that calamity has devoured her completely before dealing with this garbage? Are you satisfied now? The dark red blood splatters onto Mu Yuyang's neck, veins bulging. Yet Fan Qingqi has already turned to embrace Li Weishi, smiling tenderly. All right, the filth is cleaned up. How do you wish to celebrate tonight, my princesses? In the midst of icy pain, Mu Yuyang's consciousness drifts, suddenly torn by the bloodied sight in the corner. That stained camouflage jacket. Yuliang's coat. The calamity Fan Qingqi mentioned. Is Yuliang. Memories that do not belong to her stab into her mind. Mu Yuliang, bloodied, dragged into this place. Li Weishi's stiletto heels trample his struggling hands. A bloodied sister breaks amidst the shards of glass. Beasts. The cloth fails to muffle her roar. He saved your entire family dozens of times. Crack. The sound of her left arm fracturing pierces through the numbness. The mechanical watch on Fan Qingqi's wrist glints suddenly. It was the coming-of-age gift from her father on Mu Yuliang's 18th birthday. The watch face reflects her bloodied eyes, reminiscent of her parents' unblinking gaze in the car accident. Li Weishi suddenly leans down, the scent of expired perfume mingling with blood wafting toward her. I forgot to tell you, your precious brother has really tough bones. We broke 3 of his ribs to finally silence him. She scans Mu Yuyang's mutilated form, grinning cruelly. As for your father, he was still calling out Yuyang before he died. It was so annoying. I held on to Qingqi, using shards of glass to help him. Be quiet. TSK. That blood spray was even prettier than fireworks. Boom. Mu Yuyang feels as if struck by lightning. Her nearly dissipating pupils suddenly constrict. Her temples throb violently. Deep within her consciousness, a fire surges from her spine to her brain. It scorches her nerves, her crimson eyes. It burns every inch of her skin filled with heart-wrenching hatred. And it sears her mind.
Boom.
Her mind explodes with a deafening sound. She sees the rotting wounds emanating an eerie glow. She hears Fan Qingqi scream twist into a ghostly wail. She glimpses Li Weixi's face engulfed by the suddenly erupting white light. Her final shred of consciousness transforms into a blood-crying curse. If there is a next life. Ding dong. The doorbell rings like thunder. Mu Yuyang sits up abruptly. Her head pounds. Tears still cling to the corners of her eyes, her palms marked by deep nail imprints, her silk nightgown soaked in cold sweat. She hastily touches her right leg. The wound that should have rotted to the bone is now smooth as ever. The digital clock beside her bed blinks, the scarlet numbers stabbing her vision. November 1st, 2033, 6:53 a.m. Outside, a violent wind howls with grit, ominously swirling. The spots on the sun's surface spread like rot. It is a precursor to a geomagnetic storm. Geomagnetic storm? 10 days before the outbreak of the zombie virus. She lunges for her phone, the screen suddenly illuminating. It is the screensaver set by Mu Yuliang. The siblings are frolicking in an amusement park, laughter carefree. The date displayed prominently reads November 1, 2033. Joy and agony seize her heart simultaneously. The cashmere blanket slips, knocking over a mug adorned with their family photo. Gazing at her parents' warm smiles on the mug, Mu Yuyang chokes out, "Mom."
Dad, I'm sorry.
"It's my fault, Yuyang."
No, wait.
A frenzied thought breaks through the sorrow. 2033. Yuliang. Yuliang is still alive. Trembling fingers tap thrice, finally opening the pinned message. Mu Yuliang's voice pops up, bright and youthful. "Sister, I'm in special training at Yulong Snow Mountain this week. There are lots of jade-like stones at the summit, sparkling. I'll bring one back for you when training ends. It's Yuliang. He is truly alive." She looks towards her parents' smiling faces on the mug, fire igniting in her reddened eyes. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I will not only seek vengeance in this life, but I will also ensure Yuliang lives well. We will reclaim everything they owe us, with interest." Taking a deep breath, she dials Mu Yuliang's number. Mu Yuliang is attending military school in the capital, and they spoke nearly every day before the apocalypse. "The number you dialed is currently powered off." The cold mechanical voice seeps from the receiver. She shakes her still throbbing head, suddenly recalling. No phones allowed during military training. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rings incessantly, like a death knell. Mu Yuyang pulls back the curtains. Downstairs, two familiar faces crash into her vision. Fan Likong tugs at his wig impatiently. Li Chuiying, with her crocodile skin bag, stands with her arms crossed, a look of disgust on her face. Images from her previous life flood into her mind as they crouch beside a moldy can, scoffing. "Is this all the food you have? You two calamities must be hiding something." They lean in and whisper to Fan Qingqi, "Though it was to save you that she got hurt, that leg is a burden now. You should dispose of it quickly."
Bang, bang, bang.
The door shakes with loud thuds. Li Chuiying's furious shouts pierce through the door. "Mu Yuyang. If you don't open up, I'll smash your doghouse. Don't push your luck." Mu Yuyang clenches her fists, nails digging into her flesh. "In this life, let me become your demon."
Ding.
Versatile space binding successful, loading. The mechanical voice suddenly erupts in her mind.
Mu Yuyang's pupils quake.
The shouts of the fan couple outside become distorted as a wave of searing energy explodes from her mind, instantly engulfing her limbs. Asterisk asterisk Chapter 2. Space activation. Countdown begins asterisk asterisk. This energy. Mu Yuyang abruptly covers her mind, her heart pounding like a drum. Space? Versatile space?
Suddenly.
Binding successful? Am I opening a cheat before the apocalypse arrives?
Bang, bang.
Bang. The sound of a violent banging on the door, mixed with sharp curses, burst into the room. "You little wretch. So, you think you can ignore me, huh? Qingqi is on his way. Let's see how he deals with you." Mu Yuyang shuddered, her thoughts yanked back to reality. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as a sudden plan formed in her mind. Dressed impeccably, she made her way to the first floor, ravenously stuffing her mouth with various foods, cookies, cakes, yogurt, chocolates, grapes, apples, pecans. The suppressed appetite of 6 years was finally satiated, and her headache eased slightly. Only when her stomach could hold no more did she contentedly put down the fragrant animal milk cake. She leisurely glanced at the surveillance footage. The door had been slammed against repeatedly, no less than 100 times. This little wretch. Why won't she open the door after all this time? She must be dead inside. Li Chuiying was already at her wit's end. tugging at Fan Li Kong while cursing, "Get that thick branch instead. Why are we waiting around to die?" Fan Li Kong trembled as he took the branch, timidly reminding, "Today is Cheng Yan's engagement day. Perhaps we shouldn't speak such ominous words. Less talking. Hurry it up." Li Chuiying ran her manicured fingers through her hair, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. "I don't know what the He family is thinking. They refuse to help with your project unless this villa is included as a bride price. It's all your fault. The project is short on funds, and you're still clamoring to close it. I've had enough of cleaning up your mess every single day. If it weren't for the money, who would serve you? Are you even capable? If not, keep banging on the door. What are you stalling for?"
Oh.
Fan Li Kong shrank back under her scolding. Just as he was gathering his strength to crash into the door, Mu Yuyang's gaze turned icy, and she timely pressed the button to open the courtyard door.
Click.
The courtyard door swung open unexpectedly.
Oh my.
Fan Li Kong, who had been poised to ram the door, stumbled in like a door panel. His wig flew 3 feet away. Before he could rise, Mu Yuyang's clear voice echoed from the entrance. "What's all this commotion so early in the morning?" Li Chuiying jumped in anger. "What took you so long to open the door? What unspeakable deeds are you hiding inside?" Fan Li Kong hurriedly pulled her back. "Don't forget today's task." "What are you afraid of?" Li Chuiying shot a sideways glance at Mu Yuyang. "This little girl dreams of marrying into the Fan family. What's wrong with me saying a couple of words? Besides, once she's married, she'll be waking up early to make breakfast, serve the elderly, take care of her husband, and rush off to work. When will she have time for a lion? Once she has children, she'll have to wake up even earlier. I'm teaching her to follow the rules." As she spoke, she reached out to push Mu Yuyang aside. "Step aside. Don't block me from inspecting the house." Mu Yuyang sidestepped her shove, her toes deftly hooking the ground.
Ah!
Li Chuiying fell straight toward the entrance cabinet. Fan Li Kong reached out to catch her, but only grasped at her clothing in a panic. With a loud thud, her forehead collided painfully with the cabinet, blood instantly smearing half her face. Fan Li Kong rushed to help her, but she jumped up in pain, cursing Mu Yuyang. "Are you trying to kill me?"
Ah!
Mu Yuyang feigned concern. "How careless of you. If this cabinet gets damaged, it will affect the house's value." As she spoke, she disdainfully wiped away the barely noticeable bloodstain on the cabinet. Fan Li Kong's hand, which was trying to wipe Li Chuiying's face with a handkerchief, abruptly stiffened. "You want to sell this house?"
What?
"Sell the house." Li Chuiying, forgetting her bleeding forehead and dizzy head, stood up abruptly, holding on to Fan Li Kong. "Did you ask Ching Chi? Did you ask us before deciding to sell the house? This house is meant to be Cheng Yan's dowry. You can't just decide this alone."
Indeed, Xiao Yang.
Fan Li Kong said, trying to calm her down with a worried tone. "The He family, Cheng Yan's in-laws, are among the most respectable in Haicheng. The accompanying villa must be of this caliber. Unlike us, we have no demands of you."
No demands.
Li Chuiying interrupted, her tone haughty. "This villa is the demand. If you wish to marry Ching Chi, you must give this villa to Cheng Yan. After marriage, you can live with us in the city center flat. Otherwise, forget about entering the Fan family door."
Ha ha.
Mu Yuyang laughed disdainfully. "Auntie, or rather, this esteemed lady. Have you forgotten that the city center flat is also mine? Your Fan family doesn't even have a nest in Haicheng. Do you even know where the door is?"
Li Chuiying stared in disbelief. Mu Yang.
"Have you lost your mind? If it weren't for you begging daily, do you think I would want someone like you, a jinx who brings death to her parents? You dare ask for a villa and act as if you're entitled." She raised her hand to slap her. "So you think you can get away with this?" The hand raised high was suddenly caught without hesitation by another delicate, fair hand. "A jinx that brings death to her parents?" Mu Yuyang's icy gaze bore into Li Chuiying, her pupils suddenly filled with murderous intent. "It was your son who caused my parents' demise. He even fed Yuliang, who has saved you multiple times, to the cats." Anger, grievance, and resentment surged through her, each cell in her body vibrating with rage. She gritted her teeth, gripping Li Chuiying's arm, her tone icy. "I was too accommodating to you all before, living in my flat while still coveting my villa. Where do you two ungrateful wolves get the audacity?" Li Chuiying shrieked in pain, retracting her hand, while Fan Li Kong recoiled in fear.
You. Li Chuiying stumblat.
"What do you mean, you old hag?" Mu Yuyang brushed her hand away, her gaze fierce. "Market price is 15 million, limited time offer at 10 million. Buy it or get lost. Loading multifunctional space successful, officially starting in 5 minutes. A mechanical voice echoed ominously. A countdown suddenly appeared in Mu Yuyang's mind. 4 minutes 59 seconds. The air thickened. Fan Likong froze. Did I use exactly 10 million? Does she know something? Li Chuiying pointed at Mu Yuyang, trembling. This wretch. Is she possessed or something? You really are asking for too much. A woman's voice pierced from outside the door. Chapter 3. Treading on the Scoundrel. A forceful increase in price. The trio turned towards the source of the sound and beheld two familiar faces, Fan Qingqi and his sister. Fan Qingyan. Dressed in a bespoke high-end suit from Mu Yuyang, Fan Qingqi's polished shoes gleamed, yet his face was marred by impatience. Fan Qingyan, adorned with a designer handbag and diamond stud earrings that sparkled under the light, cast a glance filled with disdain towards Mu Yuyang. Smirking with derision, I was wondering who was making a scene here. It's just my not-yet-in-law, daring to demand 10 million? How absurd. As she spoke, Fan Qingyan disregarded Mu Yuyang entirely and wandered around the living room, appraising the decor. Tsk, this crystal chandelier, this genuine leather sofa, must be quite valuable. Oh dear. You've arrived so early. Li Chuiying approached with concern. Didn't I tell you? A girl needs her beauty sleep to look her best. You're meeting your future in-laws today. It's fine, Mom. Fan Qingyan was absorbed in the luxurious decor, expressing her satisfaction. This villa is indeed impressive. No wonder Le Hao's parents chose this place. If they knew we were using this villa as a dowry, they would be thrilled. By the way, she lowered her voice. Once Dada's project is secure and the stocks yield a fortune, remind him to return my dowry, okay? Of course. However, as Li Chuiying touched the wound on her forehead and the bruises on her hand, she hesitated to respond. Fan Qingyan, finally noticing her mother's injury, exclaimed, Wait, Mom. What happened to your forehead? There's blood on your face. Fan Qingqi also noticed, his expression turning to one of concern. Li Chuiying wiped away non-existent tears. Indignantly recounting, it was Qingqi's future wife. She not only tripped me, but also tried to hit me.
Yuyang.
Fan Qingqi furrowed his brow. Stepping forward to confront Mu Yuyang. Our parents just borrowed a house, and you're demanding an exorbitant price while inflicting injury? Look, you're drawing blood. This is too much. In her previous life, the inexplicably lovesick Mu Yuyang would have felt guilt and apologized by now. But in this moment, Fan Qingqi's words echoed in her ears. Yuyang, meeting you made me lose the capacity to love anyone else.
Yuyang.
If it weren't for our family relying on your money in times of need, who would flatter a foolish canary like you? Yuyang, being able to love you is the greatest fortune of my life. I will protect you with my life.
Yuyang.
Do you even realize how crude you are when slaying zombies? Visions from her past surged forth, a blade cutting through her brother's chest, blood splattering on the Mu family's walls, her father curled on the ground, shards of glass embedded in his abdomen. Blood stained the custom suit she had gifted Fan Qingqi. Raising her gaze, a frigid light glinted in her eyes. Borrow a house. Is it like Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou? A loan without return. You wish to use our villa as a dowry without any money. What pretentiousness is this, pretending to be grand? Aren't you exhausted?
Furthermore, slap.
Mu Yuyang's hand struck Fan Qingqi's face with such force that he stumbled, crashing to the floor. Your mother tried to hit me, and then accused me first?
Ha.
Her eyes glinted frostily. Tell that old witch this is what hitting looks like. The three members of the Fan family rushed towards Fan Qingqi, their faces frozen in horror. Have you lost your mind? Fan Qingyan pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Yuyang. Willing to lend you the house is already a favor. What madness is this? Fan Qingqi, cradling his reddened face, stared at Mu Yuyang in disbelief. Is this still the Mu Yuyang who is so enamored with me? Has she truly lost her mind?
No.
I cannot lose this cash cow. 11 million. Mu Yuyang, uninterested in wasting time, raised her bid directly.
Yuyang.
Fan Qingqi tightened his fists, then relaxed. He stood up, raising his voice. If you continue like this, I will ignore you. Mu Yuyang rolled her eyes internally. Oh, dear. Ignoring me? How terrifying. Then let us raise it to 10. 5 million. She lifted her gaze, smirking, her tone icy. Fan Qingqi, thoroughly bewildered. Even this tactic has failed? Tentatively, he reached toward Mu Yuyang's head, but before his fingers could brush her hair, he recoiled at the murderous intent in her eyes. The smile on his face froze. Yet it was too late. Mu Yuyang seized his trembling hand and twisted it. Fan Qingqi stumbled to the ground, his body thudding against the floor. Mu Yuyang's right foot came down heavily on his hand. A fierce glint of murder radiated from her gaze.
Ah!
Fan Qingqi howled in pain. Murder! Murder! The vengeful woman is killing her husband.
Li Qing jumped in fright.
Grabbing a nearby exquisite vase, she lunged at Mu Yuyang. I'll fight you.
Mu Yuyang nimblidad. Tripping Li Qing. Ah!
Li Chuiying screamed as she fell towards Fan Qingqi. The vase crashed against his back. The two writhed in pain on the ground. Fan Qingyan and Fan Likong were startled, rushing to assist. 8 million. Mu Yuyang coldly observed, continuing to raise her bid. Stop adding. Fan Qingyan gritted her teeth. 1 million is 1 million. She hastily pulled out a golden bank card and thrust it forward. There's exactly 1 million in here. Just tell me when the transfer can be made. Li Chuiying glared at the bank card, seething with rage, wishing to tear Mu Yuyang's face apart. Sensing Li Chuiying's fiery gaze, Mu Yuyang tossed the card at her face. 8 million. Not a penny less. The bank card clattered to the ground, striking Li Chuiying painfully, causing her to tremble with anger. Fine. 8 million it is. Fan Qingyan covered her mother's mouth. Retrieving the card to hand it back. It'll be in your account within 3 days. Is that satisfactory? Mu Yuyang did not accept the card, placing her hands on her hips, mimicking Fan Qingyan's tone to retort. Can't you transfer with a large online banking account? Do I need to teach you this trivial matter? Did you leave your brain at home? Then, she rolled her eyes at the Fan family, disdainfully scolding. If it's not in your account within 3 minutes, then get lost. The Fan family stared at her, as if seeing a living ghost. The youthful visage conveyed a chilling ruthlessness, her demeanor mirroring their own. Mu Yuyang had no time to entertain them, her mind reaching out to the countdown in her memory. This vast whiteness, is this the space? 9 as the countdown neared its conclusion. The pain in her head vanished. What replaced it was an unusual sensation. The previously blank void swiftly solidified, a distinct spatial outline forming abruptly. Is your head no longer aching? It seems the discomfort was due to loading the space. 76 million has been transferred to your account. Fan Qingyan anxiously checked her family's balance, realizing it was nearly empty. In an instant, her heart felt like it was being torn asunder. She resentfully inquired. With only 40,000 left, it will arrive today, right? 2-1.
Beep.
The versatile space is officially activated. Within 66 minutes. For every item consumed worth 100 yuan, 1 space will be rewarded. Chapter 4. Illusion conceals reality. Is this a living nightmare? 66 minutes? Such a fortuitous number. Special items trigger hidden rewards. Upgrades will unlock new functions. There are hidden rewards, and it can be upgraded? I'll gather whatever I can.
Li Qing whispered.
Fearful that Mu Yuyang might raise her price again. This house, including the furniture, is worth at least 15 million, and that little wretch has grossly underestimated it. We must acquire it. Countdown. 65 minutes and 59 seconds. All right. Mu Yuyang waved her hand, urging them to leave. Quickly gather the remaining 40,000. Contact me once you have it. Li Chuiying wanted to say more about the transfer, but with a bang, Mu Yuyang shoved the 4 out the door, slamming it shut. Space, I want a vast space. Her hand shot toward the entryway screen. Let us try this first.
Beep.
Detected entryway screen. Valued at 19,888 yuan. Reward, 198. Detecting a jade pendant. Valued at 5,700 yuan. Reward, 57. Instantly, a spacious area of over 200 square meters materialized in Mu Yuyang's mind. Her hand trembled slightly. Was it really that easy to store? This space has no height restrictions? Quickly, let us store more. Detected dining chair. Detected dining table. Valued at 149,999 yuan. Reward, 499. She raised an eyebrow. This dining table appears rather understated, yet it is worth over 100,000. Detected sideboard. Detected cake. Valued at 108 yuan. Cake? She suddenly realized. I still want to continue eating later. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the cake unexpectedly appeared in her palm. Her eyes sparkled. Storing items in this space not only grants rewards in usable area, but also allows for immediate retrieval. This feature is quite impressive. Mu Yuyang became more efficient. Even the nearly depleted facial cleanser was not spared. Detected facial cleanser, valued at 208 yuan. Such a small amount still holds a purchase value? This space is rather accommodating. If only I could collect in bulk. As soon as she thought this, the sink was suddenly emptied. Daily necessities consumed, reward, 58. Can it even read minds? Detected smart toilet, valued at 300 yuan. Mu Yuyang's eyes gleamed once more. Even a toilet can be stored? What about these tiles? Detected tiles, detected glass cabinet, detected special items, 12 military medals. The moment the medals entered the space, fragments of memories from a virtual battlefield erupted. Her uncle's tactical commands echoed in her ears. Beware of the 3 o'clock direction. Instinctively, she rolled to evade, as a virtual grenade detonated nearby, sending a wave of heat towards her.
Tactical reflexes. Ting, boom, boom, boom.
The deafening explosions erupted, causing Mu Yuyang's temples to throb violently. She suddenly recalled her missing uncle, who had always cared for her deeply, yet was exceptionally strict during self-defense training. The background noise of his last phone call was filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. In this lifetime, will we meet again? The familiar mechanical voice continued. Triggered hidden reward for combat readiness. Reward 10,000 ultra-realistic virtual battlefield. Unlocks at level 30 of the versatile space. Is there truly a hidden reward? This ultra-realistic virtual battlefield, is it akin to the miraculous training ground my uncle took me to on my coming-of-age day? Why must I reach level 30 to unlock it? Can this versatile space even level up to 30? The countdown continued. Mu Yuyang shook her head and sprinted onward. Detected 489 egg-shaped toys, valued at 700 yuan. Her steps abruptly halted. 489? Since I started liking these egg toys, have my parents' brother and Uncle Nan collected 489 uniquely shaped ones for me? Feeling a wave of emotion, she quickly regained her focus. Gritting her teeth to continue running. Detected wall fabric. Detected wall lamp. As the villa transformed into a shell, Mu Yuyang displayed a hint of satisfaction. Wait a moment. Her gaze fell upon the engagement ring on her left hand. Detected zircon ring, valued at 99 yuan.
Bah!
Mu Yuyang spat vehemently. The engagement ring I cherished in my past life was merely made of zircon? Truly disgusting, just like that despicable Fan Qingqi. Countdown. 35 minutes and 48 seconds. Her eyes darted around, rushing towards the garage. As her finger grazed the garage door button, she noticed the height marks beside the door. Next to the marks were her mother's elegant handwriting. Xiaoyang's 5th birthday, Xiaoyang's 6th birthday. As her fingertips brushed over the marks, her mother's laughter echoed faintly. Our Xiaoyang is a happy princess. Mom. Yuliang wants to eat more and grow tall to protect his sister, the princess. Those marks were traces of her shared life with her family. Mu Yuyang felt a pang of reluctance. If only I could take the entire villa with me. Detected complete building, consuming 50 space energy to absorb, triggering geological collapse warning. Confirm? What is space energy? Geological collapse warning? A glance at the countdown made her decide. Forget it, there's no time to ponder. She confirmed without hesitation. Absorption complete. Reward, 139,000.
Mu Yuyang exclaimed.
Gazing at the empty plot of land, disbelief washed over her. Had I known it would be like this, why did I waste half an hour collecting furniture? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and blood trickled from her nose. Mu Yuyang wiped her nose in exasperation. Is this the cost of consuming space energy or my own?
Right.
She shook off her daze and looked around. Although there was no surveillance directly facing the villa, its sudden disappearance could attract trouble. If only I could create a fake. As that thought settled, a phantom image of the villa suddenly materialized over the previously barren land. Holographic particles swirled around, and the image gradually became indistinguishable from the real thing.
Warning.
Space energy below 30. Holographic projection of the building is temporarily disabled. Is it that fragile? She reached out to touch the phantom, her pupils slightly trembling. This holographic projection appears quite realistic. It has a miraculous quality. I wonder how long it can last. Current space level low. The projection can only sustain for 1 hour. 1 hour is sufficient. I need to hurry. The engine roared as the off-road vehicle sped out of the Tianyuan villa area. The night shift security guard rubbed his eyes, staring at the direction of the villa, muttering to himself. What on earth? Did I just see that villa shake, disappearing and reappearing out of nowhere? Just as he prepared to approach for a closer look, A shadow suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 5, triggering hidden rewards again. Team leader who?
Good evening.
The security guard greeted, eager to report the villa's anomaly. But the night shift captain, who Donan, interrupted first. The news says that geomagnetic storms can cause drowsiness, confusion, and hallucinations. Your eyes are as red as a rabbit's. You should go get some rest. Geomagnetic storm? Although the guard was unfamiliar with the term, he certainly felt sleepy, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. It must be the geomagnetic storm causing this. I'll catch up on sleep right away. I've been seeing hallucinations. Thank you for the reminder, Captain. Goodbye, Captain. Once the guard was far off, Hudonan gazed intently at the direction of Mu Yuyang's villa, his expression grave. I must promptly erase the nearby surveillance footage. In the shadow of the corner, a green-eyed black cat, wearing a black collar, blinked its eyes and silently leapt onto a luxurious black sedan. Emergency alert! A G4 level geomagnetic storm is approaching. The electrical and communication systems have sounded alarms. A level 4 geomagnetic storm has arrived, with experts analyzing its potential impacts and countermeasures. Amid the frenzy of mobile notifications about the geomagnetic storm, Mu Yuyang pressed the accelerator to the floor. She knew well that this geomagnetic storm would have little effect.
Wait.
Mu Yuyang's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Wasn't he the geomagnetic storm in my previous life, level 3? How did it become level 4? Never mind.
Let us not dwell on that.
She shook off her doubts. It's more important to focus on the task at hand. The most crucial matter now was to rush to the large flat in the city center and consume everything. The journey from Tianyuan Villa area would take no more than 15 minutes. The designer bags my mother bought in her lifetime, the antique treasures my father collected, all those valuables snatched away by the Fan family must be transformed into usable space. In this lifetime, she not only aimed to reclaim her parents' inheritance, but also to make them experience what it meant to have nothing. Countdown. 22 minutes and 32 seconds, the doorplate of the Jean Hai Bay flat caught her attention. Mu Yuyang clearly remembered that today the Fan family would accompany Fan Qingyan's fiancé to choose a wedding house.
Even if they were pained by the
76 million. They would never delay this paramount event. Without hesitation, Mu Yuyang kicked the door open and charged inside. After trying and confirming that she couldn't absorb the entire house or collect items from a distance, she immediately took action. As her fingertips grazed her mother's AMS bag, a system notification echoed, announcing the bag's worth of 258,000 yuan, followed by another alert for a bag valued at 422,000 yuan, and yet another for an ancient painting worth 259,900 yuan. The sofa, coffee table, and antique vase vanished at an astonishing pace. The system's chime resonated in her head, and in the blink of an eye, the spacious apartment transformed into a bare shell.
A subtle smell graced Mu Yuyang's lips.
Her eyes gleaming with newfound exhilaration. The countdown displayed 4 minutes and 51 seconds, time to conclude her task. She brushed the dust from her palms, still feeling the lingering heat from the spatial expansion. As the elevator door slid open, a jolt coursed through her veins. The face she yearned to rend apart was right before her, Li Weishi, the venomous mistress concealed in the shadows. In my past life, my parents met a tragic end, and my brother was tortured to death, all orchestrated by this wicked woman. Mu Yuyang thought, her teeth clenched, the metallic taste of blood exploding in her mouth. In the next instant, her gaze darted to the elevator's surveillance camera. The screen flickered with static for 5 seconds, and she suppressed her murderous intent, reminding herself to adhere to the plan. I will ensure she and the Fan family experience a life worse than death.
Li Weishi.
Though her eyes betrayed a flicker of unease, feigned calmness as she pressed the elevator button, Mu Yuyang let out a cold laugh, allowing the doors to close before dashing into the stairwell. In the unmonitored stairway, she ascended 2 flights with urgency. Reaching the door of 2302, her heart raced. In her previous life, the property management had inquired if she wished to pay the fees for 2302 when she came to settle her own. The implication had eluded her then. She'd been too obsessed and blind to see the signs. Was I truly that deluded in my past life? She mused, questioning how she had become so inexplicably ensnared. With a countdown of 3 minutes and 43 seconds, Mu Yuyang forcefully grasped the doorknob, only to find Li Weishi's security door inexplicably vanished. Security door detected, valued at 780 yuan. She slipped into the room, swiftly reattaching the door. Her eyes sparkled with icy determination. Let the plundering commence. The system chimed with alerts. Shoe cabinet detected, dining table detected, comb detected. The moment she seized Li Weixi's comb, a chilling venom pierced her mind. Her mother and Li Weixi's mother were sisters. Why should Li Weiqi be adorned with a splendid diamond necklace at her coming-of-age ceremony, while she rummaged through discarded hairpins like a rat in a gutter? Why was she ensnared by the likes of Fan Qingqi, while others scrambled to clean up her mess? Why did she have to hide in the shadows, waiting for her father to finish work just to utter the word father? The sharp cries of injustice reverberated within her skull. This is unfair. I want her diamond necklace shattered beneath my feet. I demand her parents' affection turn into lashes upon her back. I want Fan Qingqi to embrace me while she kneels in the rain, begging for mercy. I will trample her into the mud. Laughter echoed in her mind, twisted and malicious. Yes, my darling daughter. It must be so. You shall tread upon both her and her mother, burying them in the mire.
Mu Yuyang shuddered.
Her fingertips turning icy. So, she is the illegitimate daughter of my aunt, Chu Lemon. Memories sliced through her consciousness, her grandmother discovering an abandoned infant beside a trash bin during a market trip. The child bore a resemblance to her mother in her youth. And the family had cherished her dearly, raising her as their own. They had sent her to the finest schools, even dividing their mother-esque dowry jewelry to share with her. Little did they know, this beloved sister, cradled in their hands, would seduce a wealthy businessman at their mother-esque wedding and flaunt her pregnancy during the most difficult moments of maternal sickness. Despite their fury, her grandparents' words fell on deaf ears, and when the relationship was severed, the woman laughed maniacally. Sister, why should I not have what you possess? If you refuse to give it, I shall ensure my daughter takes it. What gratitude for raising a wolf! Not only ungrateful but instilling a belly full of jealousy in Li Weiqi, prompting her to turn a knife on my family. Neither mother nor daughter possess a shred of humanity. Mu Yuyang's nails dug into her palm.
Li Weiqi.
And you, heartless mother, you reveled in my family's ruin. I shall make your sorrow equally profound. The pain you inflicted upon my family, I will return 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I will reduce everything you hold dear into mere dust, mingled with your tears. With a flash of determination, she resumed her frenzied consumption. Storage cabinet detected, handbag detected, ding. Wealthy Fuishushin stone detected, triggering hidden reward. Reward, 1,000,000. One opportunity for a spatial upgrade. Mu Yuyang felt bewildered.
What?
The Fuishushin stone isn't categorized under leaf wax stone or kaolinite. What is this wealthy type? Her confusion was met with a relentless stream of system notifications. Jade bracelet detected. Valued at 198,000 yuan. The countdown dwindled to 2 seconds, then 1. Countdown complete. Spatial operation panel officially activated. A pale blue light curtain unfurled before her, revealing Chapter 6, The Enigmatic Cat Gifts a Bullet, Breaking Spatial Boundaries? Space Management System, Remaining Energy, 29. High Energy Function Holographic Projection Building Instant Retrieval Disabled. Upgrading will recharge automatically. Core Space, LV0, 2. 3 million can be folded. Space Retention, Single Duration 1 hour, Cooldown, 24 hours. Holographic Disguise, Duration 1 hour, Cooldown, 24 hours. Hidden Feature, 10. 000 Hyperrealistic Virtual Battlefields, Loading Progress, 1 Upgrade Opportunities, 1 Click to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? This technology is quite remarkable. An upgrade requires energy? I must use it sparingly in the future? Space Retention, does that mean one can briefly enter it? Wait, where is the Fuishushin stone? As she marveled at the pale blue display, Mu Yuyang began rummaging through the storage cabinet. Where did that Fuishushin stone, which triggered the hidden reward, go? What is happening? Did the space consume it? A reward of 1 million for a single stone? And an upgrade opportunity. In that instant, as her fingertips grazed the surface of the cabinet, she was enveloped by the space. Observing the expanding villa and neatly arranged items, Mu Yuyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, space retention is indeed real. The countdown began anew. 0:59, 57. But this retention time is far too brief. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a note on the empty shelf of the storage cabinet. Item, Fuishushin stone, donor, Fan Qingqi, estimated value, 350,000 yuan. Evaluation date, October 19th, 2030. Suddenly, her father's voice echoed in her mind. Yuyang, do not trust Fan Qingqi. Like a fleeting illusion, the voice vanished.
Mu Yuyang paused.
Recalling that the yellow Fuishishan stone had been her father's collection during his lifetime. She picked up a handbag that appeared somewhat familiar, and indeed, beneath it lay another note. Item. Alex handbag, donor, Fan Qingqi, estimated value. 2.05 million yuan, evaluation date, December 20th, 2030. Her mother's voice flitted through her thoughts like a phantom. Live on with your brother. Mu Yuyang's heart tightened as she recognized this as her mother's most cherished bag. Amidst the array of gifts, she scoffed coldly. Fan Qingqi has certainly borrowed flowers to offer Buddha. How could I have been so oblivious in my past life? Picking up several unfamiliar pieces of jewelry, she discovered that the storage cabinet contained not only gifts from Fan Qingqi, but also numerous offerings from other men. Some of the newly released bags bore appraisal dates that coincided with those given by Fan Qingqi. So, Fan Qingqi has been toiling away. Merely a fish in Li Weixi's pond? I don't care, she exclaimed, startled. The voice of Li Weishi echoed from the spatial realm. You must get me a new bag. Otherwise, Suddenly, with a crash, her recently collected package, her phone, and the security door that Mu Yuyang had carelessly placed back, all tumbled to the ground. Hello? What happened, darling? Fan Qingqi asked urgently over the phone. Li Weishi gazed at the empty living room, her legs weakening. Oh no, my darling! She leaned against the wall, staggering towards the storage cabinet. But alas, not only was her darling missing, but she couldn't even catch a glimpse of the cabinet. A pang of despair struck her heart. She collapsed onto the floor. Where's my darling? Where is my darling? Suddenly, hope flickered in her eyes. Call the police. Yes, call the police. Right now. Fan Qingqi hurriedly interjected. You can't call the police. The rent and appliances are all on Mu Yuyang's credit card. The rental contract is in your name. If the police come, we won't be able to hide our affairs. I don't care. Li Weishi cried out. I have saved up for so long. And now it's all gone. How can I not report it? Besides, she sold her house to your sister. Why are you still holding on to her? Do you have real feelings for her? How could that be, darling? Fan Qingqi soothed. She's just a foolish girl easily deceived for her money. My heart belongs only to you. Besides, she has stocks in the Rongguang group. Oh, how valuable those stocks must be. If we could deceive her into handing them over, wouldn't our lives be even more splendid? Mu Yuyang, overhearing the conversation, chuckled coldly. So, not only am I supporting a scumbag, but I am also providing for his woman. And the only reason he endures such humiliation is that his parents' inheritance has yet to be fully exploited. She glanced at the rental contract. A glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. I had planned to make my move on the last day. Woo woo woo.
Libashi bailat.
You'll have to compensate me for so many bags. Seeing Mu Yuyang emerge from the bedroom, Li Weishi screamed in terror. You, what are you doing in my house? Ignoring her, Mu Yuyang dialed Hu Donan's number. Hello, is this 110? My mother's belongings have been stolen, and the suspect is still at the scene. Li Weishi lunged for the contract. Give me back the contract. The familiar scent of perfume enveloped Mu Yuyang. A searing pain flashed through her mind as she recalled the slicing of a blade. She swiftly sidestepped, delivering a fierce knee strike.
Bang!
Li Weishi was sent flying. Mu Yuyang's voice turned icy. You may pilfer trash, but nothing else shall you covet. Li Weishi crashed heavily to the ground, her once exquisite face now flushed with pain, anger, and distress. Her fingers brushed against a small knife hidden under the carpet. She seized it and lunged at Mu Yuyang. You vile creature. I will kill you. Mu Yuyang seized Li Weishi's wrist, twisting it with force. Crack. As her joints screamed in agony, the knife's blade turned towards Li Weishi's face. My face. My face. Blood splattered onto the blade, and Li Weishi's piercing scream resonated through the room. With a stony expression, Mu Yuyang continued to twist her fingers.
Snap.
The sound of broken bones echoed. Clatter. The knife clattered to the ground. Mu Yuyang regarded her with cold disdain, devoid of any compassion. You dare to ambush me? Do you think the self-defense techniques my uncle taught me are mere decorations? Do you think my struggles over the years were just a game? My hand. My hand. Li Weishi shrieked in despair. Mu Yuyang. You foolish canary. You foolish ATM. Suddenly, a flash of green light flickered in her eyes. Despite the excruciating pain, She reached into her blood-stained pocket and retrieved a small black bomb. Her frenzied visage reflected the cold glow of the bomb's casing. A gift from a green-eyed black cat just moments ago. Though she had never seen it before, it felt eerily familiar. The cat's emerald eyes glimmered with a sinister intent. Press the button, and everything within 100 meters will cease to exist. You dare mar my beauty and sever my fingers. Let's descend into hell together. Li Weishi howled, preparing to ignite the bomb with her mouth. Mu Yuyang reached out to snatch it away. Her fingertips barely grazed the bomb's surface when a mechanical voice blared in her mind. High-energy explosive detected. Activating protective mode. At that instant, the bomb vanished into thin air. Li Weishi's teeth snapped at nothing, her palm instinctively clenched.
Bang!
A muffled thud punctuated the air as her hand was instantly mangled.
Ah! Ah!
A heart-wrenching wail filled the room. Mu Yuyang stood momentarily stunned. You intended to claim this space directly? This space can automatically protect its master. With bloodshot eyes, Li Weishi lunged, but was once again restrained by Mu Yuyang. You didn't want to be human before. Now you've directly transformed into a dog, haven't you? Li Weishi swung her bloodied hand, screaming, You will not have a good end, Mu Yuyang. You have brought me to this state. Brother Qingqi will not let you go. You cursed wretch.
Ha!
Brother Qingqi? A cold sneer escaped Mu Yuyang's throat as her fingers dug into Li Weishi's wrist bone. In the next moment, bang. Li Weishi was forcefully slammed to the ground, the chill of the tiles penetrating her back. Before she could catch her breath, Mu Yuyang's foot pressed down upon her chest. You too. Her voice dripped with ice. None shall escape. Li Weishi met her gaze, those eyes brimming with murderous intent, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. The green light in her eyes flickered out abruptly, and Li Weishi felt a constricting sensation in her throat, her heart racing, her hairs standing on end. All her curses got lodged in her throat. Yuyang, Mu Yuyang. Fan Qingqi's voice erupted from the phone. This is a misunderstanding. Don't harm the innocent. Innocent? Mu Yuyang picked up her phone, coldly laughing as she crushed the words on her tongue. A pair of scoundrels, with damning evidence, do not defile the word innocent. However, there is indeed a misunderstanding between us. It was I who led you to believe that borrowing my money could be done without repayment. Fan Qingqi stammered, No. That's not it? Yuyang, what do you mean? Foolish scumbag, pay me back. Mu Yuyang hung up decisively. She pulled out her own phone and pretended to take a few pictures of Li Weishi's phone. Then, she casually tossed Li Weishi's phone to the ground.
Bang!
The screen shattered like a spider web, shards of glass scattering at Li Weishi's feet. She recoiled, curling her toes, biting her lip, afraid to breathe. Terrified that this demon-like woman would crush her chest in the next moment. Mu Yuyang paid her no mind. Her fingers swiftly gliding over her phone, reporting the credit card in Fan Qingqi's possession as lost. If I let you benefit from me even a fraction more, it would be a waste of my rebirth. She retrieved the blank IOU from Fan Qingqi. In my past life, when he feigned writing an IOU, I genuinely thought he had some integrity. Now, reflecting upon it, anyone plucked off the street wouldn't be fooled by such garbage. Packing the IOU, transaction details, and other evidence, she sent them to her father's most trusted lawyer, Bai Yuli. In the note, engage the most ruthless debt collection agency, pursuing the debts at the highest legal interest rate. Do not harbor any concerns.
Li Weishi regarded Mu Yuyang's etsy profile.
Her neck prickling with fear. This is not the love-struck girl from before. She is clearly a vengeful spirit returned from hell. After sending a message to Bai LV, Mu Yuyang swiftly switched to the chat with Hu Donan. Her fingers danced across the screen, and she leisurely glanced at the curled-up Li Weishi, suddenly raising the corners of her mouth. Li Weishi and the Fan family must perish. Before they die, I want them to suffer immensely. A shiver ran through Li Weishi. Her heart filled with dread. Mu Yuyang entered the bathroom and locked the door, her consciousness sinking into the space. She snapped photos of Li Weishi's treasured items and notes one by one, packaging them to send to Fan Qingqi. With the return of the demon, one cannot miss any opportunity for heart-wrenching vengeance. Knock, knock, knock. The doorframe was rapped a few times. In casual attire, Hu Donan and two other officers in uniform stepped through the fallen security door. Officer Hu glanced at the severely injured Li Weishi, feigning ignorance. Who called the police? What happened to you? It was I who called the police, Mu Yuyang interjected, hastily presenting her ID. Her eyes slightly reddened, her expression one of feigned victimhood. She saw me calling for help and tried to kill me to silence me. In my self-defense, I accidentally injured her. Accidentally. Li Weishi wanted to scream. She longed to expose the ruthlessness of Mu Yuyang's earlier demeanor to the world. This woman is blatantly lying. She appears as innocent as a white lotus. But in truth, she is a demon that crawled back from hell. However, upon catching the confident and disdainful glimmer in Mu Yuyang's eyes, Li Weishi suddenly recalled. The house was rented by Fan Qingqi using Mu Yuyang's money and name. I have no right to claim it as my home. Furthermore, those bags could very well be her mother's belongings. Fan Qingqi can't even produce a fake receipt. I am utterly defenseless. If the police take me away, I might end up in prison. Is it truly time to part ways with that person? The guilt and anxiety compelled her to firmly seal her lips. Buzzing. The phone on the ground vibrated violently, the familiar ringtone igniting hope within Li Weishi. Fan Qingqi. He can save me. He is the most likely person to clarify everything. He will definitely rescue me. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. Is there about to be a show? You seem to appreciate those many photos quite quickly.
Li Weishi.
Suppressing the pain, lunged to swipe at the shattered screen, crying out, Qingqi Gich. You shameless wench. You live off me, spend my money, yet you are out there flirting with others. That old man I dropped you off with last time as your lover, ISNT. You are truly despicable. I sacrificed everything for you, that filthy thing. I even dealt with Mu Yuyang, that cash machine. How can you justify your betrayal of my years of devotion? I will make you pay today. Do you hear me?
Fan Shankis Tundarous Rua Shatarat Li Weishi's illusions.
Her face turned ashen, more wretched than if she had consumed excrement. Mu Yuyang observed coldly. Handing the rental contract and phone to Hu Donan, this contract and the photos on the phone should assist you in uncovering the truth. Officer, who, understanding the implication, glanced quickly at the items and raised his voice intentionally. Madam, you are suspected of theft. Please come with us to the station for questioning. On the other end of the line, Fan Qingqi, who was rushing toward Jinhai Bay in a fury, heard the words police station and, fearing being implicated, slammed on the brakes and hung up. The tires screeched loudly against the asphalt. Damn. That cursed wretch. Let her rot in the police station. Damn it. Hello? Qingqi Gich? Qingqi Gich. Li Weishi realized she had been abandoned, instantly rendered dazed, forgetting even the pain of her wounds. Hu Donan did not give her a moment to react. Signaling to the two officers behind him, take her away. The two officers approached Li Weishi directly.
No.
It's not like this. Li Weishi's face was filled with terror. Officer, please let me explain. Any discussions can be held at the station. Hu Donan interrupted, not allowing for rebuttal. The two officers moved in to apprehend her.
Wait.
Chapter 8. Space Ascension. Legendary Reward.
Li Weishi Sudan Li Shouta.
As if making a significant decision. I will go to the police station. But I must warn you, Li Yizhou, the director, is my godfather. He detests my presence at the police station. Surely you understand what that implies? Hu Donan scoffed, signaling to his subordinates. Li Weishi suddenly felt her footing give way. As the two men roughly lifted her, pain shot through her injured hand and face.
Ah.
It hurts. You. She attempted to continue her threats, only to have a foul sock stuffed into her mouth and a mask affixed over her face. Hu Donan brushed off the dust from his hands. His tone indifferent. Director Li has instructed that all connections to authority will receive this treatment. Li Weishi shook her head in disbelief. The officers escorting her exchanged mocking glances, one of them deliberately elevating his voice in derision. The director has mistresses by the dozen. It's rare to see one who thinks so highly of herself.
Li Yizhou.
That name sounds familiar. Perhaps I've heard it in the news, Mu Yuyang reflected, her gaze chilling as she watched Li Weishi being taken away. Don't rush. This farce is only the beginning. Strangely, a fragment of a memory that did not belong to her flashed past, and she murmured, why does this scene feel somewhat familiar? It seems I have witnessed her being taken away more than once. Her peripheral vision caught the tattoo of a skull on Hu Donan's neck, and her pupils trembled violently. The black skull was identical to the one she had seen on the back of the zombie king in her previous life. Uncle Nand is that zombie king. Memories of the past surged suddenly, revealing Hu Donan's history. He was saved by her father from the border before transitioning to business, later becoming her father's bodyguard. On the day of her father's car accident, Hu Donan was lured away. At the funeral, he declared, my life belongs to the Mu family. I am at your service whenever needed. Her father's old comrade, Li Hengcheng, admired him greatly and arranged a decent position for him at the security office of Haiqing Hospital. It was presumed he would enter a semi-retired state, but unexpectedly, he took a part-time job at Tianyuan Villa. He focused on the safety around Mu Yuyang's villa and often used his salary and the pension provided by the Mu family to buy her egg-shaped toys. After the apocalypse, Mu Yuyang had encountered a level 5 zombie king amidst the horde surrounding Haifeng base. Upon locking eyes, the zombie king suddenly turned and led the horde away. At that time, the base's strongest ability user was only level 4. And what should have been a massacre ended bizarrely. Everyone was baffled. Amid her confusion, Mu Yuyang remembered the blood-glowing black skull tattoo behind the zombie king, identical to Hu Donan's. Uncle Nan, Mu Yuyang softly called toward the direction Hu Donan had departed. Just that one utterance made her eyes brim with tears. Another fragment of a memory that did not belong to her flickered in her mind, and she was suddenly struck by a headache. She shook her head to dispel the intrusive thoughts. Is this a normal reaction during the space adaptation period? Or is there another reason? Gathering her composure, she collected all remaining items in the room into the space. As she walked toward the elevator, she initiated a transfer to Hudonan, 10 million. 2 million for the urgent reinforcement of the fake police station and 8 million for procuring food supplies. Although Hudonan was unaware of her motivations, he simply replied with a single word, okay, without further inquiry. As the elevator descended, Mu Yuyang attempted to call Mu Yuliang and her uncle again, but both were off the grid. Yuliang appeared the day before the apocalypse in my previous life. I should have another chance to see him this time. As for my uncle, he may once again become completely unreachable, just like last time. I wonder if they will see my messages? Never mind. The urgent matter is to stockpile as many supplies as possible. At least enough for 3 people. With a fleeting thought, the versatile space erupted in her mind. Is this
So vast?
This area could encompass 1,000 large supermarkets. She gazed into the misty distance and wondered, what is that? Suppressing her confusion, Mu Yuyang approached the car and opened the door, slipping into the back seat adorned with one-way glass. As her thoughts shifted, she found herself transported into a realm of transformation. Deep within the fog, her eyes fixed upon a 2-meter-high stone, its surface faintly tinged with red. How could there be a stone here? Curiosity piqued, she reached out, her fingertips almost grazing its surface, when they met an invisible barrier. What is this?
Mu Yuyang mused.
A bizarre stone appears out of nowhere, and now there's a barrier? Is this for fire prevention, theft deterrence, or is it meant to keep me out? A wave of intangible warmth flowed through the barrier, enveloping her palm in a comforting embrace, as if she were wrapped in a sunlit blanket, the warmth radiating straight to her heart. What a delightful sensation, she exclaimed, stepping back in sudden surprise, her brow furrowing in disbelief. Is this thing trying to be friendly? One upgrade opportunity detected. Would you like to upgrade immediately? A mechanical voice interrupted her thoughts, drawing her focus back. I almost forgot about this, she replied. Of course, let's upgrade. Transformative space is upgrading.
Ding.
Upgrade complete. A pale blue light flooded her mind, accompanied by a metallic voice announcing, energy level 100. Did the upgrade fully recharge? Now, it can be utilized to its fullest. Villa Fortress, defense value 1100, capable of withstanding level 1 zombies, unlocking infinite water and electricity, automatic circulation. Infinite water and electricity. A vision of the apocalypse flickered in her mind, where drinking water was contaminated by zombie carcasses, leaving countless vulnerable individuals afflicted, the water and electricity systems failing in succession. Clean drinking water becoming the most coveted commodity of the end times. She couldn't help but marvel. This space just upgraded and generously provided infinite water and electricity. Space land, spirit black soil, pollution resistance 10, space projection unlocking 1000 reality manifestation. Reality manifestation? It can manifest into reality. Legendary reward, spirit spring well, producing 10 L of water daily, vitality 1, energy 10, upgrade opportunities 0 times, requires absorption of rich microgems for energy. A spirit spring? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Enhancing vitality, restoring energy? This is an extraordinary spirit spring? She dashed to the spirit spring well in front of the villa, eagerly scooping up water to drink. A wave of warmth surged through her body, revitalizing her instantly. Her fatigue vanished, and even her eyesight improved. With renewed clarity and delight, She glanced back at space projection. The duration of stay is limited. I can't hide in the space for too long. However, I can transfer the villa with infinite water and electricity into reality. It seems I need to not only stock up, but also find a defensible location to hide the villa. Mu Yuyang tapped her fingers against her forehead, suddenly lifting her gaze. Chapter 9. The electric network defies odds, encountering the living. I've got it. She abruptly exited the space and took her place in the driver's seat, hastily tying her hair into a high ponytail. The engine roared to life as the SUV surged forward. Her phone rang incessantly. It was Fan Qingqi, in a fit of rage. He was furious over his frozen credit card.
Mu Yuyang.
How dare you report it lost? The message that the call had been rejected echoed, sending Fan Qingqi into a frenzy as he kicked over the coffee table, veins bulging at his temples. With an expressionless face, Mu Yuyang silenced her phone and sped towards her destination. Cherish life. It starts with eliminating the distractions of romance. While refueling, a truck laden with steel suddenly barreled forward. Quick on her feet, Mu Yuyang yanked the fuel nozzle free, stored her vehicle in the space, and sprinted out of the gas station. Just as the truck collided with a fuel dispenser, gasoline erupted like a dragon of fire.
Bang!
The first explosion sent the roof flying. Then came a series of thunderous booms. The fuel tanks ignited in a chain reaction, fireballs hurling the remnants of the gas station into the air. A chill ran down Mu Yuyang's spine as another truck veered sharply and charged at her. She rolled to the side just in time, the truck narrowly missing her as it crashed through the barrier. Leaping to her feet, she rushed to confront the truck driver, demanding answers, only to see the driver, clad in sunglasses, lunging at her with a bottle of alcohol. With a swift kick, she sent the bottle flying and performed a spinning kick that sent the driver crashing into his own truck. The impact knocked him dizzy, and as his sunglasses fell away, his eerie green eyes were revealed. With a flick of her wrist, her short knife gleamed menacingly at his throat.
Who sent you?
The blade pressed lightly against his skin, drawing a thin line of crimson. The man's eyes suddenly returned to normal, but then rolled back in terror as he fainted, collapsing to the ground, the scent of urine wafting through the air.
Controlled?
Mu Yuyang stepped back, her brow furrowing in concern. Is this a control ability? Her mind raced through various possibilities. Fan family? They shouldn't have the capability. My father's previous business rival? They faded away after my father's passing. Could it be? A sudden realization struck her. Am I not the only one who has been reborn? Could someone else have been reborn with abilities? Then, she sensed a searing yet malicious gaze from behind. In a swift motion, she hurled her knife.
Whoosh!
The blade struck true, piercing the shadowy figure lurking above the high-voltage power box. Upon closer inspection, it was a black magpie, now lifeless. The fleeting green glow in its eyes vanished. Mu Yuyang's gaze turned icy. Why does it feel like it wasn't just the bird that was watching me? Was that merely an illusion? She averted her eyes and hopped into her car, speeding away. There might still be a tail. I'll use the small road ahead to draw it out. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow darted away like lightning from behind the power box, disappearing without a trace. Dark blood dripped from the shadow's waist. The black collar around its neck gleamed ominously in the sunlight. After a winding detour, Mu Yuyang confirmed she couldn't shake her pursuer and hurried to her destination. I must secure a safe location quickly. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, her gaze sharpening. From now on, I need to be more cautious when I go out. Whoever is behind this, I will make them pay. 2 hours later, Mu Yuyang arrived at her grandfather's retirement winery, Yunding Winery. She often visited as a child, hiding in the underground cellar while her grandfather searched for her. After his passing, the winery fell into disrepair, but her father had ensured it remained relatively clean. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, zombies, a blizzard lasting 49 days, and 81 days of torrential rain drastically reduced the population. The remote location and elevated terrain of Yunding Villa made it the optimal place to evade both zombies and floods. Suddenly, a foul-smelling shadow lunged from behind the grapevines, the stench of decaying flesh hitting her face. Sharp claws glinted menacingly. 6 years of apocalyptic experience had honed Mu Yuyang's instincts, and she delivered a fierce kick.
Bang!
The shadow collided with the brick wall, bloodied and broken. The newly mutated creature let out a chilling wail. Realizing its strength was no match for hers, it fled into the nearby thicket, nursing its wounds. A rat? A mutated rat? She frowned at the glowing green slime on the ground. These mutations only appeared 6 months into the apocalypse last time. Why are they showing up now? Pushing open the door to the winery villa, she mentally added a new item to her stockpile list. Rat poison.
Ding.
A rich micro-jade bracelet detected. Can exchange for 1 upgrade opportunity for the transformative space. Would you like to exchange immediately?
Muyuyang post.
A rich micro-jade bracelet? Where is it? Would you like to exchange immediately? The mechanical voice chimed once more. Exchange. Although I have no idea who hid a jade bracelet in this little winery, an upgrade opportunity is a pleasant surprise. Transformative space is upgrading.
Ding.
Upgrade complete. She turned her gaze to the 2-meter-high stone at the end of the space. Noticing another faint red mark had appeared on its surface. Is this thing upgrading alongside the space? Mu Yuyang's pupils contracted slightly, her fingertips unconsciously reaching towards the barrier. The warmth from before returned, now more reassuring than ever. It should be harmless, right? She murmured, her attention drawn to the refreshing light blue screen. Core space LV2 for 56 million foldable. That's equivalent to several hundred football fields. Villa Fortress, defense value 1200, capable of withstanding a level 1 zombie tide, infinite water and electricity, automatically recycles. Spatial projection 3000 realization can be instantly retracted. Being able to materialize is already extraordinary. It can even be instantly retracted. Intelligent power grid unlocks 3000, paralysis and burning. Intelligent butler unlocks LV1 intelligent butler, the smartest assistant in the world. And it has hidden functions. Upgrade attempts 0, requires absorption of rich microgems for charging. To think there's also an intelligent power grid and butler? This time, safety is guaranteed. Let's test the materialization. She hurried to the other side of the cloud-top villa, looking around to ensure no one was present. She pointed to the vacant land beside the vineyard and tentatively said, "Move the villa there."
Boom.
The reinforced fortress villa crashed to the ground. The shockwave made the grapevines crackle as dark green branches and leaves mingled with soil, soaring through the air. Did it really move? Mu Yuyang's fingertips trembled slightly, her breath momentarily halting. The speed is astonishing. With a thought, she commanded instant retraction. The villa vanished with a whoosh, leaving the ground as it was before. Only the lingering metallic scent proved that it was not a mere illusion. A smile graced her lips as she materialized the villa once more. Approaching, she gently caressed the wall, feeling the unique coldness of the metal alongside the faint sound of electric currents. It's truly different when the space is reinforced. Every seam exudes a cyberpunk elegance. She designated an area, installed a power grid. With a crackle, blue light erupted, and electric arcs wove into a dense net. Amidst the burnt smell, several convulsing mutated rats screamed as they collided with the electric net.
Squeak. Squeak.
The moment they touched the net, their gray-black fur ignited, instantly turning to ashes. Mu Yuyang stared in astonishment at the ashes drifting from the edge of the electric net. What paralysis are they talking about? If someone dares to enter here, they'll be turned to ash directly. I wouldn't even need rat poison.
Ding.
Suspicious human detected. Would you like to eliminate?
Ah.
The mechanical voice collided with a woman's scream. A man and woman witnessed the mutated rats turn to dust, and the woman screamed, diving into the man's embrace. Trembling all over. Is someone nearby? Mu Yuyang hurried towards the sound. The man roughly patted the woman in his arms, roaring angrily. Who the hell turned on my electric net? Shut it down quickly. Or else, wow. What a stunning beauty. The moment he caught sight of Mu Yuyang's pale face, his curses caught in his throat. A glint of green flashed in his pupils before they suddenly brightened. He shoved the woman aside, his gaze fixated on Mu Yuyang, his tone abruptly softening. Beauty, did you turn on this electric net? Chapter 10. The Confrontation of Dual Bracelets. Sudden attack. The man could never have guessed that this invisible electric net was newly installed. Not far away, a shadow perched on a tree, observing everything. It flicked its collar, its green pupils reflecting the blue light of the electric net, emitting a low hiss that was neither feline nor beastly. A flicker of green passed through the man's eyes again. The beauty must have pressed the wrong switch while lost, right? The woman beside him, displeased, punched his arm and pouted. Boss Zhao, if it weren't for that giant rat, we would have been the ones dead. How can you still have the mood to admire beauties? Oh, don't say that. The man pushed the woman away again, turning to Mu Yuyang with a charming inquiry. Are you climbing the mountain alone? There are many paths here. It's easy to get lost. My car is in the basement. Would you like a ride back? However, Mu Yuyang's gaze was fixed on the woman. The woman's face flushed, her collar slightly disheveled. The bracelet on her left wrist resembled the rich micro-jade bracelet that had been absorbed by the space. Although she had only caught a glimpse, she surmised that the two bracelets were likely a pair. The man keenly sensed her gaze and raised an eyebrow enticingly. Do you like this bracelet, beauty? It's a fine piece. I have an identical one in my room. Shall I take you to get it? Mu Yuyang frowned. When did Grandpa's winery have a stranger's room? Boss Xiao, what do you mean? The woman pouted and whined. Did you not say in the grove that if I agreed to you, you would give me the other bracelet along with a big gold brick? You can't go back on your word. TSK. The man shot her an impatient glare. We can't even get in now. Can you be quiet? This isn't your newly bought winery, right? The woman persisted, glaring at Mu Yuyang. If you don't let us in, just call the police. Your newly bought winery?
Mu Yuyang's gaze sharpened.
The man raised his chin, his gold watch glinting in the sunlight. I acquired this winery for an 8-figure sum. If the beauty likes it, I can give you a proper tour.
Ha!
How laughable! Mu Yuyang sneered. With 8 figures, you can't even afford the barrels in this winery. Besides, do I need you to show me around my own family's winery? Your family's? The woman scoffed. I've seen the staff at this winery today. When they saw Boss Xiao, they all respectfully called him boss. Trying to boast? Find another place for that. Mu Yuyang's mind raced. Aside from the cleaning staff that came at the beginning of the month, no one would come here. Today is the first, could it be? The man's gaze flickered. Since Mu Shanghai passed away over a year ago, this winery has been unattended for over a year. Although the cleaning fee is automatically deposited each month, there hasn't been a trace of anyone in the surveillance footage. How is it that the moment I move in, someone comes to claim ownership? This is truly bizarre. Just as he was about to leave, the woman eagerly pulled out his phone. Boss Xiao. This girl seems to have ulterior motives. You should call the police.
Ding.
Suspicious human detected, 30 meters from the intelligent defense electric net. Would you like to eliminate? The mechanical voice echoed in Mu Yuyang's mind again. Accompanying the voice was a familiar figure slowly approaching the door, the old butler Chiniwei, who had taken care of her grandfather for decades. Uncle Chen? Mu Yuyang was puzzled. What is he doing here? No, please don't harm him, Mu Yuyang thought silently. Security personnel marked. She sighed inwardly. It can detect anomalies and mark security personnel? Quite impressive. You should leave first. The man impatiently pushed away the still chattering woman. I'll transfer your fare. But, Boss Xiao. The woman continued to pout, but Mu Yuyang interrupted, raising her phone. Otherwise, I'll call the police to arrest you.
Huh?
The woman put away her sulking demeanor, glaring at Mu Yuyang. If you have the guts, just go ahead and call. You seem to be getting bolder. Miss Yuyang? A voice interrupted the woman's outburst. What are you doing here? Chen Yiwei's voice surprised both the man and woman. Mu Yuyang nodded, just came to take a look. What about you? After your grandfather passed, Uncle Chen took his pension back to his hometown. He shouldn't be here. My son is on a business trip to Haicheng. So, I hitched a ride back to see you. It's so good to see you. Chen Yiwei smiled, turning his gaze to the man. Boss Xiao. You brought the cleaning crew here personally today? Truly hard work. The cleaning crew. The woman's eyes widened as realization struck her. She scrutinized the well-dressed man with disdain. So you're just a janitor? The man felt embarrassed, and was about to explain when slap. The woman's hand harshly struck his face.
Ugh.
How dare a filthy cleaner touch me? She spat, shaking her arm and angrily cursing, Go eat shit, you dog.
Having said that,
she turned on her heel and stormed off.
Wait.
The man grasped her arm tightly. What are you doing, Xiao Kairui? The woman struggled in disgust. Get your filthy hands off me. Xiao Kairui tightened his grip and yanked at the bracelet. You wretched woman. How dare you strike me? Return my bracelet. The woman, unable to match his strength, watched helplessly as the bracelet was snatched away and spat. Who cares for this cheap trinket? If her identity is fake, how genuine could the bracelet be? Such filthy, worthless junk. What bad luck. With curses trailing behind her, she walked away. Xiao Kairui shouted at her retreating figure. You vile creature. Utter another word, and I swear I'll be your end. Chen Yiwei turned to Mu Yuyang and spoke softly. Impersonating the owner of a winery is a serious matter. Should we report this to the authorities?
No.
Don't call the police. Xiao Kairui abruptly intervened, recalling the fate of a large rat turned to ash, and quickly withdrew his hand. I just wanted to experience the cleaning effect. I'll leave after a couple of days. If Miss Young minds, I can leave right now. Seeing their skeptical expressions, he gritted his teeth and insisted, if that's not enough, I'll provide complimentary cleaning services for the winery for a whole year. How does that sound? That nearly cost me half my life, he thought, his heart bleeding. Mu Yuyang fixed her gaze on Xiao Kairui's bracelet. No police, but I want 2 bracelets. 2 bracelets? Xiao Kairui grimaced in pain. That's over 200,000. This is my family heirloom for charming ladies. Though Chen Yiwei was unaware of Mu Yuyang's intent for the bracelet, he supported her. Miss Yuyang, perhaps we should still consider reporting this? A compensation of several 100,000 would lead to a brief incarceration.
No.
I'll give it back. Is that acceptable? Xiao Kairui quickly raised the bracelet. The other one is upstairs. Shall I retrieve it? Mu Yuyang extended her hand towards the electric net, ready to temporarily lift the restrictions, when a vision of a glutinous rice dumpling popped into her mind. What is this? Her brows furrowed slightly. Why does it look so much like a chibi version of me? The adorable, pink chibi Mu Yuyang sported twin ponytails, with 2 mini drills spiraling around them. At that moment, she pointed towards the door with her tiny fingers, cheerfully exclaiming, "Beautiful master, Xiao Kairui's suitcase is all packed. Even the secret stash hidden in his shoe soles is here." Chapter 11. The adorable thief protects her master. Buying a mine at an exorbitant price? Half convinced, Mu Yuyang approached the door. Behind the ornate iron gate lay a suitcase, neatly arranged. A dazzling gold ingot rested atop it, accompanied by a black card, beneath which were several banknotes and a note that read, "All valuable items are here. Beautiful master, feel free to take." Could this be the intelligent housekeeper spoken of in the space? Mu Yuyang gazed at the emoticons on the note, her fingers twitching slightly. Does it also possess the qualities of a master thief? Stealing is not permissible. The chibi Mu Yuyang immediately froze, her ponytails drooping like noodles. Master. Does the master not like it? Can you get the gold watch from him? Mu Yuyang suddenly countered. Have you collected all the valuables from the car? I won't pass up anything belonging to that scoundrel. The chibi Mu Yuyang's eyes gleamed like spotlights, the drills transforming into propellers. I guarantee the mission's success. I'll even extract the coins from the scoundrel's car. Mu Yuyang smirked slightly. This intelligent housekeeper is rather endearing. The chibi Mu Yuyang suddenly began to spin in place, her ponytails leaving a trail of rainbow hues. The beautiful master praised me. Xiao Yuyang is so happy she's bubbling over. The vehicles in the underground garage were also moved outside the electric net. There are still many gold bars in the car. Beautiful master, please accept them. Indeed, gold bars. Wait a moment. Xiao Yuyang? Mu Yuyang's lips twitched. Who authorized you to use my nickname? The chibi Mu Yuyang nuzzled closer. The master's nickname is super cute. Sweet like candy. Mu Yuyang almost covered her face. Well, considering the gold bars. She lifted her foot and kicked the suitcase out of the electric net. The belongings are inside. She pointed towards the distant car, her gaze icy. Leave. Xiao Kairui stared at her face, reluctant to part. Miss Young, please consider me young, wealthy, and handsome.
Leave.
Mu Yuyang's expression turned as cold as ice, showing no mercy. Xiao Kairui sulkily approached the car, suddenly freezing in place. The car keys are still in my pocket. How did this car get here? Where is my gold watch? Where did my gold watch go? Not far from the cloud top, he suddenly felt a flash of green light in his eyes. I am worthless. I am a waste of air. He dashed down the mountain. His eyes had already transformed into an eerie green hue. Before departing, Chen Yiwei heard Mu Yuyang's unexpectedly serious voice. Uncle Chen. A friend at the meteorological station mentioned a nationwide torrential rain is imminent. When you return, remember to stock up on food and take care. Understood. You take care as well. Chen Yiwei watched her frail figure, his heart aching as he left.
Beep.
A rich jade bracelet detected. Redeemable for 0. 5 chances to upgrade the versatile space. It is advised to collect rich jade stones. Mu Yuyang pondered. Half a chance? Is the difficulty of this upgrade increasing? Although Shoshan stone and jade are easy to find, where can I possibly locate this rich jade? Beautiful master. Xiao Yuyang's figure suddenly bounced out, the drills on her ponytails sparkling. Xiao Yuyang has an announcement for you. Quick look.
Beep.
The phone in her pocket emitted an eerie notification sound. Mu Yuyang reached for her phone and indeed found a flickering announcement at the top of the screen, just as she was about to click it. She was bombarded by a sea of reds, 153 missed calls, 99 messages, 99 Q messages, all from Fan Qingqi. The messages ranged from feigned reconciliation to frantic threats, all falling on deaf ears. Mu Yuyang scoffed, swiftly blocking all contact methods with a flick of her fingertip. Is he already throwing a fit? The demon Yuyang hasn't even unleashed her full power yet. Suddenly, Xiao Yuyang's chibi figure erupted with sparks. The mini drills on her ponytails whirled, creating a shower of sparks. Beep. Detecting the foul signal of a scoundrel. Pinching nose. Automatically activating Hacker Little Demon Mode. Mu Yuyang paused her finger above the announcement. Hacker Little Demon Mode? Has it suddenly activated a hidden feature? Just as she was curious, Xiao Yuyang spoke rapidly. Currently scaling walls to gather intel on the beautiful Master S enemies.
Done.
Sent to the Master S phone. You can check anytime. She noticed a new email pop up at the top of the screen. Compilation of evidence against the disgraceful scoundrel. Cheating and two-timing. What? Mu Yuyang clicked and was stunned. This intelligent housekeeper can't possibly have turned into a network hacker. The screen instantly filled with evidence, plastered with ugly photos of Fan Qingqi. Intimate pictures with Li Weishi and explicit chat records flashed before her eyes. There were even surveillance videos of him using her credit card to book a hotel for his mistress. Not to mention neatly archived voice recordings of his deceit. This is a bit too comprehensive. Mu Yuyang's pupils trembled slightly. It's as if the image of this ugly, despicable scoundrel has been captured right before my eyes. Xiao Yuyang's sweet voice, filled with a hint of malice, pierced her ears, detected that the beautiful master is quite satisfied with this evidence. Would you like Xiao Yuyang to send this to the scoundrel's friends and family, as well as major websites? I can guarantee that Fan Qingqi will become a pariah. Universally scorned. Mu Yuyang nodded. This is acceptable. It saves me a great deal of effort.
Ding.
Successfully sent. Xiao Yuyang's voice was sweet to the point of being syrupy. Please anticipate the grand scene of social death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as she finished speaking, the phone screen erupted with notifications. Major platforms were ablaze with trending topics. Living off a woman while cheating. Exposing the disgraceful man's double life.
Shock.
The ugly man living off his girlfriend is simultaneously flirting with two girls.
Surveillance proof.
The scoundrel used his girlfriend's money to buy gifts for his mistress. Mu Yuyang stood momentarily dazed. This efficiency. After dealing with Fan Qingqi, Xiao Yuyang bounced out again. Beautiful master, quickly look at the announcement. Mu Yuyang clicked on the announcement. Announcement for the sale of mining rights for the granite mine in Fuqing Longshu mining area.
Mu Yuyang's pupils constricted. Buy-in, Amine?
After scanning the reserves, she gasped in astonishment. 37,934,000 cubic meters? With granite's density, that's 1 billion tons? Are they really playing at such a scale now? Aren't they afraid of collapsing the space? Upon seeing the starting bid, she felt somewhat speechless. 26,558,951 million? Considering the bidding increments, the price for this mine is nearly 3 billion? Chapter 12, Trending Explosions. The scoundrel revealed. Mu Yuyang almost covered her face. Wasteful space. Wasteful little Yang. I haven't even started stockpiling rice yet. Where am I going to find 3 billion to buy a mine? Beautiful master. Little Yang sweetly promises. At level 9, you will receive a skin for little Yang. Mu Yuyang felt a pang of frustration. 3 billion for a skin? At level 12, you will receive infrastructure upgrades and 3 nearly indestructible cold weapons. Mu Yuyang curled her lips. Nearly indestructible? So there are still things that can be cut? Would it even be worth 100 million combined? Little Yang suddenly revealed a major reward. At level 13, you will receive a level 5 combat suit. It can withstand bites from zombies below level 5 and can even block all cold weapons and rifle bullets. Mu Yuyang's eyes flickered. In my past life, the strongest zombie king, Jiang Hai, was only level 6. This combat suit is quite impressive. Little Yang added, there are more upgrade gift packages waiting for you to unlock. Mu Yuyang felt a bit tempted. She gently bit her lip. It seems I must go to Fuqing. I wonder if this mine is enough to upgrade to level 30. She was indeed quite eager about the virtual battlefield within the space, as it was a hidden reward triggered by her uncle's military medal. Previously, she had been uncertain due to the mysteries of upgrading, but now… right. She suddenly remembered. We're preparing for an apocalypse, so I shouldn't have to spend real money.
Right?
Master Little Yang promptly reminded her. There are gold mines near the Longshiu mining area, heavily guarded. Verification of funds is a must. As for where it goes afterward, I understand. A glimmer flashed in Mu Yuyang's eyes, and a dangerous smile curved her lips. Verification is all that matters. Just a visit to see it will suffice. Little Yang, your idea is truly clever. Little Yang giggled innocently. I haven't said anything. My beautiful master is the smartest. Then, she swiftly added, the flight has been booked for you. Departing Fuching on the 10th at 8:10, returning to Haicheng at 18:05. It paused deliberately, as if calculating. Theoretically, there's plenty of time. Mu Yuyang's forehead instantly darkened. 10 hours to secure a mine? And theoretically there's plenty of time? If this little rascal were tangible, I would surely pin him to the ground. She glanced at the auction time, her lips twitching. Auction time, November 10th at 10 o'clock. Zombie virus outbreak, November 11th at 8 o'clock. Just 22 hours to go. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the phone screen, envisioning the city of Fuching soon to be transformed into a zombie hell. No matter what, I cannot miss the return flight. In the Tianyuan Villa area, Wang Yuanlon pointed at the large pit, her face ashen. This is no grass, and you can even see the basement pit. Is this the villa that Cheng Yan was to receive as her dowry? The Fan family stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Li Chuiying's face turned the color of a pig's liver, her tongue tied. This morning everything was fine, a 3-story building with a garden. She turned abruptly to Fan Likung. What is going on? Did you manage to get through? Did that little vixen run away with the money? Where's Ching Chi? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Wang Yuanlon sneered, casting a sidelong glance at He Liheo and his father before addressing Fan Qingyan with a sarcastic tone. Qingyan, it's not that I disdain your family or you. Our He family is affluent and respectable. We could find any kind of daughter-in-law we desire. If it weren't for Mu Xinghai's daughter chasing after your brother and looking down on Liheo, and if we didn't want the Mu family's villa, what right does the Fan family have to sit at the same table as the He family? Fan Qingyan's face flushed crimson, seeking help from He Liheo, who turned his gaze skyward. This was merely a family-arranged meeting. Now that the plan had fallen through, he could hardly be bothered to act. Our old man came for this villa, and you show me a pit? Wang Yuanlon's words struck home, pressing closer. People can maintain their pride, but it's excessive to lie out of vanity. If you lack the ability, just say so. Li Chuiying attempted to explain. Mother-in-law, please listen to me. Enough. Wang Yuanlon interrupted, waving her sleeve. This is just the beginning. Don't make a fuss. There are matters at home. I must leave. Apply pressure. If we can take the entire building, we can certainly reclaim it. Let us see what they are capable of. He Tianxiong followed closely, his expression grim, unwilling to say another word. No matter the cost, we must secure the Mu family villa. He Liheo cast a disdainful glance at Fan Qingyan, openly revealing his contempt. Useless. The three turned away without a backward glance. Hey, don't go. Don't leave. Li Chuiying slumped to the ground, pounding her thigh and wailing. Oh my heavens. How can such a large villa just disappear? This is going to cost me my life. Fan Qingqi arrived late and froze upon seeing the pit, where are Liheo and the villa.
Qingqi,
You've finally come. Li Chuiying rushed toward him as though he were a lifeline. Your sister's engagement may be ruined. The He family has been scared off by this pit. It's all that little vixen Mu Yuyang's doing. She took the money and ruined the house. Hurry, call her to settle the score. Bring her back. Fan Qingqi was both anxious and flustered, his voice trembling. She has blocked all my contact information. What? Blocked? Li Chuiying shrieked. That little vixen dares to block me? Call the police. She took the money and still dares to destroy the house. Let her have her life to hold on to, but not a cent to spend. Yes. A fierce glint appeared in Fan Qingyan's previously dull eyes. Call the police. Make that vixen return both the house and the money. However, Fan Qingqi's face turned pale and then red, nervously stammering. She has a promissory note from me. But there's no amount written. If we call the police, Fan Qingqi, have you lost your mind? Fan Qingyan exploded. What kind of family background do you have? What conditions? How can you expect a money-losing deal to be documented? And, without an amount written, are you trying to ruin my dream of marrying into a wealthy family? Enough. Li Chuiying groaned, overwhelmed. What good does blaming Qingqi do now? The key point is, I don't care. Fan Qingyan pointed a finger at Fan Qingqi, shouting. Regardless. My house, my money. You must dig 3 feet into the ground to make that vixen return it to me. Otherwise, you'll compensate for it yourself. If you can't afford it, call the police. I don't care if you and that vixen perish together. Moreover, Fan Chengyan glared furiously at Li Chuiying and Fan Likang. If the He family withdraws from the engagement and my dowry goes to waste, then in this lifetime, no one will have it easy. As the four argued fiercely, their phones simultaneously erupted with hundreds of trending notifications. The revelation of the unparalleled soft scoundrel, exposing a handsome man living off his girlfriend. All his deceit unveiled, beauty crumbles, and infidelity. Exposing the handsome soft scoundrel's deceptive tactics, the emotional scam of the soft scoundrel. Parasites in decline. Fan Qingqi furiously swiped the screen, his face darkening. What the hell? Who's doing this to me? Chapter 13. Stockpiling for the apocalypse. A familiar face? Li Chuiying gasped in anger. What news is spreading so rapidly? I'm already irritated. Is that Qingqi's photo? How did this photo end up online? And there are even inappropriate pictures? And consumption records? This ISNTA surveillance footage? This is several years old. How could it suddenly be exposed? Fan Likang also noticed the overwhelming array of embarrassing photos and evidence. What is going on? Is this Li Weishi the woman you were secretly seeing before? Does Yu Yang know about this? An enraged Fan Qingyan cursed as she pulled out her phone. Don't try to divert the topic. I'll handle this. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, No wonder that little vixen Mu Yu Yang suddenly changed her attitude. It's because she saw these photos. She furiously grasped Fan Qingqi's collar, shouting, You foolish disaster. My dreams of marrying into a wealthy family have been utterly destroyed because of you. You can't even clean up your own mess, and now you drag me down with you. You're nothing but a burden. The tirade continued as Fan Qingyan berated him. Meanwhile, Fan Qingqi stared blankly at the trending topics and negative reviews on his phone, his mind racing with despair. It's over. It's all over. As the Fan family faced a dire crisis, Mu Yuyang was already assessing her liquid assets. Aside from the Yunding Winery, Rongwang stocks, a spacious apartment in the city center, and a villa, her parents had also left her 7 villas and 12 apartments, all under her name. Selling below market value by 20%, the properties outside the Tianyuan villa could fetch around 400 million. Cashing in the stocks would yield about 19 billion. Her bank account held over 40 million. In total, it was less than 25 billion. There remained a distance to cover before she could purchase the mine. I must find a way to make money, she thought, placing a cup of hot water into her versatile space. After concluding her call with the real estate agent, she hopped into her SUV and drove directly to the largest farmers market in Haiqing. Food is paramount. We prioritize sustenance. Unbeknownst to her, at the misty end of her versatile space, a faint red hue began to emerge from a 2-meter-tall stone. Her phone incessantly pushed notifications. The Tianyuan villa has vanished mysteriously, prompting police investigation. Existing surveillance footage has not captured any suspicious individuals. The bizarre disappearance of the Tianyuan villa, coupled with damaged surveillance, may be related to geomagnetic storms? Strange creatures have been spotted in various seas, possibly from the deep ocean. Numerous cases of pet anomalies have emerged in Sakura country, correlating with geomagnetic disturbances. Glancing over the headlines, Mu Yuyang dismissed them without concern. At Haidong Logistics City, she abruptly slammed on the brakes. It's less than a 5-minute drive to the farmer's market, and it's convenient for returning to Yunding. A perfect place to rent a warehouse. She quickly located a warehouse available for lease. The landlord was a rotund middle-aged man with a shiny bald head. He eyed her lecherously while puffing on a cigarette. 500 a month, 1 month deposit up front. Total, 1,000, he declared, exhaling smoke through his yellowed teeth. Mu Yuyang negotiated down to 500 for 10 days. As the landlord handed her the keys, he muttered, You may look polished, but you're quite the bargainer. She brushed him off, replying, 500 can buy over 100 pounds of rice. Inside the bustling farmer's market, she dashed towards the rice shop. People are like iron. Rice is steel. In an apocalypse, rice is a lifeline. Just before getting out of the car, she subtly reached towards her versatile space. The water she had placed there at the winery was still boiling hot. Her eyes brightened. The space truly preserves freshness and warmth. The apocalypse does not deceive me. Boss. She entered the largest rice shop with purpose. Our company needs to buy 300 tons of rice for welfare. Give me the lowest price. Presenting her fabricated reason up front, she cut off any speculation. How much? The boss leaped from his recliner, his eyes sparkling. 300 tons. 60,000 pounds. Yes, 60,000 pounds. Mu Yuyang affirmed confidently, Yu Liang and my uncle can eat a lot. Better stock up. She pointed at the rice priced at 26 yuan a pound. Can you prepare this quality by tomorrow? Absolutely. I can do it even if I don't sleep tonight. The boss was invigorated, feverishly pressing buttons on his calculator. You won't find it for less than 1,500,000 elsewhere. I'm the most generous. So, I'll give you this price. The calculator was pushed toward Mu Yuyang. 1,450,000.
All right.
She scanned her phone and transferred a 20,000 yuan deposit. Move 500 pounds to my car, and I'll provide the warehouse address. I'll settle the remaining payment as soon as the goods arrive. 20,000 yuan received. The boss grinned widely, rushing to have the rice moved while writing a receipt. I appreciate such a straightforward lady. Here's your receipt. Don't worry. I'll ensure everything is arranged perfectly for you. After securing the receipt, Mu Yuyang drove to a secluded area. As her fingertips brushed the trunk, 500 pounds of rice swiftly vanished into her space. Immediately, she turned the steering wheel, heading towards the poultry section. Rows of meat stalls were neatly arranged before her. The direct stores of farms clustered together, their red and yellow signs dazzling her eyes. Mu Yuyang contemplated whether to visit a farm. Spotting a direct store, her frown relaxed instantly. She scanned the area for the largest poultry shop while pulling out a notepad to craft her list. Although she adored beef, chickens, ducks, and geese were the true currency of survival. They could lay eggs, hatch chicks, and could be fed with leftover scraps, ideal for her survival needs. She decided on 30 live chickens, ducks, and geese each. I'll keep them for eggs and breeding, establishing an apocalyptic farming base. She also planned to purchase 10,000 chickens, 5,000 ducks, and 10,000 geese. My uncle loves chicken stew, and Yu Liang enjoys braised goose. If we reunite, I'll ensure there's plenty. Just as she finished her list, she noticed a shop ahead filled with chickens, ducks, geese, and feed, with neatly arranged processed poultry stacked like small mountains. As she approached the door, a man's furious voice erupted from within. You damned crippled dog. Back again to scavenge for scraps. Damn bad luck. Watch me not beat you to death today. In an instant, a limping Samoyed burst out. The dog was so filthy that its color was unrecognizable, its ribs protruding painfully. Yet, upon seeing Mu Yuyang, its murky eyes suddenly gleamed. Just as the stick struck its back, the brief glimmer in its eyes was instantly extinguished. It whimpered and curled up on the ground, blood seeping from beneath its filthy fur. Mu Yuyang's heart tightened abruptly, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Is it you? Chapter 14, $1 Million Order, Rescuing a Dog and Slapping a Face. In her past life, when the Haifeng base fell, Fan Qingqi had unwittingly pushed her towards a horde of zombies to save himself. In her stumble, she toppled a barrier, and a level 3 zombie lunged at her with claws drawn. A limping Samoyed leaped out, fiercely biting the zombie. Mu Yuyang had tried to save that Samoyed, but saw its abdomen torn open by the zombie's claw, its insides spilling out. Reluctantly, she had to abandon her attempt and flee. Yet, that bloodied white figure had embedded itself in her heart like a nail. She never expected to encounter that swaying white figure again in this life.
Stop.
Mu Yuyang shouted at the man raising his stick again. She did not know why it had saved her in her past life, but in this life, since fate had reunited them, she was determined to ensure it lived a good life. A life filled with meals. The man hesitated, then sneered. Lady, I advise you not to meddle. This is not a good habit. A woman from the neighboring shop leaned out, tossing a few leftover ribs. If you don't like it, just chase it away. No need to hit it. She beckoned to the Samoyed. Come here, have a bite. How did you end up like this? The stray dog at our neighborhood entrance is better off than you. The man spat at the dog and rolled his eyes at the woman. You spoil it. Be careful, or you'll attract misfortune. Mu Yuyang shot a cold glare at the man. After noticing the sign of the neighboring shop, she deliberately raised her voice. Boss, do you have 2,000 chickens in stock? How many? How many? The man and woman simultaneously turned to Mu Yuyang, their exclamations colliding in the air. Mu Yuyang extended a note towards the man, but with a sudden flick of her fingertip, it was redirected to the woman. Initially, she intended to order over 10,000 chickens, 5,000 ducks, and more than 10,000 geese as perks, but now that it had come to this, she raised her chin towards the Samoyed, her tone suddenly lightening. Look at this dog. Doesn't it have the aura of prosperity? The more I look, the more I feel a connection. So, let us just double the order according to the list. After saying this, she deliberately addressed the Samoyed. Stick with me. And there will be plenty of meat.
Bang!
The man's stick struck the ground, his eyes wide as saucers. Oh, god of wealth. An order worth nearly 500,000 just vanished like that. No way. This order must be mine. Beauty. The man's demeanor did a complete turnaround. I was just playing with it. How could I bear to truly harm such a lovely dog? Mu Yang didn't even glance up. Do you believe that yourself? He chuckled awkwardly, trying to negotiate. The thing is, her farm is quite small. They can't supply that many. A busy beauty like you wouldn't want to waste time contacting 2 different suppliers, would you? Our farm is large. Why not let me handle everything? Who says we can't supply? The neighboring woman, realizing the situation, patted her chest confidently. The farm my sister has is about the same size as mine. Together, we can definitely meet the demand. We won't waste a second of your time. Well, Mu Yang nodded. Glancing at the price list as she scanned a code, I'll transfer a deposit of 500,000. The note's backside has my phone number and warehouse address. The goods on the stall should be placed in my trunk first, and the rest can be delivered tomorrow. I'll take the fortune dog home for a bath and cook it a few pots of meat to replenish its strength. She intentionally refrained from bargaining, deliberately calling out fortune dog loudly. Dare to say my life-saving dog brings bad luck? I insist it's a fortune dog, and I will spoil it to the heavens.
Ding.
The 500,000 was received. The woman beamed, immediately organizing the goods. The man, witnessing the smooth transaction, felt deflated. It's just a lame dog. Must you treat me this cruelly? The Samoyed devoured the last piece of rib, its dirty eyes fixed intently on Mu Yang. It wanted to approach her, nuzzle against her, lick her, and wag its tail, yet it feared she would find it filthy and reject it for its leg being lame. Just as it stood there, lost and unsure, Mu Yang carefully picked it up. Woof! It emitted a blissful low whimper, its tail wagging discreetly. Is this a dream? She's holding me. She's holding me. Mu Yang avoided its wound, gently stroking its scruffy fur, speaking softly. Don't be afraid. I will treat you well from now on. And no one will dare bully you again. The Samoyed suddenly filled with tears. She doesn't despise me. She says she will treat me well. If only this dream could last forever. She gently placed it in the back seat. In the 6 years of the apocalypse, she had seen countless dark and filthy people and events. Yet it was this creature that shone like a rare light in the darkness. As she collected the receipt and prepared to leave, she caught sight of a cage of chicks at the shop entrance. Boss, can you give me this cage of chicks? Of course. The boss stuffed the cage into her trunk, grinning from ear to ear. Tomorrow, I'll also deliver a ton of feed. I guarantee those chickens, ducks, and geese will be well fed. Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Finally, she shot a glance at the man, who was filled with regret, and said to the Samoyed, let us go home and eat meat. Woof woof. The Samoyed barked excitedly. On the shop's roof, a dark shadow glanced at the remnants of food, smugly licking its sharp claws. Inside the villa, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. Mu Yang gazed at the 6 bubbling pots in the kitchen, slightly bewildered. Did I cook? When did I cook? Beautiful, master. This is the adorable Xiaoyang cooking according to your preferences, a soft voice suddenly chimed from above. Mu Yang remembered that she had a mind-reading, smart butler. Xiaoyang wobbled over, its antenna tail spinning like a little fan. Space, power grid, transfer area. Xiaoyang can control it all 24/7. Mu Yang's eyes sparkled. If the coverage area is large enough, can it eliminate zombies from 1,000 miles away? Simple. But we must ensure the area is safe first. Xiaoyang calculated with its claws. To cover 1,000 miles, it will likely take a few months. A few months, 1,000 miles? Mu Yang pondered. In my previous life, Haifeng Base struggled for years and barely expanded a few miles, ultimately being overrun by zombies with only a few survivors. This smart butler system is currently only at level 1, yet it has already achieved this. If it continues to upgrade, it might not take months. Xiaoyang interjected, I strongly recommend the beautiful master upgrade the space as soon as possible. Mu Yang remained silent. A perfectly good smart butler has a penchant for boasting. The Samoyed stared longingly at the chickens, ducks, and geese simmering in the pots, its gaze burning with desire. Just as Mu Yang reached for the goose meat, it suddenly vanished, replaced by a small bowl on the ground. The Samoyed howled and dove in to devour it. Rest assured, no salt added, 38 degrees Celsius, boneless. Xiaoyang's voice brimmed with pride. Mu Yang marveled at the speed. It's like it has a rocket engine. Woof. The Samoyed occasionally made delighted chewing sounds. She rubbed its head, beaming. Let us fill our stomachs first, then we can wash up. Eat as much as you want.
Woof.
The Samoyed happily thumped its tail against the floor, meat juice splattering across its face. The dining table was laden with salt-baked chicken, stir-fried greens, and bubbling old duck soup, the very menu she had craved on her way. Xiaoyang is quite impressive, she mused, just as she was about to grab her chopsticks to eat. Her phone suddenly vibrated violently. Who is it? The numbers I needed to block are already blocked. Reluctantly, she answered the unfamiliar number. Hello? Chapter 15. The wicked mother-in-law spits blood. The loyal dog acknowledges its master. Hey, you wretched spawn. Li Chuiying's scream pierced the air. You little ingrate. You took the money, ruined the villa, and even stole our things from Golden Bay. I warn you, you little wretch. Hurry up and return the villa and the items. Or I'll kill you. I swear to God I'll kill you, do you understand? Mu Yuyang's devilish smile emerged, her gaze sharp as a poisoned dagger. Piercing through the phone. Two shameless old hags, greedy and shameless, raised a little ingrate who only cares about profit and even cheats. And you have the audacity to scold your benefactors? Truly enlightening. You benefactors? Li Chuiying thought she had misheard. Indeed, benefactors.
Mu Yuyang interrupted coldly.
Her tone as sharp as an ice pick. Having eaten my food, used my resources, and lived in my place for so long, calling me benefactor is something I can endure. But look at you, old wretch, with that frantic expression. Your body must not be able to handle it, right? Before you die, remember to notify me so I can prepare firecrackers to celebrate. You. Li Chuiying trembled with rage, her insides ready to explode. Mu Yuyang hung up the phone decisively, blocking the number. This is just the beginning, and you can't handle it? You'll be crying later. On the other side, a furious Li Chuiying spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching her painfully throbbing chest as she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the demon Mu Yuyang was already entranced by the aroma of the meal. She eagerly tore off a large piece of salt-baked chicken, the oil mingling with the white rice as it burst with flavor on her tongue. A wave of happiness flooding her heart, a remedy for the 6 years of hunger in the apocalypse. The old saying is true, of all things in the world. Only food must not be neglected. In the bathroom, the dark foam was washed away for the 3rd time. The murky waters of the sewer glimmered faintly with a green hue. Mu Yuyang gazed at the Samoyed's snow-white fur, her heart brimming with joy. She had always been fond of animals with white coats since her childhood. Moreover, the Samoyed before her not only appeared friendly, but had also saved her, which only deepened her affection for it. As the foam on its left front leg was washed away, a small tuft of round yellow fur caught her eye, reminiscent of a tiny sun. Memories surged forth, distant images flickering in her mind. The neighboring Samoyed would often dart into my yard early in the morning to play with me. Sometimes, if I hadn't come downstairs yet, it would quietly sit in the yard, gazing at my window, waiting for me. During breakfast, I would often toss it the egg yolk I didn't want to eat, and it would dutifully gobble it up every time. However, its greatest delight was always apples. It would wag its tail excitedly at the sight of them. I would share the slices of apple from my plate with it. It would take the opportunity to untie my red scarf while I was lacing my shoes, as if it feared I might leave for school. Little rascal, that's the young pioneer's emblem. You mustn't chew on it. When I patted its head, it would nuzzle my palm with its fluffy head. One day after school, we were playing on the slide in the villa's children's area when a sudden downpour struck, and we ran home together. A Tibetan Mastiff lunged at me in the rain. It knocked me aside, and its claws grazed my leg. I tore a piece of my skirt to stop its bleeding, but the blood kept flowing. My tears mixed with the rainwater, flowing endlessly. The owner's apologies faded into the sound of the rain. My mother and the nanny comforted me while taking the dog to a nearby pet clinic for treatment. Yet, my tears continued to flow unabated. The Samoyed nuzzled my palm sympathetically, then picked up my red scarf and rubbed it against its leg. The blood seeped into the folds of the scarf, transforming the originally bright red fabric into a dark crimson bloom. I thought it must have loved the scarf as much as I did. I cut a mini red scarf from some red cloth at home and tied it to the bandage on its right hind leg. It happily nudged my palm, and the corners of the mini scarf fluttered in the wind on its paw. Although the edges were a bit crooked, it resembled a flame belonging to a little warrior. When the moving truck started, it clawed at the window while I chased after it, calling out to little Xiaoyang. Its right hind leg stretched desperately, adorned with the mini red scarf I had made. I waved the clean red scarf I had around my neck at it, wanting to give it as well. As the truck turned, the red scarf, stained with little Shuiyang's blood, was suddenly swept away by the wind, like a burning leaf falling into the sewer. I squatted there and cried for a long time, only to find a piece of apple, licked and damp, in my pocket, which I couldn't bear to take a bite of. As the water washed away the dirt from the Samoyed's right hind leg, Mu Yuyang felt a jolt at the sight of a crescent-shaped scar. The curvature, length, and position of the scar were identical to the one she had bandaged with the mini red scarf years ago. It suddenly nudged her palm with its head, just like it used to. Trembling slightly, Mu Yuyang parted its fur and discovered a faded piece of fabric, rolled into thin strips. The edges of the fabric were uneven, and the image of it limping toward a zombie from her past exploded in her heart anew. Turns out this leg, once bound with a red scarf, has traveled countless miles for me long ago. The misty vapor filled her nostrils, and she seemed to catch a whiff of rainwater mixed with dog fur. Her fingertips trembled. Little Shuiyang? The Samoyed vigorously nudged her palm, its tail splashing water everywhere, letting out a whimper of grievance. You finally remembered me. Mu Yuyang's long eyelashes fluttered, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. So, it wasn't just a coincidence that it saved me in the last life, but it had been searching for me for a long, long time, perhaps even longer than I could imagine. From now on, it shall be called Mu Shuiyang. She rubbed the dog's head, her voice quivering yet resolute. You are family. A comrade, do you understand?
Woof.
I understand. Mu Shuiyang felt a warm glow within. From this day forth, Mu Shuiyang, am a dog with a family name and family. I will strive to protect her. Absolutely. As she gently stroked its fur, Mu Yuyang noticed two rather concealed wounds near the dog's ears. One was new, and the other old. Upon further inspection, she discovered numerous scabbed injuries. It was evident that this was not the first time it had been hurt. Feeling a pang of sorrow, she recalled the spiritual spring in her space. Shall I try the spiritual spring? Just as the thought crossed her mind, both she and the bucket beside her suddenly vanished. Woof. Mu Shuiyang widened her eyes in disbelief. One moment you said you'd take care of me, and the next, you vanished without a trace? Chapter 16. The Spiritual Spring's Transformation, the Mad Woman's Eccentricity. In the next moment, woof. Oh my! A bucket filled with warm water appeared out of nowhere. As Mu Yuyang's feet touched the space, she was abruptly pulled back into the bathroom. Ding dong. The spiritual spring water has arrived, at a temperature of 42 degrees. With a bubble concentration of 3 parts sweet. A soft, childlike electronic voice emerged from the bucket. A plump holographic figure bounced on the water's surface, splashing droplets everywhere. A layer of rainbow foam floated on the surface, and upon closer inspection, one could smell the sweet fragrance of caramelized apple. Mu Yuyang stood momentarily stunned. I barely steadied myself in the space, and this fellow has already heated the water? Woof woof, whimper. Woof woof, whimper woof. Where did you go just now? You almost scared the dog to death. Mu Shuiyang turned in circles anxiously, nearly scratching her pant leg. She squatted down to pet the dog's head and lifted it into the bucket. As the warm water enveloped its paws, the little one immediately closed its eyes in bliss, its tail creating ripples on the surface. Be good, let me rinse your wounds. Mu Yuyang scooped a spoonful of water and gently poured it over the Samoyed's gruesome neck wound. The first spoonful dissolved the scab. The second spoonful washed away the dark red stains completely. The third spoonful, Mu Yuyang's hand hovered in the air. The wound, as wide as a coin, was now miraculously free of even a faint pink mark. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really this miraculous? It hasn't even been 2 minutes. But, in the next moment, she pinched her nose and took a step back. The water in the bucket was visibly turning black at an alarming rate. The foul odor assaulted her nostrils like a tipped-over garbage can. The soft electronic voice circled above the warm mist. The spiritual spring can help expel all waste from biological organisms. Before the words finished, the black water vanished in an instant, replaced by steaming spiritual spring water. Mu Yuyang blinked a couple of times. I need to quickly adapt to this intelligent butler's speed, or I'll be startled every day. Woof woof. Sensing changes in its body, Mu Shuiyang pawed at the bucket's edge, spinning in excited circles, occasionally barking joyfully. After changing the water 4 times, the surface finally ceased to darken. Only then did Mu Yuyang lift the lively Mu Shuiyang out of the water. As she plugged in the hairdryer, The little one suddenly started running in circles around her, its previously lame hind leg now kicking up with more energy than a rabbit. Ha ha, Mu Yuyang felt an unusual joy. She set the wind speed to maximum. Dry off, and then we'll feast on big chicken legs.
Woof.
In the dining room, a large blue basin was filled with a steaming mountain of chicken, duck, and goose.
Ah.
Mu Yuyang paused. Isn't this the bathtub used by Mu Yuliang when he was little? Alright then, little Yang knack for utilizing everything is truly remarkable. Mu Shuyang wagged its tail at her, burying its head in the pile of meat without lifting it. Mu Yuyang slumped into a corner of the sofa, a fond smile gracing her lips. Eat to your heart's content. There's more than enough. Once you're full, we'll explore the new home together. Later, we'll enjoy a hot bath infused with spiritual spring water and have a good rest. Tomorrow, I'll buy you your favorite apples along with pork, beef, and lamb. I'll have little Yang stew you some marrow bones. From now on, you can eat as much meat as you like, and bones will be plentiful.
Woof.
In the joyful barks of Muxwang's dog, there was an unmistakable essence of happiness. Within the automatically expanded area of the villa lay a mysterious room. After passing the dual authentication of iris and palm vein, Mu Yuyang was taken aback. In a warehouse larger than a football field, the supplies she had stored in the ever-changing space were arranged meticulously. From antiques to furniture, from rice to poultry, everything was accounted for. The ethereal image of her lovely pet, Xiao Yanjiang, twirled in delight. This warehouse can synchronize with the spatial supplies. Family members who have been authenticated can directly retrieve items, and they remain perpetually fresh. The basement momentarily left her in awe, not only because it was extraordinarily spacious after the villa and winery's underground areas connected, but also due to the blinding light that flooded the previously dark corridor the moment she opened the door. The air conditioning panel automatically displayed a comfortable 22 degrees. Mu Yuyang recalled, wasn't the power cut earlier? It must have been Xiao Yanjiang who set up a temporary circuit. Xiao Yanjiang's tail shimmered with starlight. The basement can serve as a cool retreat during the sweltering heat, and I've even tidied it up.
Mu Yuyang surfeit her surroundings.
Noting the immaculate cleanliness reminiscent of the villa. I must say, Xiao Yanjiang's cleanliness is quite commendable. However, her gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a somewhat hasty doodle in the corner. The faded chalk drawing depicted 4 stick figures, the short father and mother, the little boy holding a net, and a tiny figure with pigtails. As her fingertip grazed the smiling face of one of the figures, tears fell onto Muxwang's fur. The dog, sensing her sorrow, gently tugged at her pant leg. Looking up with mournful eyes and licking the back of her hand, Xiao Yanjiang understood the significance of this doodle. With a voice that was both comforting and reminiscent, Xiao Yanjiang spoke. In the corner of the monitoring room, there's a large box of spare cameras. Xiao Yanjiang sweetly reported, the surveillance equipment is mostly intact. Everything that needed repair or replacement has been arranged. Nodding, Mu Yuyang collected several cameras into the space. Suddenly, she heard a chirping sound in her mind. The chicken coop she had discarded at the door had mysteriously found its way into the space. 3 little chicks were pecking at the feeder. She quickly glanced at the countdown timer on the screen. It had not budged. Remembering the pulsating countdown when she had first entered the space, Mu Yuyang realized. So, only living beings consume the time retained in the space. At the winery's fence, Mu Yuyang marked off items on her shopping list. Barbed wire, steel wire. When grandfather was alive, he would reinforce the fence every year. Although there are no significant gaps now, it creaks when pushed. Moreover, this spot exceeds Xiao Yanjiang's control range. I must reinforce it quickly. With this thought, she turned and entered the temperature-controlled greenhouse in the vineyard, expecting to find collapsed plastic sheets and rusted steel pipes. She was pleasantly surprised to see the framework standing straight. Even the damaged greenhouse film had been carefully taped. Pressing the temperature control panel, the screen lit up, displaying a stable 18 degrees. Excellent, she exclaimed. The thick steel selected by grandfather exceeds expectations. Now I can plant in safety even amidst the blizzards following the zombie outbreak. After all, the blood of the flower-growing family runs deep in my veins. She reminisced about her childhood spent tending the vegetable garden with her grandfather. Mu Yuliang would squat by the vegetable beds, stuffing raw tomatoes into his mouth, grimacing from the sourness, yet insisting on competing with her to see who could pick the straightest cucumber. They would chase after the chickens, ducks, and geese, only to provoke the big goose, which would then chase them around the grape trellis. I hope the seeds I've prepared and the lively little chicks will bring Muyu Liang some joy in this apocalyptic world. Suddenly, Muxwang's demeanor changed, her front paws gripping the fence tightly as a low, threatening growl rumbled from her throat. Muyu Yang followed her gaze, and there, amidst the dusk, a white shadow flickered behind the grapevines. It resembled a tattered sheet hanging from a branch, yet as she focused, it swiftly retreated into the woods. She recalled her grandfather's warning, "Beware of the madwoman in the back mountain. Stay away from the fence." Chapter 17. The master speeds up. The dog is bewildered, a madwoman? Muyu Yang's eyes narrowed, her fingers gripping the wire of the fence. With such unnatural speed, could she truly just be a madwoman? With a creaking sound, the rusted fence gate was flung open. The sound of the hinges echoed like a wailing owl, startling a few fallen leaves. The dusk was thick as ink, and the shadows of the grapevines twisted into menacing forms. The white shadow had already transformed into a blur, dashing into the depths of the forest. Muyu Yang took off in pursuit. In the face of danger, how can I allow another to slumber peacefully? The apocalypse is imminent. I must uncover the truth about this madwoman. Xiao Yanjiang cannot reach the back mountain to assist, but with my space as a safety net, I can confront her regardless. Muxwang growled ferociously, her front paws crushing the dry leaves beneath her as she shot forward like an arrow. Though small in stature, her fierce loyalty surpassed that of a wolf. Yet the white shadow moved with such eerie speed. Muyu Yang ran with all her might, nearly gasping for breath. The white shadow, however, continued to slip further away, vanishing into a grove of fallen giants. Upon entering the clearing, Muyu Yang found only scattered twigs and a crushed bird's nest. Did I lose her? Muyu Yang leaned on her knees, panting, beads of cold sweat mingling with the warmth of exertion. In her previous life, though she lacked supernatural abilities, her speed had allowed her to evade mutated zombies on numerous occasions. Yet now, she could not even catch up to a madwoman? This speed. Does it resemble that of the speed ability users from my past life? Could it be that someone had already mutated before the apocalypse? Just like the mutated rats I saw today? If only I could awaken a speed ability as well, such a gift would be a lifesaver in the apocalypse. Beep. Activation signal for speed ability detected. Muyu Yang's pupils constricted. An ability? Is it the kind of ability I was just thinking of? Activation? Abilities can be activated? Run 500 meters within 1 minute to activate speed ability. Every meter over counts as level 1. 500 meters? In 1 minute? Is this asking me to run like Usain Bolt? Without waiting to catch her breath, countdown begins. 3. She pushed off the ground and dashed forward. The sooner I start running, the faster I can accelerate. I'm all in. 21 starts. 595,857, 321. And Muyu Yang stumbled to a halt, her heart pounding like a drum. You have run 507 meters. Beep. Congratulations on attaining level 7 speed ability. A flicker of joy flashed in Muyu Yang's eyes. In her previous life, the strongest ability user nearby was only level 4, and that was after 6 years of the apocalypse. Yet here she was, having acquired a level 7 life-saving ability before the apocalypse even began. Beep. Current capacity for non-mental abilities is level 5. Please enhance your physical condition as soon as possible. The level is contingent upon physical condition? She was taken aback, but her excitement overshadowed all else. Beside her, Muxwang was panting heavily, tongue lolling out, when suddenly, she saw her master vanish in an instant. Only a gust of wind remained in her wake. Woof. Woof woof. Muxwang spun in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. How did my master run faster than a dog? She was just lethargic. And now it's as if she's been injected with adrenaline? Goodness, this speed. If level 5 is this powerful. Muyu Yang came to a stop over 100 meters away, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of the wind at her feet, her heart brimming with joy. I must say, the space is quite remarkable. Madwoman, next time, I will surely catch you. After a moment of rest, Muyu Yang's attention turned to the land beneath her feet. If the villa can be moved out, perhaps the land can be too? As the thought settled, the earth beneath her feet suddenly emitted a wisp of blue smoke. In the blink of an eye, what was once ordinary brown-yellow farmland transformed into the same dark brown as the space around her. The surface of the soil shimmered with an oily sheen, resembling a layer of melted chocolate. She crouched down, scooping up a handful of soil. It was warm, moist, and even bore a faint scent of wheat. It was identical to the land within the space. Mu Yuyang's brows furrowed slightly. Is this speed fast enough to produce smoke? The ethereal figure of Xiao Yangyang floated in the air, its antennae spinning wildly, scattering glimmers of light. Ding. Xiao Yangyang's upgraded land. Mu Yuyang was both puzzled and impressed. Her eyes darted around, and she retrieved 3 fluffy, tender yellow chicks from the space's chicken coop, gently placing them in the livestock area of the temperature-controlled greenhouse. 3 from the space belong to me, and 3 from outside belong to Yuliang. Let's see what differences arise on both sides. With that thought, she turned and urged Mu Xiuyang to continue the training. They began with a mad dash, followed by strength training, sweat pouring down as if it were free, causing the ground to steam. Mu Xiuyang collapsed onto the ground, panting, his dog-like face displaying utter exhaustion. Damn it.
I'm exhausted.
Xiao Yangyang had just conjured a large basin of deboned chicken, duck, and goose, instantly sparking its interest, as it dove headfirst into the food bowl with a joyful howl. Before Mu Yuyang lay a mound of fluffy, white rice. Beside it was a glossy, juicy lemon duck, releasing oil with the slightest touch of chopsticks. There were also crispy, crackling fried lettuce, its green leaves enveloped in golden oil. Finally, a large bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, so fresh it could make one's eyebrows fall off. As she bit into the lettuce, its crispness made her eyes narrow in delight. The feeling of being able to eat vegetables is truly wonderful. There are not many vegetables left. I need to stockpile 10 or 8 tons quickly. As night fell, Mu Yuyang and Mu Xiuyang soaked in hot water infused with spirit spring. She discovered that the spirit spring water would automatically accumulate if not fully consumed, causing the well to fill increasingly. The water in the bathtub grew darker, yet her body felt lighter and more energetic. She even felt capable of knocking out a cow with a single punch. In a pleasant mood, she mused, isn't this the essence of cleansing and revitalization? After changing into her pajamas and drawing back the shower curtain, she glanced at Mu Xiuyang's bathing tub. The water, though still dark, was much cleaner than in the afternoon. Mu Xiuyang's eyes sparkled. Woof woof. It feels amazing. Mu Yuyang retrieved 2 hairdryers. One was directed at herself, the other at Mu Xiuyang. The warm breeze, fragrant aroma, and refreshing sensation filled her with nostalgia. After completing her grooming, Mu Yuyang lay on her bed, ready to embark on significant endeavors, online shopping. She intended to stockpile those technological marvels she had longed for during the apocalypse, but could no longer procure. As soon as she opened her phone, the dormitory group's icon began to bounce furiously, the number instantly skyrocketing to 99. Mu Yuyang's fingers paused. Is it blowing up? Chapter 18. CEO Senior. Peculiar designation. The moment Mu Yuyang's fingertip grazed the phone screen, messages erupted like fireworks, flooding the entire display. Her eyelids twitched as she read the 4 glaring red characters announcing the upcoming school celebration, driving into her mind like nails. School celebration? She mused, momentarily dazed. I almost forgot. I'm still in school in this life. Cui Meng. I heard that successful seniors will return to campus. Yenya. Yes, yes. The highlight. The youngest CEO of the Huasha Group, Senior Cheng Feiyang, will also be there. So exciting. Attached, latest photo of Cheng Feiyang, the campus heartthrob. JPG. Mu Yuyang glanced at the photo, instantly mesmerized. Have I met him? Why does he seem so familiar, as if we've known each other for ages? Just as her head began to ache, her gaze was drawn to the lazy, curled-up black cat behind him. This cat, its silhouette resembles that green-eyed black cat. Is it a coincidence? A chill crept up her spine as the barrage of group messages crashed upon her like a tsunami, forcing the eerie sensation back down. Luo Yu. So handsome. That's what you call doing well, right? He's thriving.
Starry-eyed JPEG 3, Cui Meng, White.
Senior Feiyang? Could it be our school's renowned heartthrob Feiyang? He is my #1 idol. Attached, screenshot of hot thread from campus forum, shocking. Campus heartthrob quietly started a business for 3 years, now worth over 100 million. Yenya, my idol.
Min.
Luo Yu. Draw your swords. The idol belongs to me. Cui Meng. By the way, I heard every class will choose a student representative to shoot a promotional video with the seniors. I wonder who our class will choose. Luo Yu. It must be Yu Yang. Who else could represent our class's flower? Even the usually quiet one chimed in. I also think Yu Yang is the most suitable.
Cui Meng, Mu Yuyang.
A wave of quality boys is coming your way. Campaign for votes. Quickly show your charm to gather support.
Yanya, Muyuyang.
Good fortune should not flow to outsiders. You must represent our dormitory and win over senior Fei Yang. Suddenly, Pan Li, who had been lurking, spoke up. Yu Yang already has a boyfriend. Don't put her in a difficult position. Let someone else have the opportunity. Catching sight of Pan Li's familiar avatar, Mu Yuyang couldn't help but curl her lips into a devilish smirk. I almost forgot, there's a little troublemaker here, waiting for the devil's caress. Pan Li's avatar popped up in the list. She sent a voice message, overly sweet. Dear Yuyang, I'm running low on my lipstick from Ming. Can I borrow a few from your drawer? Followed swiftly by another. My birthday is coming up. Can you get me the latest AMN lipstick gift set this year? And maybe a red dress to go with it? The third came even quicker. By the way, my parents are sick and I have no living expenses. Could you lend me 10,000? Don't worry. I'll definitely treat you to a grand meal when I have money. You're the kindest, most adorable, most beautiful, and most helpful person. Love you. The scenes from her previous life played back like a tape on rewind. When Pan Li received the AMN dress, she smiled sweeter than a flower, only to turn around and shove a formaldehyde-laden toner into her hands. Yuyang, your skin is so good. Using this will definitely make it even more tender. That substance, once applied to her face, caused an immediate outbreak of red rashes. Within half an hour, her face swelled to the size of a steamed bun. Her eyelids puffed up so much, she couldn't open them, itching so much that she banged her head against the wall. By the time she was sent to the hospital, her face was 3 times rounder than a pig's head. She missed the election for the student representative entirely. What was even more disgusting came afterward. This ungrateful wretch used her money to treat others while campaigning for votes, only to turn around at the dinner table and sarcastically remark, Mu Yuyang? She's just a vase relying on men for her position. I heard her private life is quite chaotic. If it hadn't been for one when flipping the table and exposing her gossip video in the class group, Mu Yuyang would have never known she had fed a dog with sincere affection, only to be bitten in return.
Ha!
Mu Yuyang tugged at the corners of her mouth, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. The words in the dialogue box dripped with icy disdain. Though your appearance is unattractive, your thoughts are truly beautiful. What is the price of the new AMN dress? Surely it could cover your living expenses for a year, right? You just openly ask for it as if it's worth a fortune? If you truly knew how to take advantage of others, you would have been paralyzed long ago. Your parents are sick, but instead of being frugal, you come asking me for 3,000 every month? This month, you're directly asking for 10,000? The cafeteria has subsidies. Each meal costs only about 10 yuan. Are you eating gold-plated feces every day? In the first 7 months, a total of 21,000. I've already provided the transaction records to my lawyer. If you don't want a lawsuit, you better return the money quickly. Don't go around treating everyone like your parents to exploit. You want me to be your mother? I wouldn't even want a daughter like you. When you do get money, treat me to a grand meal. So all it takes is a thick enough skin to avoid repaying the debts you've owed for half a year? I am indeed kind, charming, beautiful, and ever willing to lend a helping hand. However, I will not support ungrateful souls or the trifles of the world. Spare me your affections. If you truly believe a single word of the nonsense you spew, then consider all the favors you received from the past as utterly wasted. Do refrain from bothering me in the future. I have no patience for such thoughtless individuals. After expressing my disdain, I promptly blocked them. Having taken a 10-day leave from class, I turned to Winwon and informed her that a friend from the meteorological station had warned of impending extreme weather conditions next week. She should stock up on supplies and remain indoors with her family. Winwon's residence is also located in Jinhai Bay. In my previous life, just before the apocalypse erupted, I happened to be on leave to pick up Mu Yuyang from the hospital. We narrowly escaped the outbreak's epicenter. After the apocalypse commenced, I even used a small drone to deliver 5 packs of instant noodles to Mu Yuyang and the Fan family. Regrettably, we lost contact shortly after the power went out. Shaking off my thoughts, I decided to focus on online shopping. My fingers swiftly navigated the screen. First, I sent 5 emergency supply kits to Winwon's address, adding a crowbar, a fire axe, a multifunctional entrenching tool, compressed biscuits, canned food, and 10 boxes each of purified water. I understood that few would believe in the warnings of an impending apocalypse. Most would likely dismiss it as madness. Nevertheless, I felt an obligation to repay the kindness of those 5 packs of noodles. Once I finished stocking my own emergency supplies, I delved into the food section. My initial order comprised instant noodles, red braised beef, pickled cabbage, each flavor totaling 100 boxes, chicken soup, tomato beef, spicy ribs, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and shrimp balls in golden broth, each flavor totaling 50 boxes. The total for this first wave was 180,000. Next came the sausages, 200 boxes of volcanic stone grilled sausages, with a 90 meat content. The combination of instant noodles and grilled sausages would be the perfect survival meal, costing 30,000. The third wave involved noodles, 5 boxes each of crab roe noodles, spaghetti, scallion oil noodles, hot and sour noodles, tomato powder noodles, nanchang mixed noodles, hot dry noodles, udon noodles, and knife-cut wide noodles, along with 20 boxes of spicy turkey noodles, totaling 80,000. For the fourth wave, I ordered pre-packaged meals, 5 boxes each of mushroom chicken, yellow braised chicken, pig stomach chicken, spicy chicken, red braised beef, curry beef, dompa pork, sauerkraut fish, pickled pork, and beef tenderloin, costing 190,000. Although I plan to raise a yard full of chickens, ducks, and geese, grow as many vegetables as possible, and stockpile fresh meat, seafood, and fruits to enjoy fresh produce, I was acutely aware that this world is ever-changing. There may come a time when even a hot meal would be a luxury. Thus, I was determined to hoard fresh ingredients and to stockpile technology that could save lives in an instant. It is always wise to be prepared, even though my deepest wish remains for peace and prosperity for all. Suddenly, my phone buzzed violently, the muted screen lighting up with frantic notifications from the class group. I opened it to find a flurry of messages. Mu Yuyang, Senior Ching Feiyang has specifically requested to film the school anniversary promotional video with you. What? My grip on the phone tightened as bewilderment washed over me. This wasn't he part of the previous life as script. Chapter 19. The forum explodes. The black cat goes wild. The class group messages continued to scroll frantically. The dormitory group was in complete chaos.
Mu Yuyang.
Sister Mu, you're incredible.
Mu Yuyang.
You shall be my goddess from now on. Please treat my idol kindly.
Mu Yuyang.
You've made the campus forum headlines. Attached, screenshot of a popular campus forum post. Explosion. Shocking secrets of the Chung family. Chung Feiyang has been missing for 3 days, allegedly meeting our school's goddess Mu. Was the key to the private vault left in her hands? What is this vault key? I clicked on the trending post, which vividly detailed clandestine meetings and tokens of love, the key. A wave of annoyance surged through me. The comment section was a cacophony of chaos. Top comment. What the heck? The campus heartthrob is actually the heir of the Chung group. How did we not see this coming? Top comment 2. The female lead is Mu Yuyang. An alumnus spotted Chung outside her residential area at dawn. Attached, a blurry image of a luxurious black car with a shadowy figure. The Tianyuan Villa District? I stared at the image, incredulous. You can conjure rumors from a mere photo of the Villa District's entrance? Even his own mother might not recognize that shadow. Top comment 3. Missing from the Villa District for 3 days at dawn. Is this rumor true? What about the vault key? Top comment 4. Why the pretense of being high and mighty while trying to lure in Chung? Is this never-ending? I muttered in frustration. Being thrust into the spotlight felt more bothersome than being pursued by zombies. With the countdown to the apocalypse ticking relentlessly at my back, I had no time to engage in this frivolous gossip game. Without a moment's hesitation, I directly messaged our class supervisor in the raging class group, my fingers pressing firmly. Teacher Lee, I must decline participation in the promotional video for personal reasons. Please arrange for another student.
Thank you.
Upon sending the message, it was as if cold water had been thrown into a boiling pot. The once exuberant class group fell silent, only to erupt into a frenzy of messages. What? Yuyang, wake up. That's Chung Feiyang. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Did I read that correctly? Refusing Chung Feiyang?
Mu Yuyang.
You're amazing. I'm in awe. This singular refusal ignited a wildfire across the campus. The entry about my refusal surged to the forefront of the campus forum at rocket speed, eclipsing the vault key discussion. The comment section polarized, supporters strong. That's what a true goddess is. Not swayed by the allure of wealth. Critics. What else with the pretense? Playing hard to get, are we? Onlookers. This is the drama of the year. Will Chung respond? We're waiting for updates. At that moment, in a dimly lit restroom of a bar, Pan Li, having just induced vomiting, glared at the screen displaying my firm refusal. Her nails dug painfully into her palm, nearly drawing blood. Her features twisted with extreme jealousy. Moo Yuyang. The lipstick she was using snapped unexpectedly under her grip. The vibrant red tube broke into two, resembling coagulated blood smeared on her fingertips. Why does she, living in a villa district, act so high and mighty while I'm here at a bar, forced to induce vomiting, and still can't break into that circle? Why? Panting heavily, her eyes bloodshot with rage, the name of the villa district felt like a needle, throbbing at her temples. In the mirror, she saw a reflection equally beautiful and youthful as mine. Why the stark difference? The venom of jealousy coursed violently through her veins. I must ruin her, destroy her.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of furious knocking echoed from outside the restroom. What are you dawdling for? Don't you want to know about He Xiao's whereabouts? You want to flirt with the elite but don't want to pay the price? I have no free information for you. Get out here now. In the top-floor office of the Haiqing Investment Building, Cheng Feiyong set down his tablet, the screen displaying my succinct and resolute refusal. His handsome face revealed little emotion, yet his deep-set eyes flickered with a hint of surprise and curiosity. Beside him, a green-eyed black cat adorned with a black collar watched, its bright eyes darting with displeasure, as if it had anticipated everything. He Tianxiong cautiously inquired, Mr. Cheng, she has declined your request. Do you think it is necessary for the school to intervene? Or should we consider alternative solutions? Cheng Feiyong, with his long fingers, gently stroked the black cat's fur, remaining silent. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he retrieved his personal phone, inputting a series of digits and clicking to add a friend. The verification message was succinct and assertive. Cheng Feiyong, shall we chat? Mu Yuyang glanced at the friend request and promptly blocked the number. What she truly needed were instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and a sharp tang knife. Whether he was Cheng Feiyong or Cheng Xieshua mattered not. All that surrounded her were ticking time bombs threatening her survival in this apocalyptic world. On the campus forum, two explosive topics dominated the trending list. Mu Yuyang refuses to film with a campus heartthrob, and Cheng Feiyong makes his first appearance after being rejected. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the next move from the affluent heir. Cheng Feiyong paused in his petting of the cat, his fingertips turning cold as he mused. This little creature has surprisingly guessed correctly once again.
Meow.
The green-eyed black cat suddenly bristled, confusion evident in its eyes. He Tianxiong, bewildered, awaited further instructions, only to see Cheng Feiyong furrow his brow sharply. Moments later, he exclaimed, have the helicopter come at once. I must return to Beijing. Chapter 20. Young master returns to Beijing. Black car makes a U-turn. He Tianxiong's typically stoic expression cracked, revealing an unmistakable surprise. Return to Beijing? What about the promotional video? Cheng Feiyong had already risen, swiftly adjusting his cuffs as he approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the city glimmered with the onset of evening lights. The green-eyed black cat adeptly leaped onto his shoulder, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, as if sensing some invisible danger lurking in the air.
Cancel it.
Cheng Feiyong continued walking, his tone calm and unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. Cancel. He Tianxiong's mouth gaped, his mind racing. Wasn't this promotional video the heir's own idea? To solidify his image before the old man? To secure the Mu family's villa? The public relations department had invested significant effort in its preparation. And now he suddenly wants to abandon it? Not to mention, it seems he intends to leave immediately? Cheng Feiyong stood before the window, his posture tall, yet imbued with an inexplicable gravity. Let the school issue an official statement. There is no need to contact me further. He Tianxiong instinctively pressed for clarification. But what about the Mu family villa? The abrupt shift in circumstances left him utterly perplexed. Put it aside for now. Cheng Feiyong's voice turned icy, laced with an unmistakable detachment. Notify the crew. I demand to see the plane within 5 minutes. His gaze pierced the nightscape beyond the window, profound and unfathomable. Yes, Mr.
Cheng.
He Tianxiong jolted back to reality, hastily accepting the directive before turning to arrange the logistics. Yet, turmoil churned within him. What on earth has transpired? Did that cat sense something amiss from Beijing? Or was there something about the Mu family that even Mr. Cheng fears? Half an hour after the school's announcement, the campus network of Haiqing University was rocked by an even greater seismic event than Mu Yuyang's refusal to film. When the official notice appeared on the homepage stating that the heir of the Cheng family, Cheng Feiyong, had to urgently return to Beijing due to unforeseen circumstances, Unilaterally canceling the filming of the promotional video, the entire school was enveloped in an eerie silence. Then, a tidal wave of public opinion erupted. The class group chat went into a frenzy. Yenya. Oh my goodness. Senior Ching has left? He's just not filming anymore? Shocked to silence JPG, Luo Yue. I'm in shock. Senior Ching gave up? Just like that? Brain malfunction gif, Chui Meng. So, does this mean that Senior Ching chose to exit after being rejected by Mu Yang? CPU overheating JPG, classmate, oh my god. This is more bizarre than I imagined. Sister Mu declines first, and Senior Ching bolts right after? Kneeling in awe JPG, classmate B, what a stunning twist. Hardcore Sister Mu. With her prowess, with her aura, I don't even know what it is, she has compelled the heir of the affluent family to retreat. Offering my knee JPG, classmate C, the truth is revealed. It's not that Senior Ching gave up, he was scared away. Whispering, the forum became a nuclear explosion site. Cheng Feiyang flees overnight, abandoning the promotional video. Cheng Feiyang waves, Mu Yang ascends to glory, hideout, as affluent family mystery drama. Shocking twist ending. Latest hot post, gossip enthusiast. Recapping the astonishing events of the day, Senior Cheng, the goddess, declines to film, shocking the entire internet. And Senior Cheng flees overnight, waiving his rights. Mu Yang has triumphed single-handedly. She didn't even need to show up to win. Truly the behavior of a queen. Offering flowers JPG. New hot post, anonymous user, suspected school assistant account insider information. Senior Cheng left due to an urgent phone call. Apparently, it was his grandfather, the patriarch of the Cheng family, summoning him urgently. Something major has happened in Beijing. The promotional video pales in comparison to family matters. One can only say Mu classmate luck is off the charts. New hot post, hammer of justice. Ha. What a turnaround. Previously, they said Mu Yang was playing hard to get, wanting to climb the social ladder. In reality, she simply didn't care. Senior Cheng bolted. This is the true embodiment of a goddess. Hands on hips JPG. New hot post, Pang Li's special account. Furious nonsense. What goddess? She's merely a scheming witch. Surely, she must have done something unspeakable to threaten Senior Cheng into leaving. You've all been deceived by her. Wretched woman. May she meet her end. This comment was swiftly reported and deleted. The tide of public opinion had completely reversed. Mu Yang's resolute refusal, set against the backdrop of Cheng Feiyang's retreat, elevated her to a status akin to divinity. She transformed from a mere suspected social climber to a mysterious goddess whom even the affluent heir dared to avoid. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Cheng Feiyang sat aboard a private jet, the green-eyed black cat curled quietly beside him. Deep within the emerald depths of its gaze, tumult brewed, and its claws inadvertently etched fine lines into the leather seat. His subordinates presented reports of the public opinion shift, but he merely gazed out at the swirling clouds beyond the window. His fingers tapped a cold rhythm on the table, as fragmented images of the Black Cat's transmissions replayed in his mind. Scene A. The SVIP area of the Cheng private hospital sealed off. The blood-red electronic screen flashed ominously. T4 level quarantine. The welded seams of the blast-proof door revealed a fleeting familiar profile. The black syringe, etched into his very being, lay silently on the hospital tray. Scene B. The blood-red villa. In the instant the gunfire tore through the night, a girl's silhouette ghosted over the wall. A glint of cold steel flashed. His last memory was of warmth surging from his throat and those ice-cold eyes. The green eyes of the black cat reflected his suddenly darkened visage. I never expected the conclusion to be even more tragic than before the correction. I must find a way to pin this variable down on the chessboard. As this thought settled, 2 tears unexpectedly slipped from Cheng Feiyang's eyes. His brow furrowed in confusion. The black cat affectionately nuzzled against him, yet his expression turned cold once more. In Haicheng, at the Cloud Top Vineyard, Mu Yang, engrossed in online shopping, swiped away the notification from the campus news app. Shocking. Cheng Feiyang returns to Beijing due to urgent matters. Promotional video postponed indefinitely. Is Mu Yang the biggest winner? Hoarding supplies for the apocalypse was infinitely more crucial than any sensational gossip. She skillfully placed an order for 60,000 yuan worth of snacks. Caramel sunflower seeds, cucumber-flavored potato chips, shikima, quail eggs, boneless chicken feet, shredded beef, pecans, macadamia nuts, pistachios, egg yolk pastries, pine nuts, mochi lollipops, and chocolate, all to be stacked into a small mountain. Additionally, 200 boxes of durian snow skin mooncakes. Turning her head, she unearthed a pile of dark energy bars. Though they are quite unpalatable, one can stave off hunger for half a day with just one. Tang Dao, claw knife, short knife, engineering shovel, bulletproof vest, military gloves. An assortment of gear absent from the Doomsday Emergency Kit had cost her an additional 350,000. Just as fatigue began to weigh her down, she suddenly sat upright. How could I have forgotten this? Xiao Yangyang, push me all the platforms that can transfer funds instantly. The projection of her intelligent assistant sprang to life, its tail swishing to reveal a myriad of loan app icons. Simultaneously, a black car not far from Yunding Winery made a sharp turn and vanished into the night. Chapter 21. The Iron Fist of the Apocalypse. Dog brain malfunction. The young man in the passenger seat could no longer contain his curiosity and asked the middle-aged man, who was furrowing his brow, "Forgive my ignorance, but didn't he third master say we couldn't return without finding the key? Why the sudden change?" "Indeed, boss." The subordinate in the back seat echoed, equally baffled. "Isn't that woman a crucial lead? Are we just abandoning it? This isn't like you. Nor is it third master style." The middle-aged man's expression darkened, as if soaked in ink, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "If the key were truly in her possession, could Chung Feiyang have left so decisively? It's likely someone has set a trap for third master. We should leave a shadow to monitor her." The young man in the passenger seat scratched his head in confusion. "What is our rush to Jinbei? It's quite far from here, and that place has no connection to our previous movements." In the thick darkness of the night, the middle-aged man's eyes were as deep as a ghost's. He slowly breathed out 5 words, "The eagle's nest has vanished."
"What?"
The scarred face at the wheel suddenly widened his eyes. The speeding vehicle jolted violently. The other two were equally startled, their faces etched with shock. The eagle's nest. Chung Feiyang's airborne throne. Top-tier defense. Elite secrecy systems. It housed his most critical secrets. While Chung Feiyang could be trapped by third master, he could not simply disappear. Even worse, he could not vanish along with the eagle's nest. Does this mean third master's eagle elimination plan is to be shelved? The order has been given. The middle-aged man continued to gaze out the window, his voice thunderous. "Withdraw all shadows. Everyone find the little eagle. Cast a wide net. We must see the living, and if dead, we must extract the contents of the black box for third master." In the bedroom of Yunding Winery, so many? Mu Yuyang looked at the sudden influx of loan apps on her phone screen, surprised. Next to her, Mu Shuiyang, who had been sleeping like a log, nearly squealed in fright upon hearing the noise. Only when she saw Mu Yuyang calmly tapping her phone did she flop back down. Instant approval. Instant funds. High limits. The colorful app icons, each adorned with their enticing slogans, flashed before Mu Yuyang's eyes. Her fingers danced as she quickly downloaded them. Highlight. Online loans are dangerous. Do not imitate in reality. Register, facial recognition, and withdraw in a seamless trio of actions.
Ding.
28,500 yuan transferred instantly.
Ding.
49,000 yuan transferred instantly. In less than 10 minutes, her phone notifications exploded like firecrackers. A total of 42 million. Including the maxed-out credit cards, a grand total of 3.05 million was deposited. She gazed at the remaining 3 cards. There was still a chance to extract 7.9 million. Beautiful master. The projection of Xiao Yangyang swirled into view, beaming as it presented another row of apps. The platforms for instant funds have been packaged and pushed. Mu Yuyang's brow twitched at the additional pages of apps on her phone. Am I corrupting the intelligent assistant? In the apocalypse, money is mere paper, if not now. When to take advantage? Xiao Yangyang chirped and began humming a modified tune. Wool harvesting march. Harvesting wool. Harvesting wool. Oh, how we harvest wool. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of a nefarious online lending company, the CEO roared at the risk control alarm. What? 500,000 withdrawn in 1 minute. ISN TR maximum limit 300,000. The technician, with a mournful expression, replied, "Boss, the system indicates this was personally approved by you for VIP unlimited access." Xiao Yangyang secretly reveled in her accomplishments. Ding. Forged authorization records completed. By the way, beautiful master, Xiao Yangyang suddenly halted her singing, smiling brightly as she leaned closer to Mu Yuyang. Once the intelligent system levels up to Tier 2, I can do even more for you.
Mu Yuyang sighed.
Is this a reminder to hasten my search for gems to level up? Time for sleep, sleep. Tomorrow, we shall battle anew. At 6 o'clock, the alarm blared. Mu Yuyang swiftly yanked Mu Xiuyang out of bed, rushing out. Let us practice. Let us practice. She dashed into the morning fog, her feet barely touching the ground, moving faster than when her powers were first activated. Her calves felt as though they had springs, each step propelling her forward by more than half a meter. The shadows of the phoenix trees whipped past her. The wind howled as it rushed into her collar. It must be the effect of the spirit spring water. She mused joyfully. It seems I should indulge in a few more baths in the spirit spring before the apocalypse. After a fervent run, Mu Yuyang began her strength training for the day, declaring, in the apocalypse, a strong fist is the true father. When there is no escape, and one must confront challenges head-on, a robust physique becomes exceedingly vital. Hence, I cannot slacken even for a moment.
Ding.
Power ability activation signal detected. Mu Yuyang's eyes brightened. Could it be that this isn't a shapeshifting space, but a wishing space? Lift a 70-kilogram object for over 30 seconds within 1 minute. Power ability activated. For every additional kilogram per second, level 1. Her mouth slightly agape, she exclaimed, 70 kilograms? Do they think I'm the Hulk? Countdown. 59, 58, 57. She lunged for a large rock by the roadside, thumping it on the scale. 62 kilograms. Not enough. 48, 47. 46. She turned to the bewildered Mu Xiuyang. Xiuyang, come here. Woof. Mu Xiuyang was confused. What are you trying to do with this delicate frame? 40, 39, 38. With gritted teeth, Mu Yuyang hoisted the dog onto her shoulder, then bent her legs to lift the stone.
Ugh.
Veins bulged from her arms to her neck as the stone scraped her palms, drawing blood. 33, 32, 31. Persevere. Sweat streamed down her face. In 2 lifetimes. I cannot fall to a mere stone. 11, 10, 9. Each second felt like walking on razor blades, her legs trembling like a sieve. She knew that opportunities would not wait for her. She had to seize them. 5, 4, bang. The countdown ended. She collapsed to the ground, her palms mangled. Woof. The passive Mu Xiuyang quickly scrambled up, cautiously nudging Mu Yuyang. Woof woof, are you okay? Mu Yuyang, feeling drained, gently shook her head, indicating she was unharmed. Lift 74 kilograms. Sustained for 32 seconds. Congratulations. Level 6 power ability acquired.
Ding.
Current non-psychic ability capacity is level 5. Please enhance your physical fitness promptly. A surge of warmth coursed through her body. The agonizing wounds from earlier healed significantly in an instant. Her previously weary body felt as though it had been filled with nitrogen. Every bone was clamoring. I can punch a cow into the air. Looking down, she saw that her once raw wounds had formed tender new flesh. Gulping down spirit spring water, the wounds healed at an observable rate, leaving no scars behind. With one hand, she pushed against the ground and sprang up. Then, as though lifting a cabbage, she hoisted the massive rock with one hand. Woof! Mu Xiuyang's pupils trembled. Did I just lose my eyesight?
Bang!
The rock was suddenly shattered by Mu Yuyang's punch, fragments flying and dust scattering. Woof! Mu Xiuyang's hind legs buckled, and she plopped down, her eyes wide as saucers. My brain has officially melted. Chapter 22. A kick that sends you flying. The lackey coughs up blood. Mu Yuyang shook her still warm fist, the tingling sensation from the shattered stones in her palm lingering, as if a fire had ignited within her. Glancing down at the remnants of stone powder on her knuckles, a slight smirk appeared on her lips. Let us head back and soak in the spirit spring. By the time you've fully absorbed the spring water, you might even be able to crush a great boulder with a single step. Wang Hu? Mu Xiuyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. You better not be fooling me. At 7:40, Mu Yuyang instructed Xiao Yangyang to prepare 5 large basins of marinated chicken, duck, and goose. Mu Xiuyang, don't finish it all at once. Your stomach might explode. She affectionately ruffled the dog's head before diving into the off-road vehicle. The bustling morning market of Haicheng awaited her as she made a beeline for the century-old establishment, Zhengru Breakfast. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had long yearned for this place. Hello. She glanced at the cashier, her impatience bubbling over as she placed her order. 1 serving each of crab roe soup dumplings, pan-fried buns, deep-fried dough sticks, glutinous rice dumplings, and scallion pancakes. 3 bowls of soy milk, to be consumed on site. Pausing for effect, she exclaimed, and pack 5,000 portions of each of these. 5,000 portions? The cashier's hand trembled, nearly dropping the scanner. 5,000. Mu Yuyang replied nonchalantly, "It's for a corporate breakfast meeting, you understand?" The cashier, now comprehending, closed her mouth and swiftly processed the order. Moments later, she confirmed, "I've applied an internal discount for you, totaling for 897,150 yuan. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this transaction?" Understanding the rarity of discounts at such a popular establishment, Mu Yuyang promptly completed the payment. The early bird catches the worm. Starting a new day with a delightful breakfast feels absolutely splendid. As the payment notification chimed, the manager rushed over. "Good morning, Miss Mu. We've prepared 50 complimentary servings of crab roast soup dumplings as a token of our appreciation for your support. Please, allow me to find you a better seat. Isn't that Miss Mu Yuyang from the Mu family?" Just as Mu Yuyang settled into a quiet spot with an excellent view, a shrill voice pierced through the air. "I heard that after her parents passed away, this young lady has been living off the sale of her inheritance. Who would have thought she could still find time to come here and compete for a seat?" Zhang Xia sashayed over, her lackey Qin Mylin quickly chiming in. Indeed, when Mu Shenghai was alive, he squandered on frivolities. Now that he is gone, what can she do but sell her assets?
Ha!
She's such a jinx. Besides liquidating her estate, what other options does she have? I bet if Mu Shenghai knew, he'd rise from his grave just to slap her.
Mu Yuyang lifted her gaze, coldly assessing Zhang Xia.
When did this fool, accompanied by her little minion Qin Mylin, begin to target me? Ah yes, it all began that afternoon when she spoke to a boy she fancied. A disdainful smirk crept onto Mu Yuyang's face, her contempt crystallizing in her gaze. She leisurely sipped from her white porcelain teacup, casting a glance at the small bamboo garden outside, where morning dew clung to the bamboo leaves, glistening like diamonds. What kind of expression is that? Zhang Xia, infuriated by the derision, shouted, her voice rising in pitch. Mu Yuyang, you desperate jinx. What right do you have to give me that look? Apologize and get lost, or else. Do you think I want to have my father refuse to buy your shares? If he declines, who else would dare take them?
By then,
you want to even be able to afford day old buns, so don't come crying to me. That's right. Apologize now and scram. Qin Mylin seized the opportunity to ingratiate herself. Mu Yuyang found their antics laughable. She pulled out her phone and dialed Zhang Jinfeng, putting him on speaker. Uncle Zhang, I heard Xia say you were going to refuse the shares? I'll have Bai Lu contact Uncle Sun then. Wait. The urgency in the voice on the other end was palpable. However, Mu Yuyang hung up, raising an eyebrow at the unfazed Zhang Xia. Zhang Jinfeng's return call came swiftly, but Mu Yuyang hung up once more. Zhang Xia's complexion drained of color as the reality of her mistake dawned upon her. In the next moment, Zhang Xia's phone erupted with calls. The words "God of Wealth" glaringly illuminated her screen. Hello, Dad? She answered, trembling. You ungrateful girl. How dare you call me Dad? Zhang Jinfeng's roar rattled the receiver. Are you out of your mind, babbling nonsense in front of Yuyang? Do you have any idea how hard I fought for those shares? You ungrateful wretch. I don't care where you are. Apologize to her immediately. If this deal falls through, don't bother coming back to the Zhang family.
Xiao Yan.
Cut off this ungrateful girl as allowance.
Dad.
My 1 million. Zhang Xia felt her legs weaken, nearly crumpling to the ground. Her once delicate features now twisted in despair. Miss Mu, your breakfast is ready. The manager personally served her with a warm demeanor. The 5,000 packed portions are being expedited, along with the 50 complimentary crab roast soup dumplings. Wait, 50 portions. Qin Mylin shrieked. My friend Xia spends thousands monthly and never receives gifts. Why is she getting special treatment? Are you all insane? She couldn't hear what Zhang Jinfeng was saying on the other end of the line, but every word from the manager rang clear in her ears, infuriating her further. Zhang Xia, feeling a surge of irritation, blocked Qin Mylin's advance and heard the manager calmly say, Miss Mu's single transaction amounts to nearly 5 million. If you'd like to place an order. 5 million. Qin Mylin's mouth gaped in disbelief, but quickly turned to understanding. So, Mu Shenghai was quite the figure in Haicheng. How could the Mu family be squandered away? It seems he not only kept a pretty boy, but also burned through money like it was nothing. Zhang Xia clenched her fists in frustration. I only receive 1 million for my allowance. How could this lunatic spend nearly 5 million at once? Mu Yuyang forced herself to regain composure. Her throat felt as if it were choked with flies, yet for the sake of her monthly allowance and countless future allowances, she had to swallow her pride. We were reckless earlier. Yes, I apologize. She managed to utter those 3 words with difficulty. Xia? Qin Mylan exclaimed in shock. Why are you apologizing to this jinx? Even if she can temporarily come up with 5 million, the Mu family is already a shadow of its former self. Why bother with this broken household? Qin Mylan's nails were nearly digging into Mu Yuyang's nose. Yet she nonchalantly picked up a soup dumpling, slurping the broth. Qin Mylan's fury boiled over. Mu Yuyang, Xia is apologizing to you. How can you still eat? Didn't your parents teach you any manners before they passed? In an instant, a shadow darted past, followed by a dull thud.
Bang!
Qin Mylan flew across the room like a rag doll, crashing into 2 tables and shattering porcelain all over the floor. She lay on the ground, coughing up blood, her abdomen aching as if crushed by a truck. You dare hit me? Mu Yuyang stepped on her wrist, her gaze sharper than a blade. Disrespect my parents again, and I'll end you. Chapter 23. The gluttonous revenge, step by step. The cold words fell like a hammer, plunging the entire Jinru into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Qin Mylan's mind buzzed, completely malfunctioning. She stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Mu Yuyang, who towered above her. Is this truly the infamous fortune seller, the so-called weakling who can be easily bullied? That gaze, that fierce determination. She is unmistakably a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of a bloodbath. Is she genuinely prepared to end my life? Recklessly prepared to do so? A chill raced up her spine, reaching the crown of her head. Suddenly, she realized how swiftly Mu Yuyang had acted, like a fleeting shadow, leaving her unable to even discern its outline. Beside her, Zhang Xia was equally stunned. The usually arrogant Qin Molan, who habitually trailed behind her, was now crumpled like a rag doll, coughing up blood, her complexion more ghastly than the shattered porcelain scattered nearby. The supernatural swiftness of Mu Yuyang's movements, coupled with the palpable killing intent emanating from her, rendered her legs weak, nearly causing her to lose control. She instinctively took a half-step back, her throat feeling as if an invisible hand was squeezing it, rendering her utterly speechless. Fear, pure, unadulterated fear seized her for the first time so vividly. What were pocket money and shares compared to the value of her own life? After a brief, suffocating silence, Qin Molan finally emerged from her agony and shock. A wave of humiliation and rage surged forth, obliterating her fear. She shrieked, her voice distorted like a pig being slaughtered. You wretched girl! How dare you strike me? Call the police. Mu Yuyang, I will report you. I will sue you until you rot in prison. Trembling, she reached for her phone, her eyes burning with resentment.
No.
A near-screeching cry exploded from her lips. Zhang Xia, startled like a cat with its tail stepped on, jolted back to reality. Her heart raced, adrenaline surging.
No.
We cannot call the police.
Not now.
The furious voice of her father still echoed in her ears. If she dared to report Mu Yuyang, her father, Zhang Jinfeng, would tear her apart. The Mu Yuyang before her was no mere impoverished wretch to be toyed with. She was a formidable force capable of annihilating everything in her path. Zhang Xia rushed forward, gripping Qin Molan's wrist tightly. Her fingers dug into flesh, nearly embedding themselves into bone. Xia? Qin Molan, pained and dazed, stared at her with a face as pale as death. Seeing Qin Molan's stunned release of her phone, Zhang Xia regained some composure. She lowered her voice, trembling. Endure. We cannot act against her now. But Qin Molan, unwilling to yield, felt the metallic taste of blood in her throat, her abdomen aflame with excruciating pain. She could not swallow this indignation. There is no but. Zhang Xia interjected firmly, increasing her grip until bones nearly crunched. When I say we cannot act, we cannot act. Qin Molan shrieked in agony, but her gaze met Zhang Xia's bloodshot eyes. If you dare to touch her, I will kill you first. Now apologize. Apologize? Qin Molan felt as if she might lose her mind. You can't expect me to apologize. To that wretched star. Yes. Apologize like I do. Zhang Xia yanked her toward Mu Yuyang. Otherwise, we are both doomed. Qin Molan trembled under Zhang Xia's icy stare. She had no idea what had transpired. But she understood that if she did not apologize, the consequences would be dire. Despair, Grievance and humiliation surged within her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the blood at the corners of her mouth and the filth on the ground, a pitiful sight. Her phone rang once more. Zhang Xia cast a glance at Mu Yuyang, whose cold, smiling eyes made her hesitate to answer. She yanked Qin Molan again, fear evident in her eyes. Hurry. Yes.
I'm Sora.
Qin Molan sobbed, each word squeezed from her throat, tinged with humiliation. I deserve this. It's my fault. Mu Yuyang glanced at the pair, casually stuffing a dumpling into her mouth. The savory juices exploded in her mouth, and she savored every bite, reminiscing about this flavor she had longed for over the past 6 years. Today, not even the fiercest adversary could detract from her enjoyment of this meal. In truth, had Qin Molan not disrespected her parents, she would have had no time to deal with her. Her principles were etched into her very being. When delectable food was present, all else took a backseat. Zhang Xia's phone buzzed incessantly. Once again, it was her father, the god of wealth. She inhaled deeply, trembling as she answered. Dad. Don't call me Dad. Zhang Jinfeng's voice was still furious. Just tell me, has Yang forgiven you, or not? She stole a glance at the woman devouring her meal, her voice quivering. She is still eating. Useless. You're a waste. Zhang Jinfeng cursed impatiently. I'm on my way. You must keep her pacified. Do not let her leave. If even a hair is out of place, I will skin you alive. After finishing a breakfast that would take most people 2 or 3 meals to complete, Mu Yuyang finally displayed a contented expression. After 6 years of apocalypse, she had grown weary of hunger, craving nothing more than this fleeting sense of fullness that brought her a precious feeling of security. Yuyang. Zhang Jinfeng arrived in time. A smile plastered on his face. Uncle heard you were here and came to check on you. Dad, Zhang Xia timidly called out. Hello, Uncle, Qin Molan greeted weakly. Zhang Jinfeng ignored the two and gestured to the bodyguard behind him, who placed 2 large boxes of chocolates before Mu Yuyang. These are for you, Yuyang. You always loved this chocolate when you visited Uncle's house. I have always remembered. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. It appears that the rivalry between Zhang Jinfeng and Sun Renjie is more intense than I had anticipated. Are they resorting to emotional appeals right in front of me? Have they completely disregarded the previous conflicts regarding my father? In that case, thank you, Uncle. Mu Yuyang graciously accepted the chocolates. This brand of chocolate is indeed delightful. High in sugar and calories, it's essential for the apocalypse. More is always better. Zhang Jinfeng took a seat. Yuyang, she has played with you since childhood. You know her character. She is straightforward and has no ill intentions. Don't hold it against her. Mu Yuyang let out a cold laugh, her gaze piercing Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia felt displeased, but could only clench her fists in frustration. Zhang Jinfeng awkwardly chuckled, then heard Mu Yuyang suddenly declare a figure. 5 billion. What? Zhang Jinfeng was taken aback, his knuckles whitening against the mahogany table. Yesterday, when I spoke with Bai Yuli, it was still 2 billion. This girl has jumped to 5 billion. What an insatiable appetite. Yuyang. Zhang Jinfeng's temples throbbed, veins bulging, but his face remained a mask of smiles. Although Rongguang has been performing well in recent years, reaching this price in a short period will be quite challenging. Mu Yuyang deliberately illuminated her phone screen, her fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table. Uncle Zhang, she elongated her tone, raising her gaze with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Yuyang would love to assist you, but Uncle Sun's offer exceeds yours by a significant margin. If you continue to negotiate at 2 billion. She suddenly paused, tilting her head to observe Zhang Jinfeng's face, which had gone rigid. That might not be very appropriate, don't you think? Zhang Jinfeng's throat tightened, his molars grinding in frustration. He cursed inwardly. Sun Renjie has indeed raised the price. If I don't want to be subservient to that old fool at the shareholder meeting next week, I must secure the Mu family shares. As for this little girl, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, his thumb rubbing the armrest of his chair as if squeezing someone's neck. Once the power of Rongguang is entirely in my hands, I will have plenty of ways to deal with her. However, with 5 billion, the old man may not cover it all. I'll have to dig into my own pockets. If you find it too expensive. Mu Yuyang slowly gathered the chocolates into her arms, pretending to rise.
All right.
Zhang Jinfeng gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, 25 it is. Xiao Yan, prepare the agreement. Yan Jilli's expression was strained. Yet he swiftly filled in the figure of 500,000,000, and handed it over. Zhang Xia and Qin Molan were left dumbfounded. The shares held by that jinx are actually worth 5 billion. With clenched teeth, Zhang Jinfeng signed the document and handed it to Mu Yuyang. The funds will be transferred within 5 working days. As Mu Yuyang received the agreement, her gaze flickered over Yan Jelly's face, and suddenly, fragmented memories erupted in her mind. Before the car accident, my parents were secretly investigating a case of embezzlement. On the day of the incident, they happened to have had a dispute with this person in the study. Is it all merely coincidence? Her fingertips trembled slightly, though her face remained as steady as a mountain. Abruptly, she decided to embellish her tale, adopting a sorrowful expression. Before my father passed away, he had his eye on a project. He always wanted me to take a look, to broaden my horizons. Back then, I thought it was too much trouble and refused to go. She suddenly covered her face, her fingers parting just enough to reveal her choked sobs. Recently, I keep dreaming of him scolding me while pointing at the project proposal, saying that I didn't even bother to look at such a great opportunity. With a firm grip on her thigh to force out tears, her voice trembled uncontrollably. There's no choice but to scrape together some money to give it a try. Otherwise, how could I bear to sell my shares? A project? Zhang Jinfeng's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. Before Shanghai passed away, he had his sights on a project? Mu Shanghai was a genius investor. Any project he favored would yield a return of at least double. He mused. If only he hadn't been so stubborn, fixated on that trivial matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Rongguang lose such talent. After signing her name, tears splashed down onto the figure of 5 billion. I had the risk control department calculate it. The lump in her throat shook like chaff, her voice breaking intermittently. The return rate in 3 months could be around 50, perhaps. Suddenly, she slapped her mouth and raised her voice sharply. I was just talking nonsense. They must have made a mistake. Yuyang. Zhang Jinfeng chuckled, his tone becoming even more benevolent. Uncle has watched you grow up and will certainly support your father's wishes. Why don't you share the details with Uncle? Perhaps I can help you out. Mu Yuyang wiped away her tears, appearing distressed. Uncle Zhang, some projects, as you know, need absolute confidentiality before they officially operate. She glanced at her phone again, preparing to leave. Apologies, Uncle Zhang. I need to head over for the mortgage loan. I must be off. Sigh, the process is so tedious. I wonder if I will make it in time. Yuyang. Zhang Jinfeng suddenly called out, if you urgently need money, I can lend you some. Zhang Jelly's throat constricted painfully, the veins on his forehead bulging. Everyone out. Zhang Jinfeng waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. What do these fools know? I am the one who understands Mu Shanghai's capabilities best. This is a golden opportunity that must be seized firmly. He turned to Mu Yuyang, his tone growing warmer. If you are worried about investing too much at once and feel uncertain, Uncle can invest alongside you. After all, it's your father's wish, and it must be supported. Mu Yuyang appeared deeply touched. Is that truly the case, Uncle Zhang? To be honest, I was worried that putting all my family's assets at stake would be too risky. I understand. Zhang Jinfeng rubbed his hands together. Having an elder to back you will surely make things go smoothly. By the way, what is the total investment for that project? 3 billion. Mu Yuyang replied with a slight pout. That's why I'm in a hurry for the loan. Zhang Jinfeng calculated swiftly, tentatively suggesting, how about Uncle invests 2 billion? With a 50 return rate, this money, along with everything else from before, could be resolved all at once. 2 billion?
Mu Yuyang pretended to hesitate.
Then, 15 billion would also work. Zhang Jinfeng took a step back. 20 it is.
Mu Yuyang reluctantly nodded.
Uncle Zhang is willing to support his junior. Yuyang is immensely grateful. Naturally, whatever Uncle Zhang says goes. However, this fund is needed urgently, ideally within 5 working days. Absolutely no problem. Zhang Jinfeng assured. I will not delay. As soon as she got into the car, Mu Yuyang tightened her grip on her phone. BRR, the call connected as soon as she dialed. Hello, beautiful. Miss me? She interrupted directly, confirming, if we can trace the funds flowing in and out of that overseas account within 24 hours, we might be able to crack the overseas security network and find the ultimate recipient, right? Exactly, beautiful. Hubeka's voice was suddenly flustered. Wait a minute. Did I tell you that? I don't recall saying anything like that. You did, Mu Yuyang asserted firmly. But it seems like it was. From my previous life? It doesn't matter. She reminded him in a solemn tone. Keep an eye on Rongguang Group and Zhang Jinfeng's confidants. Monitor all significant transactions within 5 days to see if we can trace the source. Chapter 25. Humiliation at the restaurant. Sharp tongue strikes back.
All right.
The sound of frantic typing came from the other end. I will definitely uncover the true tale. After hanging up, Mu Yuyang threw her phone onto the passenger seat. The truth behind her parents' accident haunted her for an entire lifetime. In her previous life, it wasn't until the apocalypse that she grasped a hint of a clue. In this life, she must uncover everything before the end. Lost in thought, the car sped towards another large agricultural market. She headed straight for the vegetable section.
Boss.
Just as she opened her mouth, the abrupt ringing of an international call interrupted her. Mu Yuyang's brow furrowed as she quickly answered. Jili. Hello. Amidst a hoarse and indistinct roar mixed with incomprehensible Japanese, the line abruptly disconnected. She attempted to call back, but only received a busy tone. Mu Yuyang stood there momentarily stunned. Did I dial the wrong number? Why does it feel peculiar? What do you need, beautiful? The vegetable stall owner inquired with a smile. She shook off her doubts and began to stock up on vegetables. Lettuce, cabbage, cauliflower, oilseed lettuce, chives, spinach, bok choy, potatoes, taro, cucumbers, enoki mushrooms, carrots, and daikon, 1 ton of each of her favorite greens. Pea shoots, a must-have for hot pot with Mu Yuyang, were also delicious when stir-fried, 5 tons. Next, she moved to the dry goods section. Shiitake mushrooms, flower mushrooms, lioness mane mushrooms, cat mushrooms, emperor mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, deer antler mushrooms, cold fungi, yellow chicken mushrooms, snow lotus mushrooms, and pearl mushrooms. She stocked up on 500 pounds of each, a necessity for soup. Next came the sweets. 1,000 pounds of milk candy and 2,000 pounds of rock sugar. For her time of the month, she gathered 3,000 pounds each of brown sugar, ginger, honey, goji berries, red dates, and longan, adding 2,000 pounds more of ginger for its warming properties against the cold and to prevent colds. 3,000 pounds of raisins, the ultimate snack, were next. She stocked up on 1,000 barrels each of sesame oil, pepper oil, and prickly ash oil, and 1,000 barrels of camellia oil. For peanut oil, she took 2,000 barrels. Oyster sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, fragrant vinegar, and aged vinegar, 500 barrels each. White vinegar for its antibacterial properties, prevention of mold, and reduction of intestinal and respiratory diseases, was stocked at 2,000 barrels. She ordered 10,000 barrels of high-concentration white liquor for disinfection, fuel, and to combat zombies. Salt, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, Sichuan pepper, dried chili, rosemary, and curry, 500 pounds each. She also ordered 3,000 bottles each of mixed rice sauce, barbecue sauce, and debanjiang, plus 10,000 portions of hot pot base. For leisurely meals or to lift her spirits, she ensured to stock up on 5,000 pounds of tofu skin, dried bamboo shoots, and other hot pot essentials. As for herbal medicine, she ordered 100 pounds of each, whether familiar or unfamiliar, just in case they might be useful. Next was the seed section. She stocked 100 large bags of every type of grain, vegetable, and herbal seed available at the market, and 10 bags of the corresponding nutrient solution. This time, Mu Yuyang fabricated a reason, claiming she was preparing to open a medium-sized supermarket, ensuring ample stock. The delivery was being arranged when her phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number from within the country. Calculating the time, it should be the rice and meat she ordered yesterday.
Mu Yuyang.
The hysterical voice of Fan Qingqi erupted through the receiver. Did you send someone to smash our rented apartment? Did you instruct them to injure my parents? And are you the one spreading rumors about me lending you money, and then cheating on me? Are you insane? Do you find joy in driving us to our demise? Let me tell you, I've already reported you to the police. I have. If you have any sense, you will stop and apologize. Otherwise, await your arrest. Mu Yuyang remained silent, a cold smile gracing her lips.
So,
this is merely an attempt to extract information and gather evidence. Noticing her silence, Fan Qingyan's anger caused her teeth to tremble. She snatched the phone from Fan Qingqi and screamed in fury. It must have been you vile woman, spreading rumors to the He family, right? You swallowed my house purchasing funds. You even took my home. You wretched harlot. How dare you act without facing the consequences? You better pray you don't fall into our hands. We have plenty of ways to make you admit your wrongs. Plenty of ways.
Mu Yang simirket koldi. Her tone umrufled.
I have recorded all your accusations, slanders, and threats. Look out for my lawyer's letter. Hanging up, her eyes sparkled with amusement. Bai Yuli's strategy was truly brilliant, converting the 76 million claimed by Fan Qingyan directly into a repayment for Fan Qingqi. Even if the application were to be rejected, this protracted battle could stretch for 10 days. That 76 million was as good as hers. Even more ingenious was the division of labor among the debt collection team, the verbal assault team, whose wit was sharper than a knife, yet each remark was meticulously crafted, leaving no room for loopholes. They could not be caught on any point of contention. The suicide squad wasted no words, merely showing up daily to provoke annoyance. Their seamless collaboration ensured that no evidence could link them as a single entity. The Fan family, well aware of her scheming, could only stare in disbelief. Dealing with such ungrateful, cowardly oddities requires this approach. With this thought, she swiftly clicked on her shopping cart. Ordering 20 emergency survival kits and several sets of doomsday tools, enough provisions to last until the flood subsided. Bai Lu has always been clever. Upon seeing this, he should prepare in advance. As mealtime passed, Mu Yuyang hastened her pace, purchasing some survival supplies for others who had aided her before making her way to the dining hall. The table was laden with dishes: grape fish, crab meat and shark fin soup, jade beef tendons, a treasure duck, sea ribs, foie gras slices, and steamed hairy crabs. 7 large plates of hearty dishes filled the table, all reminiscent of flavors she had cherished in her past lives. After settling the bill and waiting for her meal, she scrolled through a discount platform. I didn't manage to take advantage of the deals last night. I can't let a single one slip by. Soon, a staggering sum of 76 million rolled in. Little Yang-Yang's strategy for discounts is truly remarkable. Mu Yuyang marveled as she popped a piece of sauce-covered beef tendon into her mouth, burning her tongue, yet smiling with satisfaction. The juices dribbled down the corner of her mouth without her noticing. The crab meat and shark fin soup, as well as the jade beef tendons from this restaurant, truly taste exquisite. She summoned the waiter. The waiter glanced disdainfully at the empty plates, a look of contempt crossing her face. Did a starving ghost reincarnate to eat like this? What's the matter? Are you going to request a takeout for the sauce?
Oh.
Isn't that Mu Yuyang? Pan Li, swaying her hips as she walked by, taunted, No way, no way. Have you sunk so low that you're even packing sauce? No wonder you can't produce even 10,000. Turns out you've fallen on hard times. You should have said so. I wouldn't have laughed at you. Mu Yuyang raised her eyes, glancing at her revealing dress.
Oh.
ISNT, this the Pan Li who borrowed money and has yet to repay it. And I even sued her? What's this? Dressed like a flasher. Are you hoping to sell your body to pay off your debts? TSK. I should inform my lawyer to keep a closer watch. After all, some commodities lose value the more they are sold. Pan Li's face flushed crimson with rage. She glanced shyly at the male companion behind her, hands on her hips, and screamed, Mu Yuyang, what gives you the right to say that about me? You've fallen so low yourself. What's there to be smug about? Mu Yuyang, uninterested in wasting time, addressed another waiter directly. Call your manager. The waiter, feeling guilty, muttered under her breath, I merely spoke casually. Why call the manager? Such a fuss over nothing. The restaurant manager quickly approached, asking, How may I assist you? Mu Yuyang pointed to the menu items. This and this, pack 1,000 of each. The waiter and Pan Li were both taken aback. The manager, momentarily stunned, stuttered. 1,000 portions?
Ding.
Mu Yuyang's phone chimed with a notification. 139, 750 yuan had been credited. A message from the agency popped up. Miss Mu, a large villa and a spacious apartment in Haishi have been sold. After deducting the transfer and agency fees, the remaining funds have been transferred to your designated account.
Please check.
Surprisingly, it sold for over 500,000 more than expected. Make it 2,000 portions. She amended her order. The manager, astonished, tried to maintain composure. Swallowing hard, he gently reminded her, Miss, we require payment before serving. Once the order is placed, it cannot be refunded. Are you sure? Absolutely. Mu Yuyang scanned the payment code while glancing at the waiter beside her. Just ensure she doesn't touch my food. When she thought I was packing sauce. Her gaze was unclean. Who knows if she might spit in my dishes? My sincere apologies. The restaurant manager bowed. It was our mismanagement that led to your unsatisfactory experience. We will rectify this immediately.
Ding.
Another 530,000 yuan was received. The manager's work phone chimed with a payment notification. The waiter's face soured further, while Pan Li stood frozen in shock. Mu Yuyang added, the extra money should exceed 10,000.
Pack all the sea ribs for me. Do not add salt.
I'll take them home to feed the dogs. Not even enough to lend me for feeding dogs. Pan Li's face shifted from red to purple, shaking with rage. Mu Yuyang, you're so wealthy, yet you fret over a mere 21,000. You're insane, aren't you? Mu Yuyang wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth with a napkin, her gaze icy as a shard of ice. At least my dogs won't bite their owner. With that, she tossed the napkin onto the table, tossed out a casual, come pick it up later, and stood to leave. As she passed by Pan Li's male companion, she feigned a sigh of regret. Alas, another unsuspecting fool. The man's expression darkened immediately. He glared disdainfully at Pan Li and walked away, without looking back. Hey, sweetheart, let me explain. Pan Li chased after him, but was halted by the extreme disdain in his eyes. In frustration, she stomped her foot and shouted at Mu Yuyang's retreating figure, Mu Yuyang, you wretched woman. I will make you regret this. I will make you beg me on your knees. Suddenly, she pulled out her phone and dialed a man's number.
Moment latte.
A sticky voice emerged from the receiver. What's up, beautiful? Have you gathered enough money? Or have you thought it through? Pan Li felt her stomach churn. Taking a deep breath, she forced out a sickly sweet smile. Oh, Brother Bao, how could you ask that? She paused, her teeth almost grinding, but her voice softened further. Also, I'd like you to help me relieve some vented anger, okay?
Oh.
Brother Bao's voice escalated in interest. Anger? What anger?
Tell me.
Pan Li's nails dug deep into her palm, her eyes burning with venomous hatred nearly spilling over. Yet, she suddenly forced out a syrupy whimper. It's just a blind little girl. She keeps bullying me. Today, she made someone cry out of anger. Brother Leopard, her voice suddenly rose, filled with eagerness and admiration. I know you possess great skills. If you could help me teach her a lesson, she'll listen to you tonight. On the other end of the line, a heavy breath erupted into a lewd laugh. Ha ha. Brother Leopard's voice, overflowing with self-satisfaction and repugnance, replied, as long as the little beauty performs well tonight. I'll take care of this month's interest and your grievances. What about next month's interest?
Pan Li tentatively inquired.
Don't push your luck, little beauty. Brother Leopard's tone darkened. See you tonight. Exiting the restaurant, Mu Yuyang headed straight for the Haidong Logistics warehouse. Her doomsday steel had arrived, not steel, but rice capable of smashing through the door of survival. In the apocalypse, this commodity was worth more than gold. Beauty. It's all unloaded. The rice shop owner, dusting off his hands, smiled broadly with a face full of wrinkles. Look at this pile. It's even more organized than military rations. After confirming the quantity, Mu Yuyang settled the payment on the spot.
Ding.
A notification sounded. 25 million yuan credited. The rice shop owner rubbed his hands, muttering, come again next time. I'll guarantee you wholesale prices. Next time. Mu Yuyang knew there would be no next time. As soon as the rice shop owner left, her fingers twitched, and all the sacks of rice in the warehouse vanished into thin air, leaving only traces on the floor. A pile is as good as a wasted pile. Even vegetables must be sorted by harvest time. This rice is even more unpredictable in how it should be stacked. She turned and hurried back to the restaurant. The thermal boxes were stacked like a small mountain, steaming as she opened the lid. She shoved the box into the passenger seat and pressed the accelerator. I still haven't stockpiled the apples, I promised Mu Yuyang.
Ding.
The text notification chimed again. Mu Yuyang focused on driving, planning to check it when she arrived. As she entered the market, the fragrant aroma of fruit momentarily dazed her. 6 years into the apocalypse, I truly miss this refreshing scent. Green apples, ugly apples. Oxu sugar hard apples, watermelons, cantaloupes, honeydew melons, sweet melons, sand fruits, mangoes, passion fruits, ginseng fruits, blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, oranges, tangerines, pomelos, kumquats, honey tangerines, green tangerines, crisp pears, crown pears, autumn moon pears, rainbow pears, all visible fruits, 2,000 pounds each. Mu Yuyang loved apples, so she ordered an additional 5,000 pounds. Durian, 5,000 pounds. Only 1,000 pounds of out-of-season mangosteen left? I'll take all of it. As she prepared to pay, a message from the agent popped up. Miss Mu. A large villa and 2 spacious apartments in Haibei have been sold. Only then did Mu Yuyang remember the unread message. A total of 192. 310 yuan had been deposited, over 4 million more than expected. She raised an eyebrow and amended her order. Add another 10,000 pounds of durian. As she planned to return to the warehouse to wait for chickens, ducks, and geese, she once again heard Pan Li's voice. Don't give me any nonsense about working early and late. You can't even support a daughter. So, what's the use of working hard? I don't care. If you don't gather 30,000 by the end of the month, don't even think about selling these fruits.
Bang!
As Pan Li's voice fell, a fruit stand was overturned. Fruits, baskets, scales, phones, everything scattered around. Mu Yuyang looked over to see a middle-aged woman wiping her tears, trembling as she tried to prop up the fruit stand. Crying, crying, crying. What use is that? A poor wretch's tears are worthless, you know. Pan Li disdainfully picked up the middle-aged woman's phone. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for marrying a useless husband. Blame yourself for being just as pathetic. Yet you still brought me into this world. 400. Pan Li gazed at the balance visible on the middle-aged woman's phone, her eyes filled with contempt. Is 400 enough to buy me a bottle of perfume? What qualification do you, a poor wretch, have to give birth to me?
Ha!
What qualification? After transferring all the money from the phone, Pan Li, in a fit of rage, smashed the middle-aged woman's phone against her. Still short 27,000. If you can't gather it by the end of the month, don't blame me for disowning you, as my mother. Chapter 27. Copying Abilities. Shake hands and run. Having just finished her melon, Mu Yuyang was about to leave in her car when she suddenly spotted a bottle of unknown liquid beside the trash can. Her eyes twinkled mischievously, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. Is this hinting that I should act on heaven's behalf? And practice my aim?
Pan Li, Kersing.
Arrived at the roadside to hail a taxi. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a bottle filled with yellow, unknown sticky liquid was tossed at her feet. The liquid oozed from the bottle, dripping and creating a foul stench wafting in the wind. As Pan Li instinctively covered her nose to escape, vroom, a car suddenly zoomed past like lightning.
Bang!
The wheel precisely crushed the bottle's bottom. The loose cap popped off and hit her left cheek.
Splash!
The yellow goo erupted, splattering all over her face and neck. Her eyelashes were glued together, her vision blurred. The expensive tank top dripped with the sticky liquid, creating large, foul-smelling stains down her collarbone.
Ah!
She screamed, trying to wipe her face, but only smeared the goo further. She resembled a stray dog that had fallen into a cesspit, utterly wretched. Mu Yuyang leisurely rolled up her car window, a smirk playing on her lips, a little off. Still need to practice. In her previous life, she and Mu Yuliang often used similar tactics to ambush zombies when they couldn't find glass bottles. One would throw the bottle precisely, while the other cleverly drove, dousing the zombies with liquor. After practicing together, they had become quite adept at it. Speaking of which, if only I could awaken a fire-type ability. Ordinary zombies and low-level mutated zombies could be directly burned with fire. For the higher-level ones, adding a bit of liquor or a portable gas canister could create a fiery inferno, resulting in a charred corpse, a seamless operation.
Ding!
Fire-type ability signal activated.
Ding!
Detecting replicable fire-type ability seed. Mu Yuyang's pupils flickered slightly. I almost forgot, I have a wish space. Reach Qianhua Square within 10 minutes. Find the elderly man in military coat at the zebra crossing in front of Gate 1. You'll have a chance to replicate his fire-type ability seed. Handshake for over 1 second, level 1. Mu Yuyang's expression darkened. Qianhua Square? 10 minutes? Space, are you joking with me? It takes at least 15 minutes to get there. With a sudden jerk of the steering wheel. Screech. The tires screeched against the asphalt, emitting smoke. She pressed the accelerator all the way down. Just as the car behind her realized the curve, her vehicle had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, speeding away. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. She drifted through every turn, seizing every gap. As long as she didn't crash into another vehicle or person. Running red lights and crossing lines were all irrelevant. Fire-type ability seed. Here I come. 7 minutes, 9 minutes, 9 minutes and 10 seconds, 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Screech. A sudden break left a half-meter-long tire mark. Mu Yuyang jumped out of the car, scanning the surroundings. Elderly man in military coat, elderly man in military coat. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Found him.
Just then, bang. Crash.
A pickup truck full of furniture suddenly overturned. Wooden boards and sofas flew into the air, the vehicle continuing to slide wildly. It was about to crush the elderly man in the military coat on the zebra crossing. Mu Yuyang couldn't care less about the surveillance or the onlookers. She covered her face with her coat and pushed her speed ability to the limit.
Whoosh.
She shot out like an arrow.
Ah! Run. Run.
The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. The elderly man uttered a cry as he fell to the ground. 9 minutes and 57 seconds. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. Mu Yuyang grabbed the elderly man and ran. But the sliding pickup was just a meter away. She swung back a punch, smashing it against the car door.
Bang!
The metal crumpled instantly, transforming into a basin as the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, she dragged the elderly gentleman 50 meters away. The onlookers were stunned for a brief 2 seconds before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. Mu Yuyang not only saved the elderly man clad in a military coat, but also rescued 3 bystanders along the way. She even halted a pickup truck with a single punch, indirectly averting an explosion and saving the truck driver along with 4 others. Gasping for breath, Mu Yuyang realized. No wonder there's a time limit of 10 minutes. Beyond 10 minutes, this fire-type ability seed must vanish from the world.
Ding.
Congratulations on obtaining a fire-type ability seed. A mechanical voice echoed. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of several individuals rushing towards her, frantically waving their phones. Instantly, she considered retreating. Fame attracts unwanted attention, and Mu Yuyang wanted to remain inconspicuous. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must keep a low profile. If she drew attention, she would need to flee quickly. Right, a handshake, she declared, grasping the old man's hand, babbling to cover her tracks. You're looking well, sir. Take care. And perhaps we'll meet again. With that, she released his hand and dashed off. Gaining a few levels was trivial, but being captured for dissection was a true disaster. By the time the elderly gentleman regained his composure to express his gratitude, she had long since vanished. Just as Mu Yuyang slipped into a narrow alley to change her coat, the mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining level 5 fire-type ability. Not bad. She snapped her fingers, nearly igniting sparks. She quickly covered her fingers, murmuring, practice at home, practice at home. As she crouched down to enter the driver's seat, she found the intersection ahead choked like a boiling pot of spicy stew. The television station's cameras clicked away like a Gatling gun. Reporters from newspapers dashed about faster than rabbits. The reflective vests of the traffic officers dazzled the eyes. The gossiping crowd buzzed incessantly, and, even more astonishingly, a group of mysterious, burly men in tailored black suits and sunglasses began to congregate like dumplings. Mu Yuyang furrowed her brow, questioning, what's with this commotion? Are they filming a Hollywood blockbuster? The vehicle inched along amidst the throng, while her phone vibrated wildly in her pocket. The owner of the poultry business was nearly about to overload her phone with calls. She had been racing earlier and hadn't had the chance to answer.
Now.
All she heard was a voice filled with desperation, miss. Please don't be a fraud. My sisters and I have staked our life savings on this. Chapter 28. The next door is exploding. Call the police. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there today. I can't be stuck until tomorrow. After hanging up, Mu Yuyang's expression sharpened. The warehouse must be reorganized today. Seizing the opportunity of the traffic jam, she quickly ordered takeout on her phone. When there's time for online shopping, she'll shop online. When there's time for on-site purchases, she'll buy on-site. When there's time for takeout, she'll order takeout. The principle was singular. Stock up as swiftly as possible. Uncle Mai, Grandpa Ken, 300 servings each of burgers, fries, and fried chicken. The family pizza, 1,000 servings of each flavor. Durian flavor directly ordered 3,000 servings. Steamed dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, hand-grabbed pancakes, soup dumplings, fried buns, meat buns, vegetable buns. And soup buns, 500 servings of each variety. Crawfish, hairy crabs, braised pork knuckles, cheese-baked shrimp, oil-braised shrimp, dry pot shrimp and salt and pepper shrimp, dry pot duck, lemon duck, beer duck, dry pot chicken, mouth-watering chicken, bowl chicken, salt-baked chicken, medicinal steamed chicken, spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit, dry pot rabbit, mountain pepper and sour bamboo shoot rabbit, and ginger fresh pot rabbit. She ordered from each restaurant 100 servings of each type. 2,000 skewers of duck tongues. 2,000 skewers of beef skewers Mu Yuyang loved. 2,000 skewers of the treasures her uncle adored. Note: mildly spicy, with extra cumin. The crowd gradually dispersed, yet the traffic remained sluggish as a snail. Ahead, multiple vehicles had collided, leaving debris scattered everywhere, forcing cars to reverse. Mu Yuyang had just followed the flow of traffic back a bit when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the 4 bold red characters of the farmer's market. She swiftly turned the steering wheel to find a parking space, slammed the car door, and dashed into the market, heading straight for the meat section. 3 live cows. 3 live sheep. 3 live pigs, both genders. 10 live rabbits, both genders. Strong reproductive capacity is the hard truth. 20,000 pounds each of lamb, pork, and rabbit meat. 30,000 pounds of beef. With dogs at home, meat must be plentiful. The owner chuckled broadly. You're generous, miss. I'll throw in 2 more trucks of feed. She silently saved the number. She wouldn't answer any unregistered calls to avoid wasting breath and time. Just as she returned to the garage, the landlord peered in curiously, asking, "What with all this food? What are you planning?" Several delivery workers unloading her takeout also cast inquisitive glances at Mu Yuyang. Same question. There's a gathering later. She casually fabricated a response, diving into her car to continue shopping online. The landlord wanted to ask more, but seeing Mu Yuyang's dismissive demeanor, he could only grumble and walk away. Mu Yuyang skillfully accessed the online shopping platform. 50,000 portable gas canisters. An additional 30,000 barrels of high-concentration liquor. Coke, Sprite, soda water, coconut juice, orange juice, hawthorn juice, iced black tea, iced green tea, kumquat lemon tea, milk, goat milk, camel milk, various types, various flavors, everything she could find. 100 boxes of each. Chrysanthemum tea, rose tea, 8 treasure tea, by Luo Chun, bamboo leaf green, tiguanyan. All sorts, 1,000 pounds each. Just in case she gets old like grandpa and enjoys tea, she mustn't wallow in sorrow. As the takeout arrived, Mu Yuyang briefly checked everything before swiftly stowing it all away. Then, she set to work, tinkering with the villa's surveillance cameras, the garage's automatic switch, and the remote control for the curtains. Done. From now on, I can receive deliveries lying down. The notification sound chimed again. This time it was a transfer of 21,673,920 yuan. The agent sent a message as usual. Miss Mu, the 3rd large flat in Haishi, has also been sold. The price is incredibly attractive. 17 clients have already scheduled viewings for tomorrow. Not bad, that's nearly 2 million more than expected. Thinking of that exorbitantly priced private restaurant, she swiftly started her car. Tonight, let us indulge. Upon entering the restaurant, Mu Yuyang instinctively headed for her usual private room.
I'm sorry, mismo.
A server intercepted her. Your regular room, 888, is occupied today. Would you mind switching to room 999? That's fine, as long as it's quiet, she replied casually. As she passed room 888, she overheard a familiar voice. Mother-in-law, ah no, Sister Wang. Don't rush off. The children have been fond of each other for so long. There's no need to cancel the engagement over a momentary misunderstanding. That shrill voice could only belong to Li Chuiying. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow, listening intently. Wang Yuanlan pushed Li Chuiying's hand away, politely yet resolutely stating, "Thank you for your invitation, Sister Li. However, without the Mu family villa, there is no engagement. This was set by our patriarch himself. If that's not obtainable, there's truly no need to waste each other's time. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." With a cold smile, Mu Yuyang entered the adjacent room. Even while being chased for debts, they still managed to host a banquet? And at such an expensive place as the Hailan Grand Hotel? The Fan family is truly going to great lengths to climb the He family ladder. Wait a minute. Mu Yuyang furrowed her brow slightly. No Mu family villa, no engagement? If they look down on the Fan family, why use the Mu family villa as a shield? Could it be that the He family still has fans among the fathers? The server presented the menu, which Mu Yuyang politely accepted but did not glance at. Abalone sauce braised fish maw, crispy sea cucumber with shrimp roe, braised conch, crispy salted chicken, secret water duck, bitter summer asparagus, and stewed crocodile tail soup. Let us start with these. Certainly, Miss Mu. After the server placed the order, they inquired about the number of diners today. Previously, Mu Yuyang always accompanied Fan Qingqi, occasionally bringing along his entire family. But today, she was alone. Mu Yuyang, after confirming her order, retrieved her phone and reopened the online shopping platform. The attendant, with a slight tremor in her fingers, kindly reminded her, "Miss Mu, if it's just for one person, you might not finish all this." "No problem, just bring it all," she replied, her gaze fixed on the screen, her fingers dancing across it. She ordered an array of commonly used medications, 2,000 boxes each of ibuprofen sustained-release capsules, Putolin anti-inflammatory tablets, compound grass coral lozenges, watermelon frost throat lozenges, cold medicine, Jinjin oral liquid, Simitang oral liquid, fever patches, glucose, Banlangen, and multivitamins. As she was stocking up, a sudden commotion erupted from the neighboring booth. "What kind of faulty machine is this? My card worked perfectly fine yesterday. Why is it not working today?"
I'm terribly sorry, madam.
The attendant patiently replied. "Do you have another card? Another card? What do you mean by another?" Li Chuiying's furious shout echoed through the door. "If it doesn't work, get out of my way. This is your problem. Don't block my path." The manager attempted to use his own card, but his smile faded as he addressed her. "Ma'am, the machine is functioning properly. The total comes to 16,280 yuan, rounded down to 16,000. Do you have cash?" "I don't."
Li Qing erupted in impotent rage.
"I didn't bring anything but this card." The manager shrugged. "Then we'll have to call the police." In the midst of this,
Mu Yuyang simirket, Li Susuri enjoying her dish.
under the operations of Bai Yuli, Fan Qingqi's family had their funds completely frozen before they could even withdraw cash. As the dishes were served, the private room door was shut, and a slight tranquility enveloped the surroundings. However, her phone began to inundate her with notifications. Qianhua Plaza horror. Mysterious shadow saves multiple people in 1 second. Pickup truck overturns instantly. Masked figure stops it with one punch. Surveillance captures eerie scene. Rescuer vanishes in 10 seconds. Military coat man's life hangs by a thread. Who is the lightning-like figure? Chewing on her dish, Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. "Shall I get a lightning mask, just in case?" After satisfying her hunger, she instructed the attendant to pack 100 portions of her earlier order. "I'll save them for the new year. Just thinking about it brightens my mood." The attendant stared at the empty plates, astonished. "When did Miss Mu start eating so much? And packing? You never had this habit before." Though bewildered, she promptly replied, "Of course, Miss Mu. I'll arrange that for you right away." While waiting for her order, Mu Yuyang continued her online shopping. Outdoor equipment, binoculars, radios, walkie-talkies, tents, sleeping bags. Climbing ropes, hiking boots, sports shoes, ice skates, climbing gear, diving suits, fishing gear, heat-resistant mats, waterproof tarps, anti-freeze, swimsuits, raincoats, insulated clothing, quick-dry attire, camouflage clothing, and jackets. She stocked up on everything, ordering 300 of each item. Additionally, she ordered 10 snowmobiles, 10 speedboats, and 10 inflatable boats. Just as she was placing her orders, the attendant wheeled in a thermal cart. "Miss Mu, the total is 2,922,000. The attendant presented the payment code, same as usual. "Shall we swipe?"
Mu Yuyang nodded.
Scanning the code while quietly lamenting, "The food is indeed delicious, but it is quite expensive. In her previous life, Fan Qingqi frequently dined here, and she had never refused." Now, reflecting on the bitter days of post-apocalyptic survival, she couldn't help but sigh. The money spent here could have stocked 100 trucks of compressed biscuits. As she and the attendant exited, they stumbled upon Li Chuiying being forcefully restrained by the police. As she prepared to continue her tantrum, she suddenly caught Mu Yuyang's mocking gaze. "You!" Li Chuiying's fury ignited instantly, her body trembling with rage. "Is this your doing? You wretched woman!
I'll kill you."
"I'll kill you." Mu Yuyang, with a disdainful smirk, walked towards her vehicle. The nearby attendant, relieved, thought, "Thank goodness I didn't mention the neighbor was a familiar face. This situation is clearly escalating, and it's the kind that doesn't end well." The attendants discreetly piled the high-end thermal boxes into a blind spot of the surveillance cameras before retreating with smiles.
Mu Yuyang surveyed her surroundings,
confirming that no one was watching. Just as she was about to activate her space, a ping sounded from her phone. Another payment received? She raised an eyebrow. Unlocking her device, Hu Donan's message flashed before her eyes. "The woman's wound is festering, and she has a high fever. Shall we keep her alive?" He had attached a video showing Li Weishi, her hair disheveled, tossed into a cage, her bloodied face and oozing hands illuminated by dim light. A bloodied rat approached her, eyes filled with greed. The woman mumbled incoherently, cold kill. Mu Yuyang typed a cold response. Keeper. Everything is just the beginning. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a peeping attendant in the corner, and with a snap of her fingers, the attendant's hair erupted in blue smoke. Is it really that accurate?
Mu Yuyang mused.
Does this count as a gifted talent? A scream pierced the corridor as the attendant spun in panic. Mu Yuyang, with a flick of her wrist, sent the thermal boxes into the void. The sooner I collect, the fresher they remain. I have no time to waste. With a roar, the engine thundered as the vehicle sped away. The attendant, rubbing her singed hair, widened her eyes in disbelief. Where did she go? What happened to the thermal boxes? Did they vanish so quickly? At Yunding Winery, Mu Yuyang had just stepped out of the car when woof. Mu Xiuyang lunged at her, knocking her slightly off balance. Have you eaten enough? Mu Yuyang asked while ruffling the dog's head.
Woof, woof, woof.
I'm full. Super full. The dog's tail wagged like a propeller, radiating happiness. Mu Yuyang understood its meaning and snapped her fingers, producing another small fire spark. All right then, let us get going. Mu Xiuyang blinked. What was that? What was that spark just now? In the next moment, boom. The small fireball exploded at the dog's paws.
Woof.
Mu Xiuyang tucked its tail and bolted, its mind bewildered. Ah, scared me to death.
Boom.
This time, it was a larger fireball. As Mu Xiuyang ran, it whimpered, Why are you tormenting me as soon as I return? I can't even slack off. Mu Yuyang's speed was at its peak. She dashed around the winery, leaving only a blur in her wake. She knew well that in this apocalyptic world, whether for herself or for her companion, gaining strength was the foremost principle. While sprinting, she also took time to ensure that the newly arrived live chickens, ducks, and geese were settled, feeding them and providing them with water.
Suddenly, Mu Xiuyang halted,
staring at a flicker of fire that darted by.
Woof.
Woof. Where did that fire go? Whoosh. Another fireball zipped past her face.
Woof.
Woof. Whimper. No more searching. Let us run. It's life-threatening. Whoosh.
Woof.
I'm running. Really running. My legs are about to break. The fireball behind them grew larger and hotter. Mu Xiuyang pushed itself to the limit, while Mu Yuyang continuously attempted to ignite fires from a distance. She gradually realized that the fifth-level anomalous fire was on an entirely different level compared to the second and third levels she had encountered in her past life. It could unleash astonishing power without the need for alcohol or gas. Finally, both the girl and the dog collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, truly exhausted, in every sense of the word. As I indulged in the refreshing essence of the spiritual spring water, a warm current surged throughout my body, instantly dissipating my fatigue. The subsequent bathing session in the ethereal spring was nothing short of blissful. What a delightful experience. Emerging from the bath, I felt weightless, and my vigor returned. While grooming my beloved pet Mu Xiuyang, I was suddenly struck by an odd realization. Why are your paws larger than my face? Just yesterday, I could cradle you in my arms. The thought of the spiritual spring reminded me that frequent baths were indeed necessary. Your physique is quite impressive. From this moment forward, I shall affectionately call you Mu Daxuiyang. As I affectionately ruffled your fur, a sense of joy filled my heart. Mu Xiuyang, blissfully content, remarked. Though I was chased by flames and found myself in quite a predicament, guarding my master brings me unparalleled comfort. Surely, my master has my best interests at heart. After our grooming session, I collapsed onto the bed, retrieving my phone to continue my online shopping spree. Facial sprays, toners, eye creams, serums, lotions, moisturizers, eye masks, and face masks, each item I ordered in quantities of 1,000. I envisioned the seasonal wardrobe, 300 sets of women's clothing and 600 sets of men's attire. With the intention of finding partners for Mu Yuyang and my uncle, I added an additional 600 sets of women's clothing, alongside 1,000 sets of children's apparel for all ages. Recalling the bitterly cold days of my past life sent a shiver down my spine. Military coats, snow boots, cashmere hats, gloves, scarves, earmuffs, cotton pants, thermal socks, thermal vests, ultra-thick down jackets, standard winter clothing, extreme cold weather gear, and warm shoes. All in various sizes, an additional 200 sets for good measure. With a playful bark, Mu Daxuiyang chased his tail in circles, prompting me to smirk and place my order. I ordered a plethora of dog toys, Squeaky balls, chew-resistant solid balls, rainbow bells, chewable carrots, silicone bones, plush toys, durable ropes, and various other essentials, 100 of each. Additionally, I ordered 1,000 bags of dog food and treats, selecting only the most premium flavors. As I glanced at the total, a slight grimace crossed my face. Ah, today I have tasted the flavor of extravagance. Following my morning routine, I was about to issue a culinary command to my dear companion when a large basin of spiritual spring water, accompanied by 2 basins each of pork ribs, beef ribs, and lamb ribs, suddenly appeared before his doghouse. I mused, so it seems I am the surplus here. Just as I prepared to leave, Mu Shuiyang tugged at my pant leg with an urgent bark, his eyes filled with longing. I gently patted his head, assuring him, "We lack a dog license, and I cannot risk being caught. Be patient. Once I finish my tasks, I will be by your side every day." With the power of the spiritual spring in hand, I knew he was now a remarkably clean dog. Acquiring a dog license should be a simple matter, yet the process would take 7 working days, by which time the world might very well be in turmoil. Thus, I reluctantly abandoned the idea, though I could not comprehend his barks. The look of disappointment in his eyes was unmistakable. After giving him one last affectionate rub, I accelerated towards Wangjiang Tower. Despite its distance, this tea house boasted exquisite flavors. Scanning the menu, I ordered one of each dish: shrimp siumai, soy sauce chicken feet, coconut chicken, specialty congee, rich Buddha jumps over the wall soup, cilantro and water chestnut beef sausage, greens and broth, malted chocolate pudding, shrimp dumplings, fresh wagyu beef tart, ruby peach gum dumplings, tricolor sausages, black swan durian pastries, almond milk, and barbecued pork pastries, along with a warm pear soup. Raising my gaze, I added, "And please pack 2,000 identical sets." The stunned waitress nearly stumbled over her words. "But the early tea at Wangjiang Tower is quite expensive." 2,000 identical sets, I reiterated. "Very well, madam." The waitress stammered as she adjusted the order and handed me the payment code. "Due to the large quantity, we kindly request that you complete payment before finalizing your order." "How much?" I inquired, swiftly scanning the code. The waitress presented her tablet. "With our VIP discount, the total comes to 139,072 yuan. With a successful transaction." The waitress was utterly astonished. "Is it really that easy?" The scenery at Wangjiang Tower remained as I remembered. As I savored the first bite of the early tea, familiar flavors burst upon my palate, evoking memories of days gone by when my parents and uncle would bring me here. Despite the hardships and exhaustion, my uncle insisted on training me in self-defense, pushing me beyond my limits. I often resented him for his harshness, questioning whether he truly cared for me. Yet, he remembered every small detail, like my preference for ginger vinegar with my shrimp siumai and my need for warm durian pastries. Until the apocalypse struck, it was his relentless training that equipped me with the skills to survive. I retrieved my phone, dialing that familiar number, but as before, it was unreachable. Suppressing my anxiety, I reopened the shopping app and continued stocking up: crystal shrimp dumplings, soy chicken feet, and various semi-finished early tea items, ordering 500 of each. Just as I completed my payment, the waitress approached with a warming cart. "Hello, madam. Your 2,000 early tea sets are ready." After departing from Wangjiang Tower, I headed straight to the seaside seafood market. In a corner, I casually collected a live fish into my space. The fish flopped for a moment, creating a splash as it hit the ground, but soon settled peacefully in the water, its tail swaying joyfully. I marveled at this wondrous space, realizing it was indeed remarkable. I shifted into full stockpiling mode: abalone, yellow croaker, pomfret, squid, ribbonfish, eel, mackerel, and various crabs, 2,000 pounds of each. I ordered 5,000 boxes of oysters and 5,000 pounds of salmon. While procuring seafood, my phone buzzed incessantly with messages. Several sinister gazes peered through the gaps of the seafood market's roof, fixated on me. A black van without a license plate slowly revved its engine. A window rolled down just enough to reveal a man's gleaming cold eyes, filled with surprise and greed. The sequence of actions, paying a deposit, leaving an address, and getting into the vehicle was executed with lightning speed. After speeding for 3 kilometers, the van not only failed to lose me, but drew closer instead. A smirk crept across my lips as I sharply turned the steering wheel onto a secluded path, thinking to myself, what a perfect opportunity to test the powers I fantasized about in my past life. Chapter 31. The Van of Terror. The temptation of seeds. Inside the black van, 6 men observed the increasingly desolate road, their excitement palpable. Brother Bao, it seems there are no cameras around here. One exclaimed. Not a soul in sight. Another chimed in. Indeed, it's like a stroke of luck. More than luck, it's as if a pie has fallen from the sky. Absolutely. A wealthy and beautiful girl. Out here shopping alone. This is better than we ever imagined. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Hanley, you are in for a big score this time. Behold the gaze of Brother Leopard. It appears he harbors intentions beyond mere robbery or punishment, does it not? Indeed. Surely, there are more exhilarating lessons to impart. Have you not noticed that Miss Hanley is still present? Why involve Brother Leopard? Let us, the brothers, take care of it. Look at you. Drooling like a fool. Hanley remained silent, her body racked with pain. Every cell within her screamed for release, crying out, Mu Yuyang, I want you to suffer immensely. I shall repay the anguish I have endured 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In Brother Leopard's eyes, Hanley had vanished. His focus was solely on Mu Yuyang, unabashed lust gleaming within his gaze. Suddenly, he bellowed to the driver. Fourth, speed past the intersection ahead.
Got it.
The van screeched to a halt in front of Mu Yuyang's vehicle. She slammed the brakes, and 6 men, grinning maliciously, flung open the doors. Hanley lowered her window, glaring at her with malice. Unfazed, Mu Yuyang retrieved a baseball bat from the back seat, remarking, In my past life, this bat shattered many a zombie's skull. I never anticipated that in this life. Not bad, little beauty. You're even more eager than us. They laughed. And you brought a bat. How thrilling.
Sudenli, ban.
The man at the forefront, the one laughing the loudest, had his head exploded in an instant. Brain matter splattered onto the faces of the 2 men beside him. The remaining 5 gaped in disbelief. What the hell? Second, is he dead? Wasn't he just here? Hanley screamed in terror, her face pale. How is this possible? Isn't she just a pampered heiress? How could she possibly do that? And her speed. How could she be so fast? Mu Yuyang paid no heed to the shock-stricken men. She flicked the brain matter off her bat and examined the aftermath of the explosion. Though my current physique can only exert a level 5 strength, the effect is quite impressive. In my past life, it took considerable effort to achieve a headshot. Now, with a mere flick, it's a mess. Truly remarkable. Drive.
Step on it.
Brother Leopard scrambled back into the car, urging the half-climbing fourth to hurry. Mu Yuyang raised her gaze, her eyes suddenly icy, and swung the bat again. Bang.
Bang.
2 more men, attempting to retreat into the vehicle, had their skulls obliterated. Noticing the stunned Hanley in the back seat, Mu Yuyang's eyes narrowed. Ah, so it was you behind this. I intended to teach you a lesson, but now. With a roar, the van surged forward, nearly tossing a green-haired man off as he clung to the vehicle's exterior, his face turning green with fear. Brother Leopard trembled, shouting, Accelerate. Damn it, hurry up. Mu Yuyang swatted the black van aside, the dust and fumes swirling as she calmly harnessed the fire within her. The van sped recklessly forward. When the rear of the van was approximately 50 meters from her, whoosh, a fireball enveloped the vehicle.
Stop.
For the love of God, stop. Before the van could come to a halt, Brother Leopard flung open the door, ready to leap out. Boom. The vehicle exploded. 4 men were instantly obliterated. In his final moments, Brother Leopard's consciousness was reduced to regretful ashes. Damn it. I should never have helped that wretched girl teach that child a lesson. She's a demon. A demon. Hanley screamed in despair amidst the explosion. No. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't. Mu Yuyang observed the shards of glass 10 meters away, pondering. Next time, I must ignite the flames from a greater distance. She wiped the bat clean on the corpses, just as she returned it to the back seat. Whoosh. Flames greedily consumed the 3 lifeless bodies. Suddenly, she recalled a water-based ability user from her past life. Before returning to base, he always cleaned his vehicle and tools thoroughly. It seemed so convenient. Although I possess a spiritual spring, using it for cleaning feels like such a waste.
Ding.
Water-based ability signal detected.
Ding.
Copyable water-based ability seed detected. Mu Yuyang's mouth fell open slightly. I was just thinking that, does everything have to respond in kind? Reach the desolate building number 2 in Jiangcheng, Haikuiwan within 100 minutes and locate the 4-star man to have a chance to copy his water-based ability seed. A handshake lasting over 1 second will suffice to achieve level 1. 4-star man? How am I supposed to know if he has 4-star or 5-star? Am I meant to give him a 5-star review as well? Jiangcheng Haikuan? ISNT that near the border between Jiangcheng and Haicheng? It's not particularly far. But 100 minutes. As she pondered, she had already sped 200 meters according to the navigation. Behind the departing vehicle, a faint purple glow flickered. A familiar face appeared in the glow, faint yet distinct. Just wait. I will have my revenge for today. Jiangcheng Haikuan. Countdown, 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Mu Yuyang hastily exited the car, flinging the door open and racing into the unfinished residential complex, shouting, "Building number 2, building number 2. The path was full of potholes and mud. It was impossible to find even a complete sign, let alone a building number. Countdown for minutes and 42 seconds. She spotted a damaged sign lying on the ground and, after a quick comparison, confirmed the location of building number 2. This complex is quite large. But the water-based ability seed, here I come. She continued to sprint, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. This place is desolate. What kind of seed would come here? Countdown, 3 minutes and 1 second. Just as she dove into the lobby of building number 2, dust cascaded from the ceiling.
Bang! Bang!
Gunfire suddenly erupted at the staircase.
Mu Yuyang halted abruptly, her pupils involuntarily contract.
A gunfight? Is it too late to run now? Chapter 32. Crisis of Gunfire. Encountering an enemy.
Bang!
Team leader?
Bang bang bang!
Just as Mu Yuyang intended to flee, she witnessed 2 men in military uniforms staggering down the stairs. One was supporting an injured man adorned with 4 stars, retreating while firing. 5-star review. Oh no, 4-star man? Upon seeing the 4 stars on the injured man's chest, Mu Yuyang finally understood. Her brow furrowed. I can't make any reckless wishes. The space is conspiring to force me to save someone. It's far too dangerous. I am a demon of the apocalypse. How could I risk myself for a rescue? My best plan is to escape. Just as that thought crossed her mind, she dashed forward. Military brother, follow me. Without hesitation, she hoisted the injured man and dashed outside. It's impossible to take risks for a rescue.
Absolutely impossible.
But for an ability. The man firing behind her was left dumbfounded, watching helplessly as the girl effortlessly carried the team leader and sped out of the unfinished building as if she had teleported.
Bang bang bang!
After firing another round toward the staircase, he sprinted after Mu Yuyang, panting, but she was already slipping further away. He had no idea that above, at the staircase, a wall of fire had suddenly erupted. He couldn't comprehend why the frail girl could carry the team leader so effortlessly, why she could run faster than him, even while burdened, and why she had suddenly appeared in this place, where no ordinary person could venture. All he felt was that her plea, military brother, concealed genuine goodwill. Countdown, 11 seconds. Just as Mu Yuyang was about to shove the man into the car, 2 military vehicles roared into view. Well, I won't be needed anymore. She leaned the injured man against a tree, holding his hand without pause, uttering words of reassurance. Don't be afraid, soldier. Your teammates will arrive shortly. You are safe now. A notification chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained a water-type ability seed. I was in such a rush earlier that I didn't have time to search for help. But I made it just in time, she thought. The wounded man, Ling Tianyan, had been shot in the chest, his breath faint. He opened his eyes slightly, staring in bewilderment at Mu Yuyang, who appeared genuinely concerned yet held back her joy. He wanted to speak, but was too weak to utter a sound. Captain! Captain! As the soldiers rushed over, Mu Yuyang released his hand. Another notification chimed. Congratulations, water-type ability has reached level 9. Fire-type ability has also been upgraded to level 9. Detection indicates that the host can currently bear non-psychic abilities up to level 5. Please enhance your constitution as soon as possible. Mu Yuyang felt a wave of confusion. The fire-type ability has improved? Could it be that this man possesses not only a water-type ability seed, but also a fire-type one? Li Yi, with a worried expression, urged, quick. Get him into the vehicle. To Jianghai Hospital. Ling Tianyan managed to let out a weak thank you. Jianghai Hospital? Mu Yuyang suddenly recalled something. Wearing military attire, possessing both water and fire abilities, Jianghai Hospital. Could he be the strongest zombie king that terrorized all the bases in Jiangcheng and Haicheng in my past life? I heard that those with weak constitutions and serious injuries were more susceptible to becoming zombies at the onset of the outbreak. So is he injured because of that? Li Yi turned to Mu Yuyang. May I ask who you are, miss? Have you seen our other team member? I'm here. Chu Feng ran over, breathless. After glancing at Ling Tianyan being lifted into the vehicle, he calmed down to explain, the Blackwater gang has already killed the hostages. The negotiations were just a ruse. Zhao Shuiqian merely wanted to set a trap to kill the captain and avenge his brother. Li Yi gritted his teeth. Damn. Zhao Shuiqian is a drug trafficker. He deserves his fate. And Zhao Shuiqian feels wronged. I'll go eliminate those dishonest scoundrels right now. Chu Feng shook his head. If they didn't follow us, they must have escaped. We need to strategize to catch these foxes. Though filled with hatred, Li Yi understood that Chu Feng's words held merit. It indeed required long-term planning. Mu Yuyang's eyes turned thoughtfully. Zhao Shuiqian. That name sounds familiar. Miss. Chu Feng turned to Mu Yuyang. I truly thank you. Without you, I would never have been able to rescue the captain on my own. Chu Feng, will always be grateful. If you ever need my assistance, just say the word, and I will go through fire and water for you. I will also report your courageous deeds to the organization. I believe they will reward you. No need. Mu Yuyang interrupted. It was just a coincidence. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. She hopped into the vehicle and sped off, thinking, rewards? In this apocalypse, it is wise to remain low-key. Moreover, with level 9 water and fire abilities, today's rewards are ample. Miss, could you leave your contact information? Chu Feng wished to keep in touch, but she had already turned and vanished without a trace. What an extraordinary woman, he mused.
However, Li Yi frowned.
Isn't it strange for such a young girl to appear here, carrying the captain with such ease? Chu Feng did not retort but could not help adding. But she saved both the captain and me. She even called me soldier brother. Mu Yuyang had long since forgotten what she had said in her moment of desperation. Her stomach grumbled. She wanted to find something delicious to eat. In this second life, she did not wish to starve herself. Remembering a renowned hot pot restaurant on her way back, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. She sped along, watering the flowers and trees lining the road.
No.
She simply wished to give them a taste of the extraordinary water, not to practice her abilities, certainly not. Inside the hot pot restaurant, she ordered a plethora of items: beef tripe, fish balls, beef slices, shrimp paste, duck tongues, duck blood, small beef, small lamb, and yellow throat, nearly everything on the menu. Some even in triplicate. Once her order was placed, she began to indulge in the complimentary fruits, quickly accumulating a half-table of melon rinds. A delicate-looking girl passed by, smoking disdainfully. The quality of this hot pot restaurant is declining. Even people seeking free fruits are allowed in. How disgusting. Mu Yuyang, munching on a cantaloupe, glanced at her. Sounds like you've had too much salt. Wait. Suddenly, she focused on the girl's handbag. Isn't that a bear charm missing a row of diamonds? Could it be her? The girl from my past life who tried to exchange this bag for instant noodles and, when rejected, turned to stab me? A smirk curled at the corner of Mu Yuyang's mouth as she chuckled softly. What a narrow fate indeed. Though she had dodged that knife in her previous life due to her quick reflexes, it seemed their enmity had not yet ended. Chapter 33. Model Citizen? Time to make an exit. Hello, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy. As the server turned away, they noticed the girl in the distance, puffing out smoke.
I am sorry.
Miss, but smoking is prohibited in the establishment. Who do you think you are? The girl spat, pressing her cigarette butt against the server's uniform, igniting the fabric. Do you know who my brother is? How dare you speak to me like that? Are you tired of living? The server bit her lip and bent down to pick up the cigarette butt, only to have a stiletto heel smash down on her hand.
Ah!
The server cried out in pain, retracting her hand as blood began to bead from her palm. She looked up, only to meet the fierce gaze of the girl.
What are you staring at? What are you looking at?
The girl ground the cigarette butt into the ground, her heel making a harsh sound on the tile. You can't even pick up a cigarette butt without putting your hand under my foot. Are you brainless or seeking death?
Suddenly, hot. I'm burning.
The girl screamed, leaping 3 feet into the air, her foot sizzling from the extinguished cigarette butt that had burned through her shoe, the ember digging into her flesh. Mu Yuyang glanced down, retracting the ethereal blue flame from her fingertips, the smoke of charred material wafting into the air. The girl continued to stomp about wildly, her heels echoing against the tiles. Mu Yuyang's eyes flickered as suddenly a puddle formed at the girl's other foot, appearing as if it had materialized from the cracks in the tiles. The high heel slipped on the water, and the girl stumbled forward, colliding headfirst with the edge of a trash can. With a loud clang, the stainless steel can tipped over. A deep gash appeared on her forehead, blood streaming forth in a shocking display. The girl's eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Water. Her companion screamed in panic. What is happening? Oh my gosh, so much blood. Is this instant karma? No. It can't end in death, can it? Oh no, I'm terrified. What are you standing around for? Hurry and call an ambulance. The hot pot restaurant descended into chaos. Yet Mu Yuyang remained calm, leisurely sampling the yellow throat. I'm just a model citizen, I did nothing. This yellow throat is quite crunchy. This beef is delightful. The shrimp paste is excellent. After satisfying her hunger, she packed away 1,000 portions of yellow throat, 1,000 portions of beef, and 500 portions of shrimp paste, nearly emptying their stock. Upon learning the locations of premium hot pot ingredient wholesalers, she strolled out, content. From the direction of the parking garage, shouts of anger erupted. Damn it. We were so close. Now we have another hidden danger. Damn it. Exactly. The mysterious new weapon, capable of conjuring a firewall at will, has left my brother in a state of perpetual rage, ready to unleash his fury upon anyone in sight. It's truly exasperating. Nevertheless, our priority is to avenge Sister Shui. Indeed, revenge first. Just seeing the photograph of her grievous wound has him seething with anger. Who could possibly remain calm upon witnessing such a significant injury? When he encounters her in person, who knows how furious he will become? Ultimately, it is we, his brothers, who will suffer the consequences. Even if it were an accident, someone must be held accountable. Otherwise, we shall bear the brunt of his wrath. Mu Yuyang absent-mindedly touched his ear, pondering, has my hearing mutated? Or has it merely enhanced significantly? Is it due to my newfound abilities? Or perhaps the spiritual spring water I consumed? A group of 9 men, exuding an intimidating aura, approached. They were none other than the Blackwater Gang, as mentioned by Chu Feng. The very Shui Yan who Mu Yuyang had discreetly reprimanded earlier was, in fact, the sister of Zhao Shuiqian, the gang's leader. No wonder she was so resolute in her betrayal last time, she mused. In that case, she remained unfazed as she entered her vehicle and retrieved her phone. I should report this incident to the authorities. Casting a glance at the 2 vehicles occupying for parking spots, and then at the surveillance camera, she gradually maneuvered out of the monitored area. With a flick of her fingers, flames ignited, and the 2 vehicles caught fire. A water barrier materialized in the shadows. This so-called demon. No, this exemplary citizen, never harmed the innocent.
Bang! Crash!
The sounds of destruction echoed from within the hot pot restaurant. Patrons fled in panic, and the vehicles in the garage quickly dwindled in number. Even if it were an accident, it transpired within your establishment. Indeed, you dared allow our sister Shui to encounter misfortune in your restaurant. Your boss must be prepared to endure our wrath. As the garage emptied, Mu Yuyang dismantled the protective water barrier surrounding the other vehicles and blended into the flow of traffic.
Boom! Boom!
The deafening explosions of the vehicles reverberated. Those escaping in their cars were grateful for their swift departures. The Blackwater Gang, alerted by the detonations, rushed to the garage, fervently unleashing their fury. While Mu Yuyang had already sped away. As she brushed past a police car, she silently commended the officers. Their response time is impressively swift. Navigating to the Haya agricultural market, Mu Yuyang headed directly for premium hot pot ingredients, tripe, beef belly, fish balls, beef balls, shrimp paste, and beef slices, 5,000 pounds of each. Next, she perused the flour section, selecting ordinary flour, cake flour, bread flour, whole grain flour, 2,000 pounds of each. She also procured 500 pounds of butter, 100 pounds of yeast, and 100 each of egg beaters and flour sieves. For items not available at the market, she promptly placed orders via her phone for the highest-rated products, acquiring 30 of each. At the coal wholesale market, she ordered 5,000 pounds of wood and charcoal, 500 boxes of smokeless coal, and 1,000 each of flint and windproof lighters. Next, she visited a nearby tissue factory, swiftly depleting their stock. 5,000 boxes of facial tissues, 3,000 boxes of toilet paper, 1,000 boxes of wet wipes, and 2,000 boxes of kitchen paper. Passing by a personal care product factory, she secured 50 boxes of shampoo, 50 boxes of body wash, 100 boxes of toothpaste, and 50 boxes of soap. The map revealed many factories she had yet to explore. Acquiring products was undoubtedly profitable.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
The notifications from her phone rang incessantly. Remembering the messages she hadn't yet read from the morning, she opened her phone to find 6 deposit notifications and 13 unfamiliar messages. A quick calculation revealed nearly 1.8 billion had been deposited. The real estate agent's enthusiasm was palpable over WeChat. 3 villas sold in a single day. 5 large flats. The price drop is indeed enticing. The pace of sales is soaring. She skimmed through the unfamiliar messages, one of which was from the ever-contrite Fan Qingqi. My dear, I know you still love me. It's just that the scheming Li Weishi has stirred discord between us, prompting you to act out, hasn't it? My dearest, you are and always will be my one true love. My interactions with her were mere trifles. Please, let us not quarrel any longer. Can you truly bear to end things? Can you truly forsake our years of affection? Mu Yuyang felt a wave of nausea and promptly blocked him. As she drove back, she searched for other wholesale markets and factories along her route. Aside from an oil factory that was currently inaccessible, she found nothing of interest. However, the sight of the oil factory sparked an idea. She needed to stockpile several modified off-road vehicles, the kind capable of crushing zombies with ease. Dialing the region's largest modification factory, she inquired, "Hello, why Alliance Off-Road Modifications at your service? How many reinforced diesel off-road vehicles can you prepare within 5 days?" The operator, taken aback, confirmed the information before responding, 7 vehicles. Perfect, I'll take them all. I'll come by tomorrow morning to sign the contract. The operator was momentarily stunned, but we haven't discussed the price yet. As long as the timing is feasible, it's settled, Mu Yuyang replied succinctly. Seconds later, the operator regained composure and hurried to inform the manager. Continuing her drive, Mu Yuyang reflected, diesel off-road vehicles are indeed superior. Their power and durability far surpass that of gasoline models. Their fuel efficiency is commendable as well. Her attention was suddenly caught by a familiar restaurant name, Hurricane Bay Restaurant. Their Sand Island sauce lobster and salt-baked large yellow croaker are truly legendary. Without hesitation, she entered the establishment and began to order. Sand Island sauce lobster, salt-baked large yellow croaker, caviar duck skin, serrano ham with vegetable sprouts, almond flakes with asparagus, and more. Let us start with these, she said, unfazed by the server's astonished expression. This is enough for 3 or 4 people. Would you like to reconsider some items? No need, just bring everything. Mu Yuyang replied, not lifting her gaze. Whatever is left can be packed away. After these few days, this restaurant will no longer be here. And I want the chance to enjoy it again. She mused to herself, by the way, glancing at her own stomach. Ever since activating my abilities, I seem to have developed a greater appetite. During the wait for her dishes, she continued placing orders on her phone. 50 alcohol stoves, 50 induction cookers, 100 small heaters, 100 heat blowers, 1,000 boxes of heat packs, and 100 each of fans and air conditioners. In the cleaning supplies section, she ordered 5,000 buckets of laundry detergent, 1,000 boxes of laundry powder, 5,000 bottles of dish soap, 1,000 bottles of toilet bowl cleaner, 2,000 boxes of cleaning cloths, and 6,000 toothbrushes. 4 personal care items. She secured 500 boxes of sanitary pads and 200 boxes of safety shorts. In the daily necessities section, she stocked up on 300 boxes each of floral water, insecticide, anti-itch cream, frostbite ointment, hand cream, and mosquito repellent. Additionally, she acquired 200 sets of mosquito nets, 100 packs of rubber bands, and 500 units each of nail clippers, toothpicks, cotton swabs, combs, needles and threads, and stationery. In the kitchen supplies area, she ordered 100 boxes each of food storage bags and cling film, 1,000 each of scissors, chef knives and boning knives, 100 cutting boards, 1,000 water storage barrels, and 200 water dispensers. Lastly, in the bedding section, she obtained 500 comforters, 500 goose down blankets, 500 duck down blankets, 1,000 pillow cores, and 500 bedding sets. Electronic devices, 200 portable chargers, 300 gaming consoles, tablets, and laptops each, along with 1,000 large-capacity hard drives. A comprehensive list of survival literature covering aquaculture, agriculture, hydroponics, and fisheries. Procure everything. Additionally, acquire books on psychology, biomedicine, psychiatry, maternal and child health, preventive medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and acupuncture, as they may prove useful in the future. Purchase 100 boxes of acupuncture needles in various sizes. Do not inquire further. Any questioning would only reveal her desire to learn acupuncture. Mu Yuyang's fingertips danced across the screen, leaving a trail of motion. The shopping cart numbers surged rapidly. Her phone's back heating up as if it could fry an egg. The internet speed could barely keep pace with her dexterous fingers. When the dishes arrived, Mu Yuyang dutifully set her phone aside and immersed herself in the culinary experience. The aroma of the food illuminated her eyes with delight. Expressions like 8 delicacies and precious jewels rolled over her tongue, ultimately simplifying into a straightforward utterance, delicious. After sampling each dish, she was poised to call the waiter for takeout when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a disgruntled server rolling her eyes at a nearby table, exclaiming, "Sir, no matter how much you tear the menu, the price remains unchanged. If you find it too expensive, perhaps you should try the street vendors for buns?" The elderly gentleman clutched the menu's edge, surreptitiously glancing at the elderly lady opposite him. "Today marks our 50th wedding anniversary. I wish to treat my dear wife to something special." "I'll think it over," he stammered, pushing the menu forward, his fingers trembling. "This restaurant is far too expensive. Perhaps we should reconsider." The server internally cursed. "What are you doing in a high-end restaurant if you can't afford it? 2 foolish old fools wasting my time." After a moment's reflection on the restaurant's policies, she quelled her irritation slightly. "Take your time, please. Call me when you've made a decision." Without awaiting a response, she turned and departed, her disdainful gaze lingering on the old lady's face. Mu Yuyang's eyes widened slightly as she recognized the elderly woman. "Isn't she the water manipulator from the sea breeze base in my previous life?" Among the aged, she was the sole individual to awaken such abilities. Though she could only extract a cup of water after considerable effort, she had saved countless lives during extreme heat conditions. Remembering the life-saving water the elderly lady had once offered her, Mu Yuyang pressed the service bell. The server approached with a smile. "Good day, madam. How may I assist you?" Mu Yuyang glanced at the dimples on the server's face and pointed to the menu. "Please pack 100 portions of oil-salted yellow croaker, 100 portions of sandalwood sauce prawns, and 100 portions of zongu chicken soup with fresh bamboo fungus. Also, pack 50 portions each of caviar duck and serrano ham with vegetable egg and 50 portions of steamed deep-sea tiger grouper." The server hesitated, reminding her, "Madam, the sandalwood sauce prawns are priced at 1,608 yuan each, and the zongu chicken soup with fresh bamboo fungus is 108 yuan each. Are you certain you wish to order this many?" "Yes," Mu Yuyang affirmed, then pointed to the table in the corner. "Please serve that table the same order as mine. On the house, as part of a restaurant promotion for table 88. The server stammered, "Why you reordering over 10,000 yuan worth? Are you sure?" Mu Yuyang scanned the tablet's total before swiftly scanning her payment of 160 yuan. "Compared to the cup of water for my last life, 10,000 is hardly a concern." As the table before the elderly couple filled with an abundance of delicacies, the server's face turned pale. She clutched her cheeks and cried, "Have you lost your mind? They aren't even my customers. What have you ordered? You can't afford this much. Don't drag me into this. Payment has already been made." The server watched Mu Yuyang's retreating figure, marveling, what a kind-hearted beauty to have footed the bill. After a delightful meal, Mu Yuyang discreetly took a photograph of the elderly lady before departing the restaurant. The lady remained blissfully unaware, reveling in her good fortune on this day. In the parking lot's blind spot, Mu Yuyang had scarcely stored the high-end thermal containers when she heard a mournful whimper nearby. The sound echoed memories of the last time Mu Yuyang had been attacked at the market. A knot of anxiety tightened in her chest as she followed the noise. She discovered a yellow cat viciously scratching a few palm-sized puppies. Upon spotting Mu Yuyang, the cat halted its assault, eyeing her warily. Nearby, 2 men conversed. "Are you out of your mind? The meat of newborn puppies is the most tender. You only want the mother dog and not the pups? Have you lost your senses? Well, I didn't think they'd be worth much meat. It'd be a hassle to butcher them anyway. Never mind. I'll let you have the little red one tonight, since you've already butchered the mother." "Really? What about the cost? You think I'm going to foot the bill for your greed?" "Just kidding. Stop wasting time. Are we almost there?" "Yeah. Just around the corner." "You threw it quite a distance. I didn't want to get caught by that fierce lady across the street, so I led you here to this secluded spot."
"Oh,
"There's a beautiful lady over there." One man squinted at Mu Yuyang. "She's even more gorgeous than the little red one. Surely, she's not just out for a stroll?" "Hello, beauty." The man called out to Mu Yuyang with a wink. "Care to join me for some fun at the hotel across the street?" In an instant, Mu Yuyang's fists clenched. The same repulsive aura. with hints of blood and decay, reminded her of the beasts that had once sought to tear her apart. Not interested in the hotel? My place works too. Before he could finish, Mu Yuyang dashed forward.
Ah!
A dull thud echoed as she kicked him several meters away. His ribcage cracked ominously as he spewed forth blood, collapsing unconscious. The second man, attempting to flee, was yanked back by Mu Yuyang's immense strength. His consciousness faded as her fist descended. The yellow cat observed the scene, tail erect, and vanished into the shadows. Oh dear. That scared me. I must flee quickly. Mu Yuyang turned on her flashlight to examine the puppies on the ground. There were 9 in total, appearing less than a month old. 3 had been cut by a knife, 2 were lifeless with exposed innards, 1 bled profusely and barely breathed, and 5 bore scratches from the cat. Only the smallest one remained unscathed. She resolved to take the 7 surviving pups home to keep Mu Xiuyang company. As she sprinkled spiritual water over them, their wounds healed at an astonishing rate. She administered extra to the most severely injured, pouring some into its mouth. Once done, she placed the 7 tiny pups into a large basin within her space. The basin contained shallow spiritual water for them to soak and drink. After cleansing her hands with the extraordinary water, she drove to the nearest pet food store, purchasing 100 cans of goat milk, 35 baby bottles, and 1,000 bags of puppy food. Upon entering the Cloud Summit Villa, Mu Xiuyang rushed to her, wagging his tail furiously. Woof woof, I missed you. I brought you some little friends, Mu Yuyang said, stroking his head as she headed to the kitchen. Let us go take a look. Ah woo? Mu Xiuyang tilted his head. Is it chicken or duck this time? On the kitchen counter, 7 bottles filled with goat milk and 7 bowls containing warm spiritual water awaited. Moments later, the 7 puppies were gently placed into the bowls, with the bottles hovering near their mouths. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. The size of the soup bowl is indeed quite suitable. Wong. Mu Xiuyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens. 7 little pups, specifically brought for me. Howling, it suddenly nuzzled against Mu Yuyang's feet, whining. Are you trying to neglect me and seek out a new dog? Mu Yuyang appeared perplexed. Why are you not the least bit excited? These will be your little brothers from now on. Don't you think it will be quite impressive to take them out? Woof. Mu Xiuyang perked up a bit. Little brothers? These are all my little brothers. Seizing the moment, Mu Yuyang continued. This largest one is called Air Yang. This is San Yang and this one is Si Yang. You are their leader, Mu Daxuyang. Wang. Mu Xiuyang's eyes sparkled, spinning in circles. Its barks filled with joy. Woof woof, a woof. Woof woof. This is fantastic.
Haha woof.
This is truly fantastic. From now on, I will be the big boss. After arranging the 7 little ones, Mu Yuyang took Mu Xiuyang for a night run. Mu Xiuyang glanced back at its new little brothers with some reluctance, but quickly caught up with Mu Yuyang. Before it could dash off for 2 laps, several fire rings exploded on the ground.
Muksoyang skided to a halt. Vol?
Goodness. Isn't this a bit excessive? It attempted to sneak away, but Mu Yuyang flicked a fireball with her fingers, perfectly blocking its way at the turn. Woof. It drooped its ears and retreated to the starting point, its tail no longer wagging in disappointment. Mu Yuyang did not urge it, continuing to run while glancing back. In the last life, it suffered greatly to save me. In this life, I not only wanted to possess speed and strength, but also enough coordination and adaptability. I wanted to become the strongest war dog. I wanted to survive long in this rapidly changing apocalypse. With a leap, Mu Xiuyang suddenly jumped, its fur bristling as it soared through the fire ring.
Woof.
Did it succeed? It actually succeeded. Proud for just a second, it suddenly bounced. Woof woof. Oh no. My belly fur is on fire. Chapter 36. The prophecy comes true. Threat from the oil factory. Just as quickly as it began, a ball of water splashed down, extinguishing the flames. Woof woof. It was extinguished so quickly. Mu Xiuyang shook off the water droplets from its fur, its ears twitching like rattles. The scent of burnt dog fur from when it passed through the fire rings still lingered. It suddenly spun in circles, its tail curling into a question mark. Woof woof woof. Not only can the master create fireballs and fire rings, but now also water balls. This is incredible. Mu Yuyang appeared beside Mu Xiuyang like a gust of wind. Woof. Goodness. Scaring a dog to death. Why does she always come and go without a trace at night? Oh right. Praise me, quickly praise me. After a thorough check to ensure there were no burns, she patted the dog's head and praised, not bad, Mu Daxuyang. managing to accomplish this so perfectly in such a short time. Truly worthy of being the leader of the pups. Mu Xiaoyang immediately puffed out its chest, looking quite proud. A war. This praise feels wonderful. I love it. Alright, let's continue. Mu Yuyang vanished once more. Oh, whoa. Happiness disappears too suddenly. After their workout, both human and dog drank 5 large cups of spiritual spring water. Only then did they return to the villa, initiating their spiritual spring bathing mode. Just as Mu Xiaoyang settled into the wooden tub, it suddenly scratched at the door. Woof woof. I want to teach my little brothers to exercise. The pups must be trained from a young age. It was eager to guide its little brothers. The first thing they would do after learning to walk is to train hard together, to become the strongest dogs and protect their master. Mu Yuyang could only laugh helplessly, drying off Mu Xiaoyang's fur before letting it go. The pup has grown up and is no longer under its mother's care, especially since this pup already has its own pups. After enjoying a refreshing bath, she retrieved a new SIM card purchased online, her fingers swiftly tapping on the screen to post apocalyptic updates across multiple platforms. On November 4th, a volcanic eruption and dragon-level tsunami hit Sakura Country. On November 5th, a massive earthquake struck Fan Country. On November 7th, there was a storm in Huagua City on November 4th, and an earthquake in Tsang City on November 6th. On November 11th, the zombie virus broke out. After pressing send, she burned the SIM card. It was a common habit among the people of Huagua to prepare for potential crises. Their emergency plans were far superior to those of other nations. Therefore, in her previous life, she often thought, as long as everyone is united, what apocalypse can we not withstand? Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. The sudden onset of the zombie virus and the ensuing natural disasters crushed hope bit by bit. For 6 long years, Huagua struggled in the quagmire of the apocalypse. A full 6 years. Yet they never saw the dawn of hope. She stared at the burning embers of the SIM card, her throat tightening. I wonder if this early warning in this life can save some compatriots. Even if it can only preserve one life, it would be worth it for the passionate blood of Huagua. After all, no matter how shattered the world may be, no matter how much she had changed, she would always remember those heroes who defended this land with their lives and the strangers who had helped her. She found a comfortable position on the bed, starting to browse online shopping platforms while checking for any missing items. She stumbled upon a handsome tang knife and purchased it. She found cookies with chocolate chips and bought those too. She discovered rose-scented hair care capsules and bought them. She came across freeze-dried fruits and bought those. Lastly, she found a rich, fruity red wine and made that purchase too. She bought enough supplies to no longer fear the impending apocalypse, satisfied to return to Mu Xiaoyang and drift into a deep sleep. The next morning, as Mu Yuyang opened her eyes, she was greeted with shocking news headlines. A once-in-a-millennium dragon-level tsunami sweeps across Sakura Country. Various websites reveal apocalyptic posts, accurate predictions of Sakura Country's demise. Sakura Country suffers severe casualties from volcanic eruptions at dawn. Nature cover. Has Earth's time flow altered? Time dilation? Or a dramatic change in the perception of time? The comments section erupted in chaos.
Wow.
Where's the prophet? Come teach us. Serves them right. The heavens have opened their eyes. Finally, karma has struck. Oh my. This is eerily accurate. Everyone make plans quickly. I feel like a day has stretched into 3 days. Is time really slowing down? Stop scaring yourselves upstairs. It's surely just a coincidence. The most important thing is to live well each day. Everything else is nonsense. I strongly condemn those who destroy the environment. They must be the cause of this. Mu Yuyang swiped across the screen, gently sighing. What is meant to come will still come. She understood that the abnormal perception of time was merely the prologue to the apocalypse. Soon after, tectonic shifts, the zombie virus, and extreme weather would follow. Even if Huagua managed to start off with some luck, it could not escape the impending disaster. Turning off the news, Mu Yuyang proceeded with her morning routine, practicing and bathing. The 7 little ones had plumped up overnight, resembling fluffy yellow buns, with Mu Xiaoyang proudly acting as their canine coach, occasionally barking commands with a serious expression. The scene was truly delightful. Yet she did not forget her priorities. Yesterday, she had noticed a small delivery truck sneaking into the side door of the diesel factory, with suspicious workers behaving like thieves. After the apocalypse, diesel from gas stations and oil factories would soon be plundered like food from supermarkets. To use vehicles without worry, one must stockpile diesel. After hastily gobbling up breakfast, Mu Yuyang diverted to the warehouse to collect her packages and ingredients. The once full warehouse was now emptied. She could load freely again. With a sense of security, she headed straight for the oil factory. Early in the morning, there were only two people at the oil factory. A young man dozing off and a middle-aged woman with a yellow ponytail scrolling through her phone. She walked directly toward the middle-aged woman. Is this Hai Xian gas station? The woman frowned. Didn't we agree on 9 o'clock? Why are you here at 8? Mu Yuyang replied calmly, I am not from Hai Xian gas station, but I want to buy diesel. Go away. The middle-aged woman waved her hand. Her face filled with impatience. We don't sell loose oil. We sell by the ton. Mu Yuyang fixed her gaze on the woman's yellow ponytail, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Whatever amount you have, I will take. What did you say? The middle-aged woman scrutinized her from head to toe. The gas stations around here are either state-owned enterprises sourcing fuel from Huaheng or private companies like this one. I haven't heard of any new gas stations opening nearby, so how could someone like you just appear out of nowhere? I replied clearly. How many tons do you have? I want that many tons. The middle-aged woman abruptly stood up. Where's your operating permit? I don't have one. Mu Yuyang sidestepped the camera, swiftly stuffing 2 stacks of red bills into her hand. The woman's expression faltered. It seemed insufficient. Another stack was added. The woman's eyes sparkled, yet she feigned reluctance. Mu Yuyang frowned and directly withdrew a stack. The woman panicked. Without a permit, I'm afraid. In the next moment, Mu Yuyang thrust her phone towards the woman's face. On the video, a masked woman with a yellow ponytail was clandestinely selling fuel.
Chapter 37. Wording vehicles.
Instant acquisition of the divine car. Little girl, are you threatening me? The middle-aged woman tried to appear tough, but faltered. Isn't it obvious? Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. The truth is already surfacing. We haven't even reached the part where you attempt to defend yourself, and yet I've exposed you. Truly, a guilty conscience. Key point. Diesel in Huagua is a state monopoly and cannot be bought or sold privately. Individuals may store no more than 1,000 liters of diesel at home. If it involves buying and selling, relevant documentation is required. Do you really want it all? 100 tons of diesel? The woman stammered. This is the hard currency of the apocalypse. What's 100 tons? Mu Yuyang contemplated and retrieved her phone. 8 million. Clear out the place for me in 2 hours. In truth, 2 minutes would suffice. 2 hours was merely to avoid raising her suspicions. 8 million. The middle-aged woman calculated rapidly in her mind. After deducting the kickback, it's a guaranteed profit. Perhaps I might even earn a reward from the boss. All right. I'll provide the account immediately, she said, forcing a smile and lowering her voice. I'll ensure the surveillance goes dark, guaranteeing no interruptions. Mu Yuyang smirked inwardly. Such proficiency, she must have done this sort of shady work before. And that expression, seems the profit from diesel, is even higher than I imagined. After securing the diesel, Mu Yuyang headed straight to the Y Alliance off-road vehicle modification factory. Now that I possess diesel, I can boldly hoard vehicles. After the apocalypse, when I see suitable off-road cars, sports cars, or RVs, I can freely acquire them for myself. Welcome to the Y Alliance off-road modification. We are delighted to serve you. As she stepped inside, the sweet voice of the female receptionist had barely faded when Mu Yuyang declared, "Sign the contract. We discussed it over the phone yesterday." "Good day, miss. I've been awaiting your arrival." The receptionist beamed with enthusiasm. Following her to the manager's office, Mu Yuyang's gaze was captivated by the modified vehicles in the workshop. Off-road vehicles were suspended, their bodies adorned with menacing crash beams. Tires towered taller than a person, painted in matte black and fluorescent green, reminiscent of a doomsday aesthetic. The innermost vehicle was being fitted with tracks, and sparks from the exhaust ignited on the concrete floor with a sizzling sound. Her pupils brightened slightly. My modified vehicle will surpass all of these. When equipped with a heavy machine gun mount and a lookout tower welded on the roof, even zombies will steer clear. In the manager's office, the modification technician rubbed his chin while examining the contract. Electromagnetic pulse shielding? Built-in liquid nitrogen cooling system?
Miss.
If this proposal gets reported, it could shut down our factory. Suddenly, the technician assistant leaned closer to the screen, excitedly fixating on the armor thickness parameters. Wow. 8 millimeters alloy steel plate? Are you planning to go to war in the Middle East? Mu Yuyang tapped the table and countered. Can it withstand a 50 caliber sniper rifle? The modification technician paused for 2 seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. Huh, this is interesting. I've been in the modification business for a decade and finally encountered someone knowledgeable. Compared to these vehicles, those petty modifications outside are nothing. The manager shot a warning glance. Mind your image. The modification technician cleared his throat. Miss, your ideas are very cool and bold. However, do you really not mind that so many vehicles want to be roadworthy? After all, 46 million is no small sum. Mu Yuyang waved her hand dismissively and boldly signed her name on the contract. By the time zombies flood the streets, traffic enforcement will be the least of our concerns. The technician assistant, Kudan, suddenly leaned in. Are you interested in seeing my super iron? Super iron was a vehicle his father had poured immense resources into crafting before going bankrupt. It was the coolest, most indestructible off-road vehicle in his eyes. He cherished it dearly, but had lost the right to keep it. The manager, the assistant, and the modification technician collectively changed their expressions. How dare this kid attempt to steal the order? Little Ko. The modification technician glared at him. That's not how you steal business. Especially not in front of management. This is utterly disrespectful. Kudan lowered his head, about to apologize, but Mu Yuyang, intrigued, interjected. Sure. Just the name alone is impressive. I'm not short on cash for cars. The manager nervously inquired. Should we pay the deposit now? Given that Kudan had been vetted before joining the modification factory, it was clear he was a genuine rich kid. The super iron he spoke of was surely pricey. If she bought his vehicle and then paid the deposit, there was no guarantee it wouldn't fall through. Just give me the code now, Mu Yuyang replied, pulling out her phone. After I pay the deposit, can this young master accompany me? Of course. The manager quickly affirmed. Once the deposit is paid, this big order will be officially confirmed. The rest is minor. In the basement of an old community, in front of a vehicle wrapped tightly in dust covers, Kudan cautiously untied the protective cover. Dust cascaded down, revealing his last remaining vehicle, an 8mm alloy armored beast adorned with laser-cut dragon patterns. The 20-inch explosion-proof tires could crush shards of glass. The roar of the V12 diesel engine could shatter the basement's light bulbs. Due to its exorbitant price and difficulty in registration, as well as the risk of regulatory scrutiny, no one had dared to purchase it until now. Mu Yuyang's eyes involuntarily gleamed. This was the personal vehicle of Du Xiao, the head of Haifeng Base in my previous life, the base's strongest war machine. Oh wait, it seems a few things are missing. Weapon mounts? She looked at Kudan, who appeared reluctant. With a mix of surprise and sympathy, could he be the legendary fool who traded a bulletproof off-road vehicle for 3 boxes of heart-saving pills for his dad? I spent 15 million modifying this. I'll sell it to you for 10 million. Kudan's voice trembled.
Deal.
Mu Yuyang pulled out her phone to scan. A vehicle of this caliber may be hard to come by in the near future. Moreover, it's practically brand new. At this price, I'm making a profit.
Kudan was momentarily stunned. No haggling?
Not a single cent off. Former good buddies are all trying to lowball their way through because their fathers are in urgent need of money. The unfamiliar girl suddenly made his heart race as he fumbled to pull out his payment code.
Ding.
The transfer of 10 million was complete.
Kudan was utterly dumbfounded.
Feeling as if he was in a dream. Is this transaction really happening so quickly? Is your father unwell? Mu Yuyang asked almost unconsciously. Kudan's pupils constricted. How do you know? Mu Yuyang's brow twitched slightly. So it really is that foolish boy? Chapter 38. 2. 5 billion received. The mine is secure. After so long in the apocalypse, still holding on to filial piety, the demon, couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. She pulled out a large bag of heart-saving pills and a bag of coenzyme Q10 deep-sea fish oil from the car, calmly stating, my father took these when he was alive. I'll give them to you. Kudan hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. She bought this car to relieve my urgent need. I should be giving her something instead. Why is she giving this to me? This is quite unexpected. Just as sudden as this car deal, Mu Yuyang hurriedly shoved the bag into his hands, eagerly touching the car's metallic surface. Such a texture. Truly deserving of the title apocalyptic vehicle. Give me the keys. She was already itching to get behind the wheel. Oh, right. Kudan instinctively reached for his chest. The keys were still hanging around his neck, having been caressed countless times by him. The moment Mu Yuyang received the keys, she suddenly patted his shoulder. In a few days, there will be extreme weather. Make sure to stock up on food. Kudan merely responded with an "oh." As the engine roared like a beast, she began drifting in the underground garage, the sound of tires screeching causing the light bulbs to tremble. Quite impressive, Mu Yuyang murmured as she drove, secretly praising, truly deserving of the title apocalyptic vehicle.
Ding.
The text notification pierced through the roar. The next moment, her phone began to ring wildly. The caller ID displayed Zhang Jinfeng. Is the money coming? She immediately parked and glanced at the message, her pupils lighting up slightly. Indeed. 5 billion has been credited. My mine is secure. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Mu Yuyang answered the phone, her tone calm and unruffled. Yuyang. Zhang Jinfeng, puzzled by her tranquility despite receiving such a vast sum, confirmed. The finance department said they have transferred the 5 billion for the shares to you.
Did you receive it?
Yes, Mu Yuyang replied nonchalantly. Bai Lu will complete the share transfer in the next couple of days. You need not worry. Zhang Jinfeng's eyes twinkled as he tentatively suggested. Could you elaborate on the investment matter we discussed last time? After all, it concerns 2 billion and I must admit, I feel a bit apprehensive. Just then, Mu Yuyang's phone vibrated again. Habaka? Has there been a breakthrough with the overseas account security? Uncle Zhang. I have other matters to attend to. We'll talk later. She hung up the phone, a cold smirk creeping onto her lips. I am well aware of the principle that speaking too much leads to mistakes. Old fox. Just quietly play your role as the harbinger of wealth. Zhang Jinfeng, momentarily taken aback by the abrupt disconnection, soon began to grumble while stroking his beard. She really is as difficult to handle as Mu Xinghai. Well, if that little girl dares to deceive me, I have my ways to deal with her. Just like how I dealt with Mu Xinghai back in the day. Have you found anything? Mu Yuyang eagerly answered Habaka's call. Your line of thought this time is truly useful. I suspect you only need evidence to support your theory, correct? Habaka shared evidence while explaining. Someone within Rongguang has been using fake contracts to withdraw large advance payments. The advance was funneled through fake supplier accounts and overseas accounts, then transferred into the account of a domestic shell company under the guise of an investment. Eventually, it will circle back to the private financial account of Zhang Jinfeng's proxy.
Leah.
After identifying the source of the funds, they will cancel the fake collaboration for various reasons, allowing the money to return to its original path. In this way, even if someone within Rongguang notices anomalies, they will not suspect that the company's executives are manipulating the funds behind the scenes. I hacked into Leah's phone and computer today and sent you 2 fake contracts I discovered. Out of the 5 billion you received, 2 billion belongs to the Zhang family and 500 million comes from this scheme. Looking at the contracts, Mu Yuyang felt a slight tremor in her fingertips. She knew she was close to the truth. Suppressing the turmoil within her, she stated, help me investigate Li Ya's related accounts. In the month my parents had the accident, were there any cash withdrawals exceeding 1 million? She had previously investigated the driver responsible for the accident. Before the incident, he was clearly drowning in debt. Yet, after the accident, his wife suddenly acquired a substantial sum, enough to settle the debts. She refused to believe there was no connection. However, without evidence, all her suspicions would be dismissed as slander. Checked. Habaka sent a screenshot. Before the accident, she transferred 1.5 million to Yen Jili. Yen Jili withdrew 2 sums of cash before and after the accident. One for 100,000 and another for 1 million. The murderous intent surged in Mu Yuyang's eyes. Yen Jili, Zhang Jinfeng's personal assistant. It was them, indeed. Just wait. Your demise is not far off. I have sent all the relevant records to your email, but... Habaka frowned. To use them as evidence in court, it may not be necessary. Mu Yuyang interrupted directly. The end is near. Even with ample evidence, I won't wait for them to face justice.
Yet.
I can eagerly anticipate the day they suffer unnoticed until their final breath. I have transferred the 500 million balance to you. By the way, give me your address. I'll send you a token of gratitude. Habaka wanted to decline, but she had already hung up the phone. A few emergency survival kits for the apocalypse, along with some tools and provisions. Not to mention the red pack of cigarettes that Habaka often smoked in the videos. Not expensive, but a token of her appreciation. It was only after finishing up that she noticed another email lying in her inbox.
Zenda, Xiaoyangyang.
The attachment contained a dense chain of evidence, fake contracts, fund flows, overseas account transaction records, even more detailed than what Habaka had provided. The email's body popped up in a cute font. I initially intended to surprise the master. I didn't expect that guy named Hibaka would have some tricks up his sleeve, even cracking the overseas security network at a speed rivaling mine, hands on hips JPG. Mu Yuyang stared at the screen, slightly stiffened. I almost forgot there was still a network genius hidden at home. My 500 million, never mind. Xiao Yanjiang had already been working on it for several months before he appeared. He deserves a reward. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Mu Yuyang hung up the phone, Ko Dan dared to tap on the car window. Transferring ownership of this car is a bit tricky. I've drafted an agreement on my phone. Take a look and see if it's suitable. It might be useful for future resale or collateral loans. No need. Mu Yuyang waved her hand dismissively. You carry on. I'll find a vehicle to transport it later. We're preparing for the apocalypse. Who cares if this car is officially transferred? If it weren't for the modification factory insisting on arranging the transfer before modifications, I wouldn't even bother with those 7 cars. Wait a moment. Collateral loan? She tightened her grip on the steering wheel, a serpentine glint flashing in her eyes. The 3 cars parked at Fengyun Community by Fan Qingqi. Chapter 39. Disappearance is no mere coincidence. A smirk curled at the corner of Mu Yuyang's mouth as she nimbly jumped into another SUV. After my parents passed, Bai Lu transferred all the cars into my name. Naturally, the 3 taken by the Fan family are included. As she drove away, she bid farewell to the little apprentice. Farewell, until we meet again. Virum. The SUV shot out like an arrow, leaving Ko Dan standing dumbfounded, scratching his head. Where am I? What just happened today? It feels like a dream. But the money is definitely real. Mu Yuyang pressed the accelerator, heading towards the nearest loan company, casually tossing out her prized green book. If it weren't for Li Chuiying being a car novice, the 3 fickle vampires from the Fan family would have long since taken her old SUV. Inside the Qimeng Loan Company, the staff served tea and smiled broadly, filled with wrinkles. Just 3 days for turnover. If you can't pay back, we'll take it directly. Mu Yuyang pushed her phone forward. Here's a video of the car inspection I just shot. It's 90 new and in perfect condition. Inside, she smirked coldly. The debt collection agency knows the car is under my name. Every time the Fan family hides inside the car, they purposely let it go. That old car has been kept in near new condition. As for the future, TSK, this condition. The staff's eyes gleamed brightly. Fingers flying over the calculator. 80 of the purchase price. After deducting service fees, you'll receive 544 million. Sign here, and it will be transferred immediately. Mu Yuyang calculated in her mind. Service fee for 3 days. 696 million? 40 interest? How exorbitant. She snapped back to reality, quickly signing her name while reassuring. No problem. I'll definitely repay on time. The car is parked well at Fengyun Community. The 4 characters Fengyun Community were pronounced with utmost clarity by Mu Yuyang. The staff member took the agreement with a smile that revealed her teeth, but not her eyes. Inwardly cursing the naive girl, those who leave our establishment rarely manage to repay their debts. Charging you 7 million in fees over 3 days. And yet you still have the audacity to reveal your address to facilitate our car retrieval? Truly, I have seen foolishness, but never such utter folly. As the message confirming the arrival of 54 million popped up on her phone, the naive girl, Mu Yuyang, pressed the accelerator and sped out of the loan company. What does it matter how high the fees are? After all, the cars that the Fan family has driven were destined for the dump anyway. Now that I've received the money, I can send these unscrupulous lenders to Fengyun Community to cause a ruckus for that family of vampires, creating a spectacle akin to dogs biting dogs. It's a win-win situation. Exiting the loan company, Mu Yuyang raced towards the afternoon tea spot by the university town. She used to enjoy sitting by that meandering river with Fan Qingqi, sipping floral tea. Whenever he was busy, he would drag his roommate along instead. There was a quaint little shop called Encounter nearby, known for its tiramisu and cloud souffle, which she regarded as the most exquisite and special delicacies. A bitter end of the world calls for sweet treats, she mused. Just as she settled beneath the willow tree, she shouted, "Boss, a pot of jade dew and a serving of tiramisu, along with a cloud souffle." Suddenly, a male voice responded. Looking up, Mu Yuyang saw Shin Changyu leaning against the door frame, smiling, his features strikingly handsome. He exuded a blend of elegance and charm, with a touch of amiability that was hard to resist. Mu Yuyang was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Luo Yu and the others always say that Yu Ji is a charming boss who feels like a refreshing spring breeze. My heart was filled with thoughts of Fan Qingqi, and I never truly noticed him before. but upon closer inspection today, it is indeed so. The boss has a good memory, she complimented. Shen Changyu's smile deepened as he took her order and asked, "Do you skip classes as well?" Mu Yuyang was again momentarily stunned. Such a question would usually provoke anger from others, but from him, it felt like a gentle caress to her heart. She turned her gaze back to the river. Could it be that he possesses some sort of sorcery? "Oh right, boss," she recalled the matter at hand. "How many servings of tiramisu and cloud souffle can you package?" Shen Changyu's brow furrowed slightly. "These two desserts don't keep overnight. Are you sure you want them packaged?" "Yes." Mu Yuyang nodded. "I have the space. They won't go to waste." Shen Changyu's gaze deepened imperceptibly. "There are 3 tiramisus left and 5 soufflés. Shall I package them all for you?" "Yes, please," she replied, a bit disheartened at the small quantity. Shen Changyu personally brought over the treats. "May I join you here?" he asked, exhibiting gentlemanly manners. Mu Yuyang nodded. "Feel free. This table is quite spacious." Shen Changyu smiled, signaling the waiter to bring an additional table of popular snacks. "Today, it's on me."
No limits. Why?
"Because the cherry blossom country has fallen today?" He pointed to the blooming roses by the door. "These flowers are particularly vibrant today." Mu Yuyang chuckled. "Should I give you a thumbs up and shout, 'Yuji is magnificent'?" Shen Changyu laughed heartily. "You may do as you please. My skin is thick enough." Their laughter mingled with the aroma of tea, spreading across the river's surface. For the first time in 6 years of her apocalyptic existence, she sensed warmth in the air. As evening approached, moonlight filtered through the branches by the river and fell into the teapot. Mu Yuyang glanced at her phone, which reminded her that it was time for exercise. "Thank you, Yuji. Perhaps we shall meet again." She stood up, picked up her takeaway bag, and walked away. Behind her, his deep voice resonated. "I thought you would say you would return next time, just as you used to." Mu Yuyang paused, her throat tightening. "Indeed. I have unknowingly begun to bid farewell, because there will be no next time." Without looking back, she called out, "Take care, Yuji." She planned to purchase a few emergency kits for the apocalypse online for him later, along with some survival tools and rations. As a token of gratitude for his unlimited generosity today, Shen Changyu watched her retreating figure, a myriad of complex emotions swirling in his eyes. In the luxurious Haoyu Club, He Tianxiong furrowed his brow. A young girl was giving him a foot massage, while a middle-aged woman was working on his shoulders. Eagle's nest has vanished. Cheng Feiyang is unreachable. No progress at the Mu family villa. The Cheng family in Jing City has yet to issue new directives. Each issue weighed heavily on his chest, fueling his frustration. The He family had established a foothold in Haiqing thanks to their association with the Cheng family. Now, with the Cheng family's situation uncertain, if a path forward could not be identified, the He family would surely be caught in a storm. The middle-aged woman, Chu Lemon, exchanged glances with the young girl, who nodded and excused herself. He Tianxiong's frown deepened. What does this old woman want now? Chu Lemon, squeezing his shoulders with a touch more firmness, sweetly inquired, "Do you remember my daughter, Li Weishi?" Not receiving a response, she leaned closer. "Did you not ask me to keep an eye on that Mu girl?" "I specifically instructed my daughter to monitor her closely." Her expression suddenly soured. But these past few days, she has stopped answering her phone and replying to messages. It's as if she has vanished from the face of the earth. Could something have happened? He Tianxiong cursed inwardly. I thought there might be some news from the Mu family girl.
Pa.
2 useless individuals. Cheng Xiao has gone missing. And we still haven't found him. Who has the time to concern themselves with your little waste of a daughter? Seeing his lack of reaction, Chu Lemon gritted her teeth and changed her tactic. Boss He, you're incredibly busy. If you truly have no time to find her, could you help us arrange a meeting with our old Li? She batted her eyelashes at He Tianxiong, pleading, "Please, I beg you." He Tianxiong, increasingly irritated, shoved her hand away and shot up, unleashing his anger. "What do you mean, your old Li? When did he become yours? Before he entered politics, you were nothing more than a mistress. And now, you are even more of a rat in the gutter. If he truly valued you, would he leave you here? Your daughter doesn't even have the right to bear the surname Li. She can only be a Li. He won't even answer your calls. And yet you dare to ask me to set up a meeting? My silence means I don't wish to engage with you. How can you be so oblivious at your age? Your face is full of wrinkles, and yet you still lack awareness." Chu Lemon's face turned a deep shade of red, yet she could only force a smile. Yes. It is my maternal instincts that have led me to lose my composure." He Tianxiong, panting heavily, suddenly squinted. The Mu family villa has vanished without a trace. And Li Weishi, who is supposed to be monitoring her, has also disappeared. This is no coincidence. Could it be that Mu Yuyang is behind this? Chapter 40. Secrets of the Armory? The Traitor's Mystery? Enough. He cast a sidelong glance at Chu Lemon. Regardless of his feelings, he is still old Li's offspring. Even if he looks down on her, he wouldn't completely abandon her. If he isn't answering his phone, it simply means he is busy. I'll call again in a few days. If there's still no response, I'll send someone to find her. Perhaps we can discover a breakthrough and seize the Mu family villa in one fell swoop. Thank you so much, boss he. Chu Lemon forced a smile, reaching out to continue massaging his shoulders. You have unparalleled influence in Haicheng. Surely, there is nothing you cannot accomplish. Spare me the flattery. He Tianxiong waved her off. I need to rest. Wake me when old Lu arrives. The next day, after finishing her bath, Mu Yuyang headed straight for the water source cave on the outskirts of Haicheng. The small river beside the cave was crystal clear, surrounded by lush greenery. The restaurant of the same name exuded an aura of seclusion. The owner, once a real estate tycoon, had made enough money to retire here with his wife. The owner's wife was known for her culinary skills and occasionally showcased her talents in the kitchen. The restaurant's signature osmanthus cake was said to be her original creation, with daily limited quantities that were irresistibly fragrant. Mu Yuyang licked her lips slightly, her eyes glinting coldly. The tail that had been following her since yesterday was still there. Even after taking a detour to the university town and lingering until dark, it remained persistent. She had previously heard that some small loan companies not only charged exorbitant fees but also sought opportunities to engage in both legal and illegal practices, taking everything without leaving a trace. Little did she know that her rare encounter with a loan would lead her to such scoundrels. However, it matters not. She slightly curled her lips, saying, Devil Yang, let the battle commence. Tailing her, a frown settled on his brow. Why doesn't this woman return to Fengyan community and instead venture into the mountains? But who cares? The boss has only instructed us to seize cash when we see it and cards when we spot them. He hasn't imposed any restrictions on personal freedom. Just follow orders. We can't afford to lose track of anyone like last night. Oh, dear. With my level of skill, had it not been for that madwoman appearing out of nowhere, how could I have let them slip away? Huh. Is that a mound of graves over there? Early in the morning. Why does it feel a bit eerie? Don't frighten yourself. Slow down around the bend. The sign indicates a cliff ahead. Saw it. Aren't my eyes sharp? What the hell? Before the man's words could finish, a shadow unexpectedly crashed into the vehicle. Bang! The car was hurled into the air like a leaf by the tremendous force, crashing through the railing and plunging down the cliff. What the heck? Clang. The horrifying screams mingled with the thunderous noise at the cliff's bottom, startling all the birds in the mountains. Mu Yuyang clapped her hands and murmured at the tumbling boulder, What is the matter with you? Why did you have to hit the car? Did you have to send them tumbling down? TSK, how inconsiderate of you. Casting a glance around to ensure there were no surveillance cameras, she jumped into the car and sped towards the restaurant. Ho hot cake, here I come. This time, I truly have arrived. After satisfying her hunger, Mu Yuyang reclined on a lounge chair by the water source river. The gentle breeze was pleasant, and the sunlight was just right. She luxuriously stretched, reflecting, compared to the endless, anxious apocalypse, this serene time truly exudes a sense of opulence every single moment. Indulge for a while, and then continue to fill in the gaps. Just as she thought this, the phone rang, and a notification of a deposit arrived simultaneously. She lazily glanced at her phone. It was Zhang Jingfeng and his 2 billion. However, from this moment on, it would be her 2 billion. Hello, she answered the call. Her tone as cold as ice. Zhang Jingfeng clearly sensed the distance in her voice and smiled ingratiatingly. Yuyang, the 2 billion has already been transferred to your account. Is there any chance you could disclose a bit more information about the project to Uncle?
Mu Yuyang meint her iyiceye demenor.
Are you free to meet on the evening of the 10th? Let's discuss face to face. Absolutely, of course. Zhang Jingfeng answered without a second thought. For such a confidential project, it's indeed better to discuss it in person. Mu Yuyang's lips curled slightly. Once the project is finalized, I'll come find you. It might be a bit late.
No worries.
I'll wait for you no matter how late it is. The old fox rubbed his hands, full of expectation. A 50 return rate, I'd stay up all night for that. The later stages will require Uncle Zhang's people to follow up on some matters with my assistant. Mu Yuyang's tone was calm, yet a murderous, intense surged in her eyes. On the evening of the 10th, shall we have them meet at Yunbian Club? Of course. I'll arrange it. The old fox chuckled inwardly. I was just worried about how to place my own people. I never expected her to bring it up first. This little girl is still just a little girl. Compared to Mu Shanghai, she is still so green. After hanging up, she took a deep breath and dialed a number she was reluctant to call.
Oh.
The class flower who took leave is actually taking the initiative to invite me? Su Ruoqiang's smug laugh echoed from the receiver. Then I suppose I should hurry and ask for leave too, right?
Ha ha ha.
Mu Yuyang felt a vain throb on her forehead and rolled her eyes in annoyance. You're as insufferable as ever. Enough chit-chat. She lowered her voice. I've heard you can procure firearms? Without the assistance of Zhang Jingfeng, the old fox of wealth, she might have been limited to cold weapons. But now, no.
Who told you that?
I can't get my hands on such things.
Su vô kinh về men tin đen ít. Oh?
Is that so? Mu Yuyang remained unperturbed. Then how did I hear that someone wants to report the Su family for gun possession? It seems to be hidden near your collection of mechanical beauties?
Mu Yuyang.
He interrupted sharply. Do you know what kind of trouble you're stirring up? The Su family is not someone you can offend. Oh, really? She chuckled lightly. Is it because of the 20 million bullets or the 200,000 grenades, or perhaps because of the... Chapter 41. Wishing Space. Unexpected Surprises. How do you know about the armory? Su Ruoqiang exclaimed, dropping his phone in shock. Mu Yuyang feigned innocence. Wasn't he that you just admitting it? Are you trying to set me up? No. She replied decisively, I'm warning you. Your Su family has a traitor. This is a favor I'm doing for you. I merely want some weapons for self-defense. Su Ruoqiang understood that Mu Yuyang had no intention of revealing how she knew about the Su family's armory. However, if what she said was true, it was indeed a significant favor. But, after pondering for a moment, he hesitated. This matter is serious. I need to discuss it with my father. Young Master Su, Mu Yuyang reminded, you are already an adult. Catching traitors and forming alliances should be your leverage in the Su family, not another testament to your indecisiveness. Indecisiveness, Su Ruoqiang's heart sank. My father has criticized me for being indecisive too many times. I am nowhere near as bold as my second brother. I never expected Mu Yuyang to see through me. If I can help you obtain those items, he confirmed, will you tell me who the traitor is? Of course. Mu Yuyang replied without hesitation. After all, that traitor is certainly no good person. While Su Ruoqiang, though slick-tongued and indecisive, has saved quite a few people in the past. He is far better than his second brother Su Ruohong, who indiscriminately slaughters innocents. How many do you need?
Su vô kinh thi sồn vét.
The Su family is large and prosperous. But competition is fierce. I should indeed prepare for the future. 7 billion, Mu Yuyang stated plainly, the greater the lethality, the better. 7 billion. He was exasperated. 7 billion is for self-defense. Are you planning to besiege a city? Young Master Su, Mu Yuyang admonished. Questioning your customers is not a good habit. Moreover, I truly require it for self-defense. It's just that what I need to defend against is something you cannot even begin to imagine. Su Ruoqiang bit his lip. All right. I'll give you a reply within a week. 2 days, Mu Yuyang insisted with an uncompromising tone. Within 2 days, a handover of cash for goods. Otherwise, Su Bing will find himself in jail. Su Bing, Su Ruoqiang's father, the current head of the Su family. That evening, when the Su family armory was reported, Su Bing had been detained. Mu Yuyang rarely paid attention to such news, but in her previous life, this incident caused quite a stir in Haicheng. It was even referred to as the 119 Armory Incident, as it occurred on November 9th. The discussions and attention towards Su Ruoqiang in class were unprecedented. Had it not been for the outbreak of the zombie virus on the morning of the 11th, leaving all departments too overwhelmed to manage, the Su family would have been utterly destroyed. Go to jail? Su Ruoqiang's pupils contracted sharply. Mu Yuyang's tone doesn't seem exaggerated, but within 2 days. His brows knitted tightly. Understood. I hope you keep your word. After hanging up, Mu Yuyang gazed at the gathering dark clouds in the direction of Haicheng, recalling Su Ruohong, the infamous tyrant of the Su family base in her previous life. That scoundrel. Oh wait. I shouldn't insult dogs. This villain indiscriminately slaughtered innocents in his past life. For his own pleasure, he abducted many girls from other bases who were out searching for supplies. I nearly fell into his trap myself. If only, Her eyes flickered. If only I knew where the Doomsday Man's cache was, I would have wiped him out without leaving a trace. Without the resources in the warehouse to rely on, that scoundrel wouldn't even have the qualifications to contend for control of the Su family base. It is likely he cannot even engage in wrongdoing.
Beep.
Detection of activated supernatural ability signal. Mu Yuyang's pupils quivered. What was I just thinking?
Beep.
Detection of replicable supernatural ability seeds within a 500-kilometer radius. The mind-reading ability and the hypnosis ability will most effectively assist the host in acquiring elusive information. Please select to activate either mind-reading or hypnosis within 10 seconds. Is there really a choice? Can't I select both?
Beep.
Detection of activated mind-reading and hypnosis signals. Is this even possible? Reach the basement of Triumph Garden Phase 1 within 70 minutes and locate the man in the black shirt to have the opportunity to replicate his mind-reading ability seed. Reach the Tianhai Villa area Building 1 within 100 minutes and locate the girl in the pink princess dress to have the opportunity to replicate her hypnosis ability seed. Handshake for over 1 second, level 1. She sprang up from the lounge chair and dashed towards the garage. Just recently, she reminded herself not to make reckless wishes in this space. It was far too dangerous. However, when this overwhelming surprise struck her twice, her legs betrayed her once again. Furrowing her brow, she muttered, "This is truly absurd. The more I think about it, the more ludicrous it becomes." 65 minutes later, Mu Yuyang sped to the entrance of Triumph Garden Phase 1 in Haicheng. Mu Shanghai had previously purchased a villa here due to the favorable feng shui and appreciation potential. Mu Yuyang had lived here for a time during her childhood. Little did she expect that upon returning after many years, that villa was no longer in the Mu family's possession. "Excuse me, ma'am." A sharply dressed young security guard blocked her vehicle. "May I ask which homeowner you're visiting?" She quickly rummaged through her distant memories. Building 6 used to be my home. It was just sold a few days ago.
I'm sorry, mismo.
A middle-aged guard appeared promptly, opening the barrier while respectfully stating, "Xiao Chen is new and does not recognize the previous owners. You still have some matters to wrap up, don't you?"
Yes.
She nodded naturally. "I'll leave once I finish the handover." With a roar, as the barrier opened, the car sped into the basement. "Goodness, please." The middle-aged guard's polite words caught in his throat. He turned to the young guard, reminding him, "Those who can afford villas in this community, past or present, are not individuals we can afford to offend. You should memorize the previous owner's information quickly. Not every owner is as easy to talk to as Miss Mu." "Understood, Captain. Thank you for the reminder." The young guard was filled with resolve. "High salaries are hard to come by. I must remember." Man in the black shirt, man in the black shirt. Mu Yuyang murmured to herself as she searched. Fortunately, this time it seems to pose no danger. Just as she finished her thought, a familiar male voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 42. The Emergence of Mind Reading, A Surge of Thoughts. She turned towards the voice to see Shun Changyu at the basement door of Building 5, clutching a bleeding hand, his gaze unfocused. "Brother Yu?" Mu Yuyang's pupils contracted. "How is he injured?" She rushed over to support him, leaning him against the door. Hearing her voice, Shun Changyu's body, which had been gradually collapsing, paused. "She has returned? Brother Yu, are you alright?" This is. Catching a glimpse of the dark, poisonous blood oozing from the wound on his hand, Mu Yuyang's heart sank. Mutated toxic ant? The kind with potent venom? Realizing that Shun Changyu, much like the elderly man in military coat, was teetering on the brink of life and death, Mu Yuyang couldn't help but internally lament. The heavens are relentless. Rescuing one man after another? I am Demon Yang, here to replicate abilities. Why does it always turn out like this, one after another? Despite her complaints, her gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. Found it. Before her words could fade, she darted like the wind to a thumb-sized mutated ant. With a swift stomp, she crushed the mutated ant and immediately extracted a nearly transparent tiny crystal core from its shattered head. Crystal cores are typically found in the brains of most mutated zombies and mutated flora and fauna. Zombie crystal cores can aid supernatural beings in leveling up. Mutated flora and fauna crystal cores can enhance both plants and animals and can be used to counteract corresponding toxins. After rinsing it clean with water, she flashed back to Shun Changyu's side. Shun Changyu had completely lost consciousness, the wound looking ghastly. She cleansed the wound with the spiritual water, then crushed the crystal core above it. A burning sensation surged from the wound throughout his limbs. His eyelids twitched violently, Hot, so hot. But the feeling of impending death seems to be dissipating. She calls herself Demon Yang. She is clearly as radiant as the morning sun. How could she call herself Demon Yang? Handshake's replicate abilities? Is her ability acquired through contact? What has she experienced during the years away from Triumph Garden? Moments later, the bleeding finally ceased. Mu Yang exhaled in relief. It seems I have pulled you back from the brink of death. You are fortunate to have encountered me. By the way, the seed. She suddenly grasped Shen Changyu's other hand.
Beep.
Congratulations on acquiring the mind-reading ability seed. Shen Changyu's previously drifting thoughts abruptly halted, and his heart raced momentarily. This is her hand. This is the warmth of her palm.
Beep.
Congratulations on acquiring level 9 mind-reading ability.
Beep.
Detection of the host's current load capacity for mental abilities is level 4. Please enhance your mental strength promptly. What? Mu Yang was about to feel exhilarated when she froze. Am I being rejected for my physique and now for my mental strength? Moreover, the time we just shook hands clearly exceeded 10 seconds. Why is it still level 9? Is it possible the highest can only reach level 9? If it were possible, let time freeze at this moment. Shen Changyu's thoughts erupted in her mind. Simultaneously, a multitude of voices surged unexpectedly. Memorize it once again. The previous owner of Building 3. Lu Jingchen, license plate number.
What did the old saying say?
As long as the money is in place, I can memorize anything. This robot cleaning assessment period is over. I estimate I will have to roll up my bedding and find another place.
Sigh.
The weather has been pleasant these days. I can take Jilly out to play in the countryside. Stop, stop, stop. Mu Yang clutched her head as her mind buzzed. It felt like being stung by 1,000 bees. It was about to explode. Fortunately, just as the thought settled, all the voices vanished. Finally, it's quiet. She let out a long sigh. I'll study it later. Let's finish the scene first. Brother Yu, wake up. Mu Yang urged. Don't think about wanting time to freeze at this moment. Wake up. Shen Changyu reluctantly opened his eyes. Yang, he called to her softly. His eyes filled with unspoken words. Do you live here? Mu Yang asked, glancing at the door of Building 5. Yes, Shen Changyu nodded, looking towards Building 6 across the way. I live there too. Mu Yang did not lift her eyelids, quickly instructing, regardless of where you live, ants are social creatures. Your mutated toxic ants are certainly not limited to just this one. Move quickly. Next time, luck might not be on your side. Understood. Shen Changyu frowned in agreement, wanting to say more, but Mu Yang had already jumped into her car. With a roar of the engine, she did not look back. Remember to wear gloves while cleaning up. Take care. Shen Changyu watched the car's silhouette, swallowing all his gratitude and confusion. Apocalypse, mutated toxic ants, replicated abilities. He struggled to piece together the fragments he had heard. Could it be that the end of the world is truly upon us? Suddenly being able to hear others' thoughts. Could it be related to this? Wait a minute. Shen Changyu's eyes trembled. It seems I can no longer hear her thoughts. Mu Yang sped towards the Tianhai Villa, simultaneously delving into the intricacies of her mind-reading abilities. After enduring over a dozen episodes of pulsating headaches that felt as if her skull might burst, she finally mastered the art of silencing the cacophony of intrusive thoughts. Akin to turning off a tap. The chaotic noise that had been crashing around her receded like a receding tide, leaving only distinct voices in its wake. Her fingertips, pale from the strain of her mental energy, reflected her efforts. After nearly 100 attempts of pinching her brow, she felt her mental power sharpen, focusing with the precision of a spotlight. When she locked onto a person's thoughts, their inner voice resonated in her mind like a loud radio, while the surrounding noise faded into mere background sounds. The countdown showed 9 minutes and 17 seconds. Racing faster than anticipated, Mu Yang arrived at the Tianhai Villa area. The Tianhai Villa stood as the most opulent residence in Haicheng, with its external electronic perimeter exuding an aura of wealth. Its security level surpassed that of the Kai Xian Royal Garden by several tiers. She parked outside the villa community, closed her eyes, and began to read the thoughts around her. The uncle in Villa number 2 is so lecherous, yet he managed to marry such a beautiful woman. I envy him to death. That poor security guard gazes at me with such longing. Does he think he's a toad hoping to eat swan meat? The woman who just moved in across the street, her figure, her looks, wow, simply stunning. If I had met her sooner, what would that other woman even matter?
Villano.
3 has visitors at 3 o'clock today. What time did the visitors come to Villa number 1 again? Oh, around 5 o'clock. Villa number 7 has another dinner party tonight? Ugh, it seems my night shift will be busy again. 5 o'clock? Mu Yang immediately seized on this crucial information. Chapter 43. Eavesdropping at the fish restaurant. An unexpected encounter. Mu Yang opened her eyes and retrieved cherries, chocolates, and red wine from her spatial pocket, tossing them onto the passenger seat. As her vehicle approached the main gate, the handsome young security guard had yet to lower his saluting hand. Hello, handsome. Mu Yang pointed to the passenger seat and spoke first. I'm a guest at Villa number 1. I had an appointment for 5 o'clock, but I may not be able to make it due to other matters. I just wanted to drop off a housewarming gift and leave. Could you please open the gate? The guard, momentarily mesmerized by her radiant face, quickly plastered on a smile and replied, Of course, please go ahead. As the barrier lifted, she heard the guard's thoughts. The owner of Villa number 1 is truly stunning. This guest is even more extraordinary. Wow, I chose the right job. I get to see beautiful women every day. The countdown read 4 minutes and 49 seconds. Mu Yang dashed to Villa number 1 and pressed the doorbell. A woman in an apron appeared on the screen. This girl is really pretty. Is she a classmate of the young lady who arrived early? But currently, only the second young lady is at home. Mu Yang raised the gift bag, maintaining her composure. I might not make it this afternoon due to other commitments. I just wanted to deliver a congratulatory gift and catch a glimpse of the little darling. Oh, you must be Miss Han. The housekeeper warmly opened the door. The eldest young lady is in a meeting. You can join the second young lady for lunch in the garden. Arrive at the Tianhai Villa area, Villa number 1 Wang's garden within 100 minutes, and find the girl in the pink princess dress. Recalling the spatial requirements, Mu Yang felt her heart tighten slightly. Based on the past patterns of the space, oh no, it's nature. This garden is highly likely to be unsafe.
All right.
She maintained a smile, feigning nonchalance. I haven't seen the little darling in ages. I fear she might forget me. With your beauty, the second young lady will certainly remember you. The housekeeper took the items and pointed. The second young lady is in the large pavilion. Just follow this stone path, and you will see her. The kitchen is still simmering soup. I'll go take a look. The countdown read 1 minute and 13 seconds. Just as the housekeeper turned away, Mu Yang swiftly scanned the villa's surveillance. Infiltrating a private residence under an assumed identity could lead to a 10-day confinement. This surveillance suddenly, a scream erupted from the garden. Ah!
Yuma! Yuma!
Followed by the sound of crashing items. It seems I can't stay any longer. As the thought crossed her mind, sparks flew, and the surveillance camera emitted black smoke in an instant. The next moment, she dashed towards the pavilion. Inside, a wheelchair had toppled over. A girl clad in a pink princess dress lay on the ground, sobbing. Her lips were pale as she desperately tried to escape. Her only means of calling for help just out of reach. Her violin and water cup, along with a fruit platter, lay scattered around her, the remnants of chaos. Among the debris, a fist-sized black ball with 8 compound eyes glimmered ominously, its venomous fangs clicking as it crawled towards the girl. With a swift motion, Mu Yang crushed the black ball beneath her foot. A mutated venomous spider, yet another aberrant creature. Mu Yang furrowed her brow. What could have caused such mutations to arise so early in this lifetime? Kitch, thank you. The girl's tears streamed uncontrollably. I thought I wasn't afraid of death. Turns out I'm so scared. But my existence is just a burden. I'm just a burden. Listening to the girl's thoughts, Mu Yang felt an overwhelming urge to reach out, as if bewitched. Her hand almost brushing against the girl's face when the countdown read 12 seconds. Almost forgot the main task. Mu Yang grasped the girl's hand firmly.
Ding.
Congratulations. You have acquired the seed of hypnosis ability. The girl, confused, suddenly felt herself lifted. She gazed down in astonishment, seeing Mu Yang effortlessly encircling her waist with one arm. Why you lifted me with one arm?
As Mu Yang spunatale.
She calculated the time. I'm an old classmate of your sister. I used to carry you when you were little. I heard you moved near my house.
So I came to see you. Ding.
Congratulations. You have acquired level 9 hypnosis ability.
Ding.
Detected that the host can currently bear level 4 mental abilities. Please enhance your mental strength promptly. The familiar mechanical voice echoed, and as she set the girl back in her wheelchair, she intended to leave. Task accomplished, retreating. Sister, how did you build such arm strength? The girl looked at her arms with curiosity. Such slender arms, yet so powerful.
How did you manage that?
thanks to my enhanced strength ability. Mu Yu Yang internally agreed, shoving the fallen emergency bell into the girl's hand. She replied, lifting weights can enhance arm strength. If you wish to train, you can give it a try. Oh, I see. The girl tightened her grip on the bell. I'll ask you Ma to prepare some weights later. Once I can support myself, I shouldn't be a burden anymore.
Right?
The hypnotic energy she unconsciously emitted spread around her. Mu Yu Yang felt a wave of compassion, yet this time, she remained grounded. She effortlessly dissipated the hypnotic power from her mind, suddenly recalling someone, the hypnotic little princess in the wheelchair. So she is the hypnotic little princess renowned from the Lin space battle? The one who lured the zombie king back home to eliminate his underlings and annihilate the zombie nest? This is no burden. She is a rare treasure. However, given the numerous uncertainties in this life, I wonder if she will still live to shine brightly on that day. With that thought, she conjured 2 pink dumbbells from behind her. These are the ones I used before. I'll give them to you. The girl's face lit up with surprise. And just as she was about to express her gratitude, Mu Yu Yang continued, I believe every talent has its purpose. Even those that might seem useless can still create a ruckus. You must be filled with confidence and stand tall. Hopefully, you can coax a few more zombie kings to return and take down their lair. I'm rooting for you, sister. After glancing at the time, she added, I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, little darling. I want to see you again? The girl lamented. But Mu Yu Yang had already vanished from sight. This place is not suitable for lingering. I must depart swiftly. As she passed the security booth, she suddenly felt the urge to test her abilities, rolling down the car window and exclaiming, I'm your sister. Your real sister. The guard's pupils dilated, his tongue stumbling. Sister? What are you doing here? How come I don't remember our family having this car? Before the guard could inquire further, Mu Yu Yang slammed on the gas, a smile on her lips as she sped out of the Tianhai Villa area. Not bad. I do rate this hypnosis effect a solid 9. Did it flip a 6? Hey, where are you going? At the Yenyu Fish Restaurant, the most upscale dining establishment near the Su family's old residence. Mu Yu Yang parked the car and began to eavesdrop. The flu has been getting increasingly severe lately. I think I'll order something spicy to induce a sweat and prevent it. Brother Chong rushed out early this morning. Should I inform Brother Hang? He usually scolds me for being overly dramatic when I report. If I don't say anything, he thinks something is amiss. Never mind. I'll wait until he digests the matter concerning second uncle before I speak. Being with Brother Hang is delightful. Dining out every day. The dishes from the Su family's old residence are truly not to my taste. The Hoard family has taken down so many arms dealers. Does second uncle still dare to get involved? It seems he is determined to abandon his position to protect himself. It appears we must accelerate our plans. Mu Yu Yang glanced at the 4 men not far away, her eyes brightening. Did I just happen to encounter the right person? Is the heavens aiding me? Chapter 44. Hypnosis and dizziness. Infiltrating the manor, her head began to throb once more. Mu Yu Yang massaged her temples. This psychic ability is rather taxing. Listening for a while feels like having a drill bore into my skull. After sipping some spring water, she felt somewhat better. It seems I must use it in conjunction with the spring water in the future. Su Ruohong and his personal assistant Chenda entered the innermost private room one after the other. 2 men, resembling bodyguards, stood outside the private room with an imposing presence. The restaurant manager followed inside, bowing and scraping. Mu Yu Yang found a spot closest to the private room. The soundproofing was decent, but her mutated ears were akin to radar, allowing her to hear everything within clearly. Brother Hang, shall we stick to the usual? The restaurant manager asked with a servile expression. Chunda quickly chimed in. Brother Hang has been feeling fiery lately. Let us make it all non-spicy. Very well. I'll arrange that immediately. The restaurant manager did not dare to delay. As soon as the private room door closed, Su Ruohong rapped on the table and inquired, last time for second uncle's 50th birthday. Did Big Brother gift him a piece of Jade Mountain? Indeed, Brother Hang. Chunda nodded vigorously, even had me check the price. 235,000. It's almost half the price of what he gifted old master a few years back. 235,000. Su Ruohong tapped the table with his fingertips, his gaze suddenly darkening. Such trifles are insufficient to bind second uncle and big brother together. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he commanded Chunda, go to my warehouse and bring out that 35 million jade. Have an identical one made. Chunda was taken aback. Brother Hang, are you serious?
Ha!
Su Ruohong sneered coldly, countering, "What do you think will happen if the old man discovers that for his birthday Big Brother gifted him something worth only a few 100,000, while for second Uncle S' birthday, he received something worth millions?" Chunda instantly grasped the situation, his eyes widening. Then the old man will surely feel that Brother Chung only cares about second uncle. "You are trying to sow discord between the old man and second uncle, aren't you?" Su Ruohong's eyes sparkled with cunning. At this moment, if evidence of second uncle colluding with the Hua family were to be conveniently revealed.
Shenda understood imediately. Brillia.
The Hua family is the old man's Achilles heel. Once the collusion with the Hua family is exposed, the old man will undoubtedly take drastic measures. Regardless of whether Brother Chong is aware, the old man will hesitate to trust him fully. The power of the Su family will soon be yours. However, Chunda suddenly felt a pang of regret regarding the expenditure. 35 million, is that too extravagant? Should I find something cheaper?
Fool. Suzu Han Skop.
Calculating swiftly in his mind, compared to the inheritance rights of the Su family, 35 million is mere trifling. Mu Yuyang eavesdropped with great delight, jotting down the restaurant's reservation number. "This fish is truly exquisite. I should take the time to order 500 servings." Once Su Ruohong and his group had finished their meal and left, Mu Yuyang leisurely settled the bill and followed the convoy from a distance of 2 cars. Her ears remained alert as the convoy slowly departed, the air conditioning within the vehicle chillingly effective. Su Ruohong squinted and instructed, "Head to Junlin Manor. After our nap." "Understood. Everything is arranged." Chunda in the passenger seat grinned wickedly, revealing his sordid thoughts, which Mu Yuyang overheard. 2 young girls, preferably younger. Most importantly, if anything goes wrong, no one would suspect him. After all these years, if he still doesn't understand this little quirk, what is he even doing? But let us hope they don't end up dead. Otherwise, my brothers will be left with nothing to enjoy. Mu Yuyang tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her cold gaze deepening. It seems today's task is rather daunting. At Junlin Manor, the gilded gates shimmered coldly in the sunlight, with 2 stone lions glaring down with watchful eyes, seemingly overseeing the fate of all who entered. After changing her attire, Mu Yuyang flagged down a car. "Driver, could you please check? I think my tire is flat." The driver, wearing sunglasses similar to Su Ruohong's bodyguards, briefly showed signs of suspicion. He obediently responded, "Sure," and stepped out of the car. Mu Yuyang peered into the back seat and indeed saw 2 youthful girls.
What are you looking at?
"If you delay the matter,
Can you compensate for it?"
The girl with curly hair rolled her eyes, impatiently flipping her wine-red locks. "If I bring Xiaolan through that big door, I can earn a 5,000 introduction fee." What's the point of adding to the chaos now? So annoying. However, the big-eyed girl secretly admired Mu Yuyang, her heart fluttering. This sister is so cool. If she were in the catering department, we could meet often. Understanding instantly, Mu Yuyang commanded the curly-haired girl, "From now on, I am Xiaolan. You, be silent." She then turned to the big-eyed girl. "You, get out and run in that direction. Never return to this manor." The 2 girls nodded in confusion, and the big-eyed girl took off running. As soon as Mu Yuyang settled into the back seat, the driver returned. "It's just low tire pressure."
Who are you?
Mu Yuyang focused her mind and activated her hypnosis ability, locking her gaze onto the driver. "I am the person you need to take inside." The mechanic said she would be back shortly. "Let us leave now." As soon as she finished speaking, her temples began to throb again. Dazzling golden stars flashed before her eyes, as if several needles were piercing her brain. So, it seems hypnosis, like mind reading, must not be overused. The driver's pupils dilated, his lips unconsciously repeating, "Let us leave now." His shoes scraped against the ground, mechanically returning to the driver's seat. Once the car entered Junlin Manor, the security personnel, as per usual, demanded everyone, including the driver, to surrender their phones. They wielded metal detectors, scanning each person with vigilant eyes. The electronic screen on the wall flashed warnings against carrying communication devices. Mu Yuyang tossed her old phone aside and followed the driver inside, her eyes scanning the security layout and camera positions like a scanning device. At the end of the corridor, 2 bodyguards in black patrolled in a crisscross pattern, concealing electric shock devices in their palms. In addition to the overt surveillance, there were also hidden infrared cameras in some obscure corners. "Brother duh, I'm here for a part-time job today." The driver grinned, seeking to impress. Chunda praised Mu Yuyang and the curly-haired girl from head to toe, his eyes widening. "Not bad, not bad." You two go tidy up the room. Our esteemed guests will be resting soon. As soon as the door closed, they overheard the driver mumbling to Chinda, Brother da, with looks like these. The bonus should be at least 20,000, right? 20,000? I'd wager it's even more.
Scenda l'aughé de arcili.
Patting him on the shoulder. You're getting sharper. From now on, those girls below are all yours. Chapter 45, Trillions in Assets. A magic trick? The curly-haired girl slumped onto the sofa, crossing her legs and scoffing. With a room this clean, what is there to tidy up? Just wait for the old man to arrive. Yet in her mind, she calculated. Introducing a young girl to accompany the old man for an hour earns 5,000. This money is just too easy to make. I could even falsely claim to be budding myself and earn an extra sum, including the introduction fee. Mu Yuyang directly tuned out the cacophonous thoughts, surveying the room's layout as she approached the window. Listening to her scheme is less beneficial than conserving my energy. Outside the window, the grand characters of Junlin pierced through the view, and Mu Yuyang smirked coldly. Look at that overflowing ambition. Su Ruohong's doomsday warehouse is likely right beneath this villa. Another wave of patrolling personnel passed by downstairs. She tapped her fingers on the window frame. Contemplating. The security here is quite strict. There are many concealed weapons. Before confirming the situation of the doomsday warehouse, I must be strategic in my approach. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. To rob the house, one must first deal with Su Ruohong. Once he is resolved, the heist should be considerably easier. As for the rest, we shall see after the house is taken. Suddenly, a beep resonated as the door access card was activated. The curly-haired girl sprang up, her previously languid expression transforming into one of surprise. So soon? Wait, he's too handsome. If only I could share a bed with him. Mu Yuyang abruptly ceased her mind-reading and slowly turned around. This is quite ordinary, This. Su Ruohong's gaze shifted from the curly-haired girl to lock onto Mu Yuyang.
Ha!
He stared at her youthful skin, so fresh it seemed to glisten, and a rare smile broke out. Chinda is becoming increasingly reliable in his dealings. You come here, he commanded, desire flickering in his eyes. Mu Yuyang coldly ignored him, turning instead to the curly-haired girl with an order. You, go to sleep. Rest for 24 hours before waking up. The girl complied, surprisingly lying down and falling asleep instantly. Su Ruohong's curiosity piqued. He observed Mu Yuyang's domineering visage. A sly grin forming. Little beauty, are you trying to catch my attention? He glanced at his own pants with a mischievous grin. Well, you've succeeded. Now, it's your turn. Mu Yuyang interrupted him. Her mental strength pierced through. Take me to your doomsday warehouse.
Now.
Su Ruohong's brow furrowed but then relaxed, grinning like a fool. No problem. Follow me, little beauty. Upon exiting, they encountered Chinda. Brother Heng? What's going on? The security personnel stationed in the corridor all turned to Su Ruohong. Mu Yuyang inched closer to him, her tone softening. Brother Heng said he wants to show me his treasures, right? Yes. Whatever the little beauty says is correct. Su Ruohong nodded vigorously, yet his hands wandered to her waist. Don't touch me. She deftly evaded his inappropriate advances. Her gaze turning cold as she unleashed her hypnotic powers. A dog cannot change its nature. Even under hypnosis, it remains unchanged. You, a worthless creature.
Oh.
My little beauty can still be shy? I find myself liking you more and more. Su Ruohong laughed heartily, yet his body felt as if bound by invisible chains. Involuntarily restraining his movements. Suppressing her disgust, Mu Yuyang leaned closer to his ear and issued a fierce command. Now, immediately, take me to the doomsday warehouse. His smile faltered, but he quickly nodded vigorously. Let us go, right now. The two walked toward the elevator, oblivious to the world around them. While Chinda pondered, what's up with Brother Heng today? Could it be he's taken a liking to this girl? Speaking of which, she is exceptionally stunning. Too precious to waste. The elevator descended with a card swipe. Mu Yuyang felt a thrill of anticipation, her expression calm. Su Ruohong's gaze lingered on her. Greedily roaming. Little beauty, after visiting my doomsday warehouse, shall we shut up? Mu Yuyang interrupted his lewd remarks. If it weren't for the surveillance above, I would love to give you a good punch. Su Ruohong fell silent, clutching his heart with a look of bliss. It's a thrilling feeling. Mu Yuyang rolled her eyes, glancing at the illuminated -1 on the elevator panel. The Junlin villa occupies no more than 150,000 square meters. Before he acquired the Su family base, he amassed countless demons through this doomsday warehouse. His resources, a mere -1 floor, are certainly insufficient.
Indeed.
The secret warehouse on the -1 floor was brimming with supplies, designed to deceive. Behind a hidden door lay a corridor filled with surveillance and traps. A door requiring iris recognition, and yet another double-locked hidden door. Behind it, an independently powered elevator awaited. Mu Yuyang realized she was nearing Su Ruohang's true doomsday warehouse. The number displayed at the bottom of the elevator panel made her pupils constrict. -16. The iris verification confirmed, and the elevator doors transformed into 4 transparent panels, revealing an immense warehouse that seemed endless. Mountains of rice, flour, and oil piled high, cans, compressed biscuits, and self-heating meals stacked like fortifications. And this was merely one layer. Su Ruohang observed Mu Yuyang, who maintained an impassive expression, and an inexplicable sense of competitiveness surged within him. Without waiting for her to urge him, he pressed the elevator's descending button with vigor. From -1 to -5, all were filled with food. Piles of rice, flour, and oil towered high, cans stacked dangerously. -6 to -7 housed medicines, vaccines, medical tools, and equipment, with penicillin taking up half a wall. -8 contained various daily necessities, appliances, and fitness equipment, even including atlas stones and resistance pulleys. -9 was an entire floor dazzling with collectibles, jade, and jewelry that sparkled blindingly, all prime auction items. -10 showcased an array of cold weapons, tang swords and song swords gleaming brightly. -11 to -14 displayed various firearms, assault rifles, and rocket launchers piled like mountains. The heights of -15 and -16 were significantly greater, housing tanks, helicopters, and submarines, all military grade. Mu Yuyang stared at the Antarctic research-grade insulated cabin. Astonished. Just this layer alone is worth hundreds of billions, if not thousands. All notable private bases post-apocalypse must avoid his prowess. Su Ruohang's defeat is hardly unjust. Su Ruohang gazed at her intensely, almost believing his decade of effort was in vain, until reaching -16, where he finally detected a flicker of astonishment on her face. Indeed. Even someone as unique as this ice-cold beauty must submit to my vast resources. He yearned for her praise, but Mu Yuyang suddenly spoke. This doomsday warehouse is impressive, but the numerous passwords make entry rather cumbersome, don't you think? Cumbersome? Su Ruohang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly unleashed a torrent of words about his doomsday theories. Little beauty, you don't understand. The apocalypse is brutal. Killing, cannibalism, and resource looting are commonplace. If I don't set a few locks, how can I safeguard my resources? How can I be the king of the apocalypse? He paused, gazing at Mu Yuyang as he licked his lips. By the way, you are the first living person to see this warehouse. After all, besides robots, I trust no one. You must understand what that implies, right? Before Mu Yuyang could respond, he spread his arms wide. Come into my embrace, my little beauty. Let us look forward to the apocalypse together. Await the day I dominate the wasteland, until I've thoroughly exhausted you. Listening to his disgusting monologue,
Mu Yuyang snackade skräckt ominosly.
She pointed at the tanks on -16 that made one drool, asking blandly, what if these things get stolen? Stolen?
Ha ha ha.
Su Ruohang laughed uproariously. Don't worry, little beauty. Without my iris, no one can leave here alive. The mechanisms here can obliterate a person completely.
Ah.
Mu Yuyang thought to herself, fortunate to have brought him here. Grateful she had restrained herself earlier, she suddenly smiled. Then open the door, and I'll perform a magic trick. Magic trick? Su Ruohang's eyes gleamed with greed. Little beauty, you can perform magic too? After iris recognition, the glass doors swung open with a click. His face lit with anticipation. Please, my little beauty, begin your performance. Mu Yuyang flipped her wrist, and with a whoosh, an electric smart balance scooter materialized seemingly out of thin air. Su Ruohang's pupils dilated in shock. How did you conjure that? A mere magic appetizer. A trivial matter. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow and hopped onto the scooter. The wheels lit up suddenly. And there's more to come. By the way, she suddenly leaned closer to Su Ruohang's ear, her voice as cold as ice. Be a good boy and wait for me here. Of course. Su Ruohang responded without hesitation. The balance scooter zipped away like a whirlwind. Su Ruohong barely caught a glimpse of the flashing lights as the tank and helicopter on the 16th floor vanished in an instant.
Wow.
This sleight of hand is phenomenal. He clapped his hands in admiration, his heart brimming with joy. Chinda really found me a treasure of a girl. With her around, even the apocalypse would be entertaining. I must reward him with 100,000 later. 2 hours later, a notification chimed. Ding. Detected 2 pairs of rich emerald bracelets. Reward space upgraded by 1.
Ding.
Detected a rich yellow dragon jade mountain. Reward space upgraded by 1.
Ding.
Detected 3 rich jade roi. Reward space upgraded by 1. Mu Yuyang soared through the 9th floor on her balance scooter, in high spirits. This is quite the haul. 2.5 hours later, another alert sounded. Warning. Space energy remaining at 3, unable to consume further. Suggestion. Upgrade charge and continue consumption. Mu Yuyang's figure darted on. Upgrade as you like. What else there to be polite about at this point? This guy indeed has a wealth of supplies. Space upgrade in progress. 4 hours later.
Su Duhan stood frozen in shock.
After consuming 10 bottles of spiritual spring water, Mu Yuyang finally paused. She wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and, with rare delight, smirked. Had I known there were so many treasures, I wouldn't have had to bother stockpiling. Let us go back to the room. Mu Yuyang's tone was slightly more cheerful. Back to the room? Su Ruohong's eyes sparkled greedily, but he quickly sensed something amiss. What about those supplies? Don't worry. It's merely an illusion with a time limit, Mu Yuyang casually reassured. As soon as the phrase don't worry entered his mind, Su Ruohong instantly cast aside his sense of crisis. Instead, he was overtaken by an impatient desire. Let us go. Back to the room. Right now. As the elevator reached the first basement floor, a sudden scream erupted from the end of the corridor. Ah! Mu Yuyang immediately recalled what Chinda had told the driver. From now on, those girls below are yours to play with. It seems the place he referred to is down there. Her gaze turned icy as she strode towards the source of the scream. Little beauty.
Su Duhan Edgalim.
Panicking. Weren't we supposed to return to the room for something important? Why are you going there? She paid him no mind. In her past life, due to her striking appearance, she had nearly become a plaything for so-called apocalypse strongmen on multiple occasions. The self-defense techniques taught by her uncle had saved her. Mu Yuliang had rescued her. Even a strange, knife-wielding madwoman had intervened. After 6 years of the apocalypse, she considered herself no longer a good person in the strictest sense. Yet, the desperate screams always struck her deepest chords.
Bang!
She kicked the door open. The door crashed down. Who dares disturb a man with a long scar on his forehead? Just as the man was about to explode in anger, he was stunned. Damn. This woman is too stunning. The others in the room fell silent in an instant. The previously maniacal laughter of another man, the desperate screams of 2 young girls struggling. For young girls bound in a corner, eyes shut, weeping. All turned to gaze at Mu Yuyang. You, weren't you with Brother Hang? Another man snapped back to reality. Confusion etched on his face. How did you end up here? Mu Yuyang shot him a glance. It was the driver who had brought her to Junlin Manor. What's the matter, little beauty? Su Ruohong caught up and immediately laughed off the tension. Oh, these are just my little brothers who called these ladies. Just playing around.
Come on.
Let us head back to our room. He even hypocritically warned. You too, don't get too wild. You scared my little beauty. Let them go.
Mu Yuyang commanded coldly. What?
The 2 men nearly dropped their jaws. Brother Hang is already being surprisingly nice to a woman. How dare she give him orders? Su Ruohong's eyes flickered with turmoil, his mind buzzing. He instinctively wanted to refuse. For a fleeting moment, he even realized that his demeanor today was off. Yet somehow, he found himself ordering. Let them go. The 2 men stood there, mouths agape, unable to close them until Su Ruohong shot them a glare, prompting them to hurriedly release the girls. The 6 little girls, disheveled, in tattered clothes, covered in bloodstains, trembled as they looked at the bloodied steel pipes. The 2 men glanced back repeatedly, waiting for Su Ruohong to change his mind or give a hint. But, until they had stuffed the 6 girls into the elevator, no new orders came. Is Brother Hang really going to let them go? The scarred man still couldn't comprehend. I emphasized the risks of letting living beings leave Junlin Manor more than 10 times.
Cough.
The driver interjected. Coughing, what nonsense are you spouting? They were paid to come here for entertainment. Of course, they have to leave alive. However, the driver cast a sinister smile at the trembling girls. You should know the consequences of speaking out of turn, right? Whether it's fabricating evidence or silencing you. It's as easy as squashing ants. Do you understand? The 6 girls, hearing the threat, all nodded, trembling in fear, terrified that one misstep would lead them back to the den of horrors. As the girls were just led out of the room, Su Ruohong anxiously rubbed his hands. Little beauty, can we return to the room now? Mu Yuyang stared at the more than 50 bloodied steel pipes in the room. Her gaze icy. The mingling scent of rust and blood invaded her nostrils, and the still dripping blood droplets from the pipes added to the horror. Suddenly, she turned sharply to Su Ruohong, her dark eyes deep as an unfathomable abyss, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile. Why not have some fun here? Chapter 47. A fiery judgment descends. Fun? Big fun? Su Ruohong's eyes sparkled with excitement. You mean here? Gather all your subordinates. She smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with cold light. Just tell them that future sister-in-law will gift each one a stunning beauty. One for each. Su Ruohong's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, then to sheer delight. This woman knows me too well. However, I need to borrow your phone to send a message to gather people. Su Ruohong's sense of crisis momentarily flickered awake before quickly dissipating. Of course, no problem. He obediently handed over his phone. As long as the little beauty wants to play, Su Ruohong, will accompany her to the end. Mu Yuyang, in his presence, sent a text from her phone. Junlin Manor. Bring the classmates over. There's a surprise party. Students? Su Ruohong, already surprised, felt his eyes brighten even more.
Yes.
Like me, they're all students, Mu Yuyang teased, her voice dropping to a mysterious whisper. There are several, even more beautiful than me. Make sure your subordinates hurry. She was already hungry, her palms itching with anticipation.
All right.
No problem. Su Ruohong excitedly picked up the intercom. All personnel, emergency assembly.
Now.
Ha ha ha. He didn't even notice that while he was distracted, Mu Yuyang quickly typed out another message and swiftly deleted the sending record. In less than 5 minutes, the room was filled with 93 people. Chunda, the scarred man, and the driver were all present. Mu Yuyang listened to the foul and urgent thoughts swirling around the room, guzzling spiritual spring water to alleviate her headache. Suddenly, she caught a thought that sharply contrasted with the atmosphere around her. Just as I infiltrated the core, this happens? I hope the distress signal was sent out earlier. Otherwise, tonight, this group of beasts may wreak havoc on many more. Mu Yuyang's eyes sparkled as she thought to herself, fortunately, I kept my wits about me. Otherwise, innocent people might have suffered unjustly. Although she was not a paragon of virtue herself, she held a deep respect for those ruthless individuals who navigated the murky waters for the common folk. Is everyone here? She called out. All present, future sister-in-law. The male driver responded eagerly. Just look at how obedient Hango is to her. It's clear that this sister-in-law is extraordinary. She must be treated with utmost respect. Mu Yuyang lightly tapped her finger at him. You're quite perceptive. Later, I'll introduce you to someone truly stunning. Thank you, sister-in-law. The driver promptly corrected himself. She nodded, pretending to scan the crowd, and suddenly pointed at a boy with dyed purple hair. You, the one with the 2 tufts of purple hair. You resemble my best friend's crush. Come here. The purple-haired boy was startled, pointing to himself in confusion.
Me?
Is it possible I've been exposed? Indeed, it's you. Mu Yuyang confirmed emphatically. You will accompany me to welcome my friend. She will surely be thrilled to see you. The purple-haired boy, amidst a sea of envious gazes, approached, murmuring to himself, breathe deeply. Stay calm. I mustn't panic. Mu Yuyang took another large sip of the mystical spring water and turned to Su Ruohong, saying, My friend drives fast. She should be arriving shortly. I'll go up to greet her, so you wait here patiently. With her last statement, she employed her strongest suggestion again. This time, Su Ruohong felt an inexplicable anxiety creeping over him. He yearned to accompany her, yet he found himself immobile, unable to utter a word. Finally, he managed to choke out a single syllable. Chunda furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Something is wrong. This situation is too bizarre. What exactly is not right? Let us go. Mu Yuyang pulled the purple-haired boy towards the exit.
Wait. Shengda Sudeni interjected.
I'll go with you. But it was too late. A roaring wall of flames erupted unexpectedly. The fire blazed fiercely, its heat like a dragon, surging into the room. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air, and the tiled walls cracked under the intense heat. Mu Yuyang understood clearly. The Su family wielded immense power, and eliminating Su Ruohong through conventional means would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming, there was no time to waste. As the firewall ignited, everyone was astounded, including Su Ruohong and the purple-haired boy. Where did this firewall come from? How is this possible? Did she conjure it? She can create firewalls? They shrieked, scrambling backward in terror. Su Ruohong snapped back to reality, screaming at her with a heart-wrenching cry. Who are you? Who the hell are you? All traces of hypnosis vanished in that instant. Fear and rage consumed him as he grabbed two of his subordinates and shoved them towards the flames.
Go.
Kill her. Rush forward and eliminate this wretched woman. In an instant, the two men were engulfed in flames. As they stumbled out of the firewall, Mu Yuyang swung her baseball bat, sending them back into the inferno with 2 swift strikes. Trying to escape, they would remain to pay for their lives. Help!
Save me.
The two men cried out in agony. The firewall erupted with horrific screams. The purple-haired boy watched in awe as this fierce woman executed her wrath. He felt a tremor of respect within him. He had never witnessed such a scene or encountered such a formidable woman. Yet, he knew she was doing something he had always wanted but never dared to do, even if it was against the rules.
I am burning alive.
Flames surged wildly towards the people. The steel pipes that had once restrained the girls were now glowing red-hot, causing the men hiding in the corners to scream in terror. In the heart of the inferno, Su Ruohong and Chinda felt like ants on a hot stove, their faces contorted from the heat. Get out! Do you hear me? Everyone, charge out! Su Ruohong shouted, his voice raw with blood. There's a way out if you push through. If you hesitate, you'll meet your demise. Desperation consumed them. Let us fight her. I'll fight you too. A few reckless men kicked aside their flaming comrades and madly lunged towards the firewall.
Bang! Bang!
Mu Yuyang raised her arm and fired 2 shots, blowing the head off the one at the front. Those who had just rolled out of the firewall were met with a brutal swing of her bat, sending them crashing back into the flames. Sparks flying in their faces. Mu Yuyang's movements were so swift that they left shadows in her wake. The purple-haired boy watched in astonishment. Goodness. That speed. That accuracy. Even if the captain were here, he would have to call her sister. Who exactly is she? Seeing no escape, Su Ruohong erupted in fury, screaming at the firewall. I have no grievances with you. Why are you treating me like this? Why? I will not rest in peace until I have my revenge on you. All he received in response were the echoes of cries and wails. Finally, the roaring flames, filled with an insatiable fury, surged towards Su Ruohong, aimed directly at the owner of this filthy domain.
No, no.
His final scream was swallowed by the flames. His entire being curled into a charred mass, rolling twice in the fire before falling silent. The cries gradually subsided, and the surroundings slowly calmed. The purple-haired boy gently closed his eyes. Girls, you can finally rest. As the dust settled, Mu Yuyang raised her hand, conjuring a towering column of water that cascaded down to extinguish the remaining flames. This mansion is quite sturdy. It would be a shame to burn it down. It could serve as a sanctuary for those destined to find it. Just as she finished her thought, she faintly heard footsteps and voices coming from upstairs. They're coming. The purple-haired boy stared at the descending water column, a tempest brewing within his heart. Before he could collect his thoughts, Mu Yuyang waved at him. The rest is up to you. I must take my leave.
What?
Us? Hey? Where did she go? Before he could finish, her figure flickered and vanished, as if swallowed by the air, leaving not a single strand of hair behind. It was as if everything had been a mere illusion, as though she had never existed. Mu Yuyang cautiously avoided the hat-wearing men. Regardless of whether they were attracted by the purple-haired boy or by her, she could not expose herself. Her fingertips ignited sparks that sizzled, burning away the surveillance cameras along her path as she commandeered all vehicles from the mansion. After ensuring that there was nothing of value in her wake, she swiftly darted towards the off-road vehicle. As she passed by the bushes, she caught a glimpse of movement in her peripheral vision. Is that a stray? She swiftly turned around, using the streetlight to illuminate the figure. Is that the girl from the basement? Why hasn't she left? Just as she was about to speak, the girl in the bushes suddenly turned around. Then, like a spring, she jumped up in shock. In her moment of attempted escape, she abruptly froze. Her lips trembled like a sieve. Is it really you? You made it out alive. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness. This is wonderful." The last vestiges of strength that had sustained her suddenly dissipated at that moment. She crumpled into the grass, repeating, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness." Her hair slid back behind her ear, revealing the girl's beautiful face.
Muyuyang's pupils constricted.
Is it her? The woman who once wielded a kitchen knife to fend off scoundrels. Her eyes reddened immediately. In a previous life, this girl had been driven to madness, wielding a knife at any man who threatened her. Was it because of Su Ruahong and his ilk? They truly deserve to suffer even more.
Muyuyang cursed inwardly.
Gently lifting the emaciated girl, her voice trembling. "Were you waiting for me?" The girl, Luo-yi, nodded slightly. "I was about to call the police. But then I saw a bunch of men in hats rush inside. I wanted to see you safely emerge." She suddenly withdrew her hand. "I'm dirty. Don't touch me." As she spoke, she lowered her head again, allowing her disheveled hair to cover her once beautiful face. Muyuyang's heart ached. A gurgling sound erupted from Luo-yi's stomach. She buried her head, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "Can I have your contact information? I can't repay you right now, but once I recover, I will find a way to show my gratitude. Is that all right?"
No.
Muyuyang gently but firmly grasped her shivering hand and led her toward the off-road vehicle. "I do not wish for your repayment. All I desire is for you to live well, to thrive for a long time. In the last life, you saved me. In this life, let me protect you. It is only natural to be grateful." "Very well." Muyuyang relented, pulling a bottle of spring water from the car and handing it to her. "Then, starting today, you shall be my assistant, at least for a month." "Assistant?" Luo-yi trembled as she clutched the water bottle, the grim images resurfacing in her mind. "Don't you think I'm dirty?" "You are not dirty." Muyuyang gazed into her eyes, still gentle yet resolute. "You possess a heart that is purer and braver than anyone else's. That is the most beautiful thing in this world." Luo-yi's eyes sparkled with a long-lost light. Just as she was about to say that a month was insufficient, she watched as Muyuyang opened the trunk, revealing 2 large bowls of white rice, 10 hearty dishes, and a bubbling pot of chicken and tripe soup. "You can perform magic?" Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Just a little." Muyuyang offered her the hot soup. "I can even manifest a villa for you." The savory steam enveloped her, having not tasted a warm meal in 2 months. Luo-yi felt her nose tingle, and tears welled up as she exclaimed, "Thank you." Muyuyang demonstrated how to eat the rice. Luo-yi, no longer hesitant, began to devour the food, with satisfied burps resonating throughout the space. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Muyuyang chuckled, "You cannot eat without burping, otherwise the aroma would be halved. From now on, feel free to burp around me." With a shy smile, Luo-yi's eyes sparkled even brighter. As they drove back to the villa, she recounted her experiences in fragmented sentences: losing her mother in her sophomore year, her father's disappearance, dropping out to work in Haicheng. Because of her delicate appearance, she was often harassed by older men and ostracized by female colleagues. 2 months ago, her sister Mei Xiao, who always helped her in the restaurant, had offered to introduce her to a high-paying part-time job, warning her not to tell anyone else for fear of jealousy. "I had no idea that would lead me to the gates of hell." Her voice trembled. "Mei Xiao has collaborated with them over 20 times. So many girls have been tortured to death. The ones she harmed were all girls like me who regarded her as a sister." Tears streamed down her face. "Sister Yuyang, I want to report this tomorrow. If I don't do it, I will regret it for the rest of my life." As soon as they entered Yunding Villa, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Muyuyang's mind. "Arrived." She calmly parked the car and stated with conviction, "Trust me, Mei Xiao won't be bouncing around for long. The end is near. There is no time to wait for Uncle Mao to seek justice for those girls. Moreover, I have to personally cherish my savior." Luo-yi looked at her in shock, her voice trembling. "Everyone at Junlin Villa will be sent to hell." Muyuyang replied calmly, "From now on, no one will lay a finger on you." Luo-yi stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by both shock and gratitude. Muyuyang tidied her disheveled hair and said lightly, "All right, silly girl, go wash up properly." As she opened the door, Mu Shuiyang and the 7 little ones rushed over. "Oh, you're all so lively now." Although she guessed it was the effect of the spring water, Muyuyang still praised, "You're doing great as the big dog brother. Thumbs up." "Woof woof." "Of course."
Muksuyanke's tail wagged excitedly.
In the guest room's bathtub, Luo-yi soaked in the warm spring water, sighing with comfort. She nearly fell asleep when a pungent, rancid odor suddenly assaulted her nostrils, jolting her awake. Looking down, she saw that the bathwater was as dark as ink, floating with greasy bubbles. Suddenly recalling Mu Yuyang's words when she handed her the clean clothes, "This water has purifying properties. Relax and don't be tense." Was she referring to this? In the blink of an eye, the black water vanished. A pool of clear spring water filled the bathtub once more, exuding a faint fragrance. Am I dreaming? She pinched herself, repeatedly reciting Mu Yuyang's words. Relax, don't be tense. The warm spring water enveloped her, penetrating her pores, healing every inch of her body, swiftly dissipating the fatigue and pain that had tormented her for nearly 2 months. She even felt an unprecedented sense of strength. What a miraculous medicinal bath. She sincerely expressed her gratitude. How fortunate I am to have met Sister Yuyang. Meanwhile, Mu Yuyang rubbed her hands together excitedly as she observed the space upgrade prompt. Transformative space upgrading. Transformative space upgrading. Ding. Transformative space upgrade complete. The space, having leveled up several times, stabilized, and the pale blue light screen solidified. Chapter 49. Space Upgrade. Barrier renewed. Mu Yuyang almost instantaneously teleported to the far end of the space, where a 2-meter-high stone stood. The originally faint red silk threads had now expanded to 6. Indeed, it is upgrading alongside the space. As her fingertips brushed against the barrier, warmth enveloped her. Mu Yuyang paused for a moment. Every cell in her body seemed to be joyfully absorbing this energy. Is this even more comfortable than drinking 10 cups of spring water? She staggered back, slightly, gazing at the stone surface, murmuring, if it levels up a few more times, will I finally discover what this truly is? Suppressing her curiosity, her gaze finally settled on the blue light screen. Core space, LV6, 2309 million foldable. It is at least 10 times larger than the initial area. The future is promising. Space land, spiritual black soil, pollution resistance 60, survival rate 50. If it continues to upgrade at this pace, will sowing seeds become as easy as pie? However, it seems that the required wealth microstones are increasing. Hidden function 10. 000 super real virtual battlefields. Loading progress. 20. I am increasingly looking forward to this virtual battlefield. Would training there be twice as effective? Intelligent Housekeeper. LV2 Intelligent Housekeeper can freely summon an intelligent housekeeper within a 100-kilometer radius of the smart power grid. Next time I need an internet guru outside. Can I communicate in real time without sending emails? Legendary reward. Spring water pool. Daily production 100L. Constitution 6. Energy 60. Upgrade count 0 times. Requires wealth microstones for recharge a pool. Mu Yuyang quickly glanced at the spring water pool. This is significantly larger than the spring water well. She felt an urge to jump in for a soak. But the image of the spring water turning dark flashed in her mind, and she immediately stopped. Forget it. I still need to drink this water. She took a large cup of the upgraded spring water, feeling as if her cells were celebrating with fireworks. After a while, she finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, the gentle breeze lifted the curtains, allowing a few rays of sunlight to stream in. The morning air was refreshing, and the dawn was radiant. Luo Yi stretched lazily, feeling utterly satisfied. This was the most restful sleep she had experienced since being trapped in hell. Feeling rejuvenated, she prepared to make breakfast for Mu Yuyang. However, upon entering the kitchen, she found breakfast already set on the table. Hot milk, soft-boiled eggs, and small steamed buns. Mu Yuyang, drenched in sweat, passed by. Breakfast is ready for you. Eat well and familiarize yourself with the environment. I'll take the pups for a bath. Panting, Mu Shuyang followed closely behind. It glanced at the 7 little ones yawning in their nest, its tail wagging vigorously once more. Life is good. After their bath, Mu Shuyang rolled around on its designated towel before eagerly rushing toward the 7 little ones. As it approached the doghouse, however, it deliberately slowed its pace, adopting a composed demeanor, as if the earlier impatience had nothing to do with it. Once Mu Yuyang finished her grooming, she retrieved wire mesh, steel wires, and needle-nose pliers from the space, carrying a large bag downstairs. Luo Yi quickly finished her breakfast, but as she turned to clean up, she blinked, and all the plates and utensils had vanished. Did I just see a ghost? She stared in bewilderment. Mu Yuyang lifted the corners of her mouth and called to her departing figure. There's a smart housekeeper at home. You won't need to do these chores anymore. By the way, it seems that Xiao Yongyang has become faster at household tasks than before. I can't help but wonder what it would be like when it reaches its highest level. A smart housekeeper capable of doing chores? Luo Yi was initially taken aback, but soon realized, no wonder the house was spotless. It turns out such advanced technology existed. Always eager to contribute, she spotted the large bag in Mu Yuyang's hand and rushed over, exclaiming, "Let me help with that. I feel so indebted to be living here without any cost." Not wanting to be idle for a moment. "No need." Mu Yuyang declined, but she had already reached for the bag. She exerted all her strength but couldn't budge it an inch. "This is so heavy." "It's fine. I can handle it." Mu Yuyang effortlessly lifted the bag and strode out, her steps light, as if on springs. Luo Yi widened her eyes in astonishment, her fingers instinctively clenching her clothes. "My goodness. I can't even move this bag an inch with all my might. Yet, Yuyang can carry it as if it were empty. Is this truly the strength a human can possess?" Mu Yuyang had no plans to go out today. She halted before a gap in the fence, where the wooden slats were gnawed and worn, evidently attacked by wild animals. In contrast, the vicinity of the villa was remarkably sturdy and pristine. The ground near the villa glimmered with a liquid silver sheen, and the nano-coating felt like walking on cotton candy. The walls shimmered with faint blue patterns, and a gentle touch released tiny sparks of stardust. The titanium alloy gate was embedded with an iris scanner, with a faintly shimmering transparent shield radiating a formidable aura. In her mind, Xiao Yongyang twirled her sparkling pigtails, her expression a mix of pride and mischief. This energy could flatten half a mountain with just a little. This was no ordinary villa. It was a fortress of unparalleled strength. However, there was a troubling issue. The coverage of the smart grid and housekeeper was merely 11,000 square meters, less than the size of 2 football fields. Xiao Yongyang struggled to manage the temperature-controlled greenhouse, let alone fortify the vineyard-esque fence, which would require manual reinforcement. Mu Yuyang opened the bag and retrieved tools. "We need to create a reliable shelter for the future potatoes, corn, and the chickens, ducks, and geese. Otherwise, if they become snacks for zombies and wild animals, Yuliang will have nothing left to play with." Luo Yi eagerly joined in finally. "I can do something for Yuyang. It feels wonderful." The two worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk, finally reinforcing the fence. Luo Yi, exhausted and sore, felt the calluses forming on her fingertips, sweat soaking her hair, yet her heart was filled with joy. This was the first time she felt a sense of accomplishment through her own efforts after being trapped in hell. Outside the fence, a white shadow approached like a ghost, stirring the wind that whirled the withered leaves, yet it made no sound. It was more cautious and quicker than before. As Chapter 50 unfolds, the scent of rich old duck soup wafted in as they entered the house. The steam carried the spiciness of ginger into Luo Yi's nostrils, nearly making her drool. Mu Xiuyang, accompanied by 7 lively little ones, came over to nuzzle her leg. The 7 little ones had grown increasingly lively and familiar. Mu Yuyang praised as she petted the dogs' heads, "You're becoming more skilled at caring for your little brothers. That's amazing." Soon enough, the 2 women and the 8 dogs enjoyed a delightful meal in the dining room, with lively exchanges, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Luo Yi felt a wave of happiness wash over her. "Although I feel sore all over after relaxing, my heart is so warm. This feeling of home is just wonderful. I wish I could stay here forever." Mu Yuyang served her a large bowl of old duck soup brewed with spiritual spring water. "This will surely alleviate all your aches. From now on, consider this your home. Don't be so polite. The apocalypse is upon us. How could I let you leave?" Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback, her nose tinged with emotion. "Yuyang always speaks so warmly. It feels as if every word resonates deep within my heart." Suddenly, Mu Yuyang's hand holding the bowl paused imperceptibly. There was movement outside the fence. It vanished in the blink of an eye. She abruptly set down her bowl and rushed outside, her speed reaching its peak. "This time, I must catch you." "What is this?" Just 100 meters beyond the fence, Mu Yuyang's attention was captured by a golden light. A quaint, intricately carved wooden box lay open in the middle of the path. The lid was ajar, revealing a treasure trove of neatly stacked gold bars. In the dim light, they emitted a tempting yet eerie glow. Gold? A whole box of gold? Is this a bribe? She caught sight of a note above the gold, elegantly written, devoid of malice. Recalling the earlier movement, her mind-reading abilities sensed no hostility, which calmed her. Unlike the previous frantic encounter with the white shadow, Nonetheless, a deeper suspicion replaced it. Her brows furrowed as her sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Her mental energy spreading out like a web. Is this the same lunatic as last time? Has their speed increased? Are they also leveling up?
No malice.
Yet avoiding direct contact? Are they trying to lull me into complacency or approach me with ulterior motives? Her current psychic ability was at level 4, with a coverage radius of about 300 meters, just enough to probe the area around the fence. If my mental strength could rise further, would I be able to ascertain their true identity and intentions? Her mind raced. Previously, my mind-reading ability was only slightly activated. I should keep it fully activated from now on. Should I detect any malice, I will turn over every stone in the vicinity. Gold. Perhaps it's poison wrapped in honey? She refrained from touching the box of gold, casting a cold glance before swiftly returning to the villa. The beautiful Xiao Yangyang twirled her pigtails in Mu Yuyang's mind. You could install more surveillance around the perimeter, so I can keep an eye on areas I can't control for now. That way, you won't be so burdened. Or you could wait until your space levels up a few more times, and I could install it myself. That's a good point. Mu Yuyang suppressed her lingering doubts and hastened to finish her meal. After dinner, I'll go install it. The elusive precious stones might not even be found. She didn't wish to wait idly for her space to upgrade. The unknown gesture of goodwill made her feel the urgency to bolster her defenses. In the He family estate, chaos ensued. It's bad. The old master. A subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. The person tailing Mu Yuyang has clashed with third Master Cheng. The threat is palpable. He said if we don't withdraw within 24 hours, he will dig up the He family ancestral grave and erase the He family from the Haiqing map. Third Master Cheng. He Tianxiong sprang up from his chair in the study, astonished. Didn't they leave Haiqing? How could they still have an eye on us? The subordinate nodded vigorously. It's absolutely true. That person also said that regardless of whether the key is in Mu Yuyang's possession, it's a matter for the Cheng family to handle. And outsiders need not worry. He Tianxiong's expression darkened ominously. Do they mistakenly believe our He family covets the Cheng family as treasures? Or do they intend to claim Mu Yuyang for themselves? Withdraw. Tell all our people to retreat. Cheng Xiao is missing. And the internal situation of the Cheng family is unclear. Regardless of their reasons for obstructing us, we absolutely cannot confront Third Master Cheng head-on at this time. They've already instructed them to return and await your orders. By the way, the subordinate suddenly appeared alert. Reports from below indicate that the Mu family girl was seen near Junlin Mountain Villa yesterday. What did you say? He Tianxiong's eyes widened in shock. Is the matter concerning Junlin Mountain Villa also connected to her? His subordinate subtly added, much like Tian Yuan, several surveillance systems have malfunctioned, severing our leads. Has anyone from the police department been dispatched? Yes, they have. The subordinate replied truthfully. The case remains under investigation, and there are no valuable updates. However, I've heard a rumor that the arsonist is a stunning beauty. A stunning beauty? He Tianxiong abruptly raised his head, the visage of Mu Yuyang flashing through his mind. Could it be that she indeed torched the entire Junlin manor? Surely, she wouldn't dare provoke the Su family? Have I underestimated this girl? He pondered. Moreover, there's something peculiar. The subordinate furrowed his brow. When we withdrew, we encountered a group clad in bespoke suits. Bespoke suits? He Tianxiong scoffed.
What is so alarming about that?
The wealthy of Haiqing flaunt their riches. Bodyguards. The moment the subordinate uttered these words, He Tianxiong's pupils contracted in shock. Bodyguards in bespoke suits? Has the Gua family sent someone as well? The subordinate nodded. It seems she has attracted quite a few influential figures lately. He Tianxiong's fingers tapped an urgent rhythm on the mahogany table, his brow furrowed in a tight knot. A month ago, she was merely inconspicuous. Yet now both the Cheng and Gua families have taken notice of her. Is she concealing other secrets? By the way, he suddenly raised his gaze. What about Li Weishi? Have you located that little waste? The subordinate scratched his head. It seems she was taken by the police. Seems? He Tianxiong's displeasure was palpable. The subordinate quickly added. The footage has been sent to the police department for comparison. We're trying to determine which precinct took her. However, the results showed a completely black screen. The Haiqing police have confirmed they haven't apprehended her and are continuing their investigation. The subordinate's phone screen flickered. Xiao Yangyang, with her chin raised, concealed her accomplishments. Humph. Trying to investigate my master covertly? They ought to ask if I, Xiao Yangyang, consent. In places without a net, I can't reach her. Messing with surveillance, and those of you with phones, isn't that just a matter of time? After a hearty meal, Mu Yuyang organized training content for Luo Yi and Mu Xiuyang before turning to install surveillance. Although Xiao Yangyang couldn't control it, she could still provide real-time instruction. The installation appeared quite straightforward. At the onset of training, Mu Yuyang assigned Luo Yi only basic tasks. She completed them with utmost seriousness, even opting for extra practice, aspiring to be as formidable as Mu Yuyang one day. Meanwhile, Mu Xiuyang commenced traversing through a simulated laser matrix of flames. The scorching waves of heat sent tufts of fur flying, occasionally dropping a few singed strands to the ground, yet the dog merely shook its head and continued its sprint. Everything progressed in a gradual manner. Before bed, Mu Yuyang checked her account. The final 2 villas and 3 large apartments had credited a total of 118,610,000 yuan. The balance stood at 4,881,914,982 yuan, nearly 4.9 billion. Chapter 51. The Shooting Breakthrough. Hypnotic Confession. After deducting the 1.7 billion for the hot weapons, there's enough left for bidding verification. I can even take Yi out for a lavish time. After transferring 3 billion to buy Lu's prearranged verification account and sending a reminder, Mu Yuyang sweetly drifted into slumber. On November 7, 2033, the 7th day since her rebirth, small nations continued to be completely submerged by rising waters. News spread like wildfire, and the doomsday warning post Mu Yuyang had previously shared exploded across the internet. After her morning exercises, she retrieved 2 bags of seeds from her space, one of rice and one of corn. These crops were exceedingly popular in the apocalypse, although it was not the sowing season. With her extraordinary space, survival rates were guaranteed. She planned to have Luo Yi conduct a trial planting at the manor while she simultaneously cultivated within her space, akin to the 3 chickens inside and outside the space, conducting a comparative experiment. Just as she sowed the first handful of seeds, Su Ruoqiang's call flooded in. "The items are ready." His voice conveyed fatigue. "I'll send you the location. See you in half an hour." Mu Yuyang promptly hung up and sent the address, a derelict warehouse, devoid of surveillance, with peeling walls slated for demolition. When Su Ruoqiang and his entourage arrived, he was momentarily taken aback. This girl has quite an eye for locations. What shocked him further was that Mu Yuyang had come alone. She parked her imposing SUV with confidence, striding past a group of intimidating men and a dozen guns discreetly aimed at her, directly to him.
Shubin est trusted.
Tang Qi, who stood behind Su Ruoqiang, observed quietly, pondering, this girl, so young, possesses remarkable courage, far surpassing the younger generation of the Su family. Mu Yuyang swiftly verified the goods with Su Ruoqiang. Just as she reached for her bank card to hand over, she suddenly caught a nearby thought, a little girl who hasn't even grown all her hair yet is trying to buy weapons.
Ha!
Can she afford to keep them safe? Isn't this just giving her second uncle an opportunity for a black market deal? Although this batch isn't as good as the previous one from Chernhu, it's still decent. If it goes smoothly, my second uncle should reward me with 2 to 3 million. Her hand, which had been extending the bank card, abruptly froze. She swiftly grabbed a nearby assault rifle, raising the barrel. As a classmate, I'll generously gift you a trader. You'll hand over the vehicle full of weapons, all right? Su Ruoqiang's gaze sharpened. A trader? If you can truly expose a traitor, I want to just give you a few vehicles. I'll even provide you with a truckload of weapons. Having been by Su Bing's side for many years, he was well aware of the dangers posed by traitors. It's a deal. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow, feeling pleased. She approached the man with half a burned face. His fists tightened momentarily, but quickly regained composure. Little girl, I've been with the Su family for over a decade. You wouldn't dare say I'm a traitor, would you? The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, casting hostile glares at Mu Yuyang. Zhang Gui's scar is like a medal. Be cautious with your words, young lady. Exactly. Zhang Gui is a veteran of the Su family. Don't make baseless accusations. Mu Yuyang disregarded the hostility around her, her fingertips subtly moving. 4th-level mental energy quietly coalesced. She suddenly raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Zhang Gui. Chun, who was blackballed because of you, wasn't he? A glimmer of scrutiny flashed in Tang Qi's eyes, while Su Ruoqiang's heart suddenly constricted. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Gui's expression briefly showed shock, followed by an outburst of feigned indignation and rage. In our line of work, credibility is everything. How could I ever commit such a self-sabotaging act? Have you trained in counter-hypnosis? Mu Yuyang's gaze turned frosty. It seems I need to increase the intensity. Oh, is that so? She smirked, raising her weapon unexpectedly.
Bang!
The bullet accurately pierced Zhang Gui's right leg.
Ah!
The man screamed, collapsing to the ground. Dozens of guns instantly aimed at Mu Yuyang. Su Ruoqiang raised his hand to stop the outraged crowd, but the confusion in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Just as he was about to inquire, he saw Mu Yuyang shift her gun, pressing it directly against Zhang Gui's temple. Her expression turned icy, her tone frigid. I'll ask you one last time. Was Chun Hu blackballed because of you? The blue light in her eyes flickered ominously as her fourth-level mental energy surged into Zhang Gui's mind, unleashing her hypnotic abilities. Zhang Gui's forehead bulged with veins as cold sweat poured down. Yes, I had someone do it. He struggled to utter the truth. He had rehearsed similar scenarios countless times. He could easily parrot similar phrases. Yet, facing this seemingly frail girl, he completely lost all psychological defenses. He understood that even if he did not actively expose Su family as second master Su Wei, there would no longer be a place for him within the Su family. Neither Su Ruoqiang's father, Su Bing, nor Su Wei would ever tolerate him again. Brother Chong,
Please leave me a way out.
I realize my mistakes. I truly understand my errors. I beg you, spare my life. Zhang Gui's pleas for mercy rendered everyone around him motionless. They lowered their weapons aimed at Mu Yuyang, their gazes toward Zhang Gui filled with shock and disappointment. Su Ruoqiang clenched his fists, weighing his options, when suddenly, his mentor, Tang Qi, lunged forward, kicking Zhang Gui to the ground. What followed was a torrential assault of punches and kicks. Do you know how much that line behind Chen Hu is worth?
Huh?
Do you know how long I've wanted to get my hands on it? You wretched fool. I've invested so much manpower and resources. It was almost within reach. And you worthless creature, ruined everything. Completely destroyed. After a prolonged outburst, Tang Qi finally caught his breath, his eyes narrowed as he drew his pistol. I'll incapacitate you today. The air was rent by the sound of gunfire. 4 shots echoed. The crack of Zhang Gui's left leg shattered. The sound of blood exploding from his groin, and the snap of his wrists melded into a cacophony. In just 3 seconds, he was rendered utterly incapacitated. Take him back and lock him up.
Tanki Komman Suzuki.
This wretch certainly has more to confess. Su Ruoqiang nodded, signaling his subordinates. Several men in black swiftly shoved the bloodied, barely conscious Zhang Gui into a black SUV. Mu Yuyang withdrew her gaze and pressed a bank card and a note into Su Ruoqiang's palm. Zhang Gui is not a traitor to the Su family, but he is a traitor to you. The person on this note is the one Zhang Gui enlisted to engage in treachery against you. They are the true traitors of the Su family. Remember, your time is running out. Chapter 52. Blood spilled in the restaurant. Encountering an acquaintance, she raised the gun in her hand, smoke still rising from the barrel. I'll accept this weapon. Additionally, you still owe me a truckload of arms. Su Ruoqiang immediately produced a car key and handed it over. This vehicle is modified and bulletproof. The trunk is filled with rocket launcher-grade weaponry, worth 2 trucks worth. It's all yours. Generous indeed. Mu Yuyang accepted the key, a smirk playing on her lips as she began to usher everyone out. Everyone, please leave. We have esteemed guests arriving shortly. Su Ruoqiang understood instantly and hurriedly led his men away. In the vehicle, he and Tang Qi stared at the name on the note, their expressions complex. Mu Yuyang headed straight to the trunk of the bulletproof car, lifting the lid to reveal an impressive array of firearms equipped with scopes. Not only was this trip fruitful, she mused, but I've also dug a pit for that perverse Su Wei ahead of time. This side endeavor has proven quite worthwhile. After collecting the weapons and the vehicle, she stopped by the warehouse to pick up another delivery. She then made her way to the restaurant where she previously worked, ordering 3 signature dishes while locking her gaze onto the server, Mei Xiao. This woman was agile, but the malice lurking in her eyes did not escape Mu Yuyang. The new girl has quite a nice figure, although her skin could use some work. She should fetch a decent price, right? Why hasn't that group made a move in the past few days? The goods delivered earlier should have been paid for by now, shouldn't they? It seems I need to find time to get close. This no-cost business can't go to waste. The fire at Junlin Mountain was tied to Su Yohong's scandal. Tightly suppressed by the Su family, Mei Xiao was oblivious that her benefactors had already been reduced to ashes. Listening to her thoughts, Mu Yuyang nearly snapped her chopsticks in fury.
Scum.
In this era of peace, to push a young girl into the abyss without a shred of guilt. After the apocalypse, she will surely become a ruthless menace. Encountering this devil, consider it a blessing from your ancestors. As Mei Xiao staggered toward the precarious stack of beer crates, Mu Yuyang's fingers twitched, igniting two barely discernible flames that leapt onto Mei Xiao's palm.
Ah!
She shrieked, dropping the crate, suddenly realizing something was amiss amidst the searing pain. Just as she tried to steady the crate despite the agony, it was too late. With a resounding crash, the entire crate of beer fell heavily onto her foot.
Ah!
Her bones shattered, and with another scream, Mei Xiao stumbled into the adjacent stack of beer crates, toppling them in a clattering cascade, glass shards exploding across the floor. She collapsed, blood gushing from her forehead.
Ugh!
Some patrons screamed and fled in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yuyang kicked a shard of glass, slicing through Mei Xiao's carotid artery with precision. The woman's eyes rolled back as she perished on the spot.
Mu Yuyang, panicking,
Mingled with the screaming diners and made her escape. Back at Yunding Mountain Villa, she addressed the shaken Luo Yi with nonchalance. Mei Xiao is dead. It was an accident. Her tone was as casual as if she were discussing having eaten an egg that day. Luo Yi dropped her shovel in shock.
Dead?
An accident? Before she could gather her wits, Mu Yuyang had dashed into the villa. I'm going to take a shower. After Mu Yuyang finished washing up, she noticed Luo Yi pacing anxiously outside the door. Her mind was consumed by Mu Yuyang's earlier words, trust me, Mei Xiao won't be around much longer. So, when she said she wouldn't be around, this was what she meant. So when she previously spoke of going to hell, she wasn't referring to being captured, but truly descending into hell. Panic-stricken and at a loss, her only thought was to ensure Mu Yuyang's safety. She refused to believe it was merely an accident. She couldn't accept it. I'll turn myself in. Upon seeing Mu Yuyang, she blurted out, I'll say it was all my doing. I'm responsible for everything. Mu Yuyang regarded her with sincerity, a smile gracing her lips. She was accidentally struck by a beer bottle. What does that have to do with you?
No, accidentally. Luo Yi questioned dubiously.
A beer bottle killed her? Evildoers have their comeuppance. This was divine justice. As they spoke, Mu Yuyang's phone rang. Miss Mu. My apologies for the interruption. The person from Chiming Loans who confirmed the contract details with you went missing the day before yesterday. May I ask, never seen him? She cut the call, a cold laugh escaping her. Confirming contracts, huh? Do you even believe that? Xiaoyang, let's have some afternoon tea. She called into the void, pulling a worried Luo Yi toward the pavilion. She pushed a small dessert in front of her, smiling, stop overthinking. It's time for dessert. Life is fleeting. And without a carefree heart, how can one savor sweetness? On November 9th, 2033, the Su family, which should have faced upheaval due to Su Wei's report, remained unscathed. Mu Yuyang knew her reminder had worked, and she promptly contacted Su Ruoqiang. Big Boss Mu. Su Ruoqiang immediately altered his address, his tone respectful. I was just about to reach out. My dad wants to invite you to dinner. When would be convenient? Forget the dinner. She got straight to the point. I need 3 billion worth of weapons delivered by tomorrow. Since the funds have been verified, they can be expedited back after the auction concludes tomorrow. Absolutely. Su Ruoqiang agreed readily. The last time she exposed a traitor, it significantly elevated his status within the Su family. With Su Yuhang and Su Wei in trouble, the family's resources and authority swiftly tilted in his favor. Now, he could easily procure not just 3 billion worth of arms, but even 30 billion. Mu Yuyang sent over the warehouse address. The zombie virus would break out early the following morning. She had no fear of scrutiny.
Besides,
she was now familiar with the operations. After securing the arms deal, she dragged Luo Yi to the largest mall in Haicheng. Let's go. I'll take you on a shopping spree. Luo Yi waved her hands anxiously. I came to work, not to live like a wealthy lady. In recent days, aside from training and farming, Mu Yuyang had been finding every opportunity to whisk her away for leisure. Luo Yi felt she had become too comfortable, hardly resembling someone there to repay a debt of gratitude. You can't leave until we've had a fulfilling shopping experience today. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. This foolish girl. Soon there will be no place to spend money. The vibrant splendor and bustle surrounding them would soon become cherished memories and distant aspirations. While shopping, she received 2 videos sent by Lu, showing the Chiming Loan Company forcefully seizing cars and beating the Fan family. Fan Qingyan was shoved into a Rolls-Royce adorned with gold foil, while the bald old man in the passenger seat was lewdly licking his lips.
Mu Yuyang sneered.
This is merely an appetizer. She failed to notice that the rendezvous point of Fan Qingyan and the old man seemed quite familiar. As they passed a luxury store, Luo Yi gazed intently at the bags in the window. Mu Yuyang yanked her inside, declaring, "Let us make a purchase." Startled, Luo Yi grasped her arm. "That bag is clearly exorbitantly priced. We should go elsewhere." No purchase, no exit. With that trump card, Luo Yi could only follow her with a wry smile. Upon entering, they heard a furious voice. "Won 3 million. You have the audacity of a city wall." The insults continued, targeting Fan Qingyan, who was being publicly humiliated. After the old man left in a huff, Fan Qingyan's face turned purple with rage. "Waiter." Mu Yuyang raised her voice slightly. "Pack up the bag," she was eyeing. "And this one next to me." The waiter, charmed by her regal presence, beamed. "Certainly, esteemed guest. I'll have it packed for you right away. Please take a moment to relax here."
Mu Yuyang.
Fan Qingyan, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaimed, "How dare you appear before me? You've ruined my family." She rolled up her sleeves and lunged. "I'll tear you apart today." With a forceful shove, Luo Yi sent Fan Qingyan sprawling. Mu Yuyang applauded. "Well done, your training paid off." The store manager immediately called for security. "Hurry. Capture the troublemaker. You dare protect this wretch? I'll take you down too." Fan Qingyan retaliated, seizing a tray to hurl at Luo Yi. Luo Yi deftly snatched it away and retaliated against Fan Qingyan. "You dare bully Sister Yuyang? I'll fight you. Help. Call the police." Fan Qingyan shrieked while dodging. When security arrived, the manager pointed. "She struck first. These two are our esteemed guests." As the crowd gathered, murmurs filled the air. Fan Qingyan, still cursing, cried out, "Let me go. This wretch is to blame. I'll call the police." The manager shot her a glance before turning to Mu Yuyang, smiling. "Rest assured, we're all witnesses for you."
You.
Fan Qingyan, nearly apoplectic, vowed, "I'll make you pay, Mu Yuyang. Just wait." She stomped her high heel down defiantly and slipped away amid the chaos. Mu Yuyang watched her retreating figure with a calm demeanor. "Your entire family will be waiting." After finishing their shopping, they ventured to a vibrant alley filled with delectable snacks and the most splendid fireworks show in Haicheng.
Boom.
The fireworks exploded brilliantly. Mu Yuyang deliberately sought a blind spot in the surveillance, enjoying skewers with Luo Yi while watching the display. She mused, such delightful fireworks, soon to be unseen. Suddenly, a blade whistled past her neck. Mu Yuyang swiftly twisted, capturing the assailant's wrist and wrenching it. The sound of bones dislocating echoed ominously. Another attacker swung a metal rod towards her head. Luo Yi shouted, kicking Fan Qingyan away, while Mu Yuyang seized the man and hurled him into a garbage bin.
Crash. Ah.
The man screamed as he toppled the bin. The cacophony of fireworks drowned out his cries. Mu Yuyang toyed with the knife she had acquired, its cold gleam reflecting her chilling smile. "I've been waiting for you." She lifted the man by the ankle, who trembled in terror, pleading, "Spare me. I was forced." The knife sliced through the air, severing the tendons in both his and Fan Qingyan's feet.
Ah.
"My foot!" His wails were lost amid the thunderous fireworks. Writhing on the ground, blood soaking his trousers, he stared at Mu Yuyang's delicate face, shivering in disbelief. She looks so frail. How can she possess such formidable fighting prowess? "I shouldn't have come. I truly shouldn't have come." Fan Qingyan nearly fainted from the pain, clawing desperately at the ground. Mu Yuyang stepped firmly on her neck, pressing her face into the mud, the sound of cracking bones filling her ears. How can she possess such strength? How can she overpower a professional assassin? It's impossible. With a crunch, Mu Yuyang snapped the last of Fan Qingyan's fingers, blood splattering onto the limited edition bag. "Since you are so eager for me to collect interest, I must oblige." As Fan Qingyan beheld her deformed hand, realization dawned. This is no accident. She has been waiting for us all along. This demon had orchestrated everything. After collecting her dues, Mu Yuyang rendered both of them unconscious with a metal rod. She stripped them of their clothes and concealed them in the bushes, taking their weapons and phones for herself. Those who dare to ambush must be prepared for a fate worse than death. In the car, Luo Yi clenched her fists. "Sister Young, if the police come knocking, just say it was all me. Understand? None of this is your doing." Because of Mu Yuyang, she had escaped hell and reclaimed her life. Everything she had was Mu Yuyang's, including this life. Don't worry. Mu Yuyang started the car, a cold smirk gracing her lips. The police want to arrive. By the time they wake, the zombies will have cleaned them up. As they reached Yunding Winery, Yuli's call came through urgently. Mo Yuyang gonsvere don speaker. Miss. Something terrible has happened. Fan Qingqi has vanished. He disappeared without a trace. I've sent you the video, please take a look.
Furoing Herbrov, Muyuyang ponderet.
If Fan Qingyan has disappeared, it may be my doing. As for Fan Qingqi's sudden disappearance, Yuli's voice trembled. This matter has surpassed the understanding of the debt collection team. They insist on withdrawing. Understood. Mu Yuyang maintained her composure, yet a sense of foreboding rose within her. The usually composed Yuli was unusually flustered, especially upon mentioning the word sudden disappearance. She raised an eyebrow and clicked on the video. As the Qiming Loan Company was seen assaulting someone, a gray-black shadow flashed and Fan Qingqi vanished into thin air. In the shaky footage, only the bloodied and barely conscious Fan Likang remained. It truly was a sudden disappearance, as if Mu Yuyang's brow furrowed, as if he slipped into another space. Slow down, pause. She fixated on the stone at Fan Qingqi's neck. The black spot the stone is gone? Is it because of that stone? Mu Yuyang's body stiffened slightly. In the video, as Fan Qingqi's blood soaked the stone at his neck, it abruptly transformed into a black. In an instant, Fan Qingqi vanished as if erased by an invisible eraser in a wash of blood. Rewind, slow down, pause again. She gazed at the stone, the familiar patterns stirring a tightness in her heart. Such familiar patterns wait. Mu Yuyang's consciousness plunged into the space, heading straight for the 2-meter giant stone at the mist's end. The pale red patterns on its surface mirrored those on Fan Qingqi's stone. Indeed, her heart tightened further. That is a miniature version of this. Thus, the stone and this enormous boulder are likely of the same origin. Consequently, Fan Qingqi may have entered another analogous realm. Abruptly, she recalled the scene from her previous life when she had ventured to rescue him. His attire was tattered. The front of his shirt stained with fresh blood, yet there were no visible wounds. Even old scars had vanished. He must have healed using the spirit spring water, muttered Hamuyang with a sudden chilling laughter, possessing a spatial spirit spring. Yet watching the person who saved him suffer from festering wounds. In the end, he even fed me to the cats. Fan Qingqi, how can a scoundrel like you be worthy of spirit spring water? Unexpectedly, she was struck by an ominous premonition, a powerful intuition that they were destined to meet again. Certainly, it was because of that stone, the one that saved Fan Qingqi, yet was inexplicably linked to Hamuyang. Regardless, it shall undoubtedly lead you back to me. Hamuyang's gaze deepened. You owe me. And there is no escaping your debt. I will ensure that you repay blood with blood and flesh with flesh. Yuyang, are you alright? Luo Yi finally could not help but express her concern. Hamuyang returned to her senses, offering a calm smile. I am fine. I merely lost track of an enemy. It will take some time for them to come knocking. Luo Yi clenched her fists, silently noting down the name Fan Qingqi. Yuyang's enemy is my enemy too. Alert! The intelligent power grid has detected unknown spatial fluctuations. The familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Hamuyang's mind. Her pupils constricted as she swiftly glanced upwards towards the sky above the villa, where a gray-black vortex emerged directly overhead. The flickering defensive light shield rippled unexpectedly. Hamuyang seized a rocket launcher from the space, aiming it at the gray-black vortex. Yet, the mechanical voice rang out again. Unknown spatial fluctuations have dissipated. Alert temporarily lifted. Hamuyang slowly lowered her hand holding the rocket launcher, her brow furrowing. Is the provocation so swift? Is that stone so eager? Unbeknownst to her, the 2-meter giant stone within the space suddenly trembled faintly. Its surface, adorned with faint red patterns, pulsed 3 times as if in rhythm with a heartbeat. On November 10, 2033, at 7:50 a.m., after sending a message to Mu Yuliang, Hamuyang boarded a flight to Fuqing. The task of secretly searching for Fan Qingqi was entrusted to Xiao Yanjiang and Hu Dunan. Her priority was to first address the mining matter. At 9:08 a.m., she arrived at Fuqing Airport. The entrance was congested, resembling a parking lot, with exhaust fumes making it difficult to see. The ride-hailing app was heating up a motorcycle. Her eyes brightened as she dashed towards a roaring Harley parked by the roadside. She placed 2,000 yuan and the address note atop the gas tank. With a swift motion, she mounted the bike confidently. "Brother, take me to the Longshu mining area." The rider, donning a black helmet, glanced at the address and revved the throttle. "Hold on tight." Two men in black suits flashed past in the rearview mirror. They looked somewhat familiar. The roar of the engine thundered as the Harley shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The figures in black gradually shrinking into mere dots, swallowed by the exhaust fumes. At 9:55 a.m., the Harley screeched to a halt in front of the estate's iron gate, the tires screeching against the ground. She tossed a quick thank you and dashed through the entrance. The motorcycle owner, clutching the money, attempted to return it to Han Yang but ended up with an empty hand. Behind, a mocking voice rang out. "Is the threshold for mining rights auctions this low now? Just a beat-up motorcycle can get you in." A woman in a limited edition Rolls-Royce crossed her arms, sneering coldly. "I bet they didn't even pass the capital verification." The verification staff promptly opened the documents Han Yang presented, bowing obsequiously to the woman. "Ms. Du, you have finally returned. Everyone has been waiting for you. Minister Chun has mentioned several times that he wishes to personally thank you for your support in this auction." "It's nothing. It is my honor that you all wish to hold the auction at my little villa." The woman replied with a hollow smile, sauntering past Han Yang. The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. "Make sure to verify thoroughly. Do not let any stray cats or dogs in." "Yes, yes. We will heed Ms. Du's reminder." The staff nodded fervently. "Oh, is that not Mr. Wu?" The woman had taken only a few steps before revealing a sarcastic smile towards a portly man. "I often hear my father mention you." The man smiled lightly, engaging in pleasantries with her. Han Yang, devoid of any reaction, handed the verification documents back to the staff, her attention unwaveringly fixed on the woman. This old thing. When real estate fails, she turns to mining. Does she truly believe anyone can feast at this table? Knowing well that the mining rights nearby have already been transferred to the Du family, how dare she shamelessly compete with me? Does she think her meager funds can hold any ground? Silently, Han Yang sat down not far from the woman, her fingertips subtly sparking with fire. The million-yuan crocodile skin coat and matching platinum bag of Du Hongying were instantaneously marred with dozens of tiny burn holes. Simultaneously, a small plan began to form in the depths of her mind. The young man removed his helmet, revealing a pair of smiling yet cold peach blossom eyes. A tear mole at the corner of his left eye resembling a drop of blood, while his lips curled into a mischievous smirk. "Young master, you have finally graced us with your presence." A middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached. "The old master has been grumbling for quite some time. You should hurry over." The young man nodded and approached the elderly gentleman clad in a military coat. "Grandfather." The elder puffed his cheeks and glared. "You know I am keen on this auction. Yet you arrive so late. I see you are itching for a reprimand." The young man's nonchalance diminished slightly. "As long as you behave and refrain from wandering about, I can grant you a daily allowance." The elder immediately lost his temper, grumbling under his breath and turning away. Dressed flamboyantly, Du Hongying spotted the young man in black and the elderly gentleman in military attire, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. There truly are bumpkins every day. And today there seem to be particularly many. "Ha! You are fashionable. Wearing shabby clothes and carrying a worn-out bag. How is that fashionable?" The middle-aged man in a high-end suit, while mocking the woman, presented a thermos to the elderly gentleman. "Sir, it is time for your ginseng soup." Du Hongying's anger flared anew. "Do you even understand the concept of appreciation? This is the latest." "Wait." Du Hongying suddenly realized something. Is he clad in a BR haute couture suit? At least worth several $100,000. How can one in a suit worth several $100,000 address an old rustica, sir? Could he be the Goof family? The bizarre rich heir from Jing City? Before Du Hongying could inquire about the elderly gentleman's identity, a courteous staff member appeared on the auction hall's high platform. "First, a warm welcome to all who have come to Fucheng Longshu Villa to participate in today's mining rights auction." After a few polite remarks, the staff began arranging for the pre-auction visit. Guests wishing to view via video can proceed to the right side lounge of the auction hall. We have prepared high-definition videos and snacks for you. Guests wishing for an on-site visit may gather at the collection point in the front left of the auction hall. We have arranged vehicles, guides, and refreshments for you. As soon as the staff finished speaking, Han Yang unhesitatingly made her way to the collection point in the front left of the auction hall. The young man in black noticed her movement and followed closely behind. The elderly man chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "I must admit, I misjudged him just now. Quite impressive. I'll increase his allowance by 5 million next month.
With that,
He hummed a tune as he strolled towards the lounge. Du Hongying's assistant approached her, clutching the bidder's information, gasping, President Du, your dress? And your bag. Du Hongying stared at the scorch marks on her limited edition bag, her scream echoing throughout the hall. Who did this? Find out immediately. As Mu Yuyang arrived at the mining area, she suddenly halted. The motorcycle owner who brought me here? What is he doing here? The man in black approached, placing money in her hand. Miss Mu, it's merely a coincidence. Here's your money back. Coincidence? She raised an eyebrow, her fingers grazing the edge of the money, her eyes revealing a hint of wariness. How did you know my surname is Mu? The man smiled faintly, presenting his business card. Guahuafeng. I've been observing you for quite some time. His gaze openly expressed admiration and curiosity. Guahuafeng? The black card bore only 3 characters, devoid of any title.
yet,
Mu Yuyang's pupils constricted. He was the eldest grandson of Guazhong Yuan. The man was taken aback, then smirked with amusement. So, you have been paying attention to me for a long time as well? 14 years? Since the old gentleman donated to build the first school? To be precise, it was Mu Shanghai who had long admired Guazhong Yuan, and consequently, Mu Yuyang also held a deep respect for him. Guazhong Yuan, the founder of the Gua Group, was a hero of the War of Resistance and a true patriot. After retiring, he utilized his keen business acumen to become the wealthiest man in Huagua, donating thousands of schools before the apocalypse and establishing the largest private base in Huagua, the Gua base in Jing City, rescuing countless citizens while seeking news about his son, Gua Aihua, but to no avail. In the 3rd year following the apocalypse, Guazhong Yuan passed away, and his grandson Gua Huafeng succeeded him as the base leader. It was then that Mu Yuyang learned his name. She maintained an impassive facade, responding politely, "My father was a fan of the late Mr. Gua." Oh. Gua Huafeng studied the sincerity in her eyes, pondering, I never anticipated anyone would remember this obscure member of the Gua family. He had always shunned constraints and never publicly revealed his identity. Her calling my name certainly indicates a deeper understanding of the Gua family. Could it be that my grandfather's rescue was not an accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated event utilizing rare abilities or unknown high technology? After all, countless individuals have tried to ingratiate themselves with the Gua family over the years. Yet she does not strike me as someone with ulterior motives. Mu Yuyang did not respond. Instead, she continued to observe the security around the mine through the car window. It would not be difficult for the Gua family to acquire information about the bidding participants. Although she respected the late Mr. Gua, she was more concerned about this visit. I must say, the security around here is indeed significantly greater than that of an ordinary mine. While contemplating, she suddenly felt an inexplicable tremor in her surroundings. What is happening? The next moment, a mechanical voice resonated. Ding. Detected 230 tons of micro-ore. Touch the ground 3 meters to the left to obtain. Upon acquisition, you will be rewarded with an upgrade opportunity for your space. Mu Yuyang's eyes brightened. There really is micro-ore.
combat suits, virtual battlefield.
And vast intelligent defense networks will become a reality. She discreetly noted the location. Gua Huafeng noticed her apparent disinterest in him. Yet a smile crept onto his lips. I've seen too many feigned disinterest strategies. She seems genuinely unconcerned. It appears I misjudged her.
Ding.
Detected 180 tons of micro-ore. Touch the ground 2 meters to the left to acquire.
Ding.
Detected 250 tons of micro-ore. Touch the ground 5 meters to the right. As the vehicle continued its journey, mechanical notifications echoed in her mind. The frequency of the spatial tremors intensified. Mu Yuyang frowned slightly. Is this the rhythm of desperation? Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the mining area for this auction, the guide earnestly gestured. However, Mu Yuyang felt bewildered. Is this truly the mining area for this auction? What about the mining rights we passed earlier that have already been transferred to President Du? The guide smiled, explaining if you are interested, we can provide more details on the return trip. Mu Yuyang recalled Du Hongying's thoughts she overheard in the bidding hall. Fully aware that the mining rights in the vicinity were already in the hands of the Du family. How brazen of her to compete with me. So, that woman's mine is also based on the needs of the space? Her gaze shifted. Doesn't that mean the Devours will have to expand her plans? After all, as a kind and gentle citizen, I have always believed in repaying grievances. May I go down to take a look? She inquired. Of course. However, the guide cautioned, This mining area is quite vast, and walking may be laborious. No matter, Mu Yuyang declared, stepping to the car door, I shall wait for you here if I tire. With the space in such a frenzy, do I need to worry about getting tired? Very well, please take care, the guide instructed, signaling the driver to open the door. Gua Huafeng's fingers twitched as he intended to follow, but halted at the sight of Mu Yuyang's cold gaze, reminiscent of the beautiful yet aloof jade his grandfather cherished. She seems to possess an extraordinary interest in this mining area. The moment Mu Yuyang leaped from the vehicle, the soles of her shoes crushing the gravel. Her internal space surged like boiling water. The cacophony of mechanical notifications intensified. Ding. Detected 780 tons of microore.
Ding.
Detected 510 tons of microore.
Ding.
Detected 1350 tons of microore. Stop, stop, stop. She frowned. Can we do this one at a time? My head is about to explode. The mechanical sounds in her mind abruptly ceased. The intense vibrations persisted, confirming that no one was around, and there were no surveillance cameras. Mu Yuyang attempted to collect some nearby ores. Pressing her palm to the ground, a visible glow surged from the earth into her fingertips. With a crisp sound, the ground rumbled as the ore shifted.
Ding.
Successfully collected 510 tons of microore. Upgrade opportunities, 3. The moment the mechanical voice concluded, a warm flow surged from her crown, enveloping her entire being. The spatial barrier rippled like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating layers of faint golden ripples. She vaguely sensed changes emanating from beneath the ground, yet nothing unusual appeared on the surface. Well done, Space, Mu Yuyang praised. The superficial work is quite impressive. However, she mused, you only rewarded 3 upgrade opportunities for several hundred tons of microore? Compared to the rich microstones, isn't that a bit lacking? The space remained silent. Can you guess why one is called micro and the other rich? While venting her frustration, she also recognized the necessity of hard work. Gazing at the seemingly endless mountain, weighing at least 2 to 3 billion tons, she felt invigorated. No matter how troublesome this space may be, it has this mountain as a safety net, right?
Ding.
Successfully collected 780 tons of microore. Upgrade opportunities, 3. Mu Yuyang noted. The further she progressed, the more astonishing the amount of ore required for upgrades became.
So,
there is no limit to how troublesome it can get.
Ding.
Successfully collected 1350 tons of microore. Upgrade opportunities, 4. After collecting more than 10 times, she rubbed her waist, which was particularly sore during this period, and suddenly asked, can I collect it all at once? Just like when I collected the villa? This time. The response was neither silence, nor the familiar mechanical voice. A segment of suspended text reads, batch absorption ensures a steady intake speed, maximizes the prevention of ground collapse, reduces time spent processing waste ore? Mu Yuyang's eyes widened slightly, quickly deducing, does it mean absorption can occur all at once? If the host feels fatigued, they can find a spot to sit and rest, placing their hands on the ground. The space will autonomously partition and gradually absorb. She sat down. It's not exactly fatigue, but during this peculiar period, this action strains the waist.
Ding.
Detected 4. 7 billion tons of microore. Currently absorbing. Estimated time 94 minutes. This is rather slow. Does this 7 billion tons include the several mining areas just passed? Not included. A bit of a letdown.
Space.
Mu Yuyang sipped from the spiritual spring, using one hand to open the delivery app for warm compresses and moxibustion patches, ordering as much as possible. All delivered to the warehouse in Haicheng. Although her physical condition had clearly improved after drinking the spiritual spring water, alleviating much discomfort from this unusual time, it was wise to be prepared. Better to have more than enough. After approximately 30 minutes of autonomous absorption by the versatile space, the inspection vehicle re-entered her line of sight. Let's pause for now.
Ding.
Successfully collected 15 billion tons of microore. Space upgrade opportunity, 61. The familiar mechanical voice responded. Level 61? Mu Yuyang stood up. The virtual battlefield is secured.
Ding.
Successfully collected 39 tons of gold. Another pleasant surprise? Although post-apocalyptic gold isn't worth as much as rice, what if I manage to survive until the end of the apocalypse? The inspection vehicle halted, and the presenter smiled invitingly, while Gua Huafeng stared at her unblinkingly. It would be suspicious not to return to the auction hall, but after the auction ends. Before she could sit down, the mechanical voice echoed in her mind again. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes, hurry up. She had anticipated the virtual battlefield for quite some time. Versatile space is upgrading. Versatile space is upgrading as her consciousness delved in. A dazzling phrase appeared on the shifting blue screen. Combat reward. Zombie Slayer set. LV1. Adaptive physique. Immune to toxins. Defense value 1000. Can withstand first-level zombie attacks. Zombie Slayer set? The combat gear Xiaoyang mentioned? She eagerly began searching for the Zombie Slayer set within the space. In the next moment, a high-tech glass cabinet appeared before her. Black combat gear floated, the armor of a light-absorbing material with sharp lines. And a faint blue energy shimmered at the joints. The futuristic helmet automatically switched to a transparent state. Tactical goggles flickered in and out, with data streams rapidly weaving through. The combat gloves had protruding alloy spikes that glimmered coldly, both agile and fierce. The combat boots were tall and rigid, with hidden spiderweb traps in the soles. Mu Yuyang was pleasantly surprised. I thought I could only wear the combat suit after level 13, but I didn't expect to have it so soon. She controlled a small knife with her mind and stabbed fiercely.
Crack.
Sparks flew from the blade, yet the combat suit remained unscathed. Is this a sci-fi movie come to life? It can even become partially invisible and self-cleaning. No need to wipe off zombie blood. It's simply tailor-made for the apocalypse and zombie slaying. The next line read, Intelligent Butler, LV3 Intelligent Butler unlocks exquisite physical skin. Mu Yuyang's eyes brightened. Finally, I've obtained the exquisite skin that Xiaoyang has been yearning for. She must be very pleased now.
Wait.
Physical? Xiaoyang has materialized? Suddenly materializing. Won't it frighten Yi? Shuiyang and those 7 little ones? Woof woof, arg.
Who are you?
Get out of here. Mu Shuiyang barked furiously at the suddenly appeared Xiaoyang. Her body remained protectively in front of the 7 little ones. Luo Yi rushed over with a hairdryer in hand. The house had suddenly transformed, with many unfamiliar appliances and furniture. Luo Yi had previously struggled to find a knife or broom. Now, she couldn't find anything at all. In a hurry, she could only grab a uniquely shaped hairdryer. Hello, everyone. The Q-version girl with twin ponytails and a mini electric drill blinked, calmly introducing herself. I am the intelligent butler Xiaoyang. From today onwards, I will provide services in this brand new form, just in time for mealtime. Let me show you a little something. As she spoke, Xiaoyang's mini electric drill instantly transformed into a ladle and spatula. A chef's hat unexpectedly appeared on her head. She gently gestured towards the dining room, and the table instantly filled with an array of delectable dishes. On the floor beside the table, familiar meals appeared for Mu Shuiyang and the 7 little ones. A large bowl of spiritual spring water. A large bowl of low-salt pork ribs. A large bowl of low-salt steak. 7 small plates of bite-sized steak. In an instant, the 1 person and 8 dogs were convinced, this is definitely one of us. Without a doubt, this is one of us.
Ding.
Versatile space has broken through to LV10. The blue screen trembled violently, and a surge of data flowed through Mu Yuyang's consciousness.
Chapter 57 Immunity physique.
Mind reading ineffective. Space energy 100. Mu Yuyang slightly pursed her lips. After absorbing such a vast amount of ore, the energy remains at a full 100. So it turns out to be a gluttonous slacker, exhausting energy while working?
Space.
Space, land, spirit purifying soil. Purifies toxic soil. Whatever you plant will thrive. What does it mean by whatever you plant will thrive? She probed the black soil. Memories from her past life, surging forth. In my last life, because of half a basket of rotten potatoes, Yuliang was almost beaten to death. In this life, I will use this land to ensure Yuliang achieves absolute food freedom. Smart power grid 19,000. Roasting zombies. Sizzling sounds making the neighbor's child drool. Mu Yuyang. Is this space trying to be funny? Combat reward. Zombie Slayer set. LV2. Melee counterattack 5 counterattack. Mu Yuyang's eyes sparkled. Does this mean that even if I remain still, the opponent could still injure themselves by 800? Legendary reward. Medium spiritual spring pool. Freedom to soak. What a large spiritual spring pool. It indeed allows for the freedom to soak. Wait. She looked at the words on the screen, which seemed notably cheeky this time, pondering. Has this space and Xiaoyang both become sentient? Space guess. Upgrade attempts 67 times. Estimated time to upgrade to LV11. 11 hours. 11 hours? Mu Yuyang's face darkened. Waiting for ore collection is one thing. But now even the upgrade requires waiting? Meanwhile, the calm mechanical voice resonated in her ears. Versatile space is continuously upgrading. Gua Huafeng pushed pastries and tea towards Mu Yuyang, just about to speak when he noticed her suddenly covering her face. What happened? Are you feeling unwell? He expressed concern. Do you need me to call a doctor? No, thank you. Mu Yuyang retracted her thoughts, offering a brief thanks. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Gua Huafeng. Why is the Gua family suddenly interested in mining? My father never mentioned mining when he spoke of his idol. And tomorrow marks the outbreak of the zombie virus. Fuqing is one of the earliest cities to be hit. Why are they here instead of staying in the capital? Because of you. Gua Huafeng's eyes sparkled with amusement.
Me?
Mu Yuyang was filled with questions. Just as she was about to inquire what this had to do with her, she abruptly discovered something even more shocking. She couldn't hear Gua Huafeng's thoughts. He seemed to be enveloped in an invisible barrier, and not a single stray thought could be captured in her mind. Just kidding. A hint of mystery colored Gua Huafeng's otherwise carefree smile. You'll find out later. I'll find out later? Mu Yuyang turned her head and said, I may not be here later. The vehicle gradually came to a halt at Longshu Mountain Villa, and the announcer's voice resonated. The auction is about to commence. Thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. Please follow me to the auction hall for a brief moment. The group made their way towards the auction hall. Along the way, Mu Yuyang tried to listen to the thoughts of others, including Gu Huafeng, but discovered she could not hear a single word of his inner voice. Could it be that this fellow is indeed the legendary one in a million? A unique existence capable of shielding all abilities? As she pondered, her gaze towards Gu Huafeng was tinged with envy. I've heard that those with such a rare constitution can automatically block all viruses, even if bitten by a zombie. They may not turn into one.
Ding.
Detection of a powerful immune ability signal activated. Mu Yuyang's eyes widened slightly. Is that truly possible? Could it be?
Ding.
No replicable powerful immune ability seeds detected within 500 kilometers. Continuously monitoring. Mu Yuyang rolled her eyes at the space in her mind. I thought a mere handshake with Gu Huafeng would suffice. Are you playing tricks on me? Space. Care to take another guess? Esteemed guests, on the elevated platform in the auction hall, the staff introduced the proceedings and expressed gratitude before finally entering the bidding phase. Mu Yuyang had no intention of participating in the auction. She planned to sneak away to the restroom and take the opportunity to gather some resources within the villa. Scanning her surroundings and noticing no one paying attention to her, she was about to rise when she caught a glimpse of the old man beside Gu Huafeng.
This.
Her body paused. Why does this face look so familiar? Is it the idol of my father? The richest man in Huagua, Gu Zhongyuan? Is he personally attending the auction? Her gaze drifted down to Gu Zhongyuan's military coat. Is he a fire-type ability user? The military coat old man? Last time, I was too preoccupied with saving people to see his face clearly. So, it turns out to be him? But he was clearly alive and well before the end of the last world, having even established the Gu base, right? Another variable. But what exactly is causing these variables? 85 billion. A middle-aged woman raised her bidding card. 3 billion. Du Hongying, after raising her card, provocatively glared at the middle-aged woman. How dare you, ugly woman, compete with me? At this moment, Du Hongying had already changed into an entirely new outfit, yet her gaze towards those around her held an unmistakable hint of suspicion. I must find out who dares to challenge me. They will pay dearly. 305 billion. A middle-aged man beside Gu Zhongyuan raised his card. 1 billion. Du Hongying showed no signs of backing down. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Zhongyuan. Anything over 3 billion isn't worth it. Gu Zhongyuan resolutely nodded. As long as it is what my benefactor desires. No amount is too high. The middle-aged man raised his card again. 1 billion. Listening to Gu Zhongyuan's inner voice, Mu Yuyang suddenly recalled Gu Huafeng's joking remark. Because of you, and the mysterious you will know later. She vaguely deduced. So, their sudden interest in the mine, their appearance outside the capital at this particular moment, is likely to repay the life-saving grace from a few days ago? The usually indifferent Mu Yuyang felt her heart tremble as if brushed by a feather. No. I must stop them. With so much cash, wouldn't it be more prudent to buy rice? She stood up and moved closer to Gu Zhongyuan. Du Hongying gritted her teeth. Although this capital's richest man is peculiar, I've never heard of him squandering money. Did he not research how much this mine is worth before the auction?
Wait.
Du Hongying suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the news of a potential gold mine beneath the mine has reached the Gu family? A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as her nails almost dug into her palms. 15 billion. If I bid again, it would undoubtedly mean I've caught wind of something. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Zhongyuan, who was steadfast as ever, and was about to raise his card when a fair hand abruptly stopped him. Chapter 58. Alarm Crisis. Urgent return to the capital. Gu Zhongyuan, Gu Huafeng, and the middle-aged man, along with the other bidders nearby, all turned to stare at Mu Yuyang. Old sir, may I have a word?
Mu Yuyang addressed Ge Zhongguan.
Then looked at Gu Huafeng and the middle-aged man. Would you two join us as well? Just in case these two managed to successfully bid without my notice. All our efforts would be in vain. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Gu Zhongyuan gestured for the staff to pause the auction and willingly followed Mu Yuyang out of the auction hall. Du Hongying displayed her displeasure but, considering the identity of the individuals involved, could only impatiently pout. The word benefactor from Gu Zhongyuan was almost palpable. She quickly corrected herself. Young friend, is there something urgent you wish to discuss? Since the benefactor prefers to keep her identity and powers a secret, there must be a reason for it. I mustn't speak out of turn. Listening to Gu Zhongyuan's thoughts warmed Mu Yuyang's heart. He truly is as kind as grandfather. She directly changed her address. To be honest, my father was your #1 fan during his lifetime. Therefore, I have held you in high regard for many years. There are some discoveries I wish to share with you at the earliest opportunity. Would you trust me? Upon hearing the term grandfather, Gu Zhongyuan was overjoyed. Hearing her express admiration made him beam even more. I believe you. Please go ahead. Even if you told me the sky would collapse tomorrow, I would believe you. Mu Yuyang gazed at the kindly old man, her tone gentle. Today, when I visited the mine, I discovered that while it appears vast and impressive, there is actually a significant void beneath. I suspect that someone may have tampered with it while the resource department was unaware. Although my understanding may be limited, I still wish to caution you. It would be prudent to remain vigilant. Gu Zhongyuan's white eyebrows twitched. So you no longer wish to acquire this mine? What I mean is, do you believe it's best to forgo this mine? Yes, I was indeed planning to abandon it, Mu Yuyang replied earnestly. Out of respect for you, I merely wanted to offer a humble reminder. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. Then we, the Gu family, shall not pursue it. Gu Zhongyuan declared firmly. After all, this mine was intended to be acquired to find a reason to gift it to my benefactor. Since my benefactor perceives an issue, there is clearly no need for us to buy it. With that thought, he immediately signaled the middle-aged man to inform the auction hall staff. Mu Yuyang let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly felt a pang of compassion and continued. By the way, Grandfather Gu, I previously heard my father mention the tremendous success the Gu family has achieved in cross-border e-commerce over the years. From large-scale new energy equipment to staple grains, you have secured an astonishing market share, firmly establishing yourselves at the forefront of Huagua's cross-border commerce. I wonder if I might have the fortune of procuring a batch of urgently needed staple grains directly from you? In a few days, several neighboring countries will essentially vanish from the map, rather than allowing high-quality grains to go to waste. It would be more beneficial for Grandfather Gu to utilize them to strengthen Huagua's largest private base, thereby saving more of our fellow citizens. She was not a good person, but she remembered how, in her previous life, the Gu base had sheltered countless refugees, those who still harbored kindness amidst the apocalypse, deserving her assistance. Moreover, it was merely a matter of words. The actual situation would still depend on him. Staple grains? Gu Huafeng clearly did not anticipate that the eloquent individual before him merely sought to procure some staple grains. Of course, that's no problem. Guo Zhongyuan responded without hesitation. Instructing Guo Huafeng, I have a connection with this young friend. You must personally oversee the arrangements. Remember, do not earn a single cent of profit from her. Understood, Grandpa. Guo Huafeng pulled out his phone and inquired, how much do you need? When do you require it? I can have someone contact right away.
Mu Yuyang replied decisively.
The more, the better. As for the timing, it must arrive in the capital before tonight. I will send someone to collect it at dawn. The term collect was merely a euphemism. It sufficed that the goods reached a controllable range of the Guo family base. She added, provide me with the account details. I will transfer 100 million as a deposit, with the remainder payable upon receipt of the goods. The seasoned gaze of Guo Zhongyuan suddenly glimmered with intrigue. This young lady's urgency regarding the supplies does not seem like mere commercial procurement. It feels as though she is hinting at something. Guo Huafeng was taken aback, both by the quantity and the urgency. You need it that urgently? Indeed, Mu Yuyang nodded. It is quite urgent. Therefore, I fear only the Gua family can assist me in this matter. She gazed intently at Gua Zhongyuan and Gua Huafeng. Gua Huafeng's mind raced, conjuring various plans. If it were to arrive tonight, the costs would likely escalate significantly. Money is not an issue, Mu Yang asserted. As long as safety is assured. The more the merrier. After tomorrow, it will all be worthless. Gua Huafeng looked at Gua Zhongyuan, fully aware of the importance of the individual before him to his grandfather. Yet he sensed something amiss. Gua Zhongyuan nodded. I will grant you full access to aerial transport permissions. Thank you, Grandpa Gua. Mu Yang understood that the deal was sealed. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the auction hall. All set, sir. Mu Yang was indifferent to the auction's outcome. She glanced at the time, swiftly executed the transfer, exchanged contact details, and courteously took her leave. Gua Zhongyuan watched her departing figure, his murky eyes unexpectedly shining with warmth. Such a straightforward young lady truly aligns with my temperament. If only she were my granddaughter. Thinking this, he shot a glare at Gua Huafeng. Ensure this young man interacts well with our benefactor. Let us hope they ignite some sparks. However, instead of sparks, he noticed Gua Huafeng growing increasingly wooden in demeanor. Red alert. Zombie virus outbreak in Fuqing. Countdown. 7 hours 23 minutes. The aerosol concentration of the virus in the air is nearing the infection threshold. The shrill mechanical voice erupted. Mu Yang's heart tightened, and her fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing. The screams and blood-soaked images from the previous virus outbreak flooded her mind. Is this an early warning? Grandpa? Mu Yang suddenly turned, her expression grave. You must return to the capital within 7 hours. Friends at the meteorological station have warned that Fuqing is about to face extreme weather. Chapter 59. Core Disruption. Collapse Warning. As for the rest, she deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. All right. Thank you for the warning, young friend. Gua Zhongyuan replied with a smile. Yet a flicker of unease passed through his eyes. Is this a clear indication? Just as she was about to leave again, her gaze abruptly fixed on two familiar figures among the bodyguards behind Gua Zhongyuan. Clad in tailored black suits and sunglasses were the two men she had seen previously outside the airport. Are they the Gua family's bodyguards? Why do they seem so familiar? Suddenly, Mu Yang recalled the mysterious individuals who had blocked the road when the elderly soldier had been present that day. No wonder the commotion was so grand, resembling a Hollywood blockbuster. They are indeed the bodyguards of the wealthy. She felt enlightened and turned to leave. Goodbye, Grandpa Gua. Around the corner, she swiftly slipped into a nearby restroom. The next moment, smoke began to billow from the surveillance cameras in the corridor. The lenses were instantly cloaked in a web of condensation, her clever creation using steam. Harvest time, action. Grandpa Gua Huafeng finally revealed the truth. This business. My grandson finds it suspicious. Gua Zhongyuan glared at him, exasperated. You're usually so carefree. You make everyone think you are unambitious. Yet you have a gaggle of women chasing after you. When it comes to pursuing someone, you act like a blockhead and are filled with suspicion. If I had been as inept as you when I pursued your grandmother, I would not have succeeded. Grandpa. Gua Huafeng interrupted the old man's tirade. Though he felt a peculiar connection to Mu Yang, business is business, and feelings are feelings. Isn't that what you taught us? Why bring emotions into a discussion about business now? Gua Zhongyuan, taken aback by the interruption, took a deep breath and said, Do as she says. Our benefactor is quite capable. The words she spoke, both overtly and subtly, likely indicate she wants to assist the Gua family. Understood, Grandpa. Gua Huafeng began making calls. I will arrange it immediately. Mu Yang strolled around Longshu Mountain Villa, leaving with her hands full. Wangwali wood carvings, rosewood cabinets, a vault in the secret room. Boxes of gold bars and gemstones, prized ornamental fish, golden silk Namu furniture, agarwood ornaments, limited edition designer bags, rare diamonds, tea sets, top-grade Maojian tea, dahongpo, coffee machines, coffee beans, ginseng, and bird's nest. She accepted them all. Only after she was satisfied did she leisurely release a few sparks, incinerating the surveillance footage within the villa. She was magnanimous, never harboring grudges over trivial matters. The events at Longshu Mountain Villa held no significance for her. Countdown, 6 hours 19 minutes. She slipped back to the mining area, skillfully avoiding supervision, and found a shaded spot to continue her rest.
Beep.
Detected 0. 32 billion tons of micro-ore. Absorbing. Estimated time, 64 minutes. While Mu Yuyang was resting earnestly, Longshu Mountain Villa was in complete turmoil. Du Hongying was furious, her face flushed. The police were furrowing their brows, utterly perplexed. The guests who had not left were in shock, whispering among themselves. Only Guozhong Yuan, who had just arranged things and was preparing to head to the airport, suddenly recalled the brisk figure. The middle-aged man beside him, Zhou Chongrong, was still in disbelief. Today's thieves are exceedingly bold. They cleared out nearly the entire villa, except for the auction hall. Not a single clue left behind. Sir, do you think that young lady from the Du family has offended some powerful gang? Ordinary thieves would not dare to cause such a ruckus on the Du family's territory.
Recaling du Hongines condescending de Méanor.
Guozhong Yuan inexplicably smiled. Perhaps it was a righteous hero acting on behalf of justice.
Beep.
Successfully collected 32 billion tons of microore. Space upgrade opportunity, 16. Upon hearing the mechanical sound, Mu Yuyang's temples throbbed. She suddenly felt the urge to reprimand the space. Are you serious? Just half an hour ago, there were 61 opportunities, and now there are only 16 left in an hour? Are you slacking off and hoarding upgrade chances?
Space.
Silence ensued. She changed her approach. How many levels are there in total? 100 this time, the space responded. Wasn't it nearly at max level? Mu Yuyang's mood slightly brightened. When a game reaches max level, there are typically super rewards. This space upgrade must be similar. There must be a super reward waiting. Thinking of the grand reward, she immediately dashed toward another mining area. Finding a dense zone of microore, she settled in a shaded spot. With her left hand, she pressed against the ground.
Beep.
Detected 16 billion tons of microore. Absorbing estimated time, 32 minutes. While waiting, she quickly finished her meal and observed the changes in the space. The soil had darkened significantly. The spirit spring pool has expanded significantly. The energy within the pool, once subtle and elusive, now seems almost ready to burst forth. The space itself has grown considerably, large enough that it feels as though a small electric vehicle could traverse it. She cast another glance at the stone, towering approximately 2 meters high. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Success. Collected 16 billion tons of microore. 3 upgrade opportunities. The repeated chime left Mu Yuyang feeling helpless for a moment. She withdrew her hand from the ground and redirected her gaze towards the stone, which still lingered at the misty edge of the space. A transparent barrier rippled like a curtain of water, isolating the stone from the main area, as if it belonged to a separate dimension. The faint red threads on the stone had deepened in hue, now numbering 10. As she pressed her consciousness against the barrier, warmth spread through her, and an even more potent energy surged forth. In a whimsical moment, she mused aloud. Hey there, Brother Stone. How are you feeling today? Care for a little chat? The only response was a profound silence. Have I truly lost my mind, wishing to converse with the stone? Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from outside the space. Mu Yuyang furrowed her brow as her consciousness swiftly retreated, peering toward the source of the sound. A series of thunderous crashes echoed, as if a tempest was raging in the distance. Has that area collapsed? Her pupils quivered as alarm bells rang in her mind. Is it due to the excessive absorption of ore by the space? Orange alert. Energy disruption detected in the core of the mining area. Massive ore absorption has triggered collapse warnings. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The mechanical voice, crackling with static, sounded 10 times sharper than usual. At that moment, a crack formed beneath her feet, resembling a spider's web. Chapter 60. Fainting at the airport. Signs of a virus? Mu Yuyang sprinted away, her speed reaching extraordinary heights. Just 20 meters into her escape, another thunderous roar resounded. Dust billowed behind her as the spot where she had just stood collapsed into a massive pit. This space is terrifying. It nearly scared me to death.
Mu Yuyang gasped.
From now on, just tell me to run if it gets this dangerous. A blood-red alert would suffice. This is hardly orange. Suddenly, she questioned, why do you sometimes communicate in voice and sometimes in text? Is the system on a shift rotation? Or does this space harbor multiple systems? Success. Collected 26 billion tons of microore. What's that you say? Du Hongying roared into her phone, nearly crushing the receiver with her grip. The newly mined area has collapsed. It's completely empty. Yes, yes, came the trembling voice on the other end. The data is completely different from what was previously monitored. What else? she demanded angrily, her tone tinged with panic. It can't be that what's beneath is also gone, right? I spent an extra 50 million for that hidden gold mine. If it's lost, the voice on the other end hesitated. We suspect the ore was stolen recently. The mining traces are all new. That's nonsense.
Duanji insisted.
No one dares to steal or undo family territory. I see. There must be an insider. There's definitely an insider. Investigate. I want an exhaustive search. She abruptly turned to her assistant. And what about the theft at the villa? It's surely the same group at play. You and Lao Tin go investigate. If you don't find anything, you both can get lost. No way. My eyelids are twitching. I must go see for myself.
Lao Wan.
Prepare the car. Success. Collected 0. 26 billion tons of micro-ore. 3 upgrade opportunities. Just one more for a full upgrade? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Mu Yuyang's eyes, and she quickly diverted her focus. Success. Detected 0. 14 billion tons of micro-ore. Absorption in progress. Estimated time. 28 minutes. 24 minutes later, she spotted a familiar vehicle approaching. Is that her car?
Mu Yuyang's pupils constricted.
The limited edition Rolls-Royce was driving down the hill, less than 500 meters away. She unleashed a flicker of flame, which sizzled as it melted through the left front tire.
Creak.
The car's alarm blared, and it screeched to a halt. The occupants inside were startled. What happened? Du Hongying shouted, stepping out of the vehicle, her fury still simmering. Suddenly, she looked up in alarm as the iron sign of the private mining area, severed by the flames, plummeted towards the car's hood.
Ah!
Screams erupted from within the vehicle as the front end crumpled under the impact. Mu Yuyang shook her head disapprovingly from behind the stone. The quality of this tire and sign is quite poor. Someone is definitely trying to harm me. Du Hongying shouted as she leapt from the vehicle, her voice a frenzy. Suddenly, she pointed toward Mu Yuyang's direction. Bodyguards. Someone's over there. Go capture them. Quickly. The bodyguards, begrudgingly, hurried toward the stone pile, thinking, with so many security personnel in this mining area, how could anyone possibly sneak in? Mu Yuyang glanced at the absorption countdown. 46 seconds. She felt a slight sense of calm. A 400-meter uphill run? Unless you're Usain Bolt.
Duanji bellowed.
Are you starving today? Run faster. The bodyguards hastened their pace. She turned to the driver, unleashing another tirade at her assistant. Are you two idiots? Am I paying you to be my servants? Hurry up and get rid of them. Watching the bodyguards rush toward her, Mu Yuyang's brow twitched. Those long legs are surprisingly swift. Just as the bodyguards reached the stone pile and prepared to peek inside, success. Collected 0. 14 billion tons of micro-ore. 1 upgrade opportunity remaining. Full upgrade. It's done. With a thought, Mu Yuyang vanished into the space. The bodyguard, upon pushing aside the stones, was met with an empty cliff face, scratching his head in confusion. What the hell? I felt someone just moments ago. He kicked the stones in frustration, producing echoes as they bounced off the smooth cliff face.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Du Hongying stormed over in her high heels, her nails nearly digging into the rock face. Dig 3 feet into the ground. If you don't find anyone, you're all fired. The head of security, arriving with 2 teams, immediately understood the command. Brothers, grab the Luoyang shovel. Surround them from both sides. Tear up the grass. The bodyguards silently admired. No wonder she can keep people working under her for so long. Such acting. The Oscars owe her a little golden statuette. Countdown, 3 hours and 34 minutes. Mu Yuyang glanced at the time. There were still nearly 2 hours until the flight. She scattered some seeds into the dark soil. Let us take a moment to plant. An hour later, Du Hongying reluctantly retreated with the police, while the head of security collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Pack it up. Beer and barbecue are on me tonight. Hooray. Finally done." As the crowd dispersed, whispers floated into the space. Has President Du gone mad? She must be out of her mind with rage. The villa was robbed, the mine collapsed. Anyone would lose their sanity. Thankfully, I haven't taken over the management there yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't just lose a drink. I'd lose my job. Countdown, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Mu Yuyang finished watering the little seeds with spirit spring water and poured herself a large cup before jumping into her modified vehicle. Time to go home. The tires kicked up dust as the screens in the mining area's surveillance room suddenly went black. What is happening? Did the wires burn out? Countdown, 1 hour and 31 minutes. Outside the airport, Mu Yuyang found a blind spot in the surveillance and retracted the vehicle into the space, buzzing incessantly. Her phone vibrated wildly with messages from Mu Yuliang. As she fished out her phone, she rushed toward security. "Hello, please present your identification."
Dayang?
The voice of the security personnel sounded just as the gasps from the queue behind her echoed simultaneously. Turning back, Mu Yuyang saw an elderly woman in her 60s collapse to the ground. "Dayang, what is wrong?"
Dayang?
"How did it come to this?"
Dayang? Call the medical team.
Quickly, the airport staff sprang into action. The security line quickly reorganized itself. Everything seemed unaffected. However, Mu Yuyang's pupils suddenly constricted as memories from her previous life surged forth. On the day the zombie virus erupted, many collapsed without warning. It has indeed come earlier than expected. Chapter 61. Blood Red Alarm. Zombie Frenzy. Mu Yuyang consciously began to distance herself from the crowd. She placed her accustomed baseball bat and tang knife prominently in her spatial storage. Vigilantly, she queued while checking Mu Yuliang's messages. "Sister, the training has concluded. Just got my phone, happy birthday. I'll come find you right away. Sister, why can't I reach you? I had a terrifying nightmare a few days ago. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Sister, I'm on the plane." I just scrolled through my phone and discovered that my dream eerily aligns with the apocalyptic prophecies circulating online.
Oh my god. So terrifying.
And also, you know I've been accurate with countdowns, right? Yet I haven't been able to get it right these past 2 days, can you believe it? This also coincides with my nightmare and that online post, can you believe it? Sister, don't wander off after you land. Wait for me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su Ruoqiang's call came through. "Muda, I finally got through. The goods arrived at the warehouse half an hour ago, but there's no one there. I'll unlock it now. Deliver the car and goods together. I'll transfer the money immediately." Mu Yuyang hung up and remotely unlocked the warehouse. In the next moment, Su Ruoqiang received a transfer of 3 billion and 10 million. "This woman is swifter than a rocket." He instructed, "Drive the car and goods in. You guys take Lao Yuan's car back. Remember today's events. Keep it to yourselves." Mu Yuyang secured the warehouse door remotely and left a message for Mu Yuliang before hastily boarding the plane. "I hope the flight remains unaffected." Along the way, her keen hearing picked up various gossip. One tidbit from a flight attendant caught her attention. "Xiaoya has taken 2 weeks off? She used to be tough. Never down with minor injuries. Why is she taking so long for a slight cold?"
Sure.
"She's vacationing in Geely Island with her boyfriend from Sakura Country."
What?
Did Sakura Country not just fall a few days ago? Geely Island is so close. She can't be stranded there, right? Geely Island, Sakura Country. Geely Sakura language. A slight tremor ran through Mu Yuyang's heart as she suddenly recalled that strange phone call. Could it be that what they wanted to convey was Geely Island? Was it really just a wrong number? She dialed again, only to be met with a busy signal. Countdown 29 minutes.
Cough, cough, cough.
Coughing echoed throughout the cabin. Some passengers suddenly fainted, while others suffered from high fevers and convulsions. The abnormal signs before the outbreak of the zombie virus spread like a web. Mu Yuyang's fingers tightened slightly, nearly crushing the in-flight meal. "It's coming. It's really coming." Countdown 11 seconds. The plane finally landed safely. She powered on her phone and frantically dialed Mu Yuyang's number. Turned off. Blood red alarm. Surrounding aerosol concentration of the zombie virus exceeds the infection threshold. Zombie virus outbreak countdown 35 seconds. Wasn't Fuqing the first to erupt? Why has Haiqing's countdown shortened instead? Mu Yuyang rushed forward helplessly. "I need to find Yuliang quickly." Countdown 28 seconds.
Cough, cough, cough.
Ahead, 2 people were coughing violently, one of whom had bulging veins in their neck, moving stiffly like a puppet. Mu Yuyang's nerves instantly tightened. They're transforming into zombies so quickly? Countdown 19 seconds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her phone vibrated. It was Mu Yuliang. "Alert everyone. Meet at the luggage carousel," she instructed, her fingers already brushing against the baseball bat in her spatial storage. Mu Yuliang, feeling anxious, instantly furrowed his brow upon detecting her tone of worry and seriousness. His feet quickening. Countdown 7 seconds.
Bang, bang.
2 individuals near Mu Yuliang suddenly collapsed. As the crowd surged toward them. Countdown 1 second. Blood red alarm. First case of zombie transformation detected. Virus spread rate exceeds expectations. Just as Mu Yuliang attempted to maneuver around the crowd, the woman on the ground suddenly sprang to life. Her white eyes rolled back as she lunged at the nearest middle-aged man. Crack. The wet sound of bones breaking mingled with the horrific noise of flesh tearing. The man's arm blackened at a visible speed. As Mu Yuliang ran, he yelled frantically, "Run. Faster."
Ugh.
The increasingly dense cries of alarm echoed behind him. The panic grew, and the cacophony of fleeing became louder. Mu Yuliang had no time to look back. He needed to reach the most important person. Everything else was irrelevant. Sister. Mu Yuliang finally spotted the familiar figure in the crowd. Behind, Mu Yuliang hurled the baseball bat, releasing it like an arrow.
Crack.
The zombie woman's dislocated jaw was accurately smashed off. She tossed another bat to her brother. Aim for the head.
Bang.
With a vigorous swing, Mu Yuliang splattered the zombie's brain matter, mixed with black blood, onto Mu Yuliang's shoes. His stomach churned violently. Yet he gritted his teeth and struck the approaching security zombie. It's in. Murder. Murder. A middle-aged woman, still bewildered, was petrified on the ground after witnessing Mu Yuliang's lethal precision.
Run.
Mu Yuliang ignored the middle-aged woman and pushed Mu Yuliang through the exit. Behind them, the woman's terrified scream rang out. Yes, eating people.
Ugh.
A male zombie lunged at her, roar. Another security zombie, with an oddly large mouth, charged forward, and Mu Yuliang gritted his teeth, swinging the bat.
Bang.
Its skull shattered like a smashed watermelon. Black blood splattered onto his hand. This time, he only retched for 2 seconds before tightly gripping the bat again. Mu Yuliang kicked away the lunging zombie, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. In this life, no one will harm him again.
Bang. Bang.
2 more zombie heads exploded as they dashed outside the airport. Under the streetlight, the owner of a red convertible suddenly slumped out of the vehicle. Immediately after, he stood up in a grotesque position, white eyes swirling. The delivery has arrived. Mu Yuliang smashed the owner's head with a single swing, pulling Mu Yuliang into the car. With a roar, the engine blared, and the red convertible sped off 100 meters. A faint smile flickered in Mu Yuliang's eyes. This sound is quite pleasant, but it easily attracts zombies.
Sister.
Mu Yuliang suddenly pointed to the right. The person who killed me in my dream. She and another woman killed me. That woman even fed me to cats. Mu Yuliang looked over and realized it was the scoundrel base leader from her previous life, Du Xiao. Chapter 62. I have reborn. This cannot be spoken of? In her past life, Du Xiao and her confidants had bullied many in the base, and both Mu Yuliang and Mu Yuliang had suffered greatly. Was it not Fan Qingqi and Li Weishi who caused Yuliang's death, but rather Du Xiao and Li Weishi? Mu Yuliang had no time to ponder. She sharply turned the steering wheel, the red convertible drifting with sparks flying, charging straight toward Du Xiao. A clawing female zombie followed closely behind. Just as Du Xiao jumped into a black sedan, the driver slammed on the gas. The female zombie stumbled and fell, quickly regaining her footing. She bared her teeth menacingly toward the roaring convertible. Mu Yuliang abruptly closed the convertible top, tires screeching against the pavement, and slammed down on the accelerator. The red supercar shot forth like an arrow.
Bang.
The female zombie was sent flying like a rag doll, bone shattering. The red convertible sped off without looking back, the turbulence behind them carrying the remnants of the zombies. Mu Yuliang gazed at the arc in the sky, turning his head to behold the seething hatred in his sister's eyes. Sister, did you also have that dream? That was no dream, Mu Yuliang replied, her gaze fixed intently on the car ahead, her voice as cold as ice.
It was from a past life.
A sudden cacophony erupted as a loud crash resounded at the intersection ahead. A large truck had collided with a delivery vehicle, blocking the road completely.
Screech.
Mu Yuliang slammed on the brakes. The truck driver, pale with fear, lunged at the delivery driver. Do you even know how to drive? My face. The delivery driver's scream pierced the night air. Mu Yuliang leaped from the car, and just as Mu Yuliang saw sparks fly from the surveillance camera, she raised her hands. In an instant, the 2 massive vehicles vanished into thin air.
Gone.
Where did they go? He froze, his grip on the bat slackening in disbelief. Zombies from the truck lunged towards them, and Mu Yuliang swiftly dispatched one with a powerful strike that splattered brains. The delivery driver had just transformed into a zombie when Mu Yuliang swung his bat with force. Thud. The skull caved in. He looked at the bats in their hands. Perplexed. They're clearly the same bats. Why is the impact so different? My strength was among the best in military school. When did my sister become this formidable? The black car had long disappeared. Mu Yuyang returned to the driver's seat, her expression grim.
Get in.
We need to pick up some supplies at the logistics city. Obediently, Mu Yuliang sat down, his mind racing with questions about the vanishing vehicles and the lethal bats. What secrets does my sister harbor? A red sports car crashed into two zombies before coming to a halt at the entrance of the logistics city. Mu Yuyang blinded the surveillance camera with her otherworldly flame, washing the car with her special water before storing it away. This commotion is too loud. We need a more discreet vehicle. Mu Yuliang was once again left speechless. But he understood that curiosity was not an option at this moment. Within the logistics city, 5 male zombies staggered toward them, drawn by the noise. The siblings brandished their bats and within 3 seconds, dispatched all 5 before entering the warehouse. Inside, 2 delivery trucks came into view. After confirming that all weapons inside the truck were intact, Mu Yuyang raised her hands again, and with a swish, the truck along with scattered parcels disappeared. Mu Yuliang swallowed hard. Sister, is this spatial ability? More or less, she replied, her gaze shifting to other warehouses. A blizzard is approaching. After 49 days of snow, there will be rain and flooding. This logistics city is low-lying, and if we don't move these goods, they will be wasted. She handed him a toolbox. You pick the locks, and I'll collect the supplies. Mu Yuyang sped around on a balance bike, gathering everything from steel and concrete to refrigerators, televisions, mobile phones, computers, car parts, frozen foods, and medical equipment. As Mu Yuliang pried open the door to a brick warehouse, 2 zombies lunged at him, one filthy and covered in black blood, the other with an arm gnawed down to the bone. He kicked the male zombie away and smashed the female zombie's head with his bat. Just as the male zombie howled and charged again, he dealt it the same fate.
Wait.
A young man burst from the warehouse. You killed my parents. You have to compensate me. Mu Yuliang was taken aback. Look closely. They were zombies. Flesh-eating zombies. I don't care. The young man rummaged through the rotting pockets of the zombies, unperturbed by the black blood on his fingers. You're responsible for me. I want food, shelter, and 24-hour Wi-Fi. Mu Yuliang couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. You can't be serious. You're talking like you've had a stroke at 20. He turned to leave. You can play by yourself. The young man became frantic, rushing to block his path. If you don't take responsibility, you can't leave.
Bang.
Mu Yuyang kicked the man away, her killing intent palpable. Get lost, or I'll send you to meet your mother. The man scrambled away in terror. Oh my god. She is scarier than the zombies. Mu Yuliang looked at his sister with admiration. That aura. Absolutely unbelievable. They entered a brightly lit, enormous warehouse where zombies inside the trucks were banging against the windows. One zombie, wearing an orange vest, was gnawing on a colleague's leg. Sensing the presence of living beings, it quickly turned.
Bang.
Mu Yuyang struck, shattering its skull. The zombie's head collided with the truck, blood spilling from its mouth. Mu Yuliang glanced at the truck filled with zombies, shouting to Mu Yuyang, Sister, collect the truck. Over 30 zombies surged towards them. Suddenly, Mu Yuyang threw out a steel wire entangled with nails, embedding it into a support column. Let us try the old method. Mu Yuliang cautiously watched for any stragglers. She sped around the column on her balance bike, the wire whirling like a scythe of death. Slicing through the first wave of zombies in an instant, Mu Yuliang dispatched the remaining shorter zombies with precision. After clearing the area, Mu Yuliang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the warehouse brimming with supplies. Generators, solar panels, tons of compressed biscuits. Sister, we're going to get rich. Mu Yuyang retrieved 2 cups of spring water from her space, handing one to Mu Yuliang. They drank deeply, and instantly, their aching muscles relaxed and their stamina restored. Mu Yuliang stared at his cup in disbelief. No way. Is this the spring water mentioned? The kind that replenishes energy and aids in upgrades. Strengthening the body is no problem, Mu Yuyang said, rinsing her bat with the special water and producing a modified vehicle. As for whether it helps with upgrades, we won't know for now. Get in, we're going home. The modified vehicle rolled over gravel as Mu Yuliang excitedly touched the bulletproof glass, trembling with excitement. Sister, this car is amazing. Is that a mounted machine gun? I have several prepared, for you and uncle as well, Mu Yuyang replied, steering the wheel. The doomsday posts online were written by me. I have been reborn. Buzzing sounds filled the air. What? What did you say? Mu Yuliang dug at his ears. Why does it sound like a bee buzzing?
Mu Yuyang repeated.
I said the doomsday posts online were written by me. I have been reborn. Mu Yuliang was the person she trusted and cared for the most in this world. She kept no secrets from him. Yet, the buzzing persisted, a barrier preventing him from fully understanding her words. How strange. I can't hear you clearly. He continued to dig at his ears. So Mu Yuyang surmised the matter of being reborn cannot be spoken of. Chapter 63. Whispered Hearts, Hidden Secrets. Emergency Notice. Emergency Notice. The broadcast crackled with static before a quivering female voice blared. An unknown virus has erupted. Infected individuals will consume flesh.
Repeat.
Infected individuals will consume flesh. Citizens are advised to stay home and await further instructions. Suddenly, the broadcast transformed into a jarring cacophony. The two siblings exchanged grim looks as an unseen gloom began to spread across Blue Star. On the streets, police cars raced by, their red and blue lights flashing ominously. The sirens echoed through the empty streets like the tolling of a doomsday bell.
Mu Yuyang corrected herself.
I had the same apocalyptic dream as you did. The details within were nearly identical to the doomsday prophecy posted online. Given the recent events, I believe everything in the dream will come to fruition. I knew it. Mu Yuliang slapped his thigh. I knew you had a reason for knowing so much. Oh, by the way. He suddenly focused on his sister's hands. Do you also possess fire abilities? I saw several sparks earlier.
Mu Yuyang nodded.
No way. Mu Yuliang gazed at her enviously. How did you get so many golden fingers after waking from your dream? Let me think. You have space, spring water, water abilities, and fire abilities. Even your strength and speed have been enhanced, right? Mu Yuyang nodded slightly almost. Let's not mention mind reading or anything of that sort. He won't dare to entertain wild thoughts in the future. It would be troublesome if he carries a psychological burden. Mu Yuliang, brimming with excitement, nearly leaped from his seat.
Oh my.
6 golden fingers. Our ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke.
Ha ha ha.
Like, continuously for 3 days and nights.
Mu Yuyang chuckled.
Her heart's heaviness lightening a bit. Once we arrive at the villa, he should be even more thrilled. She reached out to tousle Mu Yuliang's hair, saying, I wanted to tell you earlier that it's truly wonderful to see you. The long-lost, warm, and familiar sensation caused tears to shimmer in her eyes. Yes. It's so good to see you. Mu Yuliang beamed as he welcomed the affectionate gesture. You have no idea. I was awakened by a nightmare yesterday and wanted to come back to find you. But the instructor wouldn't allow leave without reason. I tried to feign illness, but he saw right through me. I couldn't just say it was because of a nightmare. It was so frustrating. Thankfully, everything worked out in time. Thank goodness. Don't worry, sister. Though I don't have any golden fingers, I've learned a lot during my time at school. I will definitely protect you well. Absolutely. Mu Yuyang nodded, the tightness in her nose lingering. I know. I certainly do. In my past life, had it not been for your repeated sacrifices to protect me, I would have long been a mere memory. Buzzing, Zhang Jinfeng's call came through. A cold glint flashed in Mu Yuyang's eyes, her murderous intent almost palpable. The zombie outbreak was so sudden that I nearly forgot this beast. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Her voice was calm, devoid of any hint of abnormality.
Yuyang.
Uncle Zhang has been waiting for you for a long time. The abalone at Yunbian Club is getting cold. Zhang Jinfeng feigned a cheerful tone. But the news said there's a virus. She feigned weakness. Oh, it's just a little cold. Zhang Jinfeng coaxed. It's all just to scare the uninformed. It's not that serious. I just called a friend who assured me it's all under control. No need to panic. How about this? Send me your location, and I'll come pick you up.
How can that be?
Mu Yuyang responded evenly. You're my elder. How could I trouble you like this? Please wait a moment. I'll bring a couple of bodyguards along. All right. Such a considerate child. Zhang Jinfeng said, his face beaming with joy. Uncle Zhang will wait for you here. After hanging up, she slammed the steering wheel, causing the modified car to skid and spark. Yunbian Club was not far from her current location. She could arrive in 10 minutes. Mu Yuliang asked sister, is this Uncle Zhang the same Zhang Jinfeng who used to work with Dad? The one responsible for Mom and Dad's deaths? Mu Yuyang's voice turned icy. A beast. The true culprit. Mu Yuliang was taken aback, then realization dawned on him. You mean that the car accident was no accident? It was intentional. Yes, Mu Yuyang's murderous intent surged as she recounted everything to him. including Zhang Jinfeng's scheming and the betrayal by Fan Qingqi and Li Weishi.
Beast.
He is truly a beast. Mu Yuliang's eyes turned red as he drew out a military knife, his voice filled with anger. I'll just kill him and feed him to the zombies.
Yes.
Mu Yuyang's murderous intent intensified, and his lackeys, they all must die. The entrance to Yunbian Club was tightly shut. After Mu Yuyang slammed into another zombie at the entrance. She pressed the horn. Yan Jili, recognizing the occupants of the car, waved frantically. Hurry, open the door. The modified car sped in, and the door closed once more. Under Yan Jili's guidance, Mu Yuyang and Mu Yuliang entered the club. The security was weak. There were only 2 guards at the main entrance. Sparks flew as the surveillance system was destroyed. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Jinfeng greeted them with feigned enthusiasm. Yuyang, you finally made it.
Come in. Come in.
Uncle Zhang has prepared a grand feast for you. We've already eaten. Mu Yuliang retorted coldly. Oh, Yuliang is here too? Zhang Jinfeng noticed him, forcing a smile. Come. Sit down, uncle has good tea. Drinking tea at night will keep you awake. Mu Yuliang's demeanor remained indifferent.
Ah?
Oh, haha. Zhang Jinfeng laughed awkwardly. It's fine. It's fine. Uncle will have someone bring you juice. Before Zhang Jinfeng could speak again, Leah stood up and walked toward the tea area. When your father was still alive, he loved this the most. Zhang Jinfeng attempted to ease the atmosphere by mentioning Mu Xinghai. Young people nowadays don't drink tea much. Hearing Xinghai's name, Mu Yuliang clenched his fists. He cast a glance at his sister. Sister? What are we waiting for? Aren't we going to act? Mu Yuyang raised her teacup and took a delicate sip, the steam obscuring her vision. Uncle Zhang, this pu-er tea is truly delightful. Haha, Zhang Jinfeng's awkwardness vanished. I knew you and Shanghai were very similar. Even your taste is alike. Uncle Zhang, she interrupted suddenly, surveying the intricately carved partitions. What I want to discuss today are all commercial secrets. There aren't any other people in this club, right? Rest assured. Uncle Zhang knows how to conduct business. Zhang Jinfeng assured, his expression showing that he understood the importance of discretion. Leah approached Mu Yuliang with a smile. Please enjoy. Zhang Jinfeng took the opportunity to introduce. This is my private accountant, one of my most trusted individuals. Tonight, Uncle Zhang didn't even keep the servers who served tea. Rest assured. Besides the 2 guards at the entrance, everyone here is one of us. There won't be any leaks. Is that so? Mu Yuyang sensed the chaotic thoughts emanating from the underground chamber, her heart coldly scoffing. Something's off. There's definitely a hidden agenda. Chapter 64. The mutation arrives early. Green eyes in the grass. Mu Yuyang heard that commercial secrets should be discussed in a secure location.
No preparations?
As she spoke, her hypnotic ability stirred. Zhang Jinfeng's eyes flickered for a moment, the muscles at the ends of his brows twitching subtly before he burst into hearty laughter. Look at my memory.
Come.
Follow, uncle. Passing through 3 dark doors, the underground chamber suddenly appeared. Shadows that had been hiding behind the doors swiftly retreated into the dark recesses.
Mu Yuliang's pupils dilated.
What the? So concealed? If no one led the way, we would never find it. Leah, puzzled, nonetheless began brewing tea anew at the chamber's table. Yan Jili discreetly adjusted the curtain covering the safe and the hidden compartments. Zhang Jinfeng wore a smile. This place is quite concealed, right?
For ordinary folks.
Uncle Zhang would never bring them here. Before he could finish a sentence, Mu Yuyang had already thrown a wire to ensnare his neck. As her hypnotic ability dissipated, the expressions of the 3 altered simultaneously. Before they could react, Mu Yuyang had produced a silenced gun in her hand.
Bang! Bang!
She dispatched Yan Jili and Leah with 2 shots and quickly tightened the wire in her grip.
Wait!
Zhang Jinfeng's pants darkened with fear, the mingled scent of urine and terror wafting towards her. He raised his hands in a pleading gesture, panic etched on his face. Yuyang. There must be a misunderstanding between us. My gun. My gun. This wretched woman is just an actress. I want to kill her. Kill her.
Swish.
Mu Yuyang tightened the wire, and Zhang Jinfeng's body separated at the neck. With frost in her gaze, her voice icy as she said, if there's any misunderstanding, go discuss it with my parents in the underground. Zhang Jinfeng's pupils reflected her frigid stare. The car accident was perfectly orchestrated. How could it be? His consciousness faded amidst the excruciating pain from his severed neck. Mu Yuliang stared at the 3 bodies bleeding out on the floor, astonished. Sister, Where did you get the gun? They just died? Is the grudge against our parents avenged?
I
Haven't done anything yet. Mu Yuyang retrieved a gun from beneath the table in the chamber and handed it to Mu Yuliang. I initially intended to leave him half alive to suffer a bit more. However, he was hiding a gun and I couldn't take the risk. However, Mu Yuyang suddenly narrowed her eyes, glancing toward the dark compartment behind the curtain. The vendetta is not yet complete. Before the words left her lips, she fired a shot into the darkness. A shriek echoed as a shadowy figure within the compartment recoiled, dropping the dagger from its hand. Mu Yuyang opened the dark door. Pressing her gun against the man's temple, I have left you a fish that slipped through the net. Huang Shu. Mu Yuliang recognized the man before him as Huang Ji, assistant to Mu Xinghai. Trembling uncontrollably, his face smeared with tears and snot, he pleaded. He forced me to reveal our itinerary. It was him pushing me. I did not harm them. I did not.
Ha.
Mu Yuliang's disappointment morphed into a cold, mocking smile as he raised his gun.
Bang.
Mu Yuyang effortlessly devoured the contents of the safe, swiftly collecting items from the club into her space. Guard the door. Alert me if anything happens. Yes. Without hesitation, Mu Yuliang headed toward the entrance. A plethora of rosewood furniture, rosewood ornaments, jade swords, premium teas, assorted drinks, cakes, desserts, and exquisite foie gras. Why not take it all? Mu Yuyang took everything. A sister. Mu Yuliang lowered his voice. A security guard is coming. Just a worker trying to make a living. A quick knock will suffice. Mu Yuyang replied impassively, handing him a frying pan. She then ascended directly to the second floor. Just as she prepared to unleash her insatiable appetite for plunder once more, two remarkably agile shadows lunged at her. She sidestepped the attack, swiftly drawing a Tang Dao from her space. Before one shadow could land, it suddenly rebounded off the wall, launching itself at her again. Without hesitation, Mu Yuyang swung her blade at the shadowy figure, which was already fading from view. Clang, clang. The stench of blood spurted forth as the shadow was cleaved in half. One half writhed on the ground, its claws deeply embedded in the marble floor. Thud. The other shadow seized the moment to pounce at Mu Yuyang's face, its green eyes glinting with inhuman ferocity. Rather than retreating, Mu Yuyang advanced, the Tang Dao slicing through the air with a cutting sound. The blade precisely severed its neck. Crack. The blade's glimmer tore through the air, and the body, now stained with warm blood, crashed to the ground, confirming that danger had passed. She turned her gaze to the two shadowy figures fading into the distance. They were two cats, clearly mutated, standing about half a human's height. The mutation of animals in this era is truly astonishingly swift, she mused, expertly extracting the transparent crystal nucleus from the mutated cat's skull. A fleeting image of a green-eyed black cat flashed through her mind. That cat did not change much in size, yet it was evidently mutated. What exactly has changed? Fragments of memories that did not belong to her attempted to flicker before her eyes. She suddenly felt as though she had encountered that green-eyed black cat in more than one lifetime. A throbbing headache surged, forcibly interrupting her thoughts. How long will this spatial aftereffect persist? She washed the crystal nucleus and placed it into her space, continuing her collection. When Mu Yuyang contentedly returned to the first floor, she found two security guards sprawled on the ground. Both knocked unconscious, sister. Mu Yuliang said, returning the frying pan to Mu Yuyang. This pan is quite useful. Please keep it. Mu Yuyang accepted the pan as Mu Yuliang shut the door. The door isn't that cold. Have sweet dreams. Security guard, you're quite nice. The two disposed of Zhang Jingfeng's body outside the club. The zombies by the roadside, drawn by the rich scent of flesh and blood, approached excitedly. The branches of two willow trees slithered toward them like venomous snakes. Just as they were within 5 meters, they suddenly halted, sensing an eerie stench of blood. Is it from those two cats? The two willow trees instinctively recoiled. Those two cats are our ancestors. If they can take care of them, these two people are undoubtedly formidable. We must make a hasty retreat. The vehicles roared as the two swiftly departed from the Cloud Edge Club.
Bang!
Another wandering zombie was violently struck aside by Mu Yuyang. Yet, unlike the previous zombies, this one followed her vehicle at an astonishing speed. A speed-mutated zombie. Mu Yuliang exclaimed, glancing in the rear-view mirror. A mutated zombie? Mu Yuyang frowned. Its skin has taken on a bluish-black hue. It is one of the first infected, having directly inhaled the virus. I recall from my dreams that even the first batch only began to mutate after half a month, and their numbers were almost negligible. Yes. Mu Yuliang nodded in agreement. I also remember they didn't appear so early.
Creak.
Mu Yuliang slammed on the brakes. She retrieved a wolf tooth club, a short knife, and a pair of gloves from her space, handing them to Mu Yuliang. The wolf tooth club had been his greatest desire in the past life. The short knife was for extracting crystal nuclei, or dealing with smaller mutated plants and animals. The gloves effectively prevented contact with decaying flesh. As Mu Yuliang gripped the wolf tooth club, an exhilarating thrill surged through him. This wolf tooth club truly resonates with my very soul. My sister truly understands me. As for the short knife meant for extracting crystal nuclei, he involuntarily recalled the nightmarish scenes of powers wielding short knives to dig out crystal nuclei from brain matter.
Ugh.
He felt a wave of nausea, but quickly bit it back. Mu Yuyang swiftly drew her Tang Dao warning. Once mutated zombies appear, the numbers of mutated plants and animals will surge. Be cautious. Before her words faded, she had already leaped from the vehicle. The speed mutated zombie, detecting the scent of fresh humans, surged to its utmost speed. Grr, grr, meat, eat meat.
Mu Yuyang's gaze sharpened.
Not far away in the grass, several pairs of green eyes were fixated on them. Chapter 65, Howling Wolves in the Apocalypse, Electric Net Protecting the Home. As the zombie lunged within 2 meters.
Mu Yuyang swung her Tang Dao lightly. Whoosh.
The zombies had spun off with a slicing sound. Brain matter arched through the air in a dark red arc, thudding against the clusters of green light. 5 mutated wolves, nearly a meter tall at the shoulder, glimmered with green light in their eyes. They howled as they sprang forth, claws scraping the ground and sending sparks flying. Drool dripping from their fangs corroded the asphalt. They sought to tear her apart while she was distracted. The blade of Mu Yuyang flashed like lightning. The first wolf pounced before her, and with a swift motion, the blade struck. She spun to evade the others, continuing to wield her Tang Dao against the second and third. Mu Yuliang reacted swiftly, stepping forward from behind her. And with a mighty thud, the wolf tooth club smashed into one wolf's head. Instantly, he swung it at another. In less than half a minute, all 5 mutated wolves lay dead. Search for the crystal nuclei. Mu Yuyang dashed toward the direction where the zombies had fallen. Move quickly. The variables are too great. Mutated wolves have appeared in the city so rapidly. We must be even more vigilant tonight. Under the streetlight, she found a transparent zombie crystal nucleus. 2 transparent wolf crystal nuclei, and 1 nearly white one. White? Level 2? Mu Yuyang gasped in astonishment. The apocalypse has only just begun, and already a near-level 2 mutated beast has appeared. In her past life, the major base had researched that crystal nuclei range from level 1 to 10 in colors: transparent, white, pink, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black. An ominous premonition lingered, tightening her chest. We must return. We will discuss matters at dawn. Mu Yuliang, suppressing his nausea, handed over the crystal nucleus smeared with brain matter. Sister, you keep this. She cleaned it with the anomalous water and returned it to her space. You have adapted much faster than in my dreams. The 2 hopped into the car and sped away. Upon reaching Yunding Villa, safety personnel identification automatically marked. We have arrived. From now on, this will be our Yunding safety base, Mu Yuyang declared, jumping out of the car. Thud. A hissing sound. A mutated wolf collided with the invisible intelligent defense electric net, instantly turning to ashes. Amid the smell of charred flesh, another mutated wolf, unable to stop in time, also met its fiery demise. The remaining wolves, witnessing this, turned tail and fled into the darkness. In the distance, the green eyes atop the trees flickered, casting ghostly shadows in the night. They have been following us all along? Mu Yuliang was drenched in cold sweat from fear. They had just entered Mu Yuyang's mind-reading range when they were discovered. She remained unfazed, assuring him, "Do not worry. The villa is essentially surrounded by an intelligent defensive electric net. Without permission, no one can enter." An intelligent defensive electric net? Mu Yuliang's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Sister, your golden finger is simply extraordinary. No wonder you said this place is a safe base. It truly is secure. She led her brother towards the back of the villa, suddenly raising an eyebrow. I guess you're hungry and want to eat meat skewers? Mu Yuliang's eyes sparkled even more. Sister, you Haven T unlocked mind-reading abilities again, have you? He noticed another familiar villa behind the winery and gasped, ISNT, that the one from Tianyuan? You brought that one too. Mu Yuyang nodded. Yes, that is our safe house. All your treasures from childhood are inside. Oh my gosh. He jumped with excitement, sprinting towards the villa. This technology, this sense of security. Sister, you are not just invincible. You are heading for the heavens. As he reached the front door, a mechanical voice echoed, cleaning in progress. Cleaning completed, welcome home. A beam of light swept over him, washing him from head to toe, and the door swung open. Absolutely amazing. He dashed inside, suddenly drawn to the kitchen by the aroma of meat.
Wow.
Meat skewers. Sister, you are my forever idol. He grabbed a skewer and began to devour it. Delicious. So tasty. Suddenly he froze. Luo Yi was standing there, holding a photo frame in one hand and an arm strengthener in the other, watching him intently. Beside her, Mu Shuiyang and 7 little dogs stared at him with sparkling eyes. Seeing Mu Yuyang enter with a bright smile, Luo Yi hurriedly put down the arm strengthener.
Yuyang.
Wong Wong. Mu Shuiyang rushed to her feet. The 2 humans and 8 dogs swiftly surrounded her. Mu Yuyang affectionately ruffled Mu Shuiyang's head and petted the 7 little pups. She suddenly playfully scolded Mu Shuiyang. It's only been a few hours, and you've gotten even bigger. Luo Yi, I was so worried. I sent you messages when I saw the news, but I was afraid a call would delay your escape. I was frantic. She patted Luo Yi's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, both Yuliang and I are fine. As Mu Yuliang approached, munching on the meat skewer, the 2 introduced themselves. Mu Yuyang pointed at Mu Shuiyang. This is the canine leader of our base, Mu Shuiyang. Wang Wu. Awa Wang. That's right. The canine king is this dog. Mu Shuiyang held his head high, his tail thumping against the floor. These are Er Yang to Ba Yang, all his little brothers. She pointed at each of the 7 little dogs, who wagged their tails excitedly. Watching his sister being surrounded by the humans and dogs, Mu Yuliang's eyes glimmered with joy. It's completely different from the nightmare. Everyone will definitely survive. Suddenly, he stared at Luo Yi, stunned. Is this the crazy woman who saved my sister in the dream? Then he looked at Mu Shuiyang. And this dog? The one who saved my sister in the dream? He turned back to Mu Yuyang. This is wonderful. They are all the light from your dreams. By the way, he suddenly pulled out a box from his backpack. This is your birthday gift. Mu Yuyang looked at the familiar packaging, her heart swelling with emotion. Inside the box was a limited edition egg dog, which looked just like Mu Shuiyang. It even had a bright stone hanging from its neck, collected from Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. In her previous life, Fan Qingqi had carelessly tossed it to a zombie. It was her only cherished memento. She carefully unwrapped it and smiled. This gift is fantastic. In this lifetime, I will never let anything I care about come to harm. The large stone in the space trembled inexplicably before returning to calm. Today is Yuyang Jia's birthday. Luo Yi blushed and scratched her head. I didn't prepare a gift. How about I cook you a bowl of noodles? Before she could finish, a little figure floated over, carrying a cake and fried egg noodles, singing a birthday song. The cake had a singing electronic candle, and the runny yolk on the fried noodles was still bubbling. Even the green onions were arranged in a heart shape. Luo Yi looked at the noodles, feeling dejected. This robot even steals my thunder in cooking noodles. And cooks them better than I do. What is the point of me being alive? Boo-hoo. Unaware of Luo Yi's inner turmoil, Mu Yuliang focused on the mini Mu Yuyang, excitedly joining in the song. The 8 dogs also joined in with their barks, and Luo Yi could only sing along with tears in her eyes.
Ding.
Transformable space has reached LV11. Chapter 66, Invulnerable Green Eyes Dream. The blue light burst forth, filling the screen with stars, and Mu Yuyang squinted from the brightness. Is this a timely birthday gift? Cloudtop Safe Base Defense Value 2100 Safe House unlocks Super Intelligent Protective Shield Defense Value 3000. Even level 6 zombies have to kneel. Dreaming of touching the safe house? Not a chance. She raised an eyebrow. I was just saying it casually. And the space really calls this a safe base and safe house? Quite cooperative. Moreover, Mu Yuyang observed the range of the light shield in her mind. This time the entire mountain villa has been upgraded. The safety level has increased significantly. Space land, spiritual energy fertile soil, purifies toxic soil, enhances growth speed by 2-fold. It can even accelerate growth. In this lifetime, I truly have to bow for 5 pecks of rice. Combat reward Zombie Nemesis set, LV3, gathered 3 sets. I'll arrange it for tomorrow. The Invulnerable Trio is about to go live. Crystal Core Black Market online, click to enter. Mu Yuyang was taken aback. Crystal core black market? A black market? Are you serious? Upgrade count, 89 times, 24H cooling down, transformable space awaiting upgrade, still requires cooling down? Space, come out. I 1T hit you, I promise. Space. Do you think I believe you? There's no way I'm coming out, but the words black market. The blue light flickered, undergoing slight changes. Crystal core exchange system, online, click to enter. Crystal cores can be exchanged for artifacts. Click me. Click me. Is it really possible? Suddenly, strange noises came from outside the house. What is that sound? Mu Yuliang dashed to the window, alert. Luo Yi, however, was much calmer. That sound appeared during the day. The villa's walls have become more high-tech, and a little Yuyang emerged. There's no danger. Mu Yuliang, astonished once again, exclaimed, the walls have grown taller on their own? They transformed into a transparent protective shield. Little Yuyang blinked his adorable eyes and explained, this is a super-intelligent protective shield. Once fully covered, it can withstand any attack. From firearms to toxic smoke, it's all manageable. Can it withstand any attack? Mu Yuliang found it hard to believe. This is too cool. Little Yuyang nodded emphatically and continued, the ore brought back by the master is rich in energy. Enough to envelop the entire cloud up. As long as there's food, even if the entire blue star falls, everyone can live forever. If the entire blue star falls, what about Uncle and the others? Mu Yuliang's excitement dimmed slightly. That statement feels heavy. Listening to Mu Yuliang's heartfelt words, Mu Yuyang's heart tightened. Yes, that statement feels heavy. Sister, it's time to make a wish and blow out the candles. Mu Yuliang forced a smile. I've never eaten cake in such a cool safe house before. I can't wait. Luo Yi immediately echoed, me too. Wong Wong Awo. We can't wait either. Little Yuyang swiftly conjured 8 bowls of steak resembling cakes. Dogs should not consume high-sugar, high-fat foods. Let us eat some steak instead. The dogs looked dejected. Wang Wu, no, please. But upon smelling the aroma, their expressions changed. Wong Wong Awo. Oh, it smells so good. As laughter erupted among the trio, they watched the adorable little ones change expressions at lightning speed. While enjoying birthday noodles, Mu Yuyang turned to Luo Yi and said, the outside world is perilous. It will be quite some time before order is restored. Until we ensure safety, could you assist me as my aide? Luo Yi, head bowed and clutching her clothing, looked remorseful. Sister Yuyang, I am truly honored, grateful, and happy to work for you. However, I currently possess no skills. Compared to Xiao Yangyang, I feel utterly useless, a burden to my savior. I hope you can assign me more tasks in the future, no matter how arduous. Mu Yuyang gazed at her with compassion. You silly girl. In my heart, you are as valuable as Yuliang, deserving of the finest things in life. An idea flickered in her mind about the newly launched crystal core exchange system. Though I have yet to fully comprehend it, it should be quite similar to my thoughts. She suggested, once we finish planting at the villa, we shall venture out to slay zombies and harvest crystal cores. These cores can awaken supernatural abilities, provide energy, and facilitate upgrades, eventually becoming a form of currency. Slaying zombies? Although apprehensive, Luo Yi trusted her unconditionally. If Sister Yuyang says we can kill them, we certainly can. With thoughts of their recent training igniting her enthusiasm, her eyes sparkled. I shall intensify my training. I want to make Sister Yuyang the wealthiest person.
With that,
she dashed toward the door, exclaiming, training. Intensified training. Upon her return, Mu Yuyang feigned seriousness, saying, what are you practicing at this late hour? Go soak in a bath and sleep. If you don't rise by morning, your bottom will be sore. Mu Yuliang burst out laughing. Sister, you've said that since we were young, my bottom has never been sore.
Neither has mine.
Hurry, go take a bath and sleep. We start training promptly, at 6:30. Mu Yuyang shot him a glare and finished her soup. I'll also go take a bath. Xiaoyang will be in your care. Xiao Yangyang raised her hand. There are 7 little ones. They must also bathe daily. Don't worry, I will arrange everything clearly. Mu Yuyang playfully rubbed the soft, adorable face of Xiao Yangyang. You look like a little doll. How can you be so capable? You're truly impressive. Hee, I am indeed very impressive. I am the most splendid one among robots. As laughter gradually faded and night deepened, Mu Yuliang was once again plagued by nightmares. In his dream, he witnessed Li Weishi and Fan Qingqi in a secret affair. As he sought to confront Li Weishi, he discovered that she was also entangled with the married base leader, Du Xiao. The powerful ability user guarding the door exposed him, and he was mercilessly tortured by Du Xiao. What sent chills down his spine was that the woman named Li Weishi was laughing as she carved pieces of his flesh. The scene abruptly shifted, and Mu Yuyang found herself in a similar predicament. Suddenly, flames crackled ominously, and a pair of eerie green eyes fixated on them, unblinking, as if poised to leap from the dream into reality. Chapter 67. The Surge of Crystal Cores. The Black Market Awaits. Mu Yuliang awoke with a start, his heart racing. He instinctively reached for his lower back, the phantom pain of being skinned still vivid, his fingers grazing a sheen of cold sweat. The nightmarish images lingered in his mind, and those eerie green eyes haunted him. With tears welling up, he lamented, "It is my failure to protect my sister. Knock, knock, knock. Rise and shine, sleepyhead." Mu Yuyang's cheerful voice belied the tight ache in her heart. "I was puzzled earlier. Didn't Fan Qingqi and Li Weishi cause Yuliang's demise? Why is it now Du Xiao and Li Weishi? It seems he suffered terribly in his dream. Initially, I only wanted to eliminate that scoundrel, but now." Mu Yuliang opened the door, his eyes reddened. "Sister, this time, you must not forgive Fan Qingqi." "Rest assured," she replied, noting her brother's bloodshot eyes and nodding firmly. "Once we awaken from this nightmare, we shall part ways with them. Though we may have temporarily lost one, the prepared doomsday gift package remains intact. None shall be spared. To the ends of the earth, we shall pursue them relentlessly."
Good. Mu Yuliang exhaled, relieved.
"Then the events of the dream shall not come to pass. However, anyone who dares to harm my sister, dream or not, I shall ensure they pay in blood." With dark intentions bubbling beneath the surface, he maintained a facade of ease. "I'll freshen up and be right there." After their morning exercises, a sumptuous breakfast awaited them. Mu Yuliang's favorite soup dumplings, fresh shrimp wontons, yangchun noodles, and pork rib rice cakes. Luo Yi's preferred pot stickers, soup buns, and xiaomai, while Shuyang's exclusive meat bowl brimmed with various meats. The 7 little ones had grown a bit more, and the tender steak pieces had been replaced with chewy morsels. Freshly ground soy milk shimmered with a faint golden light, brimming with energy. As he ate, Mu Yuliang praised, Xiao Yangyang's culinary skills could make even a 5-star chef bow down.
Mu Yuliang nodded.
Munching on a shiitake mushroom beef bun. "Indeed, it's quite delightful." Suddenly, the phone erupted with news alerts, unceasing since yesterday. People transformed into cannibalistic monsters. Hell has descended. An unknown virus has erupted in multiple regions, dubbed the zombie virus by netizens. Another nation has fallen. The apocalypse is upon us. Air tests reveal an unknown virus. Humanity faces extinction. Governments and military forces are collaborating closely to eradicate the monstrous beings. Time perception feels distorted. Some claim a single day feels like 150 hours. Renowned scientists have gone missing. Comments. Microparticles are abnormally active. The Earth resembles an incubator. Mu Yuliang's expression darkened as he tightened his grip, inadvertently breaking the porcelain spoon. "What the? Am I really this strong?" "Perfectly normal.
Just get used to it."
Luo Yi remarked, casting a quick glance at the news before rushing out. "Sister Yuyang, I'm off to till the land and plant vegetables. If we finish today, we can go hunt zombies tomorrow." I feel a mix of fear and excitement. Mu Yuyang scrutinized the news, her brow furrowed. This time, the pace is swifter than the last. The zombies are evolving faster. We must swiftly acquire crystal cores. In the previous life, they had no supernatural abilities, but in this life, they had enhanced their bodies with spiritual spring water, and she held onto a sliver of hope. As she pondered crystal cores, her thoughts summoned the crystal core exchange system, which materialized like the blue light screen that introduced the space, seamlessly embedded within it. It responded to her consciousness, shifting closer or farther away, expanding or contracting. A frenzied passage of text flooded her mind. Crystal cores contain microstellar energy, capable of synthesizing all things. She suddenly recalled terms like rich micro-gemstones and micro-ores. She also remembered a widely circulated saying online. When humans die, they become ghosts. When ghosts return to the micro. When humans become micro, micro gives rise to all things. The micro was the primordial energy particles that dissipate after the extinction of all things, also referred to as microparticles or soul microparticles. Is it possible, she mused, That the micro and microstellar energy and the micro and microparticles refer to the same concept? And that the fixation on micro-ores by the space and Xiaoyangyang, as well as the reliance on crystal cores for supernatural upgrades, stems from the fact that microstellar energy encapsulates this primordial energy? Is this the fundamental reason crystal cores have become the currency of the apocalypse? The instant this thought emerged, her craving for crystal cores surged. Regardless of whether my conjecture is correct, acquiring wealth is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Her focus returned to the crystal core exchange system, revealing a sequence of numbers. Standard exchange rules: Level 1 crystal core, 1, Level 2 crystal core, 10, Level 3 crystal core, 100, Level 10 crystal core, 1 billion. The more microstellar energy, the more extraordinary the treasures unlocked. Standard? She pondered, scratching her head. What does that phrase mean? Currently, the system had unlocked 2 pages. The first page was filled with supernatural pills, each color corresponding to the level of crystal cores. Level 1 pill, transparent, price 10, effect, heals minor injuries. Elevates physical and mental prowess to level 1, provides 10 microstellar energy. Level 5 pill, orange, price 100,000, effect, heals moderate injuries. Elevates physical and mental prowess to level 5. Mu Yuyang's eyes brightened. Currently, my mental capacity is at level 4. This pill can elevate it to level 5. However, upon seeing the dazzling price of 100,000, her spirits waned slightly. Perhaps I should train a bit more. Level 10 pill, black, price 10 billion, includes the Title King of Debt. Effect, cures all pains. She gazed at the staggering figure of 10 billion, muttering, surely, this number must exist only in dreams? The title seemed rather ostentatious, and the effects were indeed extraordinary. Alas, I can only admire it from afar. At the bottom of the page, an independently existing colorful capsule caught her eye. Ability activation pill, price 50, effect, activates the most compatible ability based on one's constitution. This could be promising. A spark of energy ignited within her. 50 times 2, that S100 first level mutated zombies. I must ensure both Yuliang and Yi are equipped. The second page was filled with high-tech treasures, geothermal energy extractors, compact fully automated planting devices, long-range surveillance systems, perpetual motion light engines, and combat drones. Although all were in a gray-locked state, her excitement surged. Once I accumulate enough micro-star energy, I shall arm the base to the teeth. What's this? She suddenly noticed small text flickering in the corner. The black market entrance is on the last page. There really is a black market? She hurriedly flipped the pages. Let us see what treasures the black market holds. Can't turn the page? The small text morphed into a mocking face. Oh ho? You wish to browse the black market without enough crystal cores? Beggar, scram. You don't even get to see the entrance. Mocking light waves. Bio is the system this insolent now? I want to file a complaint.
Oh, no costume servisa, mukin light babas.
Bio, the text flickered and vanished. Mu Yuyang was momentarily stunned, realizing she had nowhere to lodge her complaints. She abruptly stood up. Let us go. We need to gather crystal cores. The space was darkly simmering with anger. This is intolerable. We must visit the black market. And if not, I won't stop until I do. Yes, exactly. Thus, in a fit of indignation, she resolved. It must be dealt with. Chapter 68. The Eerie Plant. Snake Branch Assault.
What? Gatir crystal cores?
Mu Yuliang paused with his hand holding a sun hat. Then what about the land? Should we not cultivate it? With land available but not cultivated, my grandfather might just rise from his grave to knock some sense into me. We must cultivate, she asserted firmly, but with high-tech methods for maximum efficiency. The space could be exchanged for it, requiring just 100 micro-star energy. Mu Yuliang's eyes sparkled. That sounds splendid. Wait, what is micro-star energy? The energy within crystal cores, she replied, retrieving the stock of crystal cores, 2 first-level mutated cat cores and 1 first-level mutated zombie core. Just as she was curious about how animal crystal cores were calculated, the system automatically displayed the exchange page. Select all. First-level mutated cat -2, 16. First-level mutated zombie -1, 1. First-level mutated wolf -4, 48. Near second-level mutated wolf -1, 9. Total redeemable. 0. Click to redeem. Quite considerate of them. They even separately listed near second-level ones. Her eyes brightened slightly. This near second-level core is worth all the first-level cores combined. Considering the usual circumstances, she pondered. Aside from the zombie cores, the others likely fall under extraordinary circumstances. Resolutely, she clicked Select All, and the page refreshed. Select All. First level mutated cat -2. 16. Total redeemable. 164. Click to redeem. Upon pressing the button, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have obtained 164. Current balance. 164. Mu Yuyang withdrew her consciousness and raised an eyebrow at Mu Yuliang. Under normal circumstances, we still need 84 first-level zombie cores to establish tech-based cultivation. Normal circumstances? Mu Yuliang inquired. What about extraordinary circumstances? With a glint in her eye, she replied, then I suggest you focus on preserving your life. After all, second-level zombies may be fiercer than first-level ones. Mu Yuliang shivered. That joke is rather chilling. Yet, Mu Yuyang had already turned to seek out Luo Yi. Yuyang Jia, look. The potatoes have already sprouted. Luo Yi waved a hoe, her eyes sparkling. The soil even glimmers faintly. It's truly miraculous. No wonder it's fertile land, Mu Yuyang marveled. Glancing at the soil Luo Yi was tilling, but this soil is not merely subpar. Unfortunately, the space upgrade is a bit sluggish. Fully automated planting devices? Maximum efficiency? Luo Yi's eyes glimmered. It sounds incredibly sophisticated. I can hardly wait to set off. By the way, Yuyang Jia, which tool do you think is more suitable for dealing with zombies, this hoe or the shovel? With a flick of her wrist, Mu Yuyang summoned an array of cold weapons: long swords, claw knives, tang swords, crescent axes, camping axes, tridents, wolf fang clubs, hook clubs, grabber sticks, ram-horn hammers, long-handled hammers, brick hammers, and even blood-dripping devices and paired flails. Take a look which one feels right. Luo Yi's eyes widened. Yuyang Jia, your magic is more impressive than the Spring Festival Gala, she exclaimed, already picking up a trident to demonstrate. This axe resembles what our village hunter uses. He has slain wolves and pythons with it. This will do, Mu Yuyang declared. This axe is extended for just the right purpose of zombie slaying. She then conjured a sea of firearms, submachine guns, sniper rifles, shotguns, filling the ground. Mu Yuyang's jaw dropped. Sister, did you just bring out an arsenal? He eagerly grabbed one, singing its praises. This one looks cool. This one is even more impressive. Having guns is already remarkable, and we can choose. I'm finally moving up in the world. Sister, you are my eternal idol. Luo Yi was so flustered she nearly lost her words. So many real guns? Mu Yuyang shrugged. I just happened to clear out those scoundrels' illegal stash while rescuing you. Luo Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. You can save people and clear out guns at the same time. What kind of divine operation is this? She and Mu Yuliang excitedly selected guns, both dazzled by the options. They occasionally emitted squeals of delight. Mu Yuyang also chose 2 guns for herself, stacking them alongside the tang sword, baseball bat, and bullets in the most accessible spot of the space. Once the 2 finished selecting, she thought, weapon training is a must. Just these 2. I choose this handgun and axe. The duo brandished their weapons, their eyes gleaming like searchlights. The Doomsday Squad was officially formed. She handed over a pouch of bullets, reminding while attaching a silencer. The silencer only reduces noise to 100 decibels, so use it sparingly. Then she retrieved tactical gear. Yuliang's adaptability is strong, so he'll take level 2, while E will wear level 3. Although the current zombies generally lacked combat prowess, scratches and bites could still be fatal. They must be fully armed before every outing. Hurry and change. The tactical gear was intricately designed, allowing the wolf fang club and trident to be slung across the back, while 2 firearms were concealed in thigh holsters for quick access. The 2 eagerly fumbled their way back inside to change, their eyes shining with excitement. Mu Yuyang slipped into the space and emerged donned in a first-level combat suit. The dark fabric glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. With a flick of her wrist, a blue-black modified vehicle, resembling a beast, crushed the gravel and came to a halt. The front was equipped with a welded spike bumper, and the tires were wrapped in anti-slip chains, a true doomsday standard. Mu Yuliang's eyes gleamed. My favorite color. Did you modify it just for me? She tossed him the keys, her expression affectionate. Give it a try. All right, idol. He gleefully hopped into the car, grinning from ear to ear. Luo Yi emerged after changing, her complexion fair and delicate from the nurturing of spiritual water. And the combat suit made her look valiant. In contrast to Mu Yuyang's frosty demeanor, hers exuded a different kind of beauty.
Absolutely stunning, Mu Yuyang praised.
Luo Yi blushed and lowered her head. Yuyang Jia, you're teasing me. I never tell jokes, Mu Yuyang replied, helping her adjust the weapon belt. For now. Observe from the car, and once you're familiar, we'll practice outside. If you can't handle it, just hide. Always remember, safety first.
Yes.
Luo Yi nodded, secretly resolving, I will become Yuyang Jia's strongest support. Mu Yuyang ruffled Luo Yi's hair and climbed into the vehicle with her. Inside, Mu Yuliang slammed the accelerator, the roar echoing. Sister, this car suits me perfectly. Ha ha ha, I suspect you are the worm in my belly. Mu Yuyang shot him a glance. You're the worm. Now hurry and drive. Ha ha ha. I'm your little glutton, your lazy bug, a snot worm. He chanted his various nicknames. Mu Yuyang sighed in exasperation. What a handsome young man, yet he possesses such a chattering disposition. The modified vehicle surged forth from the Yunding Mountain Villa like a bolt of black lightning. The tires crunched over the gravel road with a resounding crackle.
Mu Yuyang,
Grasping the steering wheel, swayed it left and right. Sister, how about we head to the Haina distillery first? When we disbanded the winery, Dad sent a large batch to Haina. We might run into some familiar faces. Let's first go to the Bihue Bay Villa area. Mu Yuyang enlarged the navigation map. That place is nearby and sparsely populated, just right for her to practice. The distillery is crowded with thousands of people. We can go there tomorrow. No matter how urgent it is, we cannot take risks. This is a principle. Luo Yi gazed out of the window, her fingers nervously tracing the textured grip of her three-bladed axe. Suddenly, she pointed and screamed. Look, what is that? In the greenery, peculiar purple-red leaves sliced through the air with a hissing sound, as a branch of a crooked willow tree shot forth like a venomous serpent. Chapter 69. Vines shatter windows. Beetles assault. Mu Yuyang's pupils constricted. Mutated plant. Yuliang, stop the car. It has a crystal core. The tires screeched against the ground, leaving behind charred marks. The willow branch was a mere 10 centimeters from the car window. The dark green pus from the purple-red leaf veins dripped ominously. She forcefully kicked open the car door, and the cold glint of her Tang Dao flashed. At the moment of its arc in the air, the blade had reduced the willow leaves to mere powder. The severed branch erupted with dark green sap, reminiscent of zombie blood. It hit the ground, corroding into a hissing, smoking pit. The mutated willow tree fiercely whipped out more branches, coiling around her neck like a venomous snake. She spun to evade, her blade slicing through 3 of them. Mu Yuliang leapt from the car, smashing a branch with a wolf fawn club. Sister, be careful. There are more behind, he shouted, swinging the club at another attacking branch, sending splinters flying. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yuyang thrust her Tang Dao directly into the bulging growth on the tree trunk. With a squelch, the blade sank in, and the trunk emitted a sound akin to a wail, causing the purple-red leaves to wither instantly. With a swift motion, she extracted a translucent crystal core, surprisingly larger than a first-level zombie crystal core. Acquired level 1 mutated plant crystal core X1 can be exchanged for 25. What? Is it worth so much more than a zombie crystal core? Mu Yuyang's eyes brightened. Just as she pondered this, 2 zombies stumbled out from the intersection ahead. Mu Yuyang and Mu Yuliang each took one, dispatching them effortlessly, and leisurely retrieved the crystal cores. This one has no crystal core, Mu Yuliang muttered in frustration. Luo Yi couldn't resist pushing open the car door. Sister Yuyang, I want to try too. The next one is yours. Mu Yuyang flicked the black blood off her blade and raised an eyebrow at the approaching zombies. A headshot is the way to go. Luo Yi took a deep breath, gripping her 3-bladed axe, mimicking Mu Yuyang's stance as she charged forward. The axe swung, creating a whooshing sound, but got stuck as it struck the zombie's skull. Pull harder.
Mu Yuliang shouted urgently.
The zombie's decaying fingers clawed at Luo Yi's shoulder, and she closed her eyes, tumbling to the ground and using the momentum to wrench out the axe. The blade sliced through the zombie's throat. Black blood sprayed as the zombie collapsed with a thud. Avesome, Yi. Mu Yuliang kicked the corpse aside. This time, your axe deserves a 99 out of 100. 1 point off to keep you humble. Luo Yi gasped for breath as she retrieved the crystal core, her fingers trembling and her stomach churning. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed from the left alley, and 6 zombies, drawn by the noise, staggered toward them. Mu Yuliang grabbed his wolf fawn club and charged forward, the tip piercing a zombie's eye socket. Sister, I'll handle this side. Just as Mu Yuyang was about to assist, her peripheral vision caught more movement in the greenery. 3 dandelions trembled violently, each filament gleaming with a metallic sheen. The dandelions exploded, unleashing thousands of micro-steel needles, faster than bullets. Her heart raced. Be careful. It's a thorny mutated plant. Before she could finish, she pivoted, using her Tang Dao to block. The clang of metal rang as sparks flew. Luo Yi hastily ducked behind the car door, but noticed the dandelion's root, where a greenish bulge indicated the location of the crystal core. Sister Yuyang, look there, she shouted, pointing at the crystal core. Mu Yuyang hurled her Tang Dao, the blade spinning as it embedded in the dandelion's root. As the green crystal core rolled away, the other 2 dandelion's filaments went berserk, covering the area like a machine gun barrage. She rolled to the ground, snatched the crystal core, and simultaneously unleashed a fireball.
Boom!
Amid the explosive sound, the mutated plant crackled in the inferno. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yuliang smashed the last zombie's skull with his club, and the crystal core rolled to Luo Yi's feet. Acquired Level 1 Mutated Plant Crystal Core X3, Level 1 Zombie Crystal Core X4, total exchange value, 7. The car's dashboard suddenly lit up red. Xiaoyang's alarm blared sharply like a slaughterhouse siren. Ding ding ding. A cluster of mutated beasts detected 5 kilometers away. Quantity, 50. Energy reaction level, level 1. Mu Yuliang's expression shifted. A cluster of mutated beasts? 50 of them.
Can we handle that now?
Mu Yuyang settled into the car. Every mutated plant and animal has a crystal core. We cannot miss this opportunity. Let us head to Bihui Bay first. We need to gather more experience before confronting the mutated beasts. The modified vehicle roared to life, speeding into the Bihui Bay Villa area. The front of the car collided violently with 2 staggering zombies, splattering rotten flesh and shattered bones across the windshield. In the community square, over 10 zombies turned their heads at the sound, groaning from their decaying throats. Yuliang focused on the left, while Yi kept an eye on safety. Before Mu Yuyang finished speaking, 3 running zombies lunged at the car. She flung open the door, her Tang Dao gleaming in the sunlight, slicing through the air in a half-circle as 3 heads fell simultaneously. Mu Yuliang swung his Wolf Fang club, quickly dispatching the 2 zombies that had attacked from the left. Luo Yi, her palms sweating, nervously jumped out of the car. The 3-bladed axe forcefully struck at an oncoming zombie. The zombie's head was instantly cleaved in 2. 1 strike, 1 kill.
Haha,
I did it. She gave herself a grand thumbs up and continued toward the next zombie. Suddenly, 2 mutated crows dove down from the rooftop, their claws glinting with metallic luster. Mu Yuyang spun and swung her knife, the blade clashing against the bird's talons, sending sparks flying. 1 crow was cleaved in half at the waist, while the other lost a wing, screeching as it plummeted into the greenery. After clearing the square, the trio moved deeper into the villa area. Yuliang, you handle the 5 zombies in that building. You take the 2 in that one. After issuing her commands, Mu Yuyang walked toward a villa teeming with over 20 zombies and 2 living people. As she opened the door, the stench of decay assaulted her senses. The foremost zombie lunged at her with a roar. She deftly twisted her wrist, the silver glint flashing, and swiftly sliced through its throat. Black blood splattered as she sidestepped the putrid spray, kicking the zombie's knee with a thud, sending it crashing down. The following zombies stumbled over their fallen comrades, their roars growing more frantic. Help! A voice cried from the second floor, filled with panic and desperation. Expanding her mental energy, she found 2 living individuals huddled in a wardrobe, one with a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his leg as 3 zombies pounded on the cabinet door. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her Tang Dao shot out like a snake, severing the necks of nearly 10 zombies in succession. Amid the cracking of bones, she leaped over the corpses to the second floor, the blade lifting the last zombie's chin. Silence. Be quiet, she whispered, her gaze sharply fixed on the balcony. The man with the bandaged leg trembled, while the young woman beside him covered her mouth, sobbing. Green vines crawled over the glass door, forming a spiderweb, and the viscous liquid seeping from the doorframe hissed as it corroded the wood. In the center of the vines hung a pulsating dark red tumor with dozens of beetles, each the size of a fingernail, crawling over it, glinting with metallic sheen. Mu Yuyang's eyes narrowed. It's a parasitic mutated plant. Crack. The glass door shattered. The vines lashed out like whips. She twisted to evade, the blade slicing through the vines, at which point the swarm of beetles erupted, hurtling toward her like a black barrage. Chapter 70. The Iron Gate collapses. Surrounded on all sides, the combat suit's goggles emitted a sudden burst of red light, locking onto the swarm of beetles with a crimson laser. Mu Yuyang swung his blade to block, but the surrounding beetles had already crashed down in a flash of red light.
Ah!
A scream erupted from behind. Vines, like iron chains, constricted around the man's ankle, dragging him, blood and flesh mingled, toward the grotesque mass. A 3-foot-long trail of blood marked the floor. "Don't touch him," the girl cried, seizing a nearby fire axe to strike at the vines. Yet, she was stung on the arm by a beetle, a swollen bruise forming instantly. With fierce determination, Mu Yuyang hurled his Tang Dao, the blade striking precisely at the core of the grotesque mass. With a splatter, the mass burst open, dark green fluid splattering the walls, and both vines and beetles went rigid. She forcefully yanked the man back, but she saw that the flesh around his ankle had been eroded nearly to the bone, stark white exposed. Had he been bitten? Mu Yuyang focused on another wound on his leg. The girl shook her head. He was scratched by a zombie, and its fluid splashed onto him. Before she could finish, the man's pupils clouded abruptly, and he emitted a low, guttural growl from his throat. Mu Yuyang's gaze turned icy as he pressed the Tang Dao against his forehead.
Wait!
The girl lunged forward, her voice breaking in desperation. "He is my brother. Please don't kill him."
Please!
In that instant, the man's decaying fingers had already clasped around her neck.
Ugh!
The girl struggled in panic. The Tang Dao sliced horizontally, the blade grazing her cheek as it severed the man's wrist, chunks of rotten flesh splattering onto her combat suit. Yet, the severed fingers still clutched her collar tightly, while the man's darkened teeth lunged toward her shoulder. The sound of tearing fabric mingled with the sickening crunch of teeth embedding into flesh. The girl's pupils dilated, only to be obscured by thick, black blood. Mu Yuyang swiftly thrust the blade into the man's skull. Before the corpse hit the ground, the girl had already grabbed her arm, emitting a low growl. Her eyes clouded over. The bite on her shoulder rapidly darkened and rotted before her eyes. Mu Yuyang shook his head, the blade flipping. The soft sound of the knife entering flesh was followed by both corpses collapsing simultaneously. She squatted to pick up the crystal core that had rolled away from the burst mass. The dark red mass still pulsed slightly, surrounded by 7 or 8 beetle cores, glimmering coldly in the dim light. "There is so much liquor in this building," came a voice from downstairs, revealing it to be Luo Yi. "They must have had a party last night." Mu Yuyang quickly extracted a crystal core while speaking. Mu Yuyang wiped the black blood from her blade, collecting the supplies from the villa into her spatial storage. Just as she was about to retreat, she caught a glimpse of a reflection in the glass of the liquor cabinet. A dark green hand suddenly reached out from the crack toward Luo Yi. Its nails were hooked like claws, with dried brain matter still clinging to the fingertips. "Watch out." Mu Yuyang spun around, swinging her sword, the Tang Dao striking precisely at the wrist joint. With a crack, the hand, along with half of the forearm, fell to the ground. A zombie burst forth from the liquor cabinet, its body emaciated like a mummy, yet its limbs unnaturally long and remarkably swift.
It was a speed-type mutated zombie.
As Mu Yuyang dodged its claws, the Tang Dao thrust into the zombie's eye socket, black blood gushing forth as the body convulsed and fell, its elongated limbs withering instantly. Luo Yi's legs trembled, fear evident on her face. "Thank you, Sister Yuyang." Mu Yuyang extracted the crystal core from the mutated zombie's brain, collecting the liquor and beverages stacked in boxes in the cabinet into her spatial storage. When the 3 of them regrouped, the sunset had painted the villa area crimson. The square was strewn with the remains of zombies, and Luo Yi was meticulously checking for any missing crystal cores. Just as Mu Yuyang was about to tally the cores, an alarming siren blared in her mind, and from the vehicle speakers, "Warning! A horde of mutated beasts is rapidly approaching. Distance, 500 meters." The ground trembled slightly as distant howls echoed through the alley. Mu Yuyang raised his wolf fang club, eyes widening in horror as dozens of mutated wolves, the size of calves, raced toward them. Their fur was charred black, and their eyes burned with ghostly green flames. The leading wolf had eerie green eyes, bony spikes protruding from its neck, drool dripping from its fangs, corroding the ground beneath. "Are they coming for us?" Luo Yi gripped her 3-blade axe, her voice trembling. Mu Yuyang fixed her gaze on the green-eyed wolf, a sense of familiarity washing over her, reminiscent of Li Weixi's green-eyed black cat. The first mutated wolf leaped within 50 meters, its claws gouging deep grooves into the ground. The villa's gate was tightly shut, but against more than 50 mutated wolves, it was merely a futile defense. The wolves were now less than 30 meters away. Suddenly, a wall of fire erupted around them. The temperature soared. The pack of mutated wolves was instantly surrounded.
Wow.
My sister's firewall is even more powerful than a game ultimate move, Mu Yuliang exclaimed, nearly dropping his wolf Fang club in shock. Luo Yi's jaw nearly unhinged in astonishment. Sister Yang can create such a massive firewall. The pack of mutated wolves screeched to a halt, some stunned into immobility from fear, while others dashed through the firewall, rolling on the ground before fleeing. Mu Yuyang's voice turned cold. Since you've come, none of you shall leave. Another ring of fire surrounded the fleeing wolves. Simultaneously, countless fireballs rained down, causing chaos among the mutated wolves. The lead mutated wolf seemed enraged, howling as it charged forward. The remaining wolves followed suit, bursting through the firewall. Yet, they were met with wave after wave of firewalls. Some wolves were roasted to a crisp, their life extinguished. 19 mutated wolves barreled through the last firewall like black projectiles. They frantically slammed into the iron gate. Thud after thud. The door, scratched by their claws, emitted sizzling smoke, the putrid drool trickling down the claw marks, corroding the thick iron into a honeycomb of holes. The iron gate creaked under the strain, sparks flying from the welds, on the verge of collapse. Overexertion of her fire ability caused Mu Yuyang to feel faint, the spatial alarm flashing frantically. Ability bar depleted. Remaining 9. While hastily drinking from the spiritual spring, she muttered, "Got it. Just like the spatial storage. It must be paired with the spiritual spring water." The cool liquid slid down her throat, revitalizing her exhausted core like a river returning to a parched bed. The ability bar surged back to 5, then quickly to 14. Mu Yuliang brandished his wolf Fang club, ready for action.
Luo Yi tremblade.
Her hand clutching the three-blade axe like a vibrating toothbrush. The axe clattered to the ground before she hurriedly picked it up. She had heard tales of wolves before, but had never seen a real one, let alone such massive wolves.
It was terrifying. Boom.
The iron gate finally shattered, crashing toward the three of them. In the next moment, the lead mutated wolf, eyes blazing green, charged at Mu Yuyang. The bony spikes grazed her shoulder, a foul wind rushing past. She spun around, severing the wolf's leg, the fire trailing her blade. The lead wolf, gritting through pain, rolled to extinguish the flames, only to pounce at her once more with lightning speed. The fire surged again. She sidestepped, cutting off another leg, then thrust her blade into its abdomen. In the instant the lead wolf's belly was sliced open, its body ignited into charred remains.
Bang!
Luo Yi's axe struck a charging mutated wolf, but the beast bit down on the axe blade, its serrated teeth sparking as they clashed. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yuliang swung his wolf Fang club with a whoosh, smashing the skull of one wolf. Warm brain matter splattered onto the nearest wolf's eyes, causing it to howl in rage, turning to attack Luo Yi, its fangs nearly catching her swinging ponytail. In the midst of the chaos, Mu Yuyang suddenly sensed a powerful wind approaching from behind. Chapter 71. Snow Mountain Command. The He family's killing intent. She turned abruptly to find a mutated wolf leaping through the side door, its glistening claws aimed straight for her back. Watch out. Luo Yi rushed forward to push Mu Yuyang away. But Mu Yuyang was faster. In the instant her Tang Dao sliced through the air with a chilling wind, she deftly pulled Luo Yi behind her. The mutated wolf was severed in half, and its warm blood splattered onto Mu Yuyang's combat suit, the foul-smelling entrails falling to the ground with a thud.
Boom.
The anomalous fire erupted once more, engulfing the remaining 3 mutated wolves in a fiery inferno. As the last mutated wolf was reduced to charred remains amidst the flames, the night descended completely upon the earth. The 3 of them collapsed among the carcasses, desperately gulping down spirit spring water, beads of sweat rolling down their faces.
Luo Yi gasped.
Her voice tinged with fear. These mutated wolves are 100 times harder to deal with than zombies. Indeed, they're as tough as nails. Mu Yuliang wiped his face and frowned suddenly. How could there be so many wolves around here? And mutated ones at that? The apocalypse has only just begun, hasn't it? Mu Yuliang frowned and shook his head. Something definitely feels off. In the distance, a pair of green eyes gleamed ominously in the darkness. A shadow plunged its sharp claws into the eye of a mutated magpie, the frostiness in its gaze almost tangible. After a brief respite, the three began to collect crystal cores.
Wow.
Sister Yuyang, look. The crystal core of the mutated wolf is enormous. Luo Yi exclaimed, cradling a glowing crystal in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, it's worth more than that of mutated zombies. Mu Yuyang nodded in agreement. Her consciousness delved into the crystal core exchange system. Adeptly selecting all options, Level 1 mutated willow tree -125, Level 2 mutated wolf -218 total exchangeable, 1291. Click to exchange. Current balance, 1455. That's enough to trade for a complete set of planting equipment. Mu Yuyang felt a surge of energy. Let's head home. With a bit more effort tomorrow, I can activate your abilities. Activate abilities? Are you serious, sister? Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening. Sister Yuyang, is that big firewall of yours an ability? Can I have one too? Absolutely, Mu Yuyang affirmed with a firm nod. At the Yunding safe house, the famished trio stepped inside, immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of food. There were 2 cold dishes, crystal meat and scallion jellyfish. 8 hot dishes, braised pork with pufferfish, steamed hairy crab, fried shrimp, sautéed eel, 8 treasure duck, smoked fish, crab meat lion's head and pickled fresh. 2 desserts, osmanthus rice balls and rice cake.
Mukswayang.
Accompanied by 7 fluffy puppies, darted over. The big head nudged into Mu Yuyang's arms, its tail wagging like a propeller. The 7 little ones yapped around the trio's legs, their wet noses eagerly rubbing against them. Dinner time, dinner time. Mu Yuyang laughed, ruffling the dog's head. The tantalizing scent of the food made their stomachs rumble. Mu Yuliang dropped his wolf tooth club with a clang and rushed to the dining table. Before he could properly grasp his chopsticks, he leaned over the braised pork with pufferfish and took a deep breath. Wow, this aroma is simply authentic. He picked up a piece of marbled braised pork, the juices dripping onto the white porcelain plate, and upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. Xiaoyang's culinary skills are truly exceptional. It's even more delightful than dining out. Luo Yi cautiously picked up a fried shrimp, and with a crunch, she bit through the crispy shell, the sweet shrimp meat making her squint in delight. Sister Yuyang, this is unbelievably delicious. Mu Yuyang served her a spoonful of pickled fresh, the bamboo shoots soaking up the rich flavor of the broth. We'll have this every day from now on, so hurry up and eat. At the dining table, while Mu Yuliang savored the sautéed eel, he jested, do you know why the mutated wolves can't defeat us? Because they've never tasted Xiaoyang's cooking. They lack strength. They haven't even invested in skins. Look at our skins. We clearly look like wealthy players. Luo Yi was nearly choked with laughter. Dropping a piece of rice cake from her hand, Mu Xiaoyang and the 7 little ones paused in their feasting, their bright eyes watching them. This life is simply splendid. Outside, the wind howled. The effects of the geomagnetic storm had nearly dissipated, yet the streetlights flickered erratically. Another group of mutated beasts gathered under the summons of the green eyes. A shadow stood atop a streetlight, its claws leaving deep scratches on the lampshade. The black collar around its neck emitted an eerie glow. Inside the Yunding base, the circuits remained unaffected. Beneath the warm yellow lights, the clinking of bowls and chopsticks mingled with laughter. Mu Yuyang observed her companions devouring their meals, a warmth blossoming in her heart. Her consciousness slipped into the crystal core exchange system. First, arrange for the fully automated planting equipment. Can cover 10,000 a day? Arranging immediately. Small fully automated planting equipment -1 total 100. Her consciousness pressed the glowing. Click to exchange. Successful exchange. Consumed 100. Current balance 455. Shall we deploy it immediately? Yes. No. The moment she clicked yes, 2 small maps appeared in her mind. One was of the real world, the other of her space. She attempted to drag the spatial map, curious about the mysterious barrier and the markings of the strange stones. However, as soon as her consciousness touched the edge of the map, it was forcefully repelled. There was no information about the barrier on the map, and the stone was nowhere to be seen. All right then, you remain the most enigmatic, she muttered helplessly, turning her attention to the real-world map. Once I gather enough crystal cores, I'll arrange for 2 sets for the space. After confirming the deployment location, a device the size of a vehicle appeared in the Yunding open area. The metal tracks clanked loudly, quickly darting off into the distance. As night deepened, The trio practiced shooting and weapon handling until their arms felt numb, then each returned to their rooms for a bath and sleep. Luo Yi lay in bed, the sweet scent of osmanthus rice balls lingering at the tip of her nose. She secretly clenched her fists. I must practice my axe skills more precisely. Next time, I'll protect Sister Yang. Mu Yuliang burped and soon fell into a deep slumber, mumbling in his dreams. The more zombies I chop, the more crystal cores I'll explode. Sister, I'll become rich, and I can relax. Mu Shuyan curled up with the 7 little ones beside Mu Yuyang's bed. Amidst the warm breaths, everyone slept exceptionally soundly. At the He family's old residence, the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? Are you certain? He Tian scrutinized the map, his face filled with doubt. Yes, sir. His subordinate replied respectfully. The order indeed came from the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. He Tian's fingers tapped the map. Wasn't he previously lost in Jinbei? How did it suddenly end up at the Snow Mountain? Could he be interested in those peculiar stones as well? Moreover, Director Li is rallying people to eliminate the monsters, claiming it's a patriotic mission. Should we send support?
Ha!
He Tian scoffed. What does Li Yizhou have to do with patriotism? It's just for show. What's old Lu's stance? Lord Lu is fully supportive and even personally released a mobilization video. He Tian frowned. Aren't these two always at odds? When did they start cooperating? All right then, I'll decide swiftly. Send someone to investigate first, see if old Cheng's eyes are still there. If they are, just go through the motions. If not, eliminate that girl quickly. Chapter 72. Assassins launching bombs. Ice spike tornado. The glint in He Tian's eyes flickered. The Chung family is a crucial ally we must embrace. But the current situation is unclear. We cannot offend either of the two foxes. As for Li Yizhou, with old Lu stationed there, we mustn't undermine his authority. Sending a few people to show our support is necessary. Understood. And what about Li Weishi? Still searching? The one with the surname Chu has been calling for 2 days straight. Why are those two wasting time? He Tian scoffed disdainfully. They might have already been devoured by zombies. Our main focus should remain on preparing the He family base. As long as we have a gimmick to attract people, we need not worry about funds. The apocalypse will eventually end. Making money is always the way forward. He Tian's subordinate's phone flashed. Xiaoyang's ponytail stood upright like an antenna. Maru Lala. We must quickly inform the master. He Tian glanced at the glowing pocket of his subordinate and coldly reminded, next time you come in, remember not to bring your phone. In the midst of slumber, Mu Yuyang's phone flickered, signaling a work report from Hudonin. The photos have been received. The elderly individual has been successfully rescued. The fan couple remains within a controllable range, with no trace of Fan Qingqi discovered. Du Xiao has yet to be located, but will continue to be monitored. Li Weixi's condition has improved, showing signs of weakness. Today, 2 large supermarkets were acquired, 62 zombies were eliminated, and 19 transparent crystal nuclei were found. All actions taken with caution and no casualties reported. On November 12, 2033, Mu Yuyang had just awakened when the alarm of Xiao Yangyang blared in her ears. Warning. The He family has received instructions from Yulong Snow Mountain and is gathering assassins at Yunding. Yulong Snow Mountain? Mu Yuyang furrowed her brow. Isn't that the training ground for Yuliang? I have no connections with those there, who would issue a command to kill me. Xiao Yangyang's ponytail swiftly transformed into weapons, yet her little head shook like a rattle. Yulong Snow Mountain is too far. It's impossible to monitor directly. The signals inside the Snow Mountain are obstructed by special materials, making remote verification unfeasible. It could be personnel from the Chung family or someone masquerading under their identity. The Chung family? Chung Feiyang? Mu Yuyang felt a sense of confusion. There's clearly no intersection with him. Master must be especially cautious. He Tianxiong is not a good person. He aims to establish the He family base to exploit and harm. The mention of the He family base caused Mu Yuyang's eyes to sharpen. A notorious black base in my previous life. Initially involved in human trafficking and later in the sale of ability crystal nuclei. Surely, it must harbor many valuable items? After morning exercises and breakfast, the trio proceeded directly to the Haina distillery as planned. When soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it with soil. No one can interfere with my quest for crystal nuclei. Shortly after departing from Yunding, Mu Yuliang's off-road vehicle suffered a sudden tire blowout, with the road scattered with triangular iron spikes coated in a special corrosive agent. He grabbed a wolf fang club and jumped out of the car, only to see a red light flash through the trees ahead. Sister. It's a laser sight. Mu Yuyang yanked him back into the vehicle. Being hit is very painful. Bullets ricocheted against the car body, leaving only shallow scratches as several bullets whizzed past. As the gunfire ceased, Mu Yuyang kicked open the car door and dashed out. Now, it's my turn. Her speed ability fully activated. She weaved through the hail of bullets as the killer's gun muzzles appeared to move as slowly as snails in her eyes. With a deft twist of her wrist, 2 handguns fired simultaneously, causing 6 assassins to fall with blood gushing from their foreheads, the guns still smoking. The leader, with a grave expression, hurriedly pressed a remote control, and a metal net blasted towards Mu Yuyang. She snorted coldly, drawing her Tan's word. Ethereal fire spread along the blade, and with a thunderous crack, the metal net was cleaved in 2, swiftly melting into molten iron under the scorching flames. 10 fireballs accurately struck the remaining assassins, who scrambled to extinguish the flames and hurriedly reloaded.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bullets surged forth once more. Mu Yuyang pushed her speed ability to its limits, evading the bullets perfectly while simultaneously sending 3 more assassins to the ground. My sister's moves are legendary. Sister Yuyang is amazing. Mu Yuyang rolled down the car window and shot a fleeing assassin in the head. Yes.
Headshot.
Today, we feast on chicken legs. Luo Yi took a deep breath. Recalling the aiming techniques taught by Mu Yuyang, her index finger gently squeezing the trigger. Bang. The bullet grazed the assassin's arm, and she tightened her grip on the gun. Next time, I'll hit the vital point. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the assassins turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Mu Yuyang sneered, raising her hand as a wall of fire instantaneously sealed the exit, gunfire ringing out continuously. All 16 assassins fell. Just as she was about to return to the vehicle, a sudden cacophony of barks erupted from a distance. Nearly 100 mutated dogs charged towards them, led by a giant dog the size of a cow, its eyes flashing with green light. With a metallic collar around its neck, icy spikes glistened ominously. It was an ice-type ability dog. Mu Yuyang's brow twitched, brandishing her Tan's word before her chest. The giant dog opened its mouth, unleashing 3 ice cones towards the trio. Mu Yuyang swung her sword, shattering the ice cones, and fragments splattered onto her combat suit, instantly frosting her goggles. As the automatic defrosting red light barely outlined the aiming line, Luo Yi's axe was already whirling through the air, but the giant dog sidestepped. Its claws struck the ground, blood quickly freezing into a sheet of ice. Mu Yuyang nearly slipped as he stepped on it, cursing. This dog can play with ice too. Interesting. Mu Yuyang summoned her ethereal flames. However, your ice doesn't seem very powerful. The orange-red flames licked at the icy surface, melting it instantaneously. The collision of fire elements and water vapor created sizzling white mist. Seizing the opportunity, she crouched down and dashed into the pack of dogs, her Tan's word slicing diagonally, instantly disemboweling 3 mutated dogs. Ethereal fire surged along the blade, crackling as it consumed the dog carcasses. The ice-type giant dog howled madly amidst the white mist. Its ice cones erratically shooting in all directions, inadvertently piercing the throats of 7 or 8 of its kind. The severely weakened assassin leader, seizing the chaos, pulled out a small bomb and hurled it towards Mu Yuyang. Sensing the abnormality, Mu Yuyang unleashed a fireball that struck the assassin leader's face while simultaneously kicking the thrown bomb into the pack of dogs.
Boom.
The explosion and the wails of the mutated dogs echoed simultaneously. Fragments and black blood from the canine corpses splattered everywhere. Over 30 mutated dogs were obliterated on the spot. The surviving dogs, howling in despair, fled only to be engulfed by the falling rain of fire. The acrid stench of charred fur stung the eyes. The giant dog, enraged by the explosion, arched its back, unleashing its full power with a roar. A small ice cone tornado spiraled upward, shrieking as it charged towards Mu Yuyang. Trees along the path trembled in the wake of the ice cone tornado. Mu Yuyang swiftly sidestepped, her palm igniting with ethereal fire, rapidly coalescing into a 1-meter-wide fireball.
Boom.
The fireball crashed into the center of the tornado, instantly melting the ice cones into a thick mist. The fire dragon surged through the white fog, lunging at the giant dog. The giant dog, scalded by the intense heat, howled in terror for the first time. Turning to flee, Mu Yuyang, utilizing her speed ability, soared forward, driving her Tan's word deep into its skull. The giant dog emitted a dying roar, and the ice-type crystal nucleus within its head plopped to the ground, glowing faintly. The remaining mutated dogs, bereft of their leader, tucked their tails and fled. Luo Yi hurled her axe, accurately cleaving the head of a mutated dog, black blood spraying. Mu Yuliang picked up a fallen assassin's gun, indiscriminately firing at the fleeing pack. The two fastest dogs were quickly consumed by the fireballs. The entire pack of mutated dogs was annihilated. Collect the crystal nuclei, Mu Yuliang stated, lifting the ice-type giant dog's crystal nucleus, which was near white and icy to the touch. Mu Yuliang kicked aside the assassin leader's corpse and rummaged through his pockets for a phone. Sister? This thing is still ringing. After pressing the answer button, Qian Song's voice came through. Have you resolved it? The master is waiting for a response. Mu Yuyang's eyes glinted frostily. Qian Song, is it? Within 24 hours, either you kill He Tianxiong, or I will kill you.
Ha!
What a grandiose statement. Qian Song scoffed. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Before he could finish, Mu Yuyang had already hung up. With Xiao Yongyang's assistance, finding his location would be a piece of cake. Tossing the phone aside, the trio sped towards the Haina distillery. In a half-hour drive, they blasted through 7 level 1 zombies. The Haina distillery had a moderate population of about 23,000 people. Unlike the overwhelming large factories that were difficult to conquer, it was not a small factory with scarce crystal nuclei. Most importantly, Mu Yuliang harbored a personal desire to rescue the old employees of the Yunding distillery. Many of them had accompanied him in the past, catching chickens, ducks, and geese, working on grains and vegetables, and drying raisins together. And there was Grandma Tang. That year, when he was cornered by a lone wolf on the back mountain, Grandma Tang had rushed up with a hatchet. When the wolf's claws tore into her leg, she had still been shouting, "Xiao Liang, run." The rescuers had killed the wolf, but Grandma Tang had broken 2 ribs and 1 leg, never to stand again. Mu Yuyang understood what was on his mind. She disapproved of saving lives in the apocalyptic scenario, for the 6 years of hellish existence had already laid bare the desolation of human hearts. Yet, she was willing to exhaust every effort to protect the small patch of purity within him, much like in her previous life, when Mu Yuliang, Luo Yi, and Mu Shuiyang had safeguarded her dwindling hope. Upon their descent from the vehicle, they encountered over 20 zombies loitering outside the gate, rushing towards them with frenzied, grayish-black arms, as if eager to drag them close for a savage feast. Swiftly, the trio vanquished the Hoard. Inside the distillery, 40 to 50 zombies clawed desperately at the iron gate. But the bar had been secured, and at that moment, they lacked the ability to breach it. Their relentless attempts yielded no signs of escape, merely attracting more of their kind wandering the premises. Some had severed limbs oozing black blood that dripped onto the ground, corroding it into small pits. Others had faces rotting away to reveal white bones, with fragments of flesh still clinging to their teeth. Some bore necks bitten halfway through, their heads twitching erratically, while others had their intestines spilling out, crushed underfoot by fellow zombies. Luo Yi, nearly retching, exclaimed, "Today's zombies are far more revolting than yesterday's. Keep going. You are magnificent. You are Sister Yuyang's strongest support." Mu Yuyang secured several steel wires on either side of the gate and then retrieved a long rod from her space, cautioning, "I will open the door. Be careful." Just as Mu Yuliang took a defensive stance, Mu Yuyang lifted the bar. A cacophony of cries erupted as over 70 zombies lunged forth. The sound of steel wires slicing through flesh echoed as 20 to 30 zombies were severed, their remains splattering blood and entrails across the ground. With a sweeping motion of her long rod, Mu Yuyang sent 5 zombies crashing into the wires, instantly dismembering them. The remaining zombies either crawled, squeezed, or stumbled over the corpses, becoming ensnared behind. She stowed the long rod, unsheathed her tang sword, and unleashed a cold light upon the undead. One swift strike severed a zombie's head, blood spraying in a dazzling arc. Mu Yuliang joined the fray, with his wolf-tooth club, obliterating a zombie's skull with each blow. Luo Yi swung her axe with her eyes half closed, the blade precisely cleaving through the necks of 3 zombies. Blood splattering her goggles as she shouted, "I am not a burden. I am not." Catching a glimpse of Luo Yi's rapid progress, Mu Yuyang felt a surge of pride. This growth rate surpasses that of many. It was noteworthy that in her previous life, Fan Qingqi had still been cowering behind Mu Yuyang and Mu Yuliang 2 months after the outbreak of the zombie virus. The trio fought with fervor until the steel wires were adorned with zombie remnants, at which point Mu Yuyang called for a halt, retreat to the vehicle. She struck a post to attract the zombies, stating, "Engage when the numbers are right. If they exceed 100, we retreat to the vehicle for guerrilla tactics. No crystal core is worth losing our lives over. As Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi nodded in agreement, nearly 100 zombies suddenly burst forth from within. The trio downed the spirit water from their bottles and resumed their relentless assault. They continued until, after shattering the post, they encountered not a single zombie. Cautiously, they removed the steel wires and ventured inside. Stopping by the distillery's floor plan, Mu Yuyang pondered. The outbreak occurred around 7 in the evening. Assuming a population of 500, there should be nearly 1,000 zombies, not including those who mutated after being bitten. Yet, we have only encountered fewer than 300. Luo Yi suggested. Perhaps they are hiding? Mu Yuyang interjected. They might have been confined after turning into zombies. Mu Yuliang recalled Granny Tang. I hope she hasn't turned into a zombie. Mu Yuyang patted his shoulder. Let's check the cafeteria first. The situation in the factory is unclear. It's safer in the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Luo Yi was counting the zombie crystal cores they had just collected. Sister Yang, there are a total of 97, all transparent.
Mu Yuyang nodded.
Stowing them away, the mutation rate is similar to that of my previous life. However, in my past experience, this rate stabilized after 3 months. This time, it has accelerated by more than tenfold. The memories of the hellish existence flooded her mind, causing her brows to furrow. These variables must not make the apocalypse more challenging. As their modified black-blue vehicle arrived at the cafeteria, Luo Yi suddenly pointed toward the dormitory building. The door is locked from the outside. It's chained. There are zombies inside. From the second-floor window, 2 zombies were frantically pounding against the glass. On the first-floor staircase and various hallways, dozens of zombies swayed and shouted. Whoa! Due to the locked main entrance and the corridor's railings, they were temporarily unable to escape. To their astonishment, someone had indeed confined them. Mu Yuliang silently prayed. I hope those old employees are the ones locking up the zombies, not the ones trapped inside. Mu Yuyang extended her mental energy. There are still living people upstairs.
Creak. Creak.
The harsh sounds drew the trio's attention from the dormitory building back to the cafeteria. Several zombie figures appeared within the glass door. The zombies inside the cafeteria, previously aimlessly wandering, suddenly lunged at the glass door upon sensing movement.
What?
They roared, violently crashing against the door.
Creak. Creak.
Their nails scraped against the glass, producing a sharp, piercing sound. One particularly mutated zombie was forcefully jabbing at the glass. Their commotion continued to attract more and more zombies to converge upon them. Chapter 74. Video Backlash. Expelling the trio? The trio disembarked. Mu Yuliang gazed at the thick mass of zombies behind a glass door, his brow furrowed. There are quite a few. Over 100, nearing 300. Mu Yuyang retrieved the steel wires once more. Let's lower them down first. As she and Mu Yuliang positioned several steel wires across the glass door, they were met with Luo Yi's alarm. The door has been breached. The glass is cracking. Before she could finish, the glass door collapsed forward. Nearly 300 zombies bared their teeth and lunged. The front line of zombies was severed by the wires, while countless others surged forward over their fallen comrades. That mutated zombie, using its body, charged straight at the wires, sparks flying as it collided, yet emerged unscathed, an enhanced form.
Mu Yuyang suhung her tanksiyord.
The impact reverberating in her hands as the zombie's head was finally severed. She then hurled a fireball backwards. Let's slow them down further.
Boom.
The zombies at the rear were instantly engulfed in flames, quickly becoming charred remains. Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi marveled while wildly wielding their weapons. Mu Yuyang remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the flaming zombies to prevent any mishaps. Using fire to eliminate zombies is indeed quicker. Oh no! Just as she made this observation, a flaming zombie suddenly went berserk, lifting a burning table and charging through the horde. Mu Yuyang prepared to extinguish the flames, but the table unexpectedly collided with the wires. The wires melted away, and the unburnt zombies surged forth like a tide. 2 zombies bypassed Luo Yi's defenses, clawing at her. Mu Yuliang smashed one to pieces. Mu Yuyang deftly dispatched the other with a swift stroke of her tang sword. 40 zombies remained. Mu Yuyang's blade shimmered like lightning, her movements swift and precise. My apologies. I will be more careful next time. Luo Yi kicked one zombie away, swinging her axe with renewed ferocity. Her progress was impressive. Mu Yuliang smashed through 2 with his club, blood splattering across his face, which he didn't even bother to wipe away. This level of combat prowess certainly outshone many men. Mu Yuyang complimented, effortlessly dispatching 3 at once. Luo Yi felt warmth in her heart, as in the moment she kicked another away. She cleaved through 2 with a single swing. At long last, the battle came to an end. Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi gasped for breath. Downing 2 bottles of spirit water, Mu Yuyang took a few hearty gulps before being the first to use her Tang sword to extract the crystal cores, each one landing perfectly in her palm. With precision, she gathered one after another. Luo Yi's eyes sparkled as she gulped down a mouthful, quickly moving to collect. I want to be just as impressive while collecting crystal cores. Mu Yuliang, both envious and curious, leaned closer to her. Sister, we both have nightmares. So, why do you possess a golden finger and gain proficiency, while I do not? Mu Yuyang cast a glance at Mu Yuliang, whose lips were slightly pursed and eyes filled with grievance, and offered a half-hearted consolation. Don't be disheartened, my friend. Like gold, you will eventually shine. With that, she proceeded towards the next zombie.
Huh?
Mu Yuliang was momentarily perplexed. So, am I iron or gold? Without turning her head, Mu Yuyang teased him. Once you can smash 10 zombie heads with a single blow, you will be gold. Sister Yuyang. Luo Yi suddenly realized these crystal cores can't be burned.
Indeed.
Mu Yuyang nodded. The crystal cores will only be destroyed once their energy is completely absorbed. Sister, here. Mu Yuliang handed her a crystal core smeared with remnants of brain matter. Luo Yi picked up the last one, carefully wiped it, and also passed it to Mu Yuyang. Mu Yuyang involuntarily rolled her eyes at Mu Yuliang. Truly, without comparison, one does not realize the harm. In comparison, this brother appears particularly shabby.
Confused, Mu Yuliang inquired.
What us wrong? What did I do? Did I make a mistake? After collecting the crystal cores, the trio approached the locked dormitory building. A zombie at the base of the stairs, sensing the presence of living beings, stretched its gray-black arms through the iron bars and flailed wildly. A war. Grr. Mu Yuyang stepped forward and severed the iron chain with a swift stroke. Just as the sound of the clash echoed, a middle-aged woman suddenly emerged from the top floor of the adjacent villa, exclaiming, "Don't go in there. They will eat you. It's very dangerous." Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze swept over the mountain of corpses outside the cafeteria, and she suddenly covered her mouth. "Did you kill all those monsters?" She pointed shakily at the remains on the wire. "There must have been quite a few of you, right?" Those inside, emboldened by her words, poked their heads out. "Has the government sent someone to rescue us? Where is the main force? Why do we only see the 3 of you? You 3 kids dare to open the door?" From another villa, a bald man in uniform, Yen Fun, burst out, spitting as he spoke. "Our security team lost over 30 men just to lock up those monsters. They want to kill everyone." "Exactly. 3 scrawny kids. Probably haven't even grown all their hair yet." Another uniformed man cursed. "Hurry up and lock the door again. Stop making things worse." The middle-aged woman, Tang Qiu, interjected. "Don't speak to them like that. Look at all the corpses. They must have helped." Several men in uniform behind Yen Fen scoffed. "What, Deputy Captain Yen? It's Captain Yen now. And if you want to die with them, go do it somewhere else. Don't cause trouble on Haina's turf."
Right.
"They look weak and frail. You expect anything from them. Better to rely on Captain Yan's brothers." Captain Yan's brother is a big boss in the security company. Yes. Definitely more reliable than these kids. Captain Yan. The voice of the middle-aged man, Tang Quan, interrupted the bickering. The wandering monsters and those in the cafeteria were indeed eliminated by these 3 young heroes. The video captured by the drone has just been shared in the group. We should thank them, not speak ill of them. Quickly, look at the video in the group. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. People in various villas quickly open their phones. What? 3 people took down 300? Their blades move as fast as lightning. I thought they were reckless. I didn't expect them to be this formidable. These 3 young people dare to take such risks? Heroes really do emerge from youth. A couple of the young ones looked somewhat familiar.
Oh my.
The wandering monsters have been cleared out. What is happening? Did they really do it? The uniformed men looked skeptically at the group messages. No way? Are they really that powerful?
Wow.
Just watching the footage gives me goosebumps. They look like they aren't even adults yet. Incredible. Yen Fin's face turned ashen, and he shouted at Tang Quan. Young heroes? We lost over 30 brothers just to lock up those monsters. Why should they be called heroes? After his outburst, He turned to Mu Yang and the others. I don't care who you are or what you want. You have 10 minutes. Get out of Haina. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 75. Reunion of Old Friends. Task emerges.
Mu Yang's telepathic abilities flared.
Capturing Yan Fun's inner thoughts, factory manager Pang mutated, while locking the monsters. Captain Zhang was torn apart by a monster. Haina is without leadership. I took advantage of the chaos to claim credit, and became the one in charge. I can't let these kids ruin my plans. She instantly understood. So, he aims to seize this opportunity to claim credit and establish himself as a local tyrant in Haina. Just as she was contemplating igniting a spark of chaos, Tang Quan's voice rang out again. There are still other colleagues in the dormitory. If these young friends can help us clear the monsters, those colleagues might still have a chance of survival. I believe we should try working with them.
Tan Kuan.
Yan Fun interrupted sharply. We voted last night. I call the shots in Hainan now. I advise you not to act like the director here.
With that,
He turned to head back into the villa. Keep an eye on them. If they haven't left in 10 minutes, you and the brothers get ready to come down with weapons. Factory manager Pang's abalone and bamboo fungus are of excellent quality. The chicken soup will be absolutely delicious. If it cools down, it won't taste good. Kids, just waste time.
all right, boss.
Zhou Jian was eager. I absolutely love the job of teaching people a lesson. Sighing in resignation, Tang Quan lamented. Nearby, the middle-aged woman and others also shook their heads. He promised to protect everyone. We voted for him, but after the vote, he became a different person. He said he would save people, but nothing has been done for 2 days. Exactly. He promised to lock the doors first and then save people, but now he doesn't care at all. It's truly frustrating. Do you think he's waiting for the security company as brothers to arrive before going in to rescue? I just called that Hong Kong security company. No one answered the landline, but the customer service on the mobile phone picked up. What did they say? The customer service said I was crazy. It's a time like this, and I'm still dreaming?
What?
Then what do we do? My brother and my cousin are still in the dormitory. They just sent me a message. My cousin is also in the dormitory. She's usually quite frugal. There's not even a piece of candy in there. She must be starving.
Tan Kuan?
Uncle Quan? Mu Yuliang looked up, noticing a familiar face. Is that really him? But why is his hair completely white? That woman seemed a bit familiar too, but it was too far to see clearly. Sister, I want to rescue Uncle Quan. He looked at Mu Yuyang as if seeking her approval. I know it's unwise to be soft-hearted at a time like this.
All right.
Mu Yuyang had already anticipated his thoughts and had long since given her silent consent. What mattered to the one she cherished most was what she cared about.
Besides,
She remembered Tang Quan as one of her grandfather's favorite employees, diligent, responsible, and kind-hearted. Most importantly, he was the biological son of Grandma Tang. But it doesn't necessarily mean we have to leave? Sister, do you agree? You really agree? Mu Yuliang was pleasantly surprised. I haven't even finished my lines yet. He thought Mu Yuyang would weigh the pros and cons and then refuse. Especially after having such a nightmare. Mu Yuyang, in resignation, replied, Then can you say it in 5 more minutes? Mu Yuliang chuckled awkwardly. That's not necessary. With a smile, Mu Yuyang demonstrated her support through her actions. Uncle Quan, it's Yuyang. I came with Yuliang to see you. What? Tang Quan's eyes widened in surprise. Yuyang? Yuliang. Is that really you too? Tang Qiu also found it hard to believe. Yuyang and Yuliang have grown up so much. Everyone who had worked at the Yunding winery was equally astonished. Tang Quan opened the drone footage to confirm, exclaiming, It really is those 2 children. Tang Qiu could not help but exclaim, They say girls change greatly at 18, but I never realized that boys do as well. In just a few years, I can hardly recognize them. The others shared her sentiments. Indeed. Who would have thought the transformations would be so profound? Not only have they changed remarkably, but their abilities have also significantly improved. That monster was terrifying. Yet they showed no fear at all. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry down and take a look at them.
Ding.
The metamorphic space has reached level 12. A blue light curtain refreshed, unlocking the linking maniac ability for a 50-kilometer violent connection. After eliminating threats, it automatically links to the Cloud Peak base, providing unlimited water and electricity, transforming the safe zone into a chain store in an instant. Mu Yuyang expressed surprise. An automatic link adds a safe zone and passageway, and it can automatically connect to the Cloud Peak base's unlimited water and electricity. Just now, I was thinking they might not need to leave after all. Is the space somehow akin to a parasite in my belly? Metamorphic space. You are the parasite. Combat reward Zombie Exterminator set LV4 with melee counterattack damage of 20. If a zombie bites, it loses 20 health points first. Weapon reward. Indestructible cold weapon level 3. Click to choose from the weapon library. Mu Yuyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. An indestructible cold weapon? And I can choose? Legendary reward. Large spiritual spring pool. Daily output of 10,000L. Constitution 12. Energy 100. Suitable for bathing, swimming, and irrigation. Swimming? Irrigation? Such a powerful spiritual spring water, used for swimming and irrigation? A daily output of 10,000L sounds feasible. From now on, please call her Lavish Yang. Crystal Core Exchange System. New main quest added. Click to enter. Upgrade attempts. 88 times. 24-hour cooldown main quest? This Crystal Core Exchange System has main quests? She curiously clicked to enter. The blue light curtain quickly transitioned to the interface of the Crystal Core Exchange System. Mu Yuyang caught a glimpse of a teasing emoticon appearing in the corner, and the mocking light wave. Bio. Upon focusing, however, she found nothing. Furrowing her brow, Mu Yuyang muttered, "It's definitely the black market entrance causing mischief again. Forget it, let us focus on checking out the tasks." As her consciousness delved into the Crystal Core Exchange System, she discovered that the original first page had transformed. The main quest Redeemer's badge was activated. Survivor Rescue Protocol. Assist ordinary survivors. First time reward of 10. Daily survival allowance of 1. Assist awakened individuals. First time reward of 20. Daily survival allowance of 2. Mu Yuyang's eyes sparkled, a rare twinkle illuminating her gaze. This is tailor-made for Yu Liang. But I like it. I adore any rewards that grant me microstellar energy. The space seemed excited too. Microstellar energy. Microstellar energy. The microstellar energy from the first factory. Doesn't it feel like we're about to prosper? Chapter 76. A stick to the nose? A kick sends them flying. As Tang Quan and the others rushed downstairs in excitement, Mu Yuliang noticed something was amiss with Mu Yuyang. Why so excited? He quickly understood and secretly felt delighted. So my sister cares for Uncle Quan and the others even more than I do. Guiyang? Yuliang?
It's really you.
After a close confirmation, Tang Quan, Tang Qiu, and the others felt a wave of emotion wash over them. These were the two children they had watched grow up at the Cloud Peak Winery. You came to rescue us? Do I even need to say it? Who would be foolish enough to provoke monsters for no reason? Those two kids. Monsters are everywhere outside, and the government has mandated home isolation. How dare you come out? If you got hurt, we would blame ourselves for eternity. Enough. You took such great risks to save us. You must have endured a lot. Let us get you inside to rest.
Oh.
Where else in this world can we find such wonderful children? Tears welled in their eyes, and their hearts brimmed with gratitude. The older women, like Tang Qiu, embraced each other and wept. Mu Yuliang felt his own eyes glisten with unshed tears. He scratched his head awkwardly, unsure whether to comfort them or remain silent. Though he harbored this sentiment, openly expressing it left him feeling bashful. Luo Yi had already shed a sea of tears. She initially thought this trip was solely for the crystal cores. But when Mu Yuliang decided to take people away, Mu Yuyang readily agreed, without a second thought. It dawned on her that perhaps rescuing people was their true intention. They are far kinder than I had imagined. Mu Yuyang instinctively wanted to retreat. 6 years of hellish existence had rendered her unsure of how to face such soft-hearted and warm individuals. Yet, Tang Qiu, having just wiped her tears, pulled her in. "Come on, children. Let us head inside to rest." Thus, the three were warmly ushered toward the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, Mu Yuliang immediately spotted Tang Meiju sitting in a wheelchair. She desperately wished to join everyone but was stuck at the threshold due to her limited mobility. "Grandma!" Mu Yuliang exclaimed joyfully as he rushed over. He adeptly squatted down, resting his head against her knees. "Grandma, it's so wonderful to see you again." He had been worried that, given her age and frailty, she might have succumbed to becoming zombie fodder. Seeing her well, his eyes reddened. "You two children. With so many monsters outside, why aren't you staying at home?" Tang Meiju's eyes shimmered with tears. "These two always say I resemble their grandmother and love to gather around me to play. Over time, I've come to treat them as my own grandchildren. I thought that once we parted from Cloud Peak, it would be forever. I never imagined we would meet again. Mu Yuliang leaned against Tang Meiju's knees once more, saying, Grandma, I've missed you so much. I want to take you back to Cloud Peak. Tang Meiju gently stroked Mu Yuliang's head, her fingers trembling slightly. Silly child. I'm half a body in the grave. What use is there in returning to Cloud Peak? Just find a place to bury me. Why waste the effort? I can't do anything anymore. Going back with you would only be a burden. I wouldn't even want to burden my own son, let alone you two good children.
Mom.
Tang Quan interjected, stop saying such nonsense. As long as I have a bowl of soup to eat, you'll have food too. No matter how terrifying the monsters are, I will protect you. Tang Meiju shot a glare at Tang Quan, scolding. How dare you let a white-haired person send a black-haired one off? If I go down, I won't spare you. All right.
Tang cư interjet diplomati.
It's truly a miracle that we can survive and gather here, and to see Yuyang and Yuliang again is quite a blessing. Let's refrain from speaking ill-fated words. Brother Quan, someone in the crowd reminded, there are less than 3 minutes left until Captain Yen's 10-minute limit. Although the villa was provided by the factory, times have changed. Oh right, I nearly forgot. Tang Qiu looked at Tang Quan with concern. Brother Quan, we must hurry and get the children out. This Yen. The monsters have only appeared for less than 2 days, and humanity has already been consumed. Tang Meiju was displeased. However, she calmed her emotions and said to Mu Yuyang and Mu Yuliang, you two wait for Grandma for a moment. Saying this, she turned her wheelchair toward the kitchen. In less than half a minute, she reappeared before everyone, carrying a bag of millet and a pack of raisins on her lap. There are fewer people and more fruits up on Cloud Peak, and it's easy to grow things, making it a good place to hide from monsters. With all the stores closed outside, Grandma couldn't buy you 2 lollipops. The millet was cultivated by Grandma herself, and the raisins were dried by her own hands. She recalls that when you two were young, you loved to sneakily devour the raisins. This old lady thinks that keeping them is a waste. So take them back to enjoy. Memories of childhood flood back, recalling the scenes where Grandma Tang bought lollipops for them and dried the raisins, only to have them devoured before they were fully prepared. Mu Yuyang felt a sudden warmth in his eyes. The hardened shell forged in 6 years of hell seemed to soften unexpectedly. The discomfort he had felt earlier dissipated significantly. Mu Yuliang felt a pang in his nose and hastily waved his hands, saying, Grandma, we can't accept this. Suddenly, the villa's heavy gate was kicked open with a loud bang.
Tan Ku An.
The voice of Zhou Jian, a subordinate of Yen Fun, boomed from outside. What are you doing bringing outsiders into the house at this hour? Do you want us to be too peaceful? Zhou Jian, they're just the children from the family. Tang Quan quickly responded. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Jian thrust a metal rod toward Tang Quan's nose, when the boss told them to scram 10 minutes ago. Why didn't you mention it? Now you claim they are family? Am I blind? Out of respect for you, I'll give them 10 seconds. If they're not gone in 10 seconds, I'll be the first to deal with you.
10.
9.
Ah.
A sudden gust of wind sent Zhou Jian flying several meters, crashing against the wall with a loud thud. In the ensuing chaos, Zhou Jian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his 6 followers stood bewildered. Tang Quan and Tang Qiu were equally astonished, their eyes wide. How did Zhou Jian get thrown out? Was it that little girl who did it? As they regained their composure, they realized that the assailant was none other than the seemingly underage Mu Yuyang. You dare to attack in Haina? Zhou Jian screamed, clutching his chest. Brothers, get them. The 6 followers rushed forward with their iron rods, but Tang Quan instinctively shielded Mu Yuyang. Yet in the next moment, that slender figure darted out like the wind, followed closely by Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi. Don't go, kids. Tang Meiju's heart leapt into her throat. Be careful. Tang Qiu and others felt their palms sweat with tension. In the blink of an eye, all 6 followers lay sprawled on the ground, their iron rods nowhere to be seen. The 6 men gasped in horror. Oh my. It hurts. One punch broke my bones. These 3 are scarier than zombies. We're done for. We can't move. Seeing the situation go awry, Zhou Jian turned to flee, run. This was poorly prepared. We took a big loss. But Mu Yuyang caught up swiftly and yanked him back. With a loud thud, Zhou Jian was thrown to the ground.
Ugh.
He felt as if his back were shattering. In the next moment, a foot crashed down on his chest.
Ugh.
His chest felt as though it had been crushed, leaving him breathless. As he attempted to push himself up, his hand was mercilessly stomped down. The sound of bones cracking echoed ominously. confirming that he would be incapacitated. Mu Yuyang looked down at him and spat. Uncle Quan's father is a hero of the War of Resistance. You trash, how dare you claim to be his equal? With that, she delivered a kick that knocked him unconscious. At that moment, Yanfen finally arrived, having consumed his fill of chicken soup. Upon seeing his moaning subordinates and the unconscious Zhou Jian, his pupils dilated in shock. Spotting the survivors hiding behind the villa, he raised his voice. Tang Quan. Our security team sacrificed 31 levs to secure the doors against the zombies. There are only 8 of us left. Are you trying to eliminate everyone for power?
Ugh.
Before the drama could unfold, he was lifted and slammed to the ground. What are you crying about? What are you pretending to be? Mu Yuyang confronted him. Director Pang, Captain Zhang, and the fallen brothers are heroes. You are nothing but a worthless scoundrel. Director Pang mutated while locking the doors, and Captain Zhang was torn apart. You seized the opportunity to claim credit and power when they were gone. Besides stealing glory, what have you contributed? Is it the time you spent eating Director Pang's bird's nest? Or drinking abalone and bamboo fungus chicken soup? Is ignoring suggestions to save lives your contribution? Or wanting to be a local tyrant? Yanfen's face turned pale, trembling all over. How does she know? Is she a monster? Mu Yuyang leaned down and pulled him up, using her hypnotic abilities. How I know is irrelevant. What matters is that you must sincerely apologize to everyone. Apologize for your lies. Apologize for seizing power. Then come with us to the dormitory to save people and redeem yourself. Yanfen trembled violently. In the next moment, he seemed to lose his soul, collapsing onto his knees. I'm sorry. I lied to everyone. It was Director Pang and Captain Zhang who fought to secure the doors. I'm just a pathetic scoundrel who wanted to steal credit. I misled everyone into believing I could protect and save people. All lies. I just want to indulge and play the local tyrant. The people hiding behind the villa, and Tang Quan finally understood. Using such matters to deceive us. Misleading us to blame Director Pang and Captain Zhang for inaction.
Scum.
After casting votes, he went silent, hiding to indulge himself. No contributions at all. Daring to brazenly occupy Director Pang's house to feast. What a disgrace. Director Tang is of good character. If it weren't for his schemes, this scoundrel would never have been so arrogant. Seeing Yanfen's slander against Tang Quan fall apart, Mu Yuyang addressed the crowd. Just now, Director Tang proposed that we work together to kill the zombies and save people. Anyone interested, gather in 10 minutes. No pressure for those who are unwilling. With that, she turned and headed back to the villa. It was time to equip herself with the nearly indestructible cold weapons she had just received as a reward. She would also choose a suitable weapon for Uncle Quan. I told you those were zombies. You wouldn't believe me. Are they really zombies? The kind that eats people? I thought it was rabies infection. I've only seen it in movies. With floods, volcanoes, and zombies, it feels like the heavens are closing in on us. I was already anxious when Sakura Country fell. I didn't expect disaster to strike so quickly. As Mu Yuyang entered the villa, Tang Meiju wheeled over. Child, are you planning to take everyone to kill zombies and save people? That is far too dangerous. You are still young, a girl. Don't worry, Grandma. Mu Yuyang called her affectionately as she did in her childhood. Yuyang has grown up and trained in self-defense. I can protect myself. But Tang Meiju wanted to say more. But Mu Yuyang turned to Tang Quan. What do you think, Uncle Quan? Tang Quan understood that Mu Yuyang's actions outside the villa were not only to clear his name, but also to establish his authority. I'll follow your lead, he replied without hesitation.
Quania?
Tang Meiju glared at her son. Are you out of your mind? Letting Yuyang risk her life? Mom, Yuyang has great abilities now. You must trust her. We all must trust her. Tang Quan's tone was resolute as he turned to Mu Yuyang, however. Shouldn't we screen those who go in to kill zombies and save people? In case someone tries to show off or even stab us in the back. Don't worry. Uncle Quan, Mu Yuyang said confidently, as long as they dare to come, I won't let them hold us back. As for those who might betray us, it's better to reveal themselves now than later. Tang Quan was astonished once more, suddenly realizing that everything Mu Yuyang had done might have been for him. Is she clearing my worries for me? Is she planning for me to become the new authority figure? This is no longer the little Yuyang who needs to be pampered. Mu Yuyang, hearing his thoughts, felt a sense of admiration. Uncle Quan is still so perceptive. She guided Tang Meiju to a nearby room, addressing Tang Quan. Uncle Quan, before my father passed, he asked me to give you and Grandma something. Please come inside. Tang Quan was momentarily taken aback, but followed her in. Under her subtle indication, Mu Yuyang and Luo Yi also entered the room, shutting the door behind them. Once inside, Mu Yuyang quickly removed her backpack, exclaiming, by sheer chance, I acquired a high-tech backpack that can hold quite a few remarkable items. As she spoke, she began to produce an array of weapons, various cold weapons, and even a gun. Tang Meiju gasped, how on earth do you have a gun? Hush. Tang Quan swiftly gestured for silence. He glanced towards the door, ensuring it was securely closed before turning to Mu Yuyang. Hide it. Quickly. This must not fall into the wrong hands. With a calm demeanor, Mu Yuyang handed a gun to both Tang Quan and Tang Meiju, stuffing 2 bags of ammunition into their arms, reiterating, hide it. Quickly. This cannot be discovered by those with ill intent. Chapter 78. Zombie complaints? A shift in tone? No, it's not. Tang Quan was bewildered. You want to give us this gun? He had assumed Mu Yuyang intended to use it against zombies, not bestow it upon them.
No.
This is a treasure. Tang Meiju hurriedly pushed it back towards her. We cannot accept this. Mu Yuyang firmly returned the weapon to her, stating, Grandma, you are a brave warrior who dared to confront a giant wolf with your bare hands and the widow of a war hero. Uncle Quan is the son of a hero, a veteran who has handled firearms. It is safer in your hands than in anyone else's. Can you trust others with it? Realization dawned on Tang Meiju. Are you trying to deceive me? You want us to keep it for our protection. So, I can feel secure. Don't worry, Grandma. Mu Yuyang brandished 2 guns from her weapon belt. We have more.
Besides,
your safety ensures that you Liang and I can focus on dealing with zombies, doesn't he it? Tang Meiju's eyes glistened with emotion. Turning to Tang Quan, Mu Yuyang presented a combat suit. This is a level 4 suit, capable of withstanding bites from level 4 zombies. It features expandable filtration and self-cleaning capabilities. You can store the gun here and cold weapons at the back. It's quite convenient.
À combat suit?
Self-cleaning. Tang Quan was astonished yet again. Before he could collect his thoughts, Mu Yuyang pointed to the mountain of cold weapons piled on the table. Choose one. The rest are for backup. Backup. Tang Quan was speechless at the sheer volume of weapons. Setting aside how the backpack could possibly contain them, the quantity alone was enough to leave him in awe.
Grandma, you should also select something.
Mu Yuyang continued, her consciousness reaching into the newly added cold weapon cache. A dazzling array of weapons surpassed what she had just produced. She picked a tang knife, a wolf fang club, and a 3-bladed axe. As these 3 extraordinary weapons appeared on the table, the eyes of Tang Quan, Tang Meiju, Mu Yuyang, and Luo Yi all sparkled with excitement. Mu Yuyang herself was momentarily taken aback. The quality is simply astounding. Incredible, right?
Mu Yuyang's brother, Mu Yuyang
exclaimed while picking up the wolf fang club. If it weren't for the sharp edges, I'd want to hug it. Laughter erupted among them, easing the tension significantly. Having equipped the 3 with new weapons, Mu Yuyang turned her attention to the long-handled cleaver in Tang Quan's hands. This cleaver is perfect for dispatching zombies.
Yes.
This will do. Tang Quan's satisfaction grew with each glance. Tang Meiju selected a retractable knife, extending up to 60 centimeters and shrinking to less than 10, making it very portable. Mu Yuyang reminded, it's been nearly 10 minutes. Uncle Quan, you should change your clothes. Tang Quan hastily entered the restroom, only to be astonished again upon changing. This material is even more durable than military combat uniforms. What on earth have you Yang and you Liang experienced? When Tang Quan emerged from the restroom, around 40 people had gathered outside the villa, mostly men, with only 5 women present.
Besai Tangku.
The other 4 women were from Tongjia village. Despite their small number, each possessed a steely determination in their eyes. Nearby, some individuals lingered around the villa, observing. Following Mu Yuyang's instructions, Tang Quan directed everyone to replace their brooms and similar tools with the cold weapons she had prepared. Mu Yuyang cast a glance at the corner where Yen Fun and 4 other able-bodied subordinates were glaring at her. Kill zombies? Soon enough, you'll become corpses yourselves. How dare you strike us, making us look foolish. Just wait. We'll get back at you. She smirked internally as she lifted the hypnosis she had imposed on Yen Fun. He suddenly snapped back to reality. Did I just consider killing zombies to redeem myself? How utterly foolish. And before that, why did I suddenly kneel and apologize? What the hell? Regardless of whether she's human or monster. I'll make her pay for ruining my reputation today. Or else, I won't bear the Yen name. Satisfied, Mu Yuyang thought, now this feels genuine, making it easier to handle. As everyone equipped their weapons, Mu Yuyang first demonstrated techniques for killing zombies and extracting crystal cores, casually mentioning that crystal cores might become a form of currency in the future. She decisively declared, let us go. I'll show you how it's done. Leading them to the stairway entrance, they heard the frenzied groans of 2 zombies just beyond the door, their gray-black arms thrashing wildly. Everyone's hearts raced. Although the video captured by drones had shown that the zombie-infested area had been cleared, facing the real thing at such close proximity sent shivers down their spines.
Tan Kuan.
Closest to Mu Yuyang and the others, remained tense, ready for defense. Mu Yuyang signaled for Luo Yi to use the 3-bladed axe to pry open the door.
Creak.
The door swung open, and in an instant, the 2 zombies lunged forward, only to be dispatched by Mu Yuyang and Mu Yuliang in a heartbeat. The group erupted in excitement. Goodness. 1 per second? This speed is unbelievable. Earlier, they had thought her explanations were mere bravado, but witnessing her in action was astonishing. It was no wonder the 3 dared to confront the zombie horde in the cafeteria. Their strength was formidable. Luo Yi swiftly locked the door, and Mu Yuyang pointed to the fallen corpses for a live demonstration. Aim for the head. You can either slice off the head like I did or crush the skull like he did. Just destroy the central nervous system. Not every zombie possesses a crystal core, but those that do typically have it in this area. Use a short knife to insert and extract it. With practice, you can do it in one swift motion. Before she finished speaking, she deftly extracted a transparent crystal core from a zombie's head. The group gasped in disbelief. Ugh. I need a moment. Is that brain matter? That's revolting. Yet, they quickly remembered, that's future money. Money. Suddenly, they felt invigorated. How did she know it would become a hard currency? Surely, she must have insider information. But who cares? Let us collect it while we can. Her movements were so fluid.
I am impressed.
Zombie 1. Is she really lecturing on my corpse while extracting my brain matter? How rude. Zombie 2. Can we show some respect for the deceased? At least let me take a few steps?
Huh?
Steps? I barely get 1 step before I'm done. Have you considered my feelings? Mu Yuyang cleansed the crystal core with a special liquid and continued. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, some people become zombies while others awaken abilities. The elemental types include metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. Non-elemental types are divided into common, speed, strength, sensory enhancement, and rare, healing, invisibility, psychic abilities. I utilize water abilities. If you awaken, embrace and control it without fear. If you don't awaken, don't be disheartened. Strengthen your body, accumulate experience, and you can survive just the same. Mu Yuliang observed her passionately speaking and wondered, why is she so talkative today? This isn't like her. Has she been triggered? Tang Qiu and the others watched in admiration. She radiates such brilliance, almost like a fairy. So young yet exudes such authority. It's truly remarkable.
Ding.
Successfully assisted 42 ordinary survivors in enhancing their survival skills. Reward, 420. Current balance, 4655. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. Talking Kanermi microstars? Chapter 79, Another Wave. Ability recognition? Mu Yuyang was in high spirits, stating, this is indeed worth it. For each additional day they live, I earn another day. With 42 individuals, that's 42 a day. Please strive to survive, my dear Wei Xing energy storage. She concluded, no matter how precious the crystal core, it cannot compare to the value of life. Remember, your own safety comes first. Everyone nodded in agreement. By the staircase entrance, 3 zombies, drawn by the scent of meat, had gathered. More zombies were still wandering upstairs, newly transformed and unable to find their way down yet. Following Tang Quan's suggestion, the group formed temporary teams of 3 or 2, providing mutual support to minimize casualties. Mu Yuyang nodded in agreement, signaling for Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi to demonstrate first.
Creak. Roar. Bang. Crash. Bang.
The 3 zombies were swiftly dispatched. Zombies, could you show a little mercy? Just a bit will do.
Mu Yuyang mused. Yi is improving remarkably.
2 more zombies descended the stairs. Roar.
Howl.
Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi stepped back a couple of paces, while Mu Yuyang retreated several meters, allowing the eager crowd to take their turn at the door. Tang Qiu took a deep breath and stepped forward with Tang Quan. She wielded a tang knife, while Tang Quan brandished a long-handled cleaver, intently watching the approaching zombies. Mu Yuyang maximized her speed abilities. Gripping the Tang knife tightly, this was their last lifeline.
Bang! Bang!
Tang Quan severed the heads of 2 zombies and quickly turned to support Tang Qiu.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Tang Qiu struck 7 times, her hands trembling, and finally managed to behead a zombie. She turned to the others, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I did it. I really did it. Though I am still far behind Yuyang, this is my first victory.
Ah!
Scattered applause erupted, affirming their achievement and boosting their morale. Thanks to this promising start, more teams moved forward. Yan Fun and his brothers seized the opportunity to inch closer, their eyes glinting with malice. Another wave of zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh, charged toward the staircase entrance. The frontline team, seeing their numbers, couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Just as the zombies were about to charge out en masse, Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi synchronized their movements, kicking 5 zombies back. Back off. Roar. Howl. Kick zombies. What? Do we have to wait in line here? The 3 zombies that broke free lunged at the 2-person team in front.
Bang! Bang!
The clash of weapons resounded once more. One zombie, escaping detection, aimed for a team member who was struggling in the chaos. Mu Yuyang, quick on her feet, dispatched it with a swift strike. Just as everyone sighed in relief, their hearts sank again when Yan Fun and his cohorts, hidden among the crowd, charged toward Mu Yuyang, seizing the moment while she was preoccupied with saving others. Be careful.
No.
Amidst the exclamations, Yan Fun's blade was a mere centimeter from Mu Yuyang. In a split second, she stepped forward with astonishing speed and swiftly turned. Whoosh! The Tang knife flashed with deadly precision. In an instant, Yan Fun and his accomplices met their demise. What just happened? Did you see her movements? I think I witnessed her teleport. Her speed is terrifying. I barely saw anything before Yan Fun, and the others were all dead. They deserved it. How despicable to strike while someone is saving others. They got what they deserved. Mu Yuliang, Luo Yi, Tang Quan, and Tang Qiu snapped back to reality, rushing to her side. Are you all right, sister? Yuyang. Are you okay? Mu Yuyang shook her head, her gaze indifferent as she surveyed Yan Fun's lifeless body. I'm fine. I had my eye on them the entire time. The group cursed Yan Fun for his treachery, while praising Mu Yuyang's skills and awareness. Just then the zombies, sensing the overwhelming scent of blood, seemed to awaken, charging down the stairs in unison. The ground trembled, and the air was filled with roars. Encouraging one another, the group followed Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi into the fray. Mu Yuyang navigated through the crowd and the mass of corpses, targeting the stray zombies. Some hadn't even realized what was happening behind them before finding themselves face to face with a headless corpse. After over half an hour, no more roars echoed from the staircase. The ground was littered with bodies. Tang Quan, accompanied by those still able, conducted a thorough search, his expression filled with disbelief. We suffered no casualties in this battle. Not a single one. Tang Qiu surveyed the exhausted but safe group. This is truly a miracle. Indeed.
Tang Quan et Galim.
We've slain so many zombies and emerged unscathed, all thanks to Yuyang. Thank you, Yuyang. Without you, we could never have fought the zombies so fiercely. Our gratitude to you is boundless. Expressions of thanks resonated throughout the group, having not only surpassed their limits, but also relying on Mu Yuyang to survive. As everyone expressed their gratitude, Mu Yuyang raised her hand for silence. Let us quickly form groups to rescue those still trapped. We must search each dormitory. There must be more crystal cores and Wei-Xing energy storage inside. We need to hurry.
Right.
Almost forgot the main objective. Tang Quan quickly organized the teams under the expectant gazes of the others. With Mu Yuyang's approval, they split into 6 groups. Tang Quan, Mu Yuyang, Mu Yuliang, Luo Yi, and 2 others with strong combat abilities, each leading a team. One group would be responsible for each floor, searching for survivors. The accommodations at the Haina distillery were relatively decent. New employees and interns shared rooms, while those with over a year of service usually had single rooms. Those with over a decade or in supervisory positions had villas. The zombies had only recently mutated, making them clumsy and slow, so the search was not difficult. Those dorms with doors wide open were mostly empty. Those that were closed but unlocked had likely turned into zombies. And those that were both closed and locked mostly housed survivors, with a few exceptions of individuals who had mutated after locking themselves in. An hour later, The search was completed, and the group returned to the first floor with the rescued survivors.
Ding.
Successfully rescued 26 ordinary survivors. Reward 260.
Ding.
Successfully rescued 1 fire element ability survivor. Reward 20. Current balance 74.55. Hearing the mechanical voice, Mu Yuyang cast a gentle glance at the 27 individuals. Feeling a surge of warmth and satisfaction, that's 280 in total. I can earn an additional 28 every day from now on. Not bad. I wonder who the fire element survivor is, but that's not important. The key is to keep them alive. Suddenly, the system prompted. Ding. Activation of ability recognition signal detected. Mu Yuyang post. Didn't I say it wasn't important?
Ding.
No replicable ability seeds detected within a 500-kilometer radius. Continuing detection. Are you teasing me? She murmured. All right then. If I end up being tricked into saving someone again in the future, and there's a new ability to replicate, I could earn additional Wei Xing energy. That wouldn't be a loss. The Crystal Core Exchange System's ability recognition system is similar to the ability identification function, but more comprehensive. Would you like to exchange 200 for this? Chapter 80. The Villa Feast. Doors kicked down. Mu Yuyang shook her head inwardly. It costs so much more than a small fully automatic planting device. I think I'll wait a bit longer. While she was confined in the Wei Xing energy world by the system, the outside world was unfolding tales of joy and sorrow amidst the apocalypse. Some rejoiced as their loved ones returned safely, bursting into tears, embracing them despite their bloodied appearances. Others mourned as they confirmed their friends and family had turned into zombies, retreating to the sidelines, their backs soaked in sorrow. Tang Qiu was fortunate. Her husband, Tang Qingshan, was safe and sound. However, her cousin, Tang Shui, could not find her husband among the survivors and was frantically searching through the horde of zombies. Ultimately, she stumbled upon a headless corpse and found her phone, featuring her picture as the screensaver. Let us eat something first, Tang Qiu comforted her. You need to stay strong and wait for Tang Tuan to return. Hearing her son's name reignited a glimmer of hope in Tang Shui's tear-filled eyes. Yes, I still have Tang Tuan. Tang Quan briefly consoled the survivor who had lost loved ones before taking the lead in extracting the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. Seeing this, everyone joined in. Before long, all the zombie heads had been searched. Tang Quan wiped 3 crystal cores clean and handed them over. We owe our survival to you. This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Tang Qiu also handed over 2 crystal cores, stating, without you, I might never have seen our Qingshan. This crystal core is a mere token of gratitude. I will express my thanks properly when I have something of value in the future. Others followed suit, offering the crystal cores they had unearthed. Without you, we would still be like headless flies. This crystal core is rightfully yours. You taught us how to slay zombies and rescue people. This meager offering hardly suffices as tuition. Mu Yuyang gazed at the crowd, her heart warmed. It was not solely due to their generosity with the crystal cores, but because they had only thought of harvesting them after working together to rescue survivors, showing no hint of greed. Perhaps, since the apocalypse had just begun, they had yet to endure true hunger, bullying, or despair. But what of it? At least in this moment, they held a beautiful place in her heart. Tang Quan felt equally gratified. How fortunate it is to work alongside such a group. Once Mu Yuyang had collected the crystal cores, he gestured towards several other dormitory buildings. Let us all have lunch first. Rest a bit. Then we will continue our rescue efforts.
All right.
We will heed Brother Quan. The group consoled those still in tears and returned to their temporary villa. The villa, equipped with a kitchen and refrigerator, offered more food than the dormitory, was closer to the grain warehouse, and provided a greater sense of security. Those initially observing from the villa were stirred into action upon witnessing the zombie hunters return unscathed, having also rescued their loved ones. Meanwhile, the 2 injured subordinates of Yan Fun had managed to struggle to their feet. They quietly carried the unconscious Zhou Jian back to Director Peng's villa, whispering among themselves, that female demon is terrifying. She showed no mercy when killing Brother Yan. She must be cautious of us too. Should we flee? Flee? Where to? Where is there a distillery with ample provisions? We are still clearing zombies. This is the safest place now. If we keep our distance, we should be fine. Indeed. Brother Yan and his group have not acted out of line, so we should be all right. Suddenly, Zhou Jian stirred, coughing as he rubbed his aching head and cursed. What kind of man fears a few little brats? Is that not shameful? Brother Zhou, you're awake. His companions hurriedly offered him water. You didn't see that little girl kill Brother Yan. Enough. Zhou Jian interrupted. Let us not bolster the enemy's spirit. A mere girl. I underestimated her. With a sudden crack, the glass cup in his hand shattered. His companions gasped, Zhou, Brother Zhou, when did you gain such strength? That was glass. Are you hurt? Zhou Jian was also bewildered. When did the cup become so fragile? Is my hand? My hand is fine? He distinctly remembered the agonizing pain from when his hand was crushed. Yet now, he clutched the glass shards, and his palm bore no marks. Wait! He suddenly realized that his head and chest no longer ached. In disbelief, he touched his head and pressed on what had felt like a nearly fractured ribcage. His eyes widening, it hurt terribly upon waking, and now. I feel nothing at all? Brother Zhou, could it be that you have awakened your powers? One subordinate suddenly recalled. That female demon said some would turn into zombies while others would awaken abilities. She herself is water-based. Oh right, another chimed in. I heard that too while lying on the ground. Abilities? Zhou Jian picked up the shards of the shattered glass cup, crushing them effortlessly into powder. His hand bore no marks whatsoever. I truly have awakened my powers. Heaven is aiding me. Heaven is aiding me. He laughed maniacally. A cunning glint in his eye as he declared, now to find that girl and settle the score. Let her know the consequences of provoking me. I will go too. Wherever Brother Zhou goes, I shall follow. I will always heed Brother Zhou. The two secured iron rods at their waists and brandished kitchen knives, marching confidently towards Tang Quan's villa. Let us see who dares to underestimate me from now on. In a small room, the atmosphere was lively. Grandma, Uncle Quan, please don't stand on ceremony. It's rare to reunite. Let us eat together.
Mu Yuliang urged.
Pushing Tang Quan towards the table and maneuvering Tang Meiju's wheelchair in front of it. It's our turn to host you.
Tang Kuan Belushet.
Feeling bashful. You're the ones treating us, Uncle Quan. Mu Yuliang insisted, pressing him into a chair. You've called me grandma for so many years. Why separate you and us? That's too distant. He intentionally mimicked Tang Quan's tone. Isn't that right, Tang Quan? Laughter filled the air. And the room's ambience seemed to transport them back to the days at Yunding Winery. In the dining hall, Tang Qiu, Tang Qingshan, Tang Shui, and others from Tongja village, along with a dozen recently rescued survivors, sat at two large round tables. Originally, one table had been enough. But the addition of more people necessitated a split into two. The five of them, including Mu Yuyang, gathered around a small table laden with an abundance of dishes. Reminiscent of a festive feast, oil-sautéed shrimp, white-cut chicken, sweet and sour yellow fish, braised lion's head meatballs, mixed vegetables, treasure duck, braised beef, and crystal shrimp. The dishes, steaming and aromatic, made mouths water. Can this package really keep things warm? Tang Meiju exclaimed in astonishment after tasting a bite. This is even more delicious than what Chef Liu just made at the cafeteria. She mused inwardly, I wonder what little meat bun is eating in the city. Had I known, I wouldn't have let him go to kindergarten in the city. It truly is delectable. Tang Quan chimed in, if Chef Liu were to taste this, he would surely seek to become a disciple. Just then, the villa door was abruptly kicked in with a loud crash. Chapter 81. Crystal Core Exchange. Activation of Abilities. The diners instantly tensed, and Tang Quan sprang to his feet, while Tang Meiju swiftly moved as well. Mu Yuyang pressed down on Tang Meiju's wheelchair. Grandma, you eat first. We'll handle the situation outside. Saying this, she, along with Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi, swiftly followed Tang Quan out. The men in the dining hall had already positioned themselves at the door. Tang Qiu and other women who had fought zombies also brandished their weapons as they rushed outside. Upon seeing the newcomers, the group breathed a sigh of relief, having initially feared they were zombies.
You startled me.
Tang Qiu stepped forward, raising her tang knife and demanding. Zhou Jian, what are you kicking down the door for? Haven't you learned your lesson this morning?
Get lost.
Zhou Jian roared, swinging the kitchen knife to knock her blade aside. Who are you to speak here?
Ugh.
Tang Qiu gasped, her palm jolted, and her tang knife clattered to the ground. She was stunned. His strength is terrifying. He must be off. What do you want? Tang Qingshan protectively shielded his wife. Glaring at them, the others, after a brief moment of shock, directed their anger at Zhou Jian and his group. Don't start trouble. We still have to save people after eating. Don't be like Yan Fun, Who doesn't he know his place? Before the words were fully out, a kitchen knife flew through the air, striking the man who had spoken squarely in the forehead. Husband!
Tang Cheng!
The shocked cries rang out as the man fell backwards, blood pooling around him. All of you better get out of my way, Zhou Jian bellowed. Snatching the kitchen knife from someone behind him, his voice filled with malice. Bring out those 3 who injured my brothers, or else this will be your fate.
Ugh! Boom!
No sooner had he finished his threat than Mu Yuyang, having pushed through the crowd, kicked him away. This kick feels strange, Mu Yuyang thought fleetingly. But she rushed to the injured man's side. If this bloodied microstar energy reservoir were to die, it would be a significant loss. She quickly retrieved 2 bottles of spiritual spring water from her space. One poured directly over Tang Cheng's head, while the other was handed to the weeping woman. Try to get him to drink this. Sister, be careful. Yuyang, watch out. The crowd gasped in alarm as a kitchen knife swung towards Mu Yuyang's head.
Bang! Swish!
Mu Yuyang dodged just in time, retaliating by slicing Zhou Jian's arm that held the knife. Almost simultaneously, Mu Yuyang's Wolf Fang Club and Luo Yi's triple-bladed axe pierced Zhou Jian's chest. Zhou Jian stared wide-eyed as he fell. He had believed his body was reinforced to the point of feeling no pain. He had felt strong as iron, brimming with power. Yet, in this moment, his strength drained away like a flood released from a dam.
Boom!
The lifeless body fell to the ground. Its unyielding gaze filled with resentment. I am the chosen one. I should be the master of the sea. They should be crawling at my feet. The 2 subordinates who followed were struck with terror and fled, only to be swiftly caught by Mu Yuyang, who dispatched them with 2 precise strikes. Upon returning to Tang Cheng's side, a wave of guilt washed over Mu Yuyang. It is entirely my fault. I thought they merely intended to drive us away, never anticipating a sudden mutation that nearly cost us a microstar energy reserve. Hubby? Tan Cheng's wife, Ran Hongji, suddenly exclaimed, bursting into tears. You're awake? I thought you were going to die. You scared me to death. Tang Cheng blinked, dazed. I think I just saw my great-grandmother? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yet their minds were filled with questions. How deep was that cut? So much blood was lost, and he is still alive? A sip of water can make the wound shallower, stop the bleeding, and he can still open his eyes? This is too bizarre. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yuyang retrieved 3 bottles of diluted spiritual spring water from her space, each containing a slice of ginseng, and handed them to Ran Hongji. This water is the same as the previous bottle, given by the old Taoist on the mountain. It is said to have the power to bring the dead back to life. This is all I have left, so use it sparingly. Bring the dead back to life? An old Taoist? Surely, he must be a divine being.
No wonder.
It's heavenly water. I want some too. Don't be foolish. First, we must treat Chenggu's injuries. The crowd chattered excitedly, their previous doubts transformed into awe. Ran Hongji, wiping her tears, expressed her gratitude profusely. While Mu Yuyang felt a bit embarrassed. You all haven't finished your meal, right? Let us return to eat. In her haste to save a life, she had not anticipated the astonishing effect of the spiritual spring water. Had it not been for the chaos that arose from her negligence, she would not want to lose the first batch of microstar energy reserves so soon. She truly wished to keep this matter under wraps. The group helped Ran Hongji carry Tang Cheng to rest. Upon returning to the dining table, discussions shifted from zombies to the earlier peril and the miraculous, divine water. Mu Yuyang and her companions returned to their small table, and upon realizing Tang Cheng was safe, Tang Meizhu finally let out a sigh of relief. You both were incredibly fast and strong just now. Mu Yuyang complimented Mu Yuliang and Luo Yi with a smile. Still smiling. You scared me to death. Mu Yuliang clutched his chest, his face pale with fear. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, sister, did Zhou Jian awaken his physical enhancement ability? When I struck with my wolf-tooth club, it felt like hitting an iron plate. It was incredibly strenuous. Physical enhancement ability? Luo Yi and Tang Quan gazed at Mu Yuyang with curiosity. Even Tang Meizhu paused mid-bite. Yes, Mu Yuyang nodded, recalling the skull she had shattered and his revitalized form. That ability allows the body to restore to its optimal state. It can even further harden and strengthen, rendering one impervious to pain, and even immune to blades and bullets. Thus, I said your strength was astonishing. After all, you are not yet ability users, while he is. What if Mu Yuliang is worried? Mu Yuliang's expression darkened. If his ability rises to level 3 or 4, yet I remain powerless, can this weapon still harm him? He gripped his wolf tooth club tightly, dreaming of a scenario where he had no abilities and could only rely on fire and tools from a distance. Now equipped with a capable weapon, he was unwilling to continue cowering. Abilities can indeed upgrade?
Tan Quan Edgar Lim.
That means ordinary people encountering malevolent ability users would have no chance of survival. Mu Yuyang leisurely explained as she swallowed a mouthful of braised lion's head. Both mutated zombies and ability users may enhance themselves, and abilities can improve with combat experience. For ordinary people, victory is arduous, but with the right tools, there's still opportunities. She glanced at Mu Yuyang's wolf tooth club. This has been modified and can handle level 2 and 3 mutated zombies and ability users without issue. However, against level 4, it would be challenging without abilities. Mu Yuyang's eyes darkened. Does that mean, despite having nightmare warnings, I still cannot protect those I care about? Luo Yi felt even more disheartened. If Yuliang can only deal with level 2 or 3, how can someone like me, a mere novice, not become a burden? How can I be the strongest support for Sister Yang? Tang Quan's expression was grave. I thought that learning to kill zombies would enable me to protect my mother and save the meat bun and her child. But I didn't expect the zombies to evolve. Suddenly, Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. Who said you wouldn't awaken abilities? Luo Yi's eyes sparkled. Sister Yuyang said yesterday that I could also activate my abilities. Could it be true? Tang Quan's gaze sharpened as he stared at her. Zhou Jian has awakened. I haven't felt a thing. Is there really a chance for me? Yet. Mu Yuliang felt despondent. I've never awakened in my dreams over the years. Can reality be any different? What sister said yesterday was probably just to comfort me. Mu Yuyang did not respond directly, her consciousness sinking into the crystal core exchange system. The system seemed to sense her intention and automatically displayed the exchange page. She decisively clicked Select All, and the page immediately transformed. Select All. Level 1 mutated zombie minus 220. Level 2 mutated zombie minus 3. Total redeemable 244. Click to redeem. Click to redeem. Current balance 98.95. She scrolled to the bottom of the homepage, where an independent colorful pill appeared. Ability activation pill. Next to it, there was a cost of minus 50, which could stimulate the most compatible abilities according to 1's physique. Mu Yuyang clicked the plus sign 5 times. And the page displayed. Total cost 250. Click to redeem. Redeem. Chapter 82. The Judge of Life and Death? Can corpse transformation be reversed? Successfully redeemed 5 ability activation pills cost 250. Current balance 73.95. The system added a storage slot, and with a thought, 5 pills appeared in her palm. These are ability activation pills refined from crystal cores. Each of us will have one. She distributed the pills to Mu Yuliang, Luo Yi, Tang Quan, and Tang Meizhu. Meizhu waved her hand. I'm an old lady on the brink of the coffin. Why waste this? These pills look incredibly precious. Luo Yi hesitated. Sister Yang, you said before that crystal cores can only help some people activate their abilities. What if I can't? Wouldn't that be a waste? Mu Yuyang pushed the pills in front of Tang Meizhu and pulled out 3 bottles of diluted spiritual spring water with ginseng. Grandma. This water strengthens the body and prolongs life. Keep it for yourself. Before Tang Meizhu could refuse again, she adopted a stern expression. If you mention going into the coffin again, we will be angry. You need to take care of your health, so you can use your awakened abilities to their fullest. We need to have no worries, understood?
Tang Meizhu met miljoen Yuyang's resolute gaze.
Then glanced at the determination in Mu Yuliang's eyes and Tang Quan's reassuring nod, swallowing back her words. Her obedient demeanor amused both Mu Yuliang and Tang Quan, eliciting laughter from them. Turning to Luo Yi, Mu Yuyang continued, these pills are extracted from crystal cores, and the chance of activating abilities is significantly higher than ordinary crystal cores. Moreover, we are family. Giving to family is always worthwhile, not a waste. Luo Yi felt warmth in her heart, secretly resolving to work harder, and without hesitation, swallowed the pill. Mu Yuyang watched everyone take the pills and followed suit. She then handed each person a large cup of spiritual spring water infused with a drop of herbal essence. Some may feel unwell after awakening their abilities. This water can alleviate that. Let us drink.
Cheers.
Barely a moment after drinking, Tang Meizhu suddenly scratched the area around her amputated leg. Strange. Why does this spot feel itchy? Suddenly, a pale radiance burst forth from her palm. and the others vaguely perceived that her severed legs seemed to grow back just a little. Tang Meiju herself was bewildered, staring at her hand and then at her leg. I have a leg-growing ability? Mu Yuyang smiled. Grandma, this is a healing ability, a very powerful special ability. It can not only heal injuries and ailments, but can also purge zombie toxins after reaching level 3, using healing energy to slay zombies. Purging zombie toxins. Slaying zombies? Both Tang Quan and Tang Meiju exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Quan gazed with eager anticipation. Are you saying that after a mother reaches level 3, if someone is bitten by a zombie, they can cleanse the zombie toxin and prevent transformation? Indeed, Mu Yuyang nodded. But it must be done before complete zombification occurs. Is it possible for someone of particularly high level to revert a zombie back to human? Luo Yi inquired with curiosity. Mu Yuyang paused, recalling that in her previous life, the highest level healer she had heard of was merely level 3. She truly did not know if higher levels could achieve such a feat instinctively. She glanced at Mu Yuyang, her mind fluttering with the thought, if this lad inadvertently transforms into a zombie, he would surely wish for this possibility.
Beep.
Continuing detection of replicable identification abilities. The ability recognition system in the Crystal Core exchange system is similar to the identification function, yet more comprehensive. Would you like to exchange for 200? After considering her balance of 73.95, Mu Yuyang decisively agreed. Exchange. The system instantly transitioned to the exchange page, and she clicked Confirm Exchange, successfully exchanged for the ability recognition system, consuming 200. Current balance, 53.95.
Beep.
The ability recognition system has been fully loaded. A soft golden light flickered in her pupils. When she looked back at Tang Meiju, a translucent light curtain floated above her head. Healing ability LV1 Walking Band-Aid. Coverage radius 0.1 meter. Skill Heal mild level 3 injuries. Cleanse level 1 toxins. Restore 0.5 micro star energy to the ability user. Progress 67. She focused her mind and turned to the next page. The light curtain transforming into a veiled white. Healing ability LV2 Bandage Assassin. Coverage radius 0.4 meters. Fragments of vague memories flickered in her mind once more. The silhouette of a familiar and warm woman slowly emerged before her. Although Mu Yuyang could not discern the woman's face, she could faintly sense a gentle aura filled with healing power, akin to a sun-warmed quilt or warm milk, drawing her instinctively closer, craving to grasp it and forever drown in that warmth. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through her temples. Mu Yuyang reflexively shook her head. Since the spatial ability had been loaded, similar pains had occurred countless times. Fortunately, as long as she shook her head and refrained from delving deeper, the pain receded like a tide. Compared to the benefits brought by the space, it was a minor inconvenience. After a moment to compose herself, she continued flipping through the pages, gradually discerning a pattern. 1. The page color corresponds to the crystal core color of the same level. 2. Healing effects align with the effects of similarly colored ability pills. Wait a moment. She abruptly flipped back from healing ability level 10 to level 9. The purple text particularly dazzling. Healing ability LV9, Judge of Life and Death. Skill. Can restore the human consciousness of zombies that have been zombified for no more than 12 hours. Though it does not guarantee the restoration of vital signs, revived individuals may experience memory loss, paralysis, or develop affection for zombies. Restoring human consciousness? Chapter 83. The car crushed. Life and death on the line. Mu Yuyang's pupils constricted slightly. So, if the level is particularly high, it can truly revert zombies back to humans? Memory loss? Paralysis? Developing feelings for zombies? Perhaps it is better not to save them? She shivered slightly and turned to the next page. The familiar and warm silhouette of the woman flashed in her mind once more. Mu Yuyang furrowed her brow. The aftereffects of this space are certainly manifesting with excessive frequency today. With a resigned shake of her head, black text content suddenly flashed into view. Healing ability LV10, Reaper, Retreating Door. Skill, heal all injuries and ailments, as long as the body hasn't cooled down. Even the Grim Reaper must kneel. Heal and expand the meridians of all ability users, enhancing ability proficiency. Within 3 minutes, assist individuals not fully zombified in cleansing zombie toxins. Halting zombification. Healing energy can annihilate zombies below level 9, can restore human consciousness to zombies that have been zombified for no more than 24 hours. Can simultaneously restrain up to 3 level 10 mutated zombies, can perish together with 1 level 10 mutated zombie. Perish together? Mu Yuyang's heart sank. This is something my grandmother must never know. With her reckless nature, who knows what extreme actions she might take upon encountering a wolf? Lost in thought, she noticed the next page button was still illuminated. There's more? Level 10, isn't that the end? Curious, she clicked. And suddenly the black light curtain above Tang Meiju exploded with colorful text. Special uses of healing ability. Mu Yuyang's heart raced slightly as she quickly read on. Team operations. 2 level 5 healers holding hands can trigger the holy light meat grinder effect, causing low-level zombies within a 10-kilometer radius to collectively melt. 3 forming a group can activate the healing tornado, sending zombies to the heavens, leaving only crystal cores like stars on the ground. The level of zombies that can be annihilated increases with the levels of the ability users. Mu Yuyang's eyes sparkled. According to this, if I find another healer, wouldn't he killing zombies be as easy as chopping vegetables? In her reverie, she suddenly recalled the wish function of the ever-changing space. Just as she was about to silently wish, beep, detection of activated healing ability signal.
Huh.
I haven't even started yet? Mu Yuyang was taken aback. Seems like a worm in my belly knows my intentions. Ever-changing space. You are the worm.
Beep.
Detection of replicable healing ability seeds. Is that truly the case? Reach the west gate of the Haina distillery and find the red-haired boy within 3 minutes. Only then will you have the opportunity to replicate his healing ability seed. Handshake for more than 1 second, level 1. Haina distillery? ISNT that right here? The west gate? That way. In an instant, Mu Yuyang dashed out, leaving only a blur behind. 3 minutes. Accelerate. In the villa, Mu Yuliang, Luo Yi, Tang Quan, and Tang Meiju exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? Did my old lady hallucinate? Where did Yuyang go? Was that flash of movement just now Yuyang?
Mu Yuliang frowned.
Looking at Luo Yi, did you just ask her if a particularly high level could revert zombies back to humans? Yes, I did. Luo Yi nodded. Then she seemed to be lost in thought, staring at grandmother's head for a while. Mu Yuliang pondered for a long time, more confused. Then she just ran off? The 4, bewildered, hurried to the door, but Mu Yuyang had already vanished without a trace. The people in the dining room gathered around, none knowing what had transpired. Countdown, 57 seconds. Westgate, I've finally arrived. Having just dispatched a wandering zombie, Mu Yuyang suddenly felt an unbearable itch in her palm. Just as she was about to scratch, a sudden chill enveloped her. An ice spike emerged without warning, causing her to shiver. What on earth? In the next moment of shock, she suddenly realized. Ice ability? She conjured several more ice spikes, smiling brightly. The ice ability is not weak. Quite nice, I like it. Given this aura, it must be at least level 3. Recalling the ability recognition system, she took out a mirror. Before she could look into it, text popped up before her. Not like Tang Meiju's light curtain, but rather 7 differently colored ability light bricks marked with text. Quite intelligent. Is this the ability wall? She contemplated as she withdrew the mirror, her gaze fixed firmly on the light bricks. The light brick indicating speed ability alternated between green, level 7, and orange, level 5. The strength ability shifted between yellow, level 6, and orange, level 5. Fire and water abilities fluctuated between purple, level 9, and orange, level 5. Mind reading and hypnosis toggled between purple, level 9, and red, level 4, while the newly awakened ice ability light brick was a pink hue close to red. In that moment, Mu Yuyang understood. The level the ever-changing space wished to bestow upon her was inconsistent with what she could actually bear, hence the alternation. And the ice ability was undeniably level 3. Countdown, 29 seconds. She accessed the ice attribute light brick, and pink text along with a progress bar appeared. Ice ability LV3. Coverage radius, 200 meters. Ice creation specifications. Volume, 9 cubic meters. A towering ice sword. Hardness, HV0900. As easy as slicing butter for a diamond. Melting point, 1100. Skills, Ice Needle Rain. Form spikes in 3 seconds. Ice Blade Rain and Ice Axe Rain are equally effortless. Zombie Freeze. Turns zombies below level 3 into ice sculptures instantly. Ice Armor. Ice Control Expert. If your ice isn't as strong as mine, then it's mine to command, among others. Progress, 93. Am I almost at level 4 right after awakening? How impressive. She raised an eyebrow, but what does this phrase mean?
Buzz.
The ability recognition system's data is based on common usage. Different life forms may develop new skills. So feel free to explore. Mu Yuyang understood and clicked to the next page, where red text appeared. Ice ability LV4, skill. Cold wave domain. Every step taken results in a loss of 1 pound, a delight for weight loss enthusiasts, albeit at a grave cost. This system's dark humor is truly hellish, she thought. The levels not yet achieved appeared hazy and unreal. Just as she was about to continue flipping pages, a sudden tremor rippled through the ground, growing closer and more intense. Countdown. 17 seconds. Mu Yuyang's heart sank. A horde of zombies? She looked up to see a yellow sedan, followed closely by a swarm of zombies.
What?
There must be at least 199 zombies. Are you kidding me?
Bang!
Countdown. 13 seconds. The already unsteady little car suddenly blew a tire. It swerved past a large truck, and the windows shattered instantly. The distance between the zombies and the car was rapidly closing. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. Mu Yuyang had no time to curse. She sprinted towards the sedan. Ice powers surged in her palm, accumulating frantically. The smaller the coverage, the faster the release. And the less energy consumed. When she was 4 meters away from the car, the zombies were already at the car's side, just half a meter away. Chapter 84. Frozen Song of Ice Rain. Roots pleading for mercy.
Rise.
She unleashed 3 ice walls, each 6 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 15 meters high, aligned behind the car. However, her legs unexpectedly weakened. Releasing continuously is indeed quite exhausting. I almost felt faint. While she sipped from a spiritual spring, she struggled to inch forward, her hand shaking and half a bottle of water spilling onto the ground. The nearby phoenix tree seemed to go wild, its roots frantically stretching towards the puddle. The ice walls temporarily blocked most of the zombies, but the horde behind was pushing forward. 4 zombies had already lunged at the car, with over a dozen circling around the wall. Countdown. 7 seconds. A woman in the driver's seat was dragging a 4-year-old boy with red hair, running frantically. Tears streamed down her face, and the boy cried out in terror.
Run.
Hurry! The woman shouted hoarsely upon seeing Mu Yuyang. A zombie reached through the car window, clawing wildly. One circled to the side of the car, chasing after the mother and child. 2 others had already lunged at the woman, their decaying hands nearly grasping the boy's clothing. With a roar, the decaying zombie lunged towards the fresh meat. As it leaped toward the boy, he turned around and, seeing the bloodied face, fell to the ground in fright. The already weak woman was yanked down as well. At that critical moment, Mu Yuyang grasped the boy's hand.
Ding.
Congratulations on acquiring the healing ability seed. Just as the mechanical voice sounded, a block of ice suddenly appeared before the zombie.
Bang.
It bit down hard. In the next moment, it crashed down where the boy had just fallen. Before it could count how many teeth it lost, a cold glimmer flashed above, sending it straight to meet its end. With a swift motion, Mu Yuyang dispatched another pursuing zombie. More zombies approached from behind the car, half of their faces bitten off, their bellies gaping with intestines hanging out. The red-haired boy was frightened again, crying out to rush towards his trembling mother. Mu Yuyang released his hand, allowing him to run toward the woman, who was now standing unsteadily.
Ding.
Congratulations on acquiring level 4 healing ability. She dispatched the zombie with exposed intestines before moving on to the one stuck in the car window, followed by the zombies howling and charging around the ice wall. Behind the ice wall, zombie heads were bobbing up and down, the cacophony of their roars, scratching, and pounding growing increasingly intense. The entire wall was being pushed forward, even causing the yellow sedan to slide. The woman and boy retreated several meters. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Mu Yuyang, who was wielding her blade with dexterity, sending zombies toppling one after another, leaving her momentarily stunned. So impressive. Did she create that ice wall? How did she do it? The boy, who had been wailing, now turned to sniffle, staring at Mu Yuyang. Mommy, the pretty sister can do magic. Is she a fairy? Just as he finished speaking, 2 ice spikes, slightly thinner than his arms, fell from the sky, piercing through a zombie's skull. The zombie collapsed with a thud. This technique is quite effective, though this quantity. I still need practice. With a thought, Mu Yuyang began to conjure ice spikes in the air, 1, 5, 10, until she could release hundreds at once, feeling satisfied enough to stop. How about a battle of ice and fire? Whoosh! Countless fireballs suddenly ignited at the other end of the ice wall. The flaming zombies roared in fury. Some, in a fit of desperation, surged over the ice wall, engulfed in flames, charging forward. Meanwhile, Mu Yuyang was drinking water. Is she really drinking water at a time like this? The woman was aghast.
Bang!
A flaming zombie was effortlessly swatted aside by her. Yet she did not stop, twisting the cap off her bottle to continue drinking. As she drank, she accurately dispatched the zombies that had climbed over the ice wall. The woman was even more shocked. Killing monsters while drinking water? What kind of divine operation is this? Oh no! It seems like the ice wall is melting quickly.
Bang!
The melting ice wall was breached by a flaming zombie. Just as the woman was about to shout for them to run, she saw Mu Yuyang single-handedly push the yellow sedan several meters forward, while simultaneously, a large new ice wall rose up out of nowhere. The woman was utterly bewildered, astonished by the ice wall, fireballs, and her seamless slaughter of zombies. More astonishing was her incredible strength. 25 seconds, Mu Yuyang calculated quickly while sipping water to prevent fainting. A level 3 ice wall can withstand a level 5 fire. It should hold for about 25 seconds. The higher the level, the longer it lasts. In the future, when encountering hardened-skin zombies, I'll burn them within the ice wall. It will definitely work. She then switched to another full bottle of spiritual spring water, exclaiming, "But it consumes too much water."
Buzz.
Suddenly, a delightful tremor coursed through her mind, as if something had broken free within her body. With a thought, the ability wall reappeared. She gazed at the brick of ice ability, now glowing a vivid red, her eyes brightening. Indeed, I have leveled up. It's securely at level 4. Clicking on the brick, the previously blurry red text now shone brightly, with the progress bar jumping from 0 to 2. Not bad, she said, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. After all that effort, it was worth it. If I can maintain this intensity in the future, my leveling speed will surely not lag. With that thought, she clicked to the next page, curious about what new wonders level 5 would bring. Ice ability LV5, skills. Ice sculpture army, from small ice hedgehogs to a 25 cubic meter ice mountain crashing down. Cold lock and freeze. Level 3 zombies turn into ice sculptures in an instant. And even level 5 will have to sing Ice Rain. Mu Yuyang sighed inwardly. Why does it feel like this system is becoming increasingly unserious? Ice explosion thunder. Bury an ice bomb that explodes into icy shards. Create an ice trumpet that shatters your eardrums. Ability ceiling. Freeze the enemy's ability release points, rendering them completely mute. Mute. Freeze the ability points? Render abilities mute? Mu Yuyang's eyes flickered with intrigue. If I encounter someone of a higher level, wouldn't I be able to engage them as well? In the unseen corner, the rustling sounds grew denser, swiftly converging into a singular point. Suddenly, an unexpected movement arose behind Mu Yuyang. Her gaze turned icy as she swung her Tang Dao, halting several brown roots midair, which promptly adopted a posture of surrender. Chapter 85. Offering crystals, utilized for oneself? With a clang, Mu Yuyang dispatched another zombie attempting to scale a wall and raised an eyebrow at the roots. Is there something you wish to convey? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the mutation and intelligence of flora and fauna had become commonplace. Although the pace of evolution was significantly accelerated compared to her previous life, she remained remarkably composed. In the distance, a mother and son were in a state of panic. Mom, is the big sister talking to something? The boy with red hair stared with wide eyes, filled with questions. The woman's face turned pale, her voice quivering it. It seems to be a root? The brown roots, witnessing Mu Yuyang's calm demeanor, were taken aback. Why is she not shocked? I'm a root that can surrender. Those two over there are nearly terrified to the point of urination. With a clang, Mu Yuyang felled 2 more flaming zombies and urged, "Spit it out if you have something to say." The roots trembled, exclaiming, "What a powerful aura. I'm so scared." It quickly pointed a tendril toward the spiritual water in her hand, eyes brimming with anticipation. "Do you desire this?" Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow. "Your taste is quite discerning. Do you wish to drink?" Yes. The roots nodded vigorously. "All right," she replied, shaking the water bottle. "But this water is precious. What will you offer in exchange? It is absolutely impossible to give it away for free." The roots hesitated, suddenly darting to the left. Before Mu Yuyang could draw her blade, it swiftly plunged into the head of a climbing zombie. 2 seconds later, a transparent crystal core was presented before her. Killing zombies and extracting crystal cores in one go. Is this root a treasure trove? Mu Yuyang accepted the crystal core, leisurely inquiring, "Would you prefer a sip today or a daily supply?" A daily supply. The roots were ecstatic, flailing about in excitement, leaving Mu Yuyang baffled. She lifted the bottle of spiritual water, saying if you choose to drink today, take this bottle. If you opt for daily access, then bring me all the nearby zombies' crystal cores. The roots immediately wrapped around the water bottle. Eager. I want a drink. I want it now. Mu Yuyang thought it had made a choice and was about to release her grip when it abruptly let go and retreated. The next moment, a scene that would cause someone with a fear of clusters to crumble appeared. Several main roots split into dozens of fine tendrils, and from the ground, over 100 brown roots erupted in a chaotic mass. They spread densely, accentuating the blood-stained ground, creating an eerie atmosphere. In the distance, the mother and son recoiled in fear.
Mom, I'm scared.
The boy clung tightly to the woman. Will the beautiful big sister be all right? She saved us.
I don't want her to die.
The woman, dragging her son back, fought to suppress her fear as she reassured. Don't worry. She's incredibly powerful. She'll be fine.
Yet.
Her heart raced with dread. Zombies can be thwarted by ice walls. What if this splitting root goes berserk? What will she do? However, the battle they feared did not unfold. Instead, the densely packed roots performed a surprising act of offering. After weaving through the brains of the nearby zombies for several seconds, they returned to Mu Yuyang, presenting dozens of crystal cores. Here. For you. All for you. Mu Yuyang's eyes sparkled. After handing the bottle of spiritual water to the jubilant roots, she graciously accepted all the crystal cores. Subsequently, she approached a towering, evidently mutated phoenix tree, about 20 meters high, on the side of the road. Her thoughts stirred, and the trunk of the tree revealed crimson characters and a progress bar. Transformation ability LV3. Transformation range, 400 meters. Skills, metamorphosis, transform into anything, a hidden master of cosplay. Crystal devouring, steal low-level plant crystal cores, feasting is delightful, leveling up faster than a rocket. Progress, 99, already nearing level 4? Mu Yuyang was momentarily taken aback. Achieving this level so swiftly was quite rare. Upon seeing the words crystal devouring, she deemed it reasonable. She quickly flipped to the page for level 10 of the transformation ability, where black text boldly declared, Transformation ability LV10, transformation range, 51,200 meters. Skills, proficient in human speech, unlocks chatterbox mode at level 6. Can talk to the point of existential doubt at level 10. Does this mean it will be able to speak after level 6? In her previous life, she had never encountered flora or fauna above level 6. The highest-ranked zombies she had heard of were the level 6 Jianghai's strongest zombie king. I have never heard of that zombie king speaking. But why wouldn't a level 6 plant be able to speak, while the increasingly intelligent zombie king cannot? Perhaps those who have heard the zombie king speak did not survive? This time, I must ensure that Yu Liang lives long and prosperously. I cannot allow a repeat of previous lives, or rather, the last one.
Sudanli, Mu Yuyang furulet harbrov.
Why did I just think of previous lives? It seems like there are memories that do not belong to me trying to invade my mind, almost reminiscent of the sensation I felt before dying in my last life, which is eerily tangible. Space, Xiao Yang, do you know what is going on? She abruptly inquired in her mind. The space remained silent. Xiao Yang, with bewildered eyes, shook her head, her twin tails curling into question marks. It must be that the energy of the space is too powerful, requiring some time to adapt, right? Sensing impending pain, Mu Yuyang shook her head, ceasing further inquiry. She gazed at the transformation range. 51,200 meters? This creature's range has increased exponentially. If we draw a circle with this as the radius, it could cover a good portion of the city. The speed of collecting crystal cores. Mu Yuyang's voice softened, knowingly asking, This is your true form, isn't it? Right behind her, the eager brown roots, thirsting for spiritual water, nodded in agreement with the phoenix tree. As Mu Yuyang poured spiritual water onto the tree, she said, Do you truly wish to accompany me? If you come with me, you must assist me in eliminating zombies and collecting crystal cores from time to time. The phoenix tree, greedily absorbing the spiritual water, nodded vigorously, Yes. I must go. Wherever this water is, I will follow. Mu Yuyang's lips curled into a slight smile, envisioning the phoenix tree aiding her in sweeping up crystal cores. She composed herself, assessing the phoenix tree, feigning difficulty. I have the space to take you, but your size presents a challenge. Whoosh. Chapter 86. Triadic Abilities. Offering cumin powder? Instantly, the phoenix tree shrank to nearly 1/10 its size. Now only slightly taller than Mu Yuyang, Looks quite compliant. Mu Yang found herself charmed, smiling as she praised. You can even transform. That's impressive. I will now place you into the space where there is ample spiritual water. Upon hearing ample spiritual water, the phoenix tree nodded fervently, excitedly shaking its trunk, causing leaves to rain down upon Mu Yang's face. Puff, puff, Mu Yang blew away the leaves from her face, exclaiming helplessly, Relax, pull your roots closer. I will do my utmost to collect you without damage. Otherwise, if you break, I won't be responsible. Gradually, the phoenix tree calmed, retracting all the roots it had extended. It twisted its trunk, even jumping along with its roots and the soil.
Boom.
Upon landing, the ground trembled violently. The original position was left with a gaping hole about 10 meters wide and unfathomably deep. The woman, frightened, quickly embraced her son, retreating several meters. Mu Yang had not anticipated such a commotion, nearly losing her balance. Once she steadied herself, she gazed at the phoenix tree, which had shrunk significantly yet still loomed as a formidable presence. Unaware of her discomfort, the phoenix tree excitedly nudged its trunk, internally shouting, Ready to go. Quickly. Take me to the place where the spirit spring flows abundantly. Though Mu Yang could not comprehend the language of the trees, she sensed their urgency. Concealing her actions with her backpack, she stepped forward and reached out, contemplating, packing my belongings was quite efficient. It should be convenient to come and go in the future. Whoosh! The entire sycamore tree, roots and all, vanished in an instant. The woman and the boy gasped, unable to regain their composure for a long while. Equally unsettled was the sycamore tree, which, upon entering the new space, leaped joyfully by the spirit spring, indulged in a hearty drink, and contentedly settled by the poolside. Mu Yang gazed at the tree swaying in the space with her mind's eye, a smile gracing her lips once more. Such a large tree. Yet it possesses such a charming side. Once assured there was no danger, the woman, tears streaming down her face, embraced the boy, exclaiming, Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my little meat bun would surely not have survived. I am eternally grateful. The red-haired boy, patting the woman's back, sobbed remorsefully. It's all my fault. Boo-hoo. Upon hearing the term meat bun, Mu Yang suddenly recalled Tang Meiju's heartfelt words and inquired, Are you family of Uncle Quan? Zhuang Lanhua paused in surprise, wiping her nose. You know Tang Quan? Are you also from the Haina distillery? Very well acquainted, Mu Yang replied, turning to the red-haired boy. Come, I shall take you to meet Uncle Quan and Grandma. Dad and Grandma? The boy perked up instantly, cheering, I can finally see Dad and Grandma. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mu Yuliang called for the nth time. Mu Yuyang answered, at the villa. Inside Uncle Tang Quan's villa, Tang Qiu and others paced anxiously. Ran Hongji returned from the entrance and suggested to Tang Qiu, Sister Qiu, shall we search for Yuyang? She saved Tang Cheng. And I haven't had the chance to thank her properly. Tang Qiu frowned. I am grateful to her as well. But Brother Quan insists we wait here for everyone's safety. Let's hold on a little longer. Luo Meiju remained silent, merely gazing out the door in anxious prayer. The children must be safe. Grandma. As the call rang out, a small figure dashed forward.
Mat Gun.
Tang Meiju rubbed her eyes, confirming it was not a mirage, tears streaming down her face. It was indeed her beloved grandson. Recognizing Zhuang Lanhua and Mu Yuyang behind him, she excitedly shouted into the villa, Yuyang is back. Yuyang is back. She has brought my little meat bun with her. Tears sparkled on her wrinkled face. Grandma. Tang Robao, like a cannonball, leaped into her embrace. I missed you so much. Seeing Mu Yuyang safe and sound, ran Hongji. Tang Qiu and others all sighed in relief. Sister.
Yuyang Jie.
Wife.
Mat Gun.
Just as Tang Qiu was about to call Tang Quan, she heard the voices of Mu Yuliang, Luo Yi, and Tang Quan.
Dad.
Tang Robao wriggled out of Tang Meiju's arms and dove into Tang Quan's embrace. I missed you to death. I missed you too. Tang Quan lifted his son and warmly embraced the tearful Zhuang Lanhua.
Ding.
Successfully rescued one ordinary survivor. Reward. 10. Ding. Successfully rescued one tri-elemental survivor. Reward. 20. Current balance. 56.95.
Ha.
Tri-elemental. Mu Yuyang immediately glanced at Zhuang Lanhua's head. Nothing there? Not her? Could it be this little one? Indeed. Mu Yuyang had initially thought Zhuang Lanhua was the one who awakened the tri-elemental abilities, but was astonished to find it was Tang Robao, merely around 4 years old. Above Tang Robao's head, 3 luminous blocks of elemental power floated, akin to Mu Yuyang's. They consisted of a nearly transparent healing ability, a pink, level 3, and transparent, level 1, alternating golden elemental power, along with a fire elemental power. Mu Yuyang gazed at the flickering golden and fire elemental blocks, her eyebrows raising slightly, such a little one, yet he harbors the potential for level 3 abilities? It seems even the heavens favor adorable human children. She clicked on the healing ability block, for it was the source of her own healing power, and she was particularly curious. Before her was nearly transparent text and a progress bar. Healing ability LV1, Novice Healer. Icon of a small seed. What a delightful little colorful seed. Mu Yuyang couldn't help but exclaim. As her fingertips grazed the block, she suddenly felt an indescribable, wondrous power concealed within the small seed. This power seems somewhat weaker than before, she mused. It appears this little seed is the key to replicating little Robao's healing ability. Progress. 2. Eating lollipops can accelerate enhancement. Only 2? It seems I must wait a long time to reach level 2. Eating lollipops can accelerate? That hint was not in Grandma Tang's ability introduction. System, are you serious? Humph. No doubting the system's favor towards human children.
Ah. Mu Yuyang silently exited.
Then clicked on the alternating pink and transparent fire elemental block. Fire elemental ability LV1 Grilling Master. Icon of a small padlock. ISNT this small padlock adorable enough to make bubbles? Like the healing seed, the small padlock concealed mysterious power. However, while the seed represented growth, the padlock symbolized protection, as if gently safeguarding this fragile little body. Skill. Fireworks tactic. Fireball clashes create explosive fireworks, stunning zombies. 50 chance of successful escape. This system is amusing yet unprofessional. It excels at teaching escape. System prompt. Detected disdainful expression from host. Unlock achievement Grill Stall King. Awarded a jar of zombie cumin powder. Chapter 87. Incalculable. Paired with cool. Why does it sound like a useless trinket? System hastily retorts. Spreading cumin on zombies can attract a horde of them. Do you not understand the dark culinary artifact of the apocalypse? Hands on hips. I don't understand. What use is attracting them? It's better to let the zombies feast on each other. The system suddenly lights up with excitement. How did you know about this hidden method? Spreading cumin on zombies instantly activates the self-service buffet mode, grabbing a neighboring zombie's arm to munch, while stuffing cumin powder into its mouth. Promoting self-sufficiency. The host can just sit back and enjoy the show, saving on knives. Mu Yuyang raised an eyebrow slightly. This could indeed be feasible. Wait a minute. Are you being so irreverent in your dialogues now? System. The system fell silent, flashing the fire elemental ability introduction. Pseudo-ice freeze technique. Rapid cooling to preserve food. Principle. Instantly evaporate moisture to achieve pseudo-freezing. Is it possible to play like this? Indeed, at the universe's end, shadows of mathematics and chemistry are lurking. Shape control, clever maneuver. Fire shaping, molding phantom images of roasted chicken and fish, enticing zombies to rush in. That is quite clever. Progress. 100. Eating more meat will help you grow taller. Unlocking the small padlock. It seems like, just like me, it is restricted due to the body not being able to bear the load. Mu Yuyang continued browsing, both to assist this adorable little meat bun and to better understand her own fire elemental abilities. Fire elemental ability LV2, Ash Tyrant. Icon of a small padlock. Skill, Ash Compression. Compressing burnt remnants into diamonds. Purity comparable to natural diamonds that. Cultivating diamonds is worth less, my friend. Brain Fire Hotpot. Injecting liquid fire into a zombie's head causes it to expand and explode, resulting in splash damage. This twist was too sudden. 1 second, we were on a children's channel, and the next it turned inappropriate for kids. Progress. 100. Flipping through further. The fire elemental ability level 3 also bore a small padlock, but the progress bar now read 1 instead of 100. This must be the limit of Tang Robao's initial energy. Mu Yuyang understood well that the little meat bun was already quite fortunate. After all, most individuals may never awaken their extraordinary abilities throughout their lives. Even if they do, they are likely to remain stuck at the first or second levels for an extended period. However, for him, as long as he maintains a healthy diet, strengthens his physique, and grows up safely, he can reach heights that others could only dream of. From the 4th level of fire-based abilities onwards, the text and progress bar became shrouded in a thin veil, appearing somewhat surreal. Mu Yuyang continued to scroll down until she beheld Fire Ability LV5, Lava Sovereign. Skill, Deadly Detonation, capable of detonating any fireball within a 400-meter radius, creating an effect akin to a magma eruption. To detonate any fireball within 400 meters? Mu Yuyang's eyes sparkled, her thoughts racing. Does this mean if someone dares to hurl a fireball at me, I can directly trigger their fireball to explode, causing them to suffer the consequences unexpectedly? Now that I am at level 5, I should find some time to study this carefully. However, what if I encounter someone whose fire ability surpasses mine, and who is also aware of this skill? I must hasten to elevate my physical condition and level to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Fire Ability LV8, Hell Judge. Skill, Crystal Purification. Burn to produce SSR-level pure microstellar energy, also with beautifying effects. In her previous life, the practitioners referred to the energy of mutated zombie crystal cores as zombie energy. They claimed that while this energy could aid the practitioners in leveling up, it might also lead to hair loss and dental issues. Over time, one could even become as unattractive as a zombie. So hair loss, dental issues, and becoming unattractive are due to the unpurified crystal core, with energy that lacks purity? Mu Yuyang realized instantly, feeling a surge of relief and gratitude. She was thankful that she hadn't allowed her loved ones to directly use mutated crystal cores for upgrades. And she was even more grateful for the provisions offered by the transformative space. Fire Ability LV10 Sun God Meal Replacement. Fire Temperature 05000. Mu Yuyang stared at the temperature of the level 10 flames, momentarily stunned. 5,000? That's nearly reaching the surface temperature of the sun. She directed her consciousness to the glowing next page. Special uses of Fire Ability. Self-destructing Fire God's Funeral. Effect, indiscriminate bombing within a 5-kilometer radius. Destructive potential incalculable. Recommended to be accompanied by BGM Cool Cool. Experience a nuclear explosion over 100 kilometers. Kindly note, a farewell message must be recorded in advance, to be sent by the system to social media. Destructive potential incalculable? For the first time since her rebirth, Mu Yuyang encountered these 4 words within the system. A sense of unease washed over her, yet she firmly committed this special usage to memory. Exiting the Fire Ability interface, she swiftly glanced at the equally pastel, transparent, alternating golden ability, Light Brick. Gold ability LV1 Small Padlock Icon Sharp Form. Control, Earth Binding Thorn if you can't defeat them, entangle them, frustrate them. Progress, 100. The gold and ice abilities bear some resemblance, Mu Yuyang mused, continuing her exploration. Like Tang Robao's second and third levels of fire abilities, his second and third levels of gold abilities were also adorned with a small padlock, exuding a sense of warmth and charm. Just as she was about to swipe towards the 4th level of gold abilities, the emotional reunion of Tang Quan's family reached a conclusion. During their conversation, Tang Robao had specifically mentioned Mu Yuyang, pointing to his fiery red hair, beaming with excitement. Daddy, Grandma, beautiful big sister, doesn't Robao's hair look nice? It turned red this morning. So fiery like a dragon fruit, isn't it cool? Yes, it looks good, indeed cool, Tang Quan replied absent-mindedly. While inwardly concerned, how did it suddenly turn red? Zhu Meizhu and Mu Yuyang nodded in agreement, chiming in with praises. Just moments later, Tang Robao's excitement faded, and he looked remorseful. Daddy, Robao wasn't obedient. I wanted to show you my new hair and surprise you, but it scared Mommy for a long time, and she cried for a long time. I didn't protect Mommy well. I'm not a good Robao. Daddy, you can spank Robao. I know I was wrong.
Tan Kuan.
Zhu Lanyu and Tang Meizhu comforted him for quite a while before he finally recovered from his fright. By the way, Daddy. He suddenly pointed at Mu Yuyang. This beautiful big sister saved Robao and Mommy. Robao wants to give her all the snacks and toys at home. Once the monsters outside are captured by the police, can Daddy help Robao fetch them? Zhu Lanyu regained her composure and hurriedly pulled out all the cash and jewelry she had on her, offering them to Mu Yuyang. I almost forgot in my haste to meet you. Although these are material possessions, they represent my heartfelt gratitude. Please accept them. She understood that if it weren't for Mu Yuyang's timely arrival during the critical moment, she and Tang Robao would have long since perished amidst the horde of corpses. Tang Quan, upon inquiry, learned that Mu Yuyang had rushed out to save his wife and child. His eyes reddened, and together with Zhu Lanyu, he expressed his gratitude. He even emptied his watch and money. The tears that had barely subsided in Mu Yuzhang's eyes cascaded down once more. She had never anticipated that an act of saving someone from years ago would return to her manifold times later. It was as if good deeds truly fostered a cycle of warmth.
Nierbi, mu yuliang, luoyi.
And others finally grasped the situation. Can Sister sense when her loved ones are in danger? Isn't that simply extraordinary? Sister Yang is truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe. No wonder she ran so fast earlier. It turns out she was going to save someone. It nearly brought me to tears. But how did Yang know that Robao and his mother were in danger? She possesses incredible abilities. Even divine water can be conjured. It's no surprise. Indeed. With such talent and kindness, they are blessed by Quan Ge and the rest, as well as all of us. Mu Yuyang gently pushed back all the items offered by Zhu Lanyu and Tang Quan. Seeing their expressions of reluctance, she jested. Quan Ge, just remember to bring me more crystal cores when you collect them. Tang Quan suddenly recalled something, paused, and signaled Zhu Lanyu to put the items away. Rest assured. From now on, all the crystal cores I collect will be yours. As Yuyang previously mentioned, these material possessions might become useless. I was truly foolish just now. Galilu. Robao's stomach growled loudly. Everyone finally realized that Robao and his mother hadn't eaten, and they too, worried about Mu Yuyang, had not dined well. After chatting a bit more, everyone returned to their tables to continue this interrupted lunch. Tang Robao hadn't enjoyed such a lavish meal in ages, his eyes sparkling like they were adorned with stars. This is the best. I want to give it to the beautiful sister. Mommy should have a piece too.
Daddy.
This is your favorite, right? Robao will serve you. This is what Grandma loves to eat, and Robao will serve Grandma too. This is so delicious. Truly delicious. After the meal, Tang Quan pulled Mu Yuyang aside, cautiously inquiring, Yuyang, you know so much. Quan uncle wishes to consult you about something. Robao is fine. Mu Yuyang quickly alleviated his concerns. He simply possesses extraordinary talent and has awakened 3 systems of abilities at once. His body has undergone some changes, but it does not affect him. 3 systems of abilities. Tang Quan exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Can one person possess different abilities simultaneously? Yes. Mu Yuyang affirmed with a nod. It's rare, but it does happen. He may not be able to use them yet, but I will take him out to practice shortly. She recalled the ability light brick atop Tang Robao's head, inwardly sighing. Some individuals have been in the apocalypse for 6 years and haven't awakened a single ability. Yet this little fellow, upon awakening, directly possesses 3 systems. System. Is it not better to know than to be unaware? When compared, it brings tears and lamentation. Tang Quan remained in shock for a long time. Mom awakened because she consumed Yuyang's pills. I've taken them for nearly an hour with no effect. This little guy awakens 3 systems without any pills? My son is truly remarkable.
Crash. Whoosh. Bang. Crash.
Sister Yuyang.
Cease. Bang.
Just as Tang Quan wished to express more words of gratitude, a series of crashing sounds and exclamations suddenly erupted from the direction of the living room. The 2 individuals hurriedly dashed forward, witnessing the wild swaying of the main light, as tissues, fruit bowls, trash cans, and 2 small chairs soared chaotically through the living room. The crowd, gripped by fear, scrambled for cover.
Mom.
Grandma.
Ma.
A chair, uncontrollably hurtling towards the physically challenged Tang Meizhu, was on the verge of collision when Mu Yuyang leaped forward, skillfully catching the chair mid-flight. The impact left her hands tingling. Yet she swiftly seized another chair from the air, pulling the helpless Luo Yi towards the villa garden. Suddenly, the nearby flowers and trees began to sway collectively. Even the broom and dustpan appeared to stir with anticipation. While gently patting Luo Yi's back, Mu Yuyang solemnly advised, breathe deeply. Relax. It is merely a sphere of energy in your palm. Grasp it, control it, and harness it to your will. After 2 minutes, the surrounding flora had finally regained its tranquility. Luo Yi inhaled deeply once more as the gust of wind in her palm began to flow more fluidly. Thank you, Sister Yuyang. She expressed a mix of guilt and gratitude in her voice. If it weren't for you, I truly don't know what disaster I would have caused. Mu Yuyang reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. It is entirely normal to lose control during your initial awakening of abilities. You have already performed admirably. With newfound confidence and brightness in her eyes, Luo Yi inquired, Sister Yuyang, I possess wind-related abilities, correct? I can feel the wind around me. And I can even create it myself. Mu Yuyang glanced at the text and progress bar hovering above her head, which mirrored Tang Meizhu's wind ability LV1 Gust Blade prototype. Skills. Gale Control, can direct wind to suppress enemies in a designated area. Storm Creator, abbreviated as Windy Squad. Wind Blade Cutting, compresses airflow into a tangible wind blade for range slicing. Progress, 83. Indeed, it is wind-based she's supplemented. Not only can you use wind to suppress zombies, but you can also create various wind blades for attack. With more practice, you will soon materialize the wind into blades. As your level increases, you'll be able to pulverize zombies into mincemeat with just wind pressure. Notification. Successfully assisted one wind ability user in enhancing survival skills. Reward, 20. Current balance, 58.95. Is this truly possible? Mu Yuyang appeared delighted. It seems that I must continue to be generous in assisting others. In the living room, Tang Qiu and others near the door and window were discussing. Goodness. Zombie mincemeat?
That sounds terrifying.
Who cares about being horrified at a time like this? The ability to kill zombies is what truly matters. I was startled just now. It turns out this young girl has awakened her abilities. How enviable. When will I also awaken mine? According to Sister Yuyang, these abilities are incredibly effective against zombies. At that moment, Mu Yuliang approached Mu Yuyang and Luo Yi, whispering, Sister, my palms feel tingling, as if something is about to emerge, but when it moves, my entire body tingles. It's quite frightening. Chapter 89. Healing Expansion. Thunder on Flat Ground. Mu Yuyang glanced up at Mu Yuliang. The pink text and progress bar were prominently visible. Lightning ability LV3, impressive, my brother, directly at level 3. It seems your foundation is solid, she thought, feeling a rare sense of ease, thanks to the spiritual spring and activation pills. Current range, 0-40A. Current voltage range, 0 to 20 million V. 1 volt is considered high voltage, but 20 million volts. Mu Yuyang gasped, no wonder Yuliang found it frightening. This is indeed terrifying. Goosebumps unexpectedly appeared on her arms. Active skills, Lightning Whip, Range Strike, Thunder Armor, Damage Reduction. Thunder Domain, Crowd Control with slowing effects, Paralysis effect is superb. Passive skills, Conductor Mark, doubles damage to damp metal targets. Progress, 9. She quickly flipped back, eager to see if there were any special uses for lightning abilities. Lightning ability LV10 skills, Thunderstorm Arrival, Body Energy Conversion allows for light speed movement, automatically triggering thunderstorms wherever one goes. ISNT that stylish. Yes, stylish. My brother must be stylish. Just be sure not to electrocute me. Lightning Erosion Crystal Core generates an electromagnetic confinement field, rendering the target unable to mobilize core energy for 60 seconds, potentially triggering a chain collapse, leading to crystal explosion and demise. What? Mu Yuyang expressed confusion. What is the point of exploding the crystal core? Wouldn't it be better to save it for exchanging for microstars? Noticing the next page was clickable, she promptly tapped on it. Colorful text emerged. Upon seeing the content, she slightly furrowed her brow. Special uses of Lightning Ability. Thunder Domain Conflagration applicable to Lightning Ability users or mutated Lightning Zombies. Cataclysm Phase. 10 casters. Triggers Lightning Scorched Earth, permanently destroying an area with a radius of over 1,000 kilometers, with indiscriminate lightning strikes occurring randomly over the next 3 years. Lightning Ability users or mutated Lightning Zombies can do this. Mu Yuyang felt a chill in her heart. Does this mean zombies can achieve this too? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. The intelligence of zombies escalates with their levels if they discover this application one day. For Blue Star, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster. An unprecedented weight bore down on her. Earlier, when she heard Xiaoyang say that if there was enough food, even if all of Blue Star fell, they could remain in the Cloud Summit until the end of time. She held on to a glimmer of hope that Blue Star would not completely succumb. Yet now, that hope shattered entirely. Even if they grew stronger, strong enough to protect themselves outside the Cloud Summit and safely return to the Cloud Summit base to live out their lives, what significance would it hold if humanity were to perish, leaving only zombies and ruins behind? Would a utopia surrounded by zombies and desolation still be deserving of the title? For the first time since her rebirth, she questioned the utopia she had envisioned. Luo Yi and Mu Yuliang observed that every time someone awakened their abilities, Mu Yuyang would always gaze at the text above their heads. Looking at the head, it must be Sister Yuyang's way of understanding abilities, one remarked. Another golden finger? My sister is incredible. Luo Yi recalled her words and said to Mu Yuliang, Brother Yuliang, Sister Yuyang once said that overcoming fear prevents energy from controlling you. Why don't you try taking deep breaths, relaxing, feeling it first, and then gradually controlling it? Mu Yuliang took several deep breaths, concentrating solely on the tingling sensation in his palms. Suddenly, Mu Yuliang abruptly halted him. She pulled Luo Yi back several steps before stating gravely to Mu Yuliang, "You have awakened lightning abilities. You are currently at level 3, with a maximum voltage of 20 million volts. In the future, practice at least 200 meters away from everyone." How much? 20 million volts. Goodness. If that struck, there would be nothing left but ash, right? Is the lightning ability now a reality? That's frightening. Be wary of lightning.
Step back.
200 meters. In shock, those near the entrance hurriedly retreated into the villa. Mu Yuliang, both amazed and anxious, scratched his tingling palm as he stepped outside. So itchy. Even though I relaxed, why do I still feel uneasy? It's as if something bad is about to happen. After confirming that Luo Yi, Tang Meizhu, and others were in a safe zone, Mu Yuliang approached Mu Yuliang. "Sister Yuliang." Luo Yi urgently called out. Her eyes filled with concern. 20 million volts. At least wait until he stabilizes before getting close.
Mu Yuliang understood her nori.
Offering a slight smile to indicate all was well, her steps unwavering. In her previous life, at the Haifeng base, there had been a lightning ability user who, like Mu Yuliang, was constantly anxious. Eventually, driven by pride and the crowd's encouragement, he forced himself to unleash his abilities with all his might, resulting in him being charred black and dying on the spot, while injuring many who had egged him on. Big sister? Mu Yuliang was taken aback, instinctively taking a half-step back. "I'm in a pretty dangerous state right now, maybe you should keep your distance?" Mu Yuliang smiled as she placed her hand on his shoulder. Recalling the introduction of Tang Meizhu's healing abilities at level 4, heals and expands the energy meridians of ability users below level 4, enhancing their proficiency. She raised an eyebrow, smiling as she asked, "Your sister can now help ability users below level 4 expand their energy meridians and enhance proficiency. Are you sure you want me to leave? Is she that amazing?" Mu Yuliang's eyes brightened, quickly changing his tone then maybe you should stay. Mu Yuliang's smile deepened as the healing energy surged into his body. A warm current spread throughout him, gradually easing the taut nerves of Mu Yuliang. Unbeknownst to him, the dark, charred figure from his previous nightmare, which had met its demise in an instant, was slowly dissipating alongside the healing energy. Mu Yuliang sensed his relaxed state of mind, illuminating the subconscious fears within him. The image was unmistakably that of the tragic fate suffered by the lightning-powered ability user in his past life. "Fortunately, I awakened the healing powers," she thought, grateful for reaching level 4. "I can't bear to imagine what it would be like to lose Yuliang again." As she felt her abilities wane, Mu Yuliang slowly withdrew her hand. She explained the basic applications of the lightning ability to Mu Yuliang, her eyes filled with encouragement. "Give it another try. This time it will surely succeed." "Yes." Mu Yuliang's eyes sparkled with gratitude and joy. He had never felt so comfortable in his body. The energy within him surged and flowed like a river finding its outlet. Taking a few steps back, he concentrated on the open space before him and tentatively released a strand of energy.
Boom.
A thunderous clap echoed through the ground. The onlookers in the Tang Quan villa gasped in astonishment. "Oh my. Real lightning powers. Incredible. What a mighty thunder." Others peered out of their villas, discussing the unexpected storm. Where did that thunderbolt come from? Just as I stepped out for a smoke, I saw that boy shake his hand, and the sky rumbled. It startled me. Can he really summon lightning? Is this what Yuliang was talking about? This is astonishing.
Mu Yuliang exuberantly shouted to Mu Yuliang, "Sister."
I did it. I truly did it. Mu Yuliang nodded, her face glowing with pride. "Practice makes perfect. Keep at it."
"All right.
I'll try a bigger one." The lightning energy swirled around him, lingering in the air. Mu Yuliang's spirit soared. This time, he would unleash all the energy within him.
Boom.
The thunder roared with earth-shattering force. Mu Yuliang gazed at the scene before him, utterly astounded. Heavens! Did I just summon that lightning? It really came for me. I can summon lightning. Gasps of awe erupted around him. This is too magnificent. I'm completely stunned. Oh, my aching legs. Why are they trembling suddenly? A large crater appeared in the ground, eliciting gasps of disbelief. This power is terrifying. Thank goodness it wasn't on the main road. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to walk. However, that path led to the warehouse, and with such devastation, retrieving supplies would be a hassle. As the lightning dissipated, the crater revealed itself, heightening the astonishment of the crowd.
Ding.
Successfully assisted one lightning ability survivor in enhancing survival skills. Reward. 20. As a smile graced Mu Yuyang's lips, she heard Mu Yuliang scratching his head. Sister? Can I have some cement? He remembered collecting quite a bit from the Haidong logistic city. Mu Yuyang gazed at the crater, her joy swiftly transforming into concern. What if this boy goes home and accidentally levels the entire Yunding? Her expression towards Mu Yuliang became more complex. Powers are impressive, but this destructive tendency, will there be enough cement in the space for him to play with? Sister? Noticing her gaze, Mu Yuliang spoke with a hint of caution, trepidation, and a touch of eagerness. There are many people here. I'll keep it in the trunk. Mu Yuyang turned towards the modified vehicle, musing, of course, I must indulge my dear brother. It's not like we are repairing the heavens, merely fixing the ground. It must be accommodated. Nearby, Luo Yi, Tang Quan, and Tang Qingshan observed as Mu Yuliang began to patch the crater, volunteering to assist. Seeing enough hands on deck, Mu Yuyang refrained from joining the fray and headed straight to Tang Robao. Mini double micro star energy pool. Big sister is here. Pretty big sister. Was that your ability and the big brothers just now? If Robao learns it, can he be as powerful as you? Tang Robao blinked his big eyes, filled with sparkling anticipation. Mu Yuyang felt a surge of affection for the little one, smiling as she nodded. Yes. Robao will surely become exceptionally powerful, even more so than big sister. Then Robao can protect daddy, mommy, grandma, and the pretty big sister? Tang Robao's eyes twinkled with hope. Of course. Mu Yuyang assured him. Once Robao masters his ability, he will protect many, many people. So many mobile micro-star energy pools. That's wonderful.
Tang Zubao et Galim et Sitenli.
Swaying his little body, Robao will be able to protect many people. Mu Yuyang guided him in releasing small fireballs and practicing extinguishing them. Little Robao's speed is almost catching up to mine. She generously praised him. You're amazing. Absolutely fantastic. This new brain is truly brilliant. Yes. I have to catch up to the pretty big sister, to protect her. Just as Tang Robao finished speaking, he suddenly became limp and fell backward. Robao. Little Robao. Those nearby, including Tang Meizhu and Zhuang Lanyue, gasped in shock. Mu Yuyang reacted swiftly, catching Tang Robao and letting out a sigh of relief. It's fine. The little one just fell asleep. I forgot to give him some spirit spring water. With such a delicate constitution, how could he endure? They hadn't practiced for long. Yet, he was already exhausted? Indeed, Yuliang created such a commotion and is still busy fixing the crater. Robao should be fine, right? Concern echoed among the crowd, and Tang Meizhu and Zhuang Lanyue's worries intensified. Yuliang had been trained rigorously at the military academy. For such a small child to hold on this long was impressive.
Mu Yuyang risusuret Tang Meizhu, hertone sutin.
The crowd finally relaxed. After the crater was patched up, Zhuang Lanyue and Tang Qiu poured water for everyone while Mu Yuyang discreetly mixed in some spirit spring water. After a brief rest, Tang Quan kissed the sleeping Tang Robao, preparing to continue rescuing others. As he and the others from the villa approached another dormitory building, they noticed the remaining villa inhabitants gathering around. Familiar faces mingled with new ones, eager to share tips and techniques from the morning's experiences, all itching to practice against zombies. Only by defeating zombies can we lose our fear of them and lead lives that are somewhat normal. Someone whispered in encouragement. Everyone turned their eyes toward Mu Yuyang. Mu Yuliang, Luo Yi, and Tang Quan, instinctively treating them as leaders. Mu Yuyang instructed Tang Quan to equip the inexperienced newcomers with suitable weapons, then divided them into two groups, the experienced ones with Yuliang and Quan to clear the adjacent dormitory building, while the newcomers accompanied her and Luo Yi to practice in the back building. Originally fatigued from releasing their abilities and patching the crater, Mu Yuliang downed 2 bottles of spirit spring water provided by Mu Yuyang, instantly replenishing his energy. He eagerly followed Tang Quan, Tang Qiu, and the others toward the neighboring dormitory. Luo Yi progressed quickly, yet her experience paled compared to the military-trained Tang Quan and the specially trained Mu Yuliang. Thus, Mu Yuyang decided to keep her close to the newcomers for safety. As before, Mu Yuyang and Luo Yi organized the groups, only releasing 2 or 3 zombies at a time for practice. Only after everyone had dispatched at least 1 zombie did they regroup into 6 teams to clear the building.
Ding.
Successfully assisted 58 ordinary survivors in enhancing their survival skills. Reward, 580.
Ding.
Successfully assisted 1 strength-enhanced ability user and 2 speed-enhanced ability users in improving their survival skills. Reward, 60. Current balance, 12495. A smile crept onto Mu Yuyang's lips. Sharing knowledge earns micro-star energy, which is far more efficient than slaying zombies. Is this forcing me to host a zombie-slaying seminar? Contemplating her surroundings, she cast a glance at the trio above her, 2 robust men and a slender woman moving cautiously, displaying their level 1 strength enhancement and level 1 agility enhancement. Mu Yuyang could not articulate the conditions for awakening supernatural abilities. Yet she was acutely aware that these 3 individuals constituted her double microstar energy reservoir. Suddenly, a zombie erupted from the dormitory, lunging towards the front row team members. With a swift motion, Mu Yuyang accelerated, dispatching the creature with a single strike. The zombie's head separated from its body, and the nearly transparent inscription of level 1 brain enhancement gradually faded from view. So it was brain enhancement. No wonder it attempted a sneak attack, she mused, expertly collecting the crystal core and incinerating the zombie's head. Inwardly, she scoffed, regardless of your brain power. Daring to interfere with my double microstar energy reservoir means you shall face annihilation. She observed the flames extinguishing rapidly, nodding to herself. The extinguishing speed is indeed improving. Practice makes perfect. The surrounding team members were left in awe. Goodness. Not only does she possess water abilities, but also fire abilities? That's simply astounding. What just happened? One moment the zombie was there and the next its head was gone. That scared me. Has this zombie become sentient? It actually executed a silent ambush. As the team members expressed their astonishment, the rescued Lu Han gazed at Mu Yuyang with profound gratitude, silently relieved. Thank goodness she is here, otherwise my life would have been forfeit. Stay calm. Take it steady, otherwise I won't be able to save Xiao Li and may endanger myself. With utmost vigilance, they proceeded as Mu Yuyang reminded them, leading her team towards the next dormitory.
Ding.
Successfully rescued 31 ordinary survivors. Reward 310.
Ding.
Successfully rescued 1 survivor with strength enhancement. Reward 20. Current balance 15795. As Mu Yuyang guided her team through the last few dormitories, a notification resonated in her mind, stirring her thoughts. Has Yu Liang finished on his end? It seems that as long as one participates in the rescue, one can earn microstar energy. This rule is quite favorable. Xiaoli?
No.
A sudden outcry echoed. Lu Han, upon recognizing the female zombie beneath Tang Qing's blade, felt his pupils constrict. He unleashed his speed ability to its maximum, rushing forward to intercept the swinging knife, then forcefully pushing aside the female zombie's outstretched arm. In the next moment, he unexpectedly embraced the female zombie, known as Xiaoli, from behind.
Lu Han.
Are you insane? Do you realize how dangerous that was? If Tanga hesitates for a second, you'll become zombie fodder.
She is no longer Xiao Li.
Release her. Please, no. Tears streamed down Lu Han's face as he pulled out a rope he had prepared earlier, desperately binding the howling female zombie while choking back apologies. I'm so sorry. I have delayed everyone. I know I was wrong. I deserve to be punished. I am just a selfish rat. But I cannot be without her. She is my life. Before we entered, I had already decided, if she survives, I will propose to her and spend my life with her. Now that she has become this way, I will bind her and protect her. I will not allow her to harm a single hair on anyone. Captain Mu.
Tang Yi.
Everyone. I am grateful to you all. I truly wish to repay you, but I am sorry. There may not be another chance. Forgive me. With a decisive shove, Lu Han pushed the bound female zombie into the room, locking the door with a click. The door was immediately met with violent banging from the other side. The female zombie's howls growing increasingly frenzied, her claws scraping against the wooden door, sending chills down everyone's spine. He leaned against the door, sliding down to the ground. I'm sorry, everyone. Thank you. The male team members exchanged complex glances, falling silent, while the female member's eyes glistened with tears. Mu Yuyang withdrew her hand and turned toward the next dormitory, lamenting, what a pity for my double microstar energy reservoir. Tang Qing and the others exchanged glances, silently following. The living must press onward. 20 minutes later, teams gradually finished sweeping the building and gathered in the vacant area on the first floor.
Ding.
Successfully rescued 33 ordinary survivors. Reward 330.
Ding.
Successfully rescued 1 with hearing enhancement, 1 with strength enhancement, and 1 with vision enhancement. Reward 60. Current balance 19695. Apart from Lu Han, who had not descended, and a man with a broken rib, this rescue operation had 0 casualties. A middle-aged woman from Roy's team approached the injured man to examine his condition. Observing her professional technique, Mu Yuyang surmised that she might be the factory doctor from the Haina distillery. This rib Mu Yuyang glanced at Luo Hao. Luo Hao wore a look of frustration.
I'm sorry.
I opened the door, and 2 zombies sprang out. I rushed to kick one away without controlling my strength. Stop with the excuses. The woman interrupted. Her tone brisk as she shouted to the others nearby, help lift him to the medical room.
Hey! Mu Yuliang exclaimed excitedly.
I just used my lightning abilities to kill a zombie. Haha, it's incredibly convenient. I tried it too, it was indeed smooth, but I still need practice. Luo Yi replied humbly, though confidence sparkled in her eyes. Amidst the crowd, envious voices floated. I wish I could use my abilities to kill zombies too. Tang Quan sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of guilt. I wasted such precious pills from Yuyang. I truly regret it. After a brief exchange, they once again split up to clear the remaining zombies. This time, Mu Yuyang selected those who had awakened their abilities, instructing, when practicing killing zombies, try using your powers. Don't be nervous, I'll keep watch. With the stench of blood mingling with the howls, a horde of zombies surged into the corridor. Luo Hao swung his baseball bat, striking a zombie, and Mu Yuyang immediately called out, strike swiftly and accurately. With your strength enhancement, you only need 1 blow to crush its skull. His eyes sharpened, Luo Hao swiftly swung again, shattering another zombie's knee, gasping with a grin. Got it. Beside him, the wind blades emanating from Luo Yi scattered as Mu Yuyang urged, focus the airflow towards your fingertips. Imagine grasping a knife with your fingertips. Before her words could finish, a concentrated wind blade sliced through a zombie's throat. The group enhanced their abilities while assisting the survivors in clearing an entire building. As the last glimmers of light faded, moonlight illuminated the devastation scattered across the ground. Mu Yuliang and Tang Quan escorted the survivors out. That will be all for today. Mu Yuyang wiped the blood from her face. Zombies are more sensitive at night, making accidents likely. Let us return and recuperate. Zhuang Langyue counted the numbers. Everyone has returned safely, and the names of the ability users have been recorded. Indeed, Tang Quan glanced at the remaining buildings. We should be able to finish tomorrow. After yet another bittersweet encounter, the group trudged back, fatigue weighing heavily upon them, yet no one complained. As long as they were alive, hope remained. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory area, a sudden screech pierced the air. Everyone turned towards the sound, witnessing a metal gate of the adjacent building being melted open in an instant. A zombie with metallic-colored hands surged forth, followed closely by a dozen howling zombies, charging directly at the crowd. Can it melt metal? Is it a metal-type zombie? Someone shouted in alarm, retreating. As an ordinary zombie lunged at the nearest survivor, it appeared poised to bite their neck. With a swift motion, Mu Yuyang conjured an ice block to shield the survivor. In the same instant, an ice spike shot forth, eliminating the zombie. Almost simultaneously, Tang Quan swung his blade at 2 ordinary zombies surging from the side, his voice booming, protect those without weapons. Mu Yuliang gathered electrical energy in his palm, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the foremost zombie, causing its charred body to collapse. Luo Yi promptly activated her wind-based abilities, and a powerful gust swept the metallic zombie off its feet. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Hao charged forward, swinging his baseball bat with a whoosh, aiming for the zombie's joint, producing a crisp crack. A fire elementalist concentrated flames, accurately striking the golden zombie's skull.
Boom!
The zombie's head erupted with blinding white light, immediately collapsing into a charred mass, reminiscent of molten lead. The zombie struggled in the fire for less than 2 seconds before falling silent. The remaining zombies were swiftly cleared by Tang Quan's team, the area quickly secured. The survivors gazed at the melted barricade, still shaken. Thankfully, Yuyang reacted swiftly. Did she just use ice powers? Water, fire, ice, oh my. She possesses so many abilities. Mu Yuyang observed the increasingly harmonious cooperation among the group, a faint smile gracing her lips. With a flick of her palm, she instantly encased the melted barricade in ice. Just in case, let us stay at Haina tonight. I'll arrange the rooms. Tang Quan declared immediately. I'll help. Zhuang Lanhua stepped forward to assist. That evening, 2 chairs were added to the small room in Tang Quan's villa. Mu Yuyang skillfully began to prepare a feast. Today is a special occasion, a national banquet. Just as she spoke, dishes like boiled cabbage, Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, Peking duck, Yangzhou lion's head, Dompa pork, Wensi tofu, Kung Pao chicken, soft-shelled eel, and Longjing shrimp quickly filled the small table. All of it was the work of little Yuyang.
Goodness.
Did she bring the royal kitchen here? Tang Quan's eyes widened in astonishment as he reached for the duck, only to be swatted away by Zhuang Lanhua. Wash your hands first. Tang Robao, just awake, rubbed his eyes and spotted the bountiful feast, his short legs racing. Meat. So much meat. He held up a lioness head, trying to feed it to Mu Yuyang. Pretty big sister. You eat first. Mu Yuyang picked up the Wensi tofu, just about to compliment its fineness, when his hand trembled, and it fell to the ground. Mu Yuyang laughed at him. Why do your hands resemble your feet? He retorted. You try picking it up.
Throw it in my mouth then.
Lu Meizhu watched the noisy younger generation, wiping away tears of laughter. Come here. Grandma will get you a spoon. Before she could finish, Tang Quan stuffed a piece of Dompa pork into her mouth. Mom, you should eat too. The meal was a delightful chaos, with oil splattering everywhere, and even the air was filled with a satisfying aroma. As night fell, the men squeezed into the living room to sleep on the floor, the chorus of snoring resembling a rough yet steady symphony. The women and children occupied the bedrooms, and Tang Robao, exhausted, fell asleep with remnants of meat around his mouth. The room shared by Mu Yuyang and Luo Yi was the most spacious, with moonlight streaming through the curtain seams onto the bed's edge. Luo Yi fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, breathing evenly. Mu Yuyang gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought, hearing Tang Robao mumbling in his sleep about protecting Big Sister, unable to suppress a smile. Just as dawn broke, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Fire! The dormitory is on fire. The building to the east was engulfed in flames, tongues of fire licking upward, with zombies writhing within the inferno. It was a fire element mutant zombie causing the chaos. Sister. Mu Yuliang sprang up from the floor, still clutching a wolf tooth club. Mu Yuyang had already dashed out the door, torrents of water surging from her palm like a silver dragon lunging toward the blaze. She stepped onto ice spikes and directed the water with precision, extinguishing every visible flame, even quenching sparks hidden in the wall cracks. In less than half a minute, the fire was extinguished. The survivors, choking on smoke and reaching for the doorknob, found the flames had vanished. They stared at Mu Yuyang's descending figure, speechless. Her speed surpassed that of a fire truck. Mu Yuyang exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we stayed at Haina last night, otherwise the losses would have been unimaginable. Tang Robao raised his tiny fist. I helped too. I can put out fires. Laughter erupted from the group, the earlier panic dissipating with his innocent declaration. After breakfast, Tang Quan and Mu Yuliang quickly transitioned into a state of clearing zombies and rescuing others. Meanwhile, Mu Yuyang and Luo Yi began a new round of training with the survivors they had rescued the night before. Just as they divided into groups and prepared to enter the building. Be careful.
Boom. Run.
Quick, everyone run. Notify those downstairs. Evacuate. A cacophony erupted from a nearby dormitory, accompanied by thunderous noise and Mu Yuliang's shouts. Yuliang. Brother Yuliang. With enhanced hearing from the spiritual water, Mu Yuyang and Luo Yi immediately recognized the familiar voices and sprinted towards the sound. Tang Quan and Mu Yuliang had just cleared one building and were racing towards the last one, where the commotion was coming from the top floor. Mu Yuyang's heart raced, her speed abilities fully unleashed, and she reached the top of the stairs in an instant. Group leader Mu
Yuyang. Run.
Quick escape. There are invisible zombies. They truly cannot be seen. Only leader Yuliang's lightning can make them visible for a moment before they vanish. It's terrifying. Leader Yuliang said he has a way to escape, so we should run first. Hurry. The team members from the 6th floor shouted as they fled downwards.
Quan.
Quickly notify everyone to evacuate. Mu Yuliang's voice followed closely behind.
Boom.
Another thunderous roar erupted. While covering his team's retreat, he swung the wolf tooth club at the air, charging energy in his palm and occasionally unleashing lightning. In the brief moment of illumination from the lightning, 3 zombie figures flickered into view, only to vanish again in the blink of an eye. Mu Yuliang could vaguely sense their positions, and the wolf tooth club struck true, even revealing tangible black blood on the ground. But each time he felled one, using his lightning abilities would only spawn another new and scathed zombie. It was an endless cycle. Chapter 93. A complete cleanup. Limited time harvest. Mu Yuyang wove through the fleeing crowd, pushing against the tide to ascend. Mu Yuliang sensed someone behind him and shouted urgently, "Didn't I tell you to run? Everyone go. Hurry." Mu Yuyang's heart ached, and she reached out to place a hand on his shoulder. Simultaneously, at the stairway in front and to the side, 2 ice walls suddenly rose, 2 meters long, 15 meters high, and 2 meters thick, with densely packed ice spikes protruding 0.5 meters from the inner side. The ice walls effectively sealed off the zombies' escape route while allowing Mu Yuyang to see their abilities clearly. Mu Yuliang turned to see it was Mu Yuyang, both surprised and delighted. "Sister? Aren't you clearing zombies in another building? How did you get here? Did you know I was in trouble?" He blinked in disbelief. "Wait, you created these ice walls? When did you acquire this skill? Goodness, how impressive." Gazing at the formidable ice walls that rendered the zombies helpless, his previous tension eased slightly. Mu Yuyang handed him 2 bottles of spiritual water. "Drink this first."
All right.
Mu Yuliang obediently gulped it down, feeling his spirit lift. The fatigue from continuously unleashing lightning dissipated rapidly. Mu Yuyang scrutinized the ice wall for a long time, but found nothing. So, do invisible zombies even have their abilities concealed? Leakage system. You better give me an explanation.
Buzz.
A line of explanation indeed appeared in her mind. Current variable space level, level 12. Ability recognition system level, level 12. Upgrade to level 20 to recognize the abilities of invisible types. Mu Yuyang silently gave the system a low rating in her heart, turning to Mu Yuliang. "All right. Let us unleash some lightning again."
Sure.
Just as she finished speaking, thunder erupted violently behind the ice wall.
Boom.
In the lightning-esque glow, Mu Yuliang was startled. Goodness. How did it turn into 5? There were only 3 a moment ago. Is it not that killing one produces another, but that they keep multiplying? A familiar chill ran down his spine. It was the multi-element zombie king that led to the downfall of Haifeng Base. Mu Yuyang said solemnly. "Haifeng Base? Downfall? Multi-element zombie king?" Mu Yuliang slapped his forehead vigorously. "What you just said indeed resembles that scene in my dream. But why can't I recall its special abilities?" He urged, "Keep the thunder coming." Mu Yuyang's gaze fixed intently on the ice wall ahead. He had been too preoccupied with identifying the zombies to notice the words above.
Boom.
Another thunderclap roared, causing Mu Yuliang's eyes to widen in shock. It has transformed into 6. Yet, Mu Yuyang remained focused on the 5 blocks of special ability light hovering above the last invisible zombie, enunciating each word clearly. Invisibility, duplication, enhanced intellect, increased strength, damage transfer. Duplication.
Yes.
That's it. Mu Yuliang suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "I've seen this ability in my dream. It's the most sinister one. I didn't expect to encounter it so soon. And awakening 5 abilities, is this like being chased by the king of hell to be fed?" His expression suddenly stiffened as he realized. Wait, damage transfer. No wonder I hit 3 and couldn't kill them. It turned out the damage was redirected? Does that mean our efforts are in vain? Mu Yuliang scratched his head in frustration. Mu Yuyang shook her head. Its level is low, and the transfer range is limited. But she paused. Her hand, which was condensing ice spikes, halted abruptly. Her brows knitting together. It possesses a seed-like power that may allow for the duplication of abilities.
Huh?
Mu Yuliang was bewildered. Seed power? Duplication ability? This guy can duplicate abilities? It's likely not all of them can be duplicated, Mu Yuyang pondered, her tone growing somber and hesitant. Among its 5 abilities, 4 are rare. If we could duplicate even 1 or 2, how would that work? Mu Yuliang's expression was a mix of excitement and concern. Could it be dangerous? What if I accidentally turn into a zombie? Should I try it first? If it's risky, maybe you shouldn't. Forget it. Forget it. It feels too unsettling.
Yuliang Ye. Yuliang Ye.
A breathless voice from behind interrupted their thoughts. Just as the words faded, a mechanical voice rang in Mu Yuyang's mind. Ding. Detecting activation signals for invisibility, duplication, enhanced intellect, and damage transfer abilities.
Mu Yuyang's pupils narrowed. Ding.
No replicable invisibility or duplication ability seeds detected within 500 kilometers. Continuously detecting. Detecting replicable, enhanced intellect ability seeds. Reach the secret research room on the 37th floor of the Haiwan University Research Building within 19 minutes to have a chance to replicate its enhanced intellect ability. Detecting replicable damage transferability signals. Reach the men's changing room at the Haiwan Gym within 47 minutes to have a chance to replicate its damage transferability. Handshake over 1 second, level 1. Haiwan University, 19 minutes. Haiwan Gym, 47 minutes. Are they sending me on an urgent rescue mission? A flurry of questions erupted in Mu Yuyang's mind, but she swiftly organized her thoughts. Regardless. At least I've confirmed this creature's abilities either can't be duplicated or shouldn't be touched. That's sufficient. The rest can wait until I arrive at Haiwan University. While she contemplated, a flurry of ice spikes suddenly erupted between the two ice walls, their sharp edges gleaming coldly. Before Mu Yuyang could react, the ice spikes fell in unison. With a series of muffled thuds, dozens of spikes pierced flesh, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground. The next moment, 27 identical zombie corpses lay sprawled on the ground, 17 of which Mu Yuyang had previously eliminated while covering his teammates. The other 10 had been impaled in the skull by Mu Yuyang's ice spikes. Just as Roy rushed over, he was greeted by this astonishing sight. Frozen in place, Sister Yuyang's moves are simply divine. Mu Yuyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow. Sister, your speed is extraordinary. You just wiped them all out. Wait, weren't you just hesitating? Before he could finish, Mu Yuyang had already turned to dash down the stairs. Hey, where are you going? She cast a glance at the corpses on the ground. The invisible zombie lay completely still, its invisibility ability dissipated, clearly dead. Without uttering another word, she blurred into motion and raced down the stairs. A fleeting shadow brushed past Roy, her voice fading into the distance. I'm going out for a bit. You two be careful. In truth, with her versatile combat suit at hand, she harbored no worries for their safety, but it was a habitual reminder, after all. One must prioritize their own safety. Various zombies. I thought you were pondering how to eliminate me, but instead, you just delivered me a swift end? What was all that hesitation about? Were you just toying with me? Mu Yuyang, how did you know? Upon reaching the second-floor stairwell, she collided with Tang Quan, who was hastily evacuating the crowd and rushing to the top floor. Uncle Quan, I'm going out for a bit. Before Tang Quan could register her shadow, Mu Yuyang had already vanished like a gust of wind. As she passed by the remaining dormitory buildings, she unleashed her mental prowess to confirm there were no other mutated zombies before finally feeling at ease to jump into her vehicle outside Haiwan University. At the security booth, a dark-skinned girl was frantically waving at yet another passing car. The window of a black sedan rolled down and the male driver called out, "Sorry, classmate. The car is full." Before he could finish, he slammed on the gas, speeding away just as a zombie lunged. Countdown 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Chapter 94. The Fiery Door of Melting. Countdown urgent. Mu Yuyang's modified vehicle screeched to a halt outside the gate. Just as the girl in the security booth was about to raise her hand for help, she watched in disbelief as Mu Yuyang opened the car door and stepped out. The girl's eyes lit up with joy, her heart racing. Finally, someone fearless. And they're driving a target car. The zombies will definitely go for her first. Now I can sneak away with the car. As soon as Mu Yuyang's feet touched the ground, nearly 20 student zombies erupted from the roadside, howling roar. Fresh meat.
Roar. Roar.
Grab it.
Get it.
Without even glancing up, she instantly conjured ice spikes in her palm, flicking her wrist as they shot forth like a torrential downpour. Thud. Thud. In the blink of an eye, the leading zombies were all pinned to the ground, black blood splattering everywhere. The girl in the security booth was left speechless. This target has some skills. But there's still a whole bunch over there.
Today.
This target is as good as captured. While skillfully maneuvering around a truck obstructing the campus map's lower section, Mu Yuyang dispatched yet another batch of zombies with her ice spikes. Offensive abilities are so convenient, she mused, approaching the campus map and glancing at it. The research building is so far from the school gate. Driving is definitely faster. Just as she turned around, a short-haired, dark-skinned girl darted out from behind the security booth, her face brimming with excitement as she rushed toward Mu Yuyang's modified vehicle. The girl thought ecstatically, "I've got a car. Finally, I'm getting a car. They're not saving me, are they? They're only picking the pretty ones, right? Well, I'll just get my own car. I won't rely on anyone. If I encounter others seeking help, I won't save them either. I'll just run them over. All of them." As the short-haired girl fantasized wildly, She finally reached the driver's side of Mu Yuyang's modified vehicle. Mu Yuyang's gaze turned icy, and in the instant the girl reached for the car door, she forcefully grasped her wrist. The girl was left dumbfounded. How is she not dead? This is illogical. This is simply illogical. The truck had obstructed her view, and she had failed to notice that Mu Yuyang had already annihilated all the zombies. Quickly, she adopted a pitiful expression. Beautiful lady, let me help you open the door. And you can take me home, okay? However, in her heart, she was cursing. I must have that car. If the zombies can't kill you, then I will. You superficial rich people, you all deserve to die.
Get lost.
Mu Yuyang frowned and pushed her away. The girl's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as she cried out, Beautiful lady, I have an elderly grandmother and a young brother at home who need my care. Please, have pity on me and take me back. You can't possibly be heartless. Mu Yuyang slid into the driver's seat, casting her a sidelong glance, scoffing, One moment you're attempting to steal a car. The next you're putting on a sob story. If it weren't for the sign that reads Haven University, I would think I had stumbled into a drama academy. As her words hung in the air, she deliberately slammed the accelerator. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The engine roared, causing the girl's ears to buzz and attracting the attention of the undead lurking on campus. They surged forth, drawn by the noise and the scent of the living, howling in pursuit.
Growling.
The girl, paralyzed with fear, felt her legs weaken, while Mu Yuyang, with an impassive expression, steered toward the research building, remarking, If you had asked for help sincerely, perhaps I would have considered it. But if you wish to play games and endanger my life, then it seems we'll have to part ways, never to meet again. Regaining her composure, the girl frantically dashed towards a nearby vehicle, only to find the doors locked. Exasperated, she turned to sprint back to the security booth, only to realize the zombies had closed in to within 3 meters. There was no way back. You wretched person. All attractive, wealthy individuals are the worst. Leaving me to die while you escape. She cursed vehemently in her mind. If I see you again, I will smash your car and mar your face. You will wish you had never been born. Suddenly, an ice spike flew from hundreds of meters away, thudding into the ground beside her. She stumbled, falling to the ground.
No.
The relentless zombies, oblivious to her pleas, lunged at her with wild abandon. Countdown, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Mu Yuyang's vehicle halted in front of the research building. Gazing at the imposing structure, she thought, Haven University is indeed formidable. Those who can occupy a secret research lab on the 37th floor must be exceptionally talented. The loss of such individuals would be significant for Huagua. I cannot allow her to perish. All 6 elevators were inexplicably halted at the 37th floor. Mu Yuyang pressed the button to ascend, but after a mere 2 seconds, she realized that taking the elevator would not suffice. She pivoted and raced toward the stairwell, her speed amplified to its maximum, her Tang Dao poised for any threat. The journey was relatively smooth, encountering only a security zombie and a lab-coated zombie, both dispatched with a swift strike. However, upon reaching the 37th floor, she found the fire door locked from the inside, its material evidently unique. Countdown, 31 seconds. Mu Yuyang took a gulp of spring water, channeling her powers into her right leg, delivering a powerful kick.
Bang, bang, bang.
The door merely dented slightly, remaining steadfast. Countdown, 25 seconds. She scrutinized the gap beneath the door. It was too narrow for her Tang Dao. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly raised the blade and struck.
Clang.
Sparks flew, leaving only a shallow mark on the door. Countdown, 17 seconds. Mu Yuyang's heart sank. Her Tang Dao was ineffective. While it was nearly indestructible, it was not invulnerable. This uniquely crafted fire door was evidently its Achilles heel. Furrowing her brow, she drank more spring water, her mind racing. Water abilities are useless. Ice and explosives would likely be less effective than a level 5 power. Fire abilities. She suddenly recalled the introduction to her powers. Fatal Explosion can detonate any fireball within a 400-meter radius, creating a magma eruption effect. A level 5 fireball reaches temperatures of 2,000 degrees. Detonating a fireball might just melt the store. With that thought, she quickly retreated to the staircase corner, concentrating her energy to unleash 3 fireballs, each 3 meters in diameter. The flames blazed intensely, radiating heat that could be felt from several meters away. The stair railing and floor began to melt, and the wall beside the door gradually changed color, as if it would dissolve in the next moment. Countdown, 9 seconds. Chapter 95. Reading minds beyond levels? Can fly a plane. Mu Yuyang's concentration was at its peak. It was time to blow the door.
Boom.
As the thunderous explosion erupted, she dove into her spatial realm at lightning speed. Countdown, 6 seconds. When she re-emerged, the ground beneath her had vanished. Just as she was about to plunge into the abyss, an ice surface materialized beneath her feet, extending from her position to the edge of the enormous blasted hole. It worked. Mu Yuyang activated her speed abilities to the fullest, diving into the opening while silently chanting, "Secret Research Lab. Secret Research Lab."
Bang. Crash.
She shattered through the obstructing debris, her gaze sweeping over the smoke-filled floor. At last, she spotted a tightly closed metal door at the end of the corridor. The plaque read 3701 Secret Research Zone. Countdown 1 second. Without a moment's hesitation, she kicked the door open.
Inside.
A silver-haired elderly woman was hunched over the laboratory table, clutching documents in her hands. Beside her, a lab-coated zombie was roaring, ready to bite.
No.
As Mu Yuyang shouted, an ice spike instantly froze the zombie. But she was still a moment too late. The zombie had already torn a chunk of flesh from the woman's neck.
Ding.
Detected the closest replicable cerebral enhancement ability seed close to the host has perished.
Ding.
No other replicable cerebral enhancement ability seeds detected within 500 kilometers. Continuing detection. The mechanical voice echoed harshly as Mu Yuyang delivered a swift kick to the zombie's head, immediately grasping the elderly woman's hand. A level 4 healing energy surging into her. The woman's face, previously pale and now gray, stabilized at a deathly white. Level 4 healing ability. Can eliminate zombie toxins from an incompletely zombified victim within 9 minutes, halting the zombification process. Prevent zombification, must prevent it. Mu Yuyang's heart twisted in agony. She felt a deep sense of responsibility, if it weren't for her desire to replicate abilities. This elderly woman might not have faced such peril, at least not so soon. Since her rebirth, every time she sought to replicate an ability, her target had invariably encountered danger. The elderly man in military attire, Guozhong Yuan, who should have established a base, the hypnotized princess, who should have achieved fame in battle. And now the woman before her, Xu Huaguang? She fixated on the woman's identification badge, reading Xu Huaguang. Her pupils constricted. She remembered this name. It belonged to a recipient of the Yuri Physics Prize in her high school physics textbook. A distinguished contributor to wave optics, the daughter of the radar pioneer, Xu Qinbei. In her previous life, Xu Lao had lived several years into the apocalypse, successfully developing a wave barrier to disrupt zombies. This is no mere coincidence. Mu Yuyang felt a chill run down her spine. A force seemed to be watching her, targeting the carriers of the abilities she sought to replicate. This is not simply the butterfly effect. It's aimed directly at me.
Buzz.
A faint hum resonated deep within her consciousness, and the space around her appeared to tremble. It was so subtle, barely perceptible, yet it gripped her heart with unease. Her consciousness immediately probed the depths of the space, landing on a 2-meter-high stone behind the barrier. The red threads on the stone had increased by 2, yet aside from that, there was no other change. "Were you moving just now?" she tentatively inquired. All that greeted her was an oppressive silence. "Are you trying to remind me of something?" She pressed again, met once more with stillness. "I must be losing my mind." Mu Yuyang chided herself for questioning a mere stone. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Xu Huaguang broke into a violent coughing fit, jolting Mu Yuyang back to reality. She focused intently on the frail elder in her arms, intensifying the output of her healing energy.
Buzz.
The stone in the depths of space attempted to tremble once more, but this time it failed to emit even a whisper or a quiver, as if held down by an unseen force.
Cough.
Xu Huaguang expelled a mouthful of black blood. The coagulated mass writhed as it hit the ground, clearly laced with the zombie virus. After coughing, she fell unconscious again, but her complexion had shifted from deathly pale to a more vibrant hue, and the wound on her neck began to scab over. Mu Yuyang released a sigh of relief. Though her heart felt heavy, from now on, I must never entertain the thought of replicating abilities lightly. Each carrier of these seeds may represent the hope of Blue Star. In the 8th minute, Xu Huaguang managed a weak cough from her throat. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if glued together, and it felt as though countless tiny creatures were gnawing at her cells. A warm current emanated from her arm, tightly constricting the dark energy, gradually forcing the impurities out of her body. It is she who is saving me, she mused, feeling the gentle warmth of the palm on her arm. Surely, she is a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. But why did Xiaowen suddenly bite me? We haven't left the laboratory for ages. Confounded, she pondered how she and her assistant, Yang Xiaowen, who spent all their days in the secret laboratory, relying entirely on robots for sustenance, could possibly have contracted that maddening virus. At that moment, the ticking sound of a countdown resonated in Mu Yuyang's mind. 18 minutes and 54 seconds. A frown creased her face. The journey from Haiwan University to the Haikuan Gym would scarcely take 18 minutes. Yet, if her fleeting thoughts of replication led to that man in blue shoes encountering misfortune, Mu Yuyang's heart, which she deemed to be cold and unfeeling, suddenly swelled with guilt and remorse. If only I could fly, she thought. Flying. An idea struck her as she recalled the helicopter in the space. I must learn to pilot a plane. Cough, cough, cough. Xu Huaguang coughed violently again, expelling another mouthful of black blood. In the next moment, she finally opened her eyes, revealing a pair of human eyes. 8 minutes and 59 seconds. Mu Yuyang gazed at the now normal Xu Huaguang, astonished. Indeed, it was a close call, just under 9 minutes.
Ding.
Successfully rescued one dual-element ability survivor. Reward, 20. Current balance, 19895. Dual element? No, that is not the crux of the matter. She hurriedly handed over a bottle of spiritual water, saying, Greetings, Elder Xu. It is an honor to meet you. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. This water will be beneficial for your health. Do remember to finish it. As she turned to find the door, a singular thought occupied her mind. Regardless of whether there is time, I must take a look. What if, just what if, I can save her? Fly, an airplane. I can pilot a plane. Xu Huaguang suddenly shouted hoarsely. Mu Yuyang whirled around in shock and disbelief. You can pilot a plane? As soon as the words escaped her lips, realization struck her. Wait, can you hear my thoughts? Even if Elder Xu were a dual element, and even if one of those elements were telepathy, given her current level, she should not be able to hear her inner voice.